Chapter 281 The Long Battle Over Time. Ouch! In the vast and surging river of time, the roar of the time beast ancestor was so deafening. Although the Red King maintained his human body, a huge beast appeared behind him. This beast looked more majestic than the magnificent universe and larger than the history of the world. More ancient. Above the head of the Scarlet King, the immortal Tao furnace, as red as blood, is glowing. There are dense Tao patterns on it that flicker on and off. You can also faintly see a figure with disheveled hair, bound by red blood chains, sitting cross-legged. In the Tao furnace, ancient scriptures of time are recited. Only those who understand the ancient history of the last era know that the figure is a powerful immortal king in the primitive ancient world of the ancient immortal era. However, he was beheaded by the Red King in the last era. His true body and soul have been completely destroyed. Become one with the Red King furnace. Turn into a furnace slave, and fight for the Red King. Roar! At this time, the furnace slave was also roaring in pain, as the Red King stimulated the power of the Time Tao furnace regardless of the cost. The mighty power of the immortal king also surged out from the Red King's furnace. The furnace slave was already dead. At this time, he was already the puppet of the Red King, attacking his enemies under his orders. Rumble! The two completely different forces finally converged on the body of the Red King. They quickly intertwined and converged, turning into a war spear of time wrapped in a faint blue light. The spear's sharp edge was instantly aimed at Feng Lai. This was the killing move executed by the Red King after he usurped the immortal king's Tao fruit. The combination was not just the magic power of the two kings, but even the original power of the Tao began to combine. Chang! Facing the opponent's war spear that reversed the yin and yang of the years, Feng Lai's eyes were cold, and the immortal killing platform in his hand instantly burst out with dazzling brilliance. The green-gold immortal killing guillotine disappeared from the immortal platform, and when he reappeared, he had already met the red sword. The king's war spears collided fiercely. At this moment, the entire river of time set off a rare huge wave. In the past, present and future, many strong men saw the scene of a guillotine and a war spear colliding in the void. It was the collision of the power of the two immortal kings in the long river of time. Reflection. After the heavy wave subsided, the guillotine had returned to the immortal slaying platform, with no flaws visible on the sharp blade. This was truly a supreme giant weapon, and its strength was far beyond imagination. In comparison, the Red King was in a much more embarrassed state. The immortal war spear in his hand had been broken, and his own tiger's mouth was also cracked. Such a powerful giant could hardly withstand a strike of the immortal guillotine. It's a small trick. It's been an epic. But fellow Taoist Scarlet King seems to have made no progress at all. Feng Lai whispered. The operation of the Red King looked majestic and gorgeous, but in fact it still stayed at the giant level. The combination of the Tao fruit of the immortal king level furnace slave and the great way of the Red King also had flaws, and it failed to exert its full potential, the strength that made Feng Lai's eyes light up. He had heard from True Dragon and Ancestral Sacrifice Spirit more than once that Red King and Pu Demon King were the most terrifying strong men in the entire foreign land. Compared with Kundi, Wishang and others, the potential of those two people still had room for improvement. Maybe one day you will be able to have the power of a supreme giant. According to what Feng Lai knew, the Red King hoped to reunite with his immortal king-level furnace slave Tao fruit, and then use the furnace slave's Tao fruit to reach nirvana and reach a new level. No progress at all? Hey! When we were hunting down the young geniuses in your world in the long river of time, you, a latecomer who can't even reach immortality, are still meddling with me? What responded to Feng Lai was a deep sneer from the Red King. Under the blessing of his endless mana, the immortal war spear became deeper and deeper. But Feng Lai could still hear the anger and unwillingness in the other party's words. The Red King is indeed a terrifying and strong man, and the foreign environment also gives him the opportunity to display his abilities. Throughout the ages, he has taken action in 9 heavens and 10 places more than once. He once sat cross-legged in the lower reaches of the long river of time and wiped out many people. A young creature worthy of his gaze. This is a very efficient way to kill the enemy before eternity. This is news worth celebrating for everyone. Of course, there is a huge price to pay for such an unreasonable attack. If the immortal kings in the entire foreign land had not known and supported the Red King's methods, and were willing to share the cost of disrupting the long river of time, the Red King would have long ago completely dead in the long river of time. Then stop talking nonsense and continue. I am taking action this time with the idea of wiping out fellow Taoist Red King, Feng Lai said coldly. and the immortal killing platform in his hand shook again. The blade of the guillotine shone brightly, and he was indifferent to the Red King. He spoke. Good. The Red King also sneered. And as the Red King's furnace roared again above his head, another vague figure appeared there. Although he doesn't want to admit it, what Fenglai said is indeed true. In the last years of Immortal Ancient, he fought with a woman wearing a ghost mask and holding the Tao Aquarius across the ages. The Red King suffered irreparable serious injuries. That kind of the wounds from the Great Tao were so severe that even though an era had passed, the Red King could not kill them all. But this does not mean that the Red King's combat power has not improved. Not long ago, many immortal kings from foreign lands carried out a large-scale ambush operation in the Boundary Sea. A giant-level fairy king from the fairyland and a top immortal king was killed. And many young immortal kings who became enlightened in this era achieved success. And the biggest beneficiary of that operation was the Red King. As the Scarlet King cast the spell, painful and crazy roars resounded from the blood-red Tao furnace again. Immediately afterwards, a disheveled black-haired old man suddenly knocked open the lid of the Chi King furnace and rushed out of the Tao furnace. Come out, Lu Gu of the Immortal Realm. Seeing the face of the old man clearly, even Fenglai showed a look of surprise, because he had seen the portrait of the second furnace slave of King Qi, who was attacked by Xianyu in Jihai decades ago. The giant, Immortal King Lu Gu. Wrong. It's my furnace slave. A stern smile appeared on the face of the Red King. As a result of his thoughts, the shadow of Lu Gu, Immortal King with disheveled hair, and the red chain deeply cut into his flesh and blood roared again. An treasure exquisite bowl appeared, carrying a massive amount of water. The magic power belonging to the Immortal King Lu Gu was blessed on the head of the Red King. It is obvious that the Red King has not yet fully refined everything he has obtained from Immortal King Lu Gu, so he can only summon him to attack with him. And the two giant-level combat powers attacked Fenglai together. Boom! The attack from the two giants, which was perfectly coordinated, was naturally extremely powerful. Fenglai frowned, but he still used his immortal killing guillotine to resist. The mighty heavenly killing intent was cut down with the guillotine. Facing the Red King's war spear and Lu Gu, the 8 treasures exquisite bowl of the Immortal King, he was merciless in his attacks. And his intention to kill the Red King was also quite resolute. This kind of Immortal King giant, who is proficient in the path of time, is a great threat. If he is not killed as soon as possible, there may be an acquaintance who needs Fenglai to kill the time in the future. Changhe went to save him. Chapter 282. Fight to the present world. Boom! In the long river of time, the huge waves are more turbulent than the sea of stars. Each wave contains the surging power of the years. It is a terrifying riot at the level of giants. Even a small wave can instantly annihilate the true immortal. In the center of the battle, 3 different giant-level waves surged. From time to time, red spears and swords that transcended time soared into the sky, plunging the vast amounts of chaos into eternal silence. Suddenly, a man wearing red immortal armor flew out from the depths of the river of time. He was only a dozen feet tall, but seemed to be heavier than a universe. He smashed countless vast galaxies before he could barely steady his steps. That is the Red King. This terrifyingly powerful immortal king whose physical tyranny is also ranked high in foreign lands. His true body towers over the long river of time, making billions of avenues tremble. But at this time, the condition of the Red King was obviously not very good. There were several wide and deep knife marks on his immortal armor, which was transformed from the natal bone spurs all over his body. The supreme war spear made of blood was no match for the immortal slaying guillotine. It just broke. In fact, even the invincible Red King Lu has a clear fist mark, which is too dazzling on the flawless furnace. Whoosh! Whoosh! He was breathing heavily in the void, as if a universe was breathing in. Every breath could drain out all the essence of a large sea of stars, which was astonishingly powerful. But the Red King didn't have time to pay attention to this. He fought across realms with a truly supreme giant. Even if he was the Red King, one of the most powerful giants in a foreign land, and he was in charge of a furnace slave who was also at the level of a giant, it wasn't enough. Zheng! Suddenly, a sharp green gold giant blade soared into the sky from the long river of time, and the immortal killing guillotine reappeared, carrying a massive amount of murderous intent to slash at the Red King's head again. Facing this terrifying guillotine, the Scarlet King's eyes burst out with a terrifying red edge. After just a few thousand moves, he had a shadow of Tide Song Immortal King's immortal killing guillotine. This weapon has no bells and whistles. It's just heavy and sharp enough but it can still seriously injure yourself. Boom! Thinking of this, he suddenly took action, and the immortal fist hit the Red King Dao's stove next to him, causing the red blood and fire to surge together on the stove, which was more towering than the mountains, and its power instantly increased to the extreme. Immediately afterwards, a shrill and painful roar came from the furnace, and a figure tightly bound by red blood chains rushed out of the furnace, carrying a pain and madness that spanned the era, making all living beings look at it. This is the ancient immortal king that the Red King killed in the last era. His true body has died long ago, but his physical body, soul, true spirit, and Tao fruit are still there, turning into a terrifying furnace beyond imagination. Slave. At this time, the furnace slave's whole body was burning with raging bloody flames. This flame burned not only the soul of the ancient immortal king, but also its supreme Tao fruit, which made every trace of Tao fire on his body burn. Everything is wrapped with unimaginable brilliance, shaking the long river of time. At the same time, the Red King himself quickly turned around, turned into a bloody immortal glow, and rushed towards the lower reaches of the long river of time, towards the era where he originally lived. Although he was unwilling to do so, Qi Huang had to admit that he was far from the match of Tai Tsong Immortal King at this time. Tai Tsong had 3 important weapons, and so far the opponent had only used the immortal slaying platform. If all 3 weapons were used, Qi King would be defeated, worried that he will be completely wiped out in a short period of time. Therefore, he decisively gave up his first furnace slave. This ancient immortal king who once belonged to the primitive ancient world was far less powerful than the giant-level immortal king Lu Gu. The Red King was a strong man who paid great attention to practicality. He would cut off his tail to save his life. No hesitation. Abandoning the car to save the handsome man is decisive. Staring at the furnace slave rushing towards him, Feng Lai had a solemn expression on his face. It was obvious that the Red King had completely abandoned this furnace slave and regarded it as a consumable just to delay him. Brush. His thoughts moved slightly, and a mirror flowing with 3,000 colors appeared from his hand. It was the 3,000 mirrors that Feng Lai had made with the Tao Immortal Flower sacrifice. As soon as it appeared, an incredible light burst out. The immortal light instantly fell on the immortal killing guillotine in the distance. The next moment, a guillotine that was exactly the same as the immortal slaying guillotine was reflected from near its body. There were 3,000 completely different radiances flowing on the blade, which perfectly simulated the overbearing murderous intent of heaven. It was shocking. Cut! Feng Lai whispered, and he pressed his 2 hands on the 3,000 Tao mirror and the immortal slaying platform respectively. The 2 immortal slaying guillotines in the distance instantly burst out with the most brilliant sharp edges, slashing hard at the burning furnace slave. Ouch! As an ancient immortal king who had been enslaved by the Red King for more than an era, the furnace slave did not hesitate to take action. He frantically consumed his Tao fruit origin regardless of the consequences, hoping to fight against those 2 terrifying guillotines. Unfortunately, the huge gap in strength cannot be evened out by risking one's life. Even if the furnace slave's Tao fruit is burned out, it can only withstand 2 guillotines for a few breaths. When the Tao fruit completely dissipates, the furnace slave is instantly killed by 2 guillotines. The handle of the guillotine was chopped into 3 pieces, and then collapsed inch by inch under the blazing murderous intent, completely dissipating. Get free. Looking at the glow of the immortal king that slowly dissipated in the void, Feng Lai took back his guillotine and mirror, stared at a certain piece of nothingness, and whispered. He could see clearly that before the last trace of the Tao fruit origin of the furnace slave dissipated and was completely destroyed, he seemed to have briefly found himself. The sad primitive ancient immortal king struggled in pain for more than an epoch before finally it's a complete relief. Boom! At this point, Feng Lai didn't hesitate at all. Turned around in the long river of time, once again pushed away the vast chaos and galaxy, strode forward along the vague track left by the Red King, and strode in the direction where the immortal king escaped. And go! There is no need to think about it. The Red King must have returned to the present world and gone to a foreign land to recruit troops. This immortal king who is proficient in time never takes action alone. Every time he takes action in the long river of time, there must be multiple immortal kings for him. Protect the road. It's a pity that if I kill you, you won't survive. Even so, this can't stop Feng Lai's blazing murderous intent at all. He has already ascended to the supreme giant, including Kundi. If the strong men in the entire foreign land only fight alone, no one can defeat Feng Lai. Survive by hand. You know, even the 9-headed monster that was more tyrannical than Kundi died in Feng Lai's hands. His combat power among the supreme giants was definitely among the top. Without the Emperor Guang Immortal King, there would be no one at all qualified to fight with him. In fact, Feng Lai had expected the Red King to return to the foreign land this time. Even if the other party's methods were outrageous, it would be difficult to escape from his own hands. Moreover, Feng Lai was also curious about the primitive ancient artifacts of the foreign land. He wanted to see for himself how powerful the terrifying quasi-emperor immortal weapons that made the foreign land glorious could be. Chapter 283 Kill the Red King. Deep in a foreign land, in an ancient and quiet mountain and river, there are strong ripples of time that are constantly vibrating, causing the vegetation here to reincarnate at an incredible speed. In just a quarter of an hour, they experience growth, withering, and then sprouting again. Growth and withering. This situation is of course not normal. It is all because deep in the mountains and rivers, there is a magnificent red gold altar that is constantly washing out the light of the avenue of time. Above it, there are reflected images of several living beings constantly fighting. Outside the altar, there were 17 or 8 immortal kings with profound and far-reaching auras and different shapes standing, sitting or lying around the altar, all gazing at the scene reflected above the altar seriously. They are all ancient immortal kings from foreign lands. This time they came to protect the Red King. This is a long-standing tradition in foreign lands. Whenever the Red King wants to cross the river of time, there must be multiple immortal kings to protect him. Road. After all, the karma that must be endured to disrupt the long river of time is too great. Throughout the ages, the Red King has killed many living beings across the long river of time. This kind of karma and backlash cannot be endured by just one Red King. Many people are needed. Even the immeasurable destiny of the entire foreign land. It's not optimistic. But today, these tyrannical immortal kings from foreign lands are full of solemn faces. Through the red gold altar in front of them, they can also see the appearance of the Red King and Tai Tsong Immortal King fighting in the long river of time. Knowing that the Red King there is a huge gap between him and the new supreme giant. Get ready to take action. The Red King is coming back. If the Tai Tsong Immortal King dares to come, he must pay the price even if he is a truly supreme giant. When all the immortal kings were leaving, Demon King Pu was also looking seriously at the depths of the altar, his fighting spirit rising like fire. Around him, there was an illusory ocean transformed into hundreds of millions of blooming Demon Pu flowers. Every magic flower reflects the evil light of world destruction. Go and ask the immortal king of Kundi to take action, and ask him to bring the primitive ancient artifacts. The opponent is a remnant of the primitive ancient world, and a natural mortal enemy. If possible, I hope to keep him here directly. Next to Demon King Pu, the bronze armor of the Wushang Immortal King is flowing with magical glow, which is the absolute power of spell immunity. This is the fundamental method of the Wushang Immortal King, which can be immune to giant-level spells. Boom! 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 Behind them, more than a dozen top-level immortal kings are also accumulating strength. And dozens of giant mountains, rivers, arrays, etc., carrying the ancient king's magic array rise from many places in the foreign land. Facing Qi, the direction where the blood altar is located gathers. After all, this was the home court of a foreign land. And their opponent was an unimaginably powerful giant. They didn't dare to hold anything back. Crack! After a long time, on the precise and magnificent red gold immortal altar, the sound of the rushing river of time reached the ears of every immortal king. Then, on the sky, a ferocious crack in the void suddenly opened. And there was a dragon. The figure of a four-legged ferocious beast with the body of a lion appeared deep in the crack. There is no doubt that the ancestral beast of time was the Red King himself. The ancient giant who had traversed foreign lands for countless epochs was in a very bad state at this time. It and Feng Lai had been escaping and chasing each other in the long river of time. And naturally they had fought many times. The Red King, who lost his will to fight, was seriously injured. I saw that half of the huge claws covered with bone spurs of the Red King had been chopped off. And there were knife wounds on the head that were deep enough to see the bones. The Red King furnace on the top of his head had even one leg cut off. Immortal King Lu Gu, who had become a furnace slave, had the figure is quite illusory, looking far away and about to fall. Behind him, a man sitting on a high throne of the Immortal King can be vaguely seen coming at a high speed. Above his head, the Immortal Killing Platform, the 3,000 Dao Mirrors, and the Dao Aquarius stand side by side. At this time, they are all glowing and sweeping across. Red King. Red King. Upon seeing this, Demon King Pu also realized the seriousness of the problem. This giant, whose strength and reputation were as famous as the Red King, exploded in an instant. Hundreds of millions of demon poo flowers behind him turned into rushing rivers, surrounding the crack in the void in the center. It's a pity that Poo Demon King's attainments in time are far behind. He does not have the ability to cross the long river of time, so he can only wait for Red King to save himself and return to the foreign land on his own. The other immortal kings also took action, and dense power and formation surged near the crack. As long as the Red King rushed out of the crack, there was complete certainty that he could be saved. Roar! Seeing this, the Red King did not dare to hesitate any longer. The eyebrows of the Lu Gu Immortal King above the Red King's furnace glowed, and the 8 treasures exquisite Immortal King bowl exploded suddenly. Vast mana fluctuations instantly swept through the river of time. The Red King used the help of that strong thrust rushed towards the space-time rift at an even faster speed. He was beaten by Tai Tsang Immortal King's 3 extremely terrifying weapons, and almost lost his fighting spirit. Even though the Red King was a peak giant, and even a giant-level furnace slave, he could not withstand its violent attacks, and was seriously injured. Many times. Photography. Just when the Time Beast ancestor was about to cross the cracks in time and return to his homeland, an indifferent scolding sound suddenly sounded from his ears. And then, the Grand Avenue treasure mirror flowing with 3,000 colors appeared directly in front of the Red King. A green gold rune easily penetrated the ears, and was imprinted on the head of the Red King. No! The power on this rune was too overbearing, and the Red King felt that his immortal soul had lost the ability to think at this moment. He only had time to let out an unwilling roar, and was killed by a green man who poked out from the mirror. The big golden hand held it, and stopped not far outside the crack. Everyone! At the same time, Feng Lai's figure became clear in the eyes of the Immortal Kings. He was sitting on a throne made of unknown immortal rock, his eyes indifferently looking through the cracks in time, overlooking all the immortal places in the foreign land. King, I declare that the era of the Red King is completely over. As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal killing platform above his head suddenly erupted with dazzling killing intent and light. The broad and sharp immortal killing Gyo suddenly fell down and struck directly on the Scarlet King's neck covered with blood-colored bone spurs. Brush! At this moment, the immortal King's blood sprayed out, and the Scarlet King's ferocious dragon head flew up together with his spirit. Feng Lai caught him in his hand, and then with a sudden force, he directly pinched the head and the immortal soul in it. Goddess smash! Tai Tsang Immortal King, you deserve to die. At this moment, all the immortal kings present were red-eyed. Feng Lai's move was really too crazy. He actually completely wiped out the Red King outside the foreign land's home. This was simply a humiliation to the entire foreign land, and it broke their hearts. Dignity. Those who kill will always be killed. Anyone who is dissatisfied can come directly to the original imperial city to fight. However, Feng Lai didn't seem to take it seriously. The conflict between the foreign land and his own side had long been irresolvable. It was just a matter of killing a Red King. There was nothing worth hesitating about. After saying that, he retreated directly and disappeared into the rushing river of time. Through the cracks in time, he could already see a sea of holy dark power rushing in the distance, which was the power of primitive ancient artifacts from a foreign land. Chapter 284 Chaos in a Foreign Land. Boom! The moment before the time rift opened by the Scarlet King was completely closed. On the vast and magnificent horizon of the foreign land, there was a surge of sacred light, along with the vast immortal power. It flooded the area where the Scarlet Blood Altar was located in the blink of an eye. That kind of sacred brilliance and wind is too familiar. There is this kind of sacred light outside the dilapidated Jian ancient palace in the immortal realm. Its essence is not sacred, but complete darkness, and it is far stronger than ordinary dark power. In a foreign land, there is only one most powerful thing that can emit such a vast power of sacred darkness. It is the source of all brilliance in the entire foreign land, supports the foundation of this supreme cultivation civilization, and is also the most valued thing in the entire foreign land. Original ancient artifact. It was like a treasure box made of strange metal or unknown jade. It was integrated and flowing with 9-color fairy light, sacred and shining. The brilliant divine light was like a rain of light, shining around the treasure box. At this moment, this sacred and extraordinary 9-color treasure box is being held in the hands of a silver-haired old man with a solemn look on his face, as if what he is holding is not an artifact, but the luck and destiny of the entire realm. Hope, the immortal king of Kunthi. The arrival of this powerful immortal king also made many immortal kings present, who had watched Tai Tsang Immortal King disappear, come back to their senses. Many less powerful immortal kings seem to have found their backbone and shouted. The name they are chanting is the immortal king of Kundi, the real leader of the foreign land in this era, the undoubted strongest, beholder and guardian of the original ancestral weapon. Kundi! Even Pu Demon King and Wushang King, whose eyes were bloodshot and almost rushed directly into the crack of time, were involuntarily surrounded by a sense of security when they felt the familiar sacred dark power, and their rioting mana quickly calmed down. Slowly walked to Kundi. King Chi is dead. I have seen it. Kundi nodded to Demon King Pu and King Wushang, and said softly, as an ancient immortal king who sat in the deepest part of a foreign land from an extremely remote era. Kundi was extremely calm about the death of the Red King, with a sense of vicissitudes that he was accustomed to seeing in the cycle of time. But Demon King Pu and King Wushang could clearly see that there was uncontrollable murderous intent and rage in Kundi's cross-shaped eyes. After all, the Red King was one of the most important forces in the foreign land, and his fall would have a profound impact on the entire foreign land. It's a huge loss, even in the primitive ancient vessel in Kundi's hand that looked divine and holy. The sense of holiness became deeper and weirder, as if there were dark figures appearing in the sacred glow, staring at the void in the distance. Look for every little clue left by the murderer. Now that you know, let Wushang and I take action together. With the ancestral weapon lent to us, we will definitely bring back the head of the Nine Heavens Tide Song Immortal King. Seeing this, Demon King Pu could no longer conceal the anger in his heart. He strode to Kundi and placed a big hand on the primitive ancient artifact from a foreign land. His murderous intention was like a mountain roaring and a tsunami, causing the immortal mountain where they were to be devastated. They all look a bit withered. The death of the Red King was definitely a huge loss that was difficult to accept for foreign land. But for Demon King Pu, Feng Lai's attitude of not taking them seriously made him even more angry. Just like just now, Tide Song Immortal King crushed the Red King's head in front of the two giants of the foreign land and more than 10 immortal kings. This naked contempt and provocation made Pu Demon King feel an unprecedented feeling. The feeling of humiliation. Yes, humiliation. No. But what is surprising is that before Kundi expressed his position, King Wushang's big hand covered with bronze armor also reached out. Wushang Dugwang flowed, and also pressed on the original ancient artifact from the foreign land. The immortal king of Wushang. This powerful giant, who is said to be immune to all spells and spells under the Emperor realm, looks more vicissitudes than Demon King Pu. His face is as resolute and powerful as a knife or an axe. At this time, he spoke out with great determination, refusing receive the opinion of King Pu. The ancestral weapon is not a vicious weapon used to attack and kill enemies. It is the most important foundation of the entire region. It cannot be sent to any unstable battlefield unless it is 100% sure. Wushang, you're scared. However, King Wushang's response was the deep and solemn roar of Demon King Pu. He opened his hands, and the millions of Demon Pu flowers behind him formed a ferocious face with overwhelming fighting spirit, looking directly at Wushang. Afraid? If I am afraid of life and death, am I still qualified to be king? Regarding Demon King Pu's provocative words, King Wushang seemed quite indifferent. Every inch of his flesh and bones were filled with surging immortal runes. That kind of light blessed his body, making his body stronger than Demon King Pu. Powerful. I'm worried. The Red King has a furnace slave, which is equivalent to the combat power of the two giants. He is still dead. If you and I carry the ancestral weapon to the border and encounter the more powerful Taitsong Immortal King, we will be somewhat confident he was completely killed. What if one of you or I dies? This question about King Wushang is very realistic. They are all the pillars of the foreign land. He, Demon King Pu, Red King and Kundi are all the pinnacles among the giants. No one is confident that they can defeat any one of them. The gap between them is really not big. This also shows that no matter which one of them goes up, they will be suppressed and beaten by Tide Song Immortal King, and may even fall. To put it bluntly, even if Wushang and Pu Demon King attack together now, there is a possibility that one of them will be killed by Tide Song Immortal King or even die together. After all, they don't know where the limit of Tide Song Immortal King is. If the young king has already achieved Emperor Light, it will be a huge disaster for the foreign land. This kind of unstable situation is absolutely unacceptable to the Wushang Immortal King. No more giants can fall in foreign lands. The example of the Red King happened just a quarter of an hour ago. He will not allow any more giant-level immortal kings fall. That's it. Wushang is right. The ancestral artifact cannot be moved. The Tide Song Immortal King is at his peak. If something goes wrong, we will become the sinners of the entire realm. At this time, the immortal king of Kundi also expressed his stance. This ancient king also had many things to consider. The enemies of foreign lands are never just the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The boundary sea is about to be in chaos, and even the foreign lands will be greatly affected. They need to accumulate strength to meet the waves of attacks from the giants of the boundary sea. Then what should we do? Are we going to huddle in our homeland forever, waiting for the day when Taitsong immortal King Chung Emperor fails and falls? Demon King Pu roared, and the unwillingness in his heart became stronger. After all, he was once the strongest pioneer invading the primitive ancient world. He thought that he had suppressed the primitive ancient world for his whole life, and he was unwilling to accept the facts in front of him. Wait, Kundi said indifferently. The foundation of the immortal king level in our world is far deeper than that of the original ancient world. There are also many traveling giants in the sea of the world. Wait for them to return and accumulate enough strength before we can liquidate them. Not too late. Chapter 285 The Beginning of Troubled Times. Facts have proved that when the most terrifying disaster in the boundary sea approaches, no matter whether it is the 9 heavens and 10 earths, immortal realm, foreign realm, burial realm, etc., it is impossible to avoid the threat from the creatures in the boundary sea. When Feng Lai traveled through the long river of time and returned to the original imperial city, he saw many illusory figures quietly wandering outside the 9 heavens and 10 earths. These are all creatures from the realm sea. Among them, the weak ones have the level of physical immortal kings, like the 10 evil spirits of the ancient immortal era. The strong ones have reached the level of the ultimate immortal kings. And there are even a few half-step giants with profound cultivation, all hovering on the periphery of the boundary, waiting for opportunities to move. Feng Lai understands that this stage is almost the time when the great chaos begins. The strong men in the world sea are greedy for the peace and opportunities of the worlds, and a war is bound to break out. In a few years, the great realms of 9 heavens, immortal realm, foreign realm, and burial realm will face the first wave of impact from the heroes of the realm sea. It will be a terrifying impact composed of immortal king-level combat power, not to mention human beings. It would be difficult for even a true immortal to survive on such a battlefield. When he returned to the original imperial city in person, he found that all the ancient immortal kings, including Stone King, number 2 in the world, immortal Gold Taoist, Xuanwu immortal king, and immortal Monk King, were all here. They were all standing on top of the imperial city. Watching the enemy's situation is also showing strength to the creatures in the sea. It's not peaceful. Feng Lai sighed, and his true body appeared on the wall of the original imperial city with a brush, side by side with the kings, looking into the distance together. It's true that the peace is not peaceful. Xuanwu immortal king caressed his long beard, shook his head when he heard this, and said, "The real dragon is still in the immortal realm. The ancestral sacrificial spirit has disappeared, and you have been absent without authorization for 30 years. The 3 giants are no longer powerful, and we can only rely on us to support them. According to the schedule of the original imperial city, Feng Lai should have been guarding the original imperial city in the past 500 years. With a feeling in my heart, I went upstream in the long river of time and killed the Red King, which took some time." Feng Lai smiled and bowed his hands to the several immortal kings present. He also understood the mood of these kings. A large domain really needed a giant-level backbone. Otherwise it would appear too weak. "Who did you kill?" Feng Lai's soft words made the expressions of the immortal kings become a little stiff. After they looked at each other, the second best person in the world spoke and confirmed, "Behead the Red King." After Feng Lai finished speaking, he waved his hand gently, and a majestic giant furnace as red as blood appeared from the front of the original imperial city, carrying immeasurable majesty. It suddenly hit the battlefield stained red with immortal blood and immortal blood. Rumble. Although this 3-legged and 2-eared immortal king furnace had one of its legs cut off, and the gods within it had long been obliterated, its majesty remained. Driven by the wind, the vast power of time quickly swept across the huge immortal king battlefield. Many immortal king-level realm sea creatures outside the realm fell out of the cracks in the void. For these strong men who obviously had many evil thoughts, Feng Lai stretched out a big hand, carrying the surging Taitsong immortal light, directly crushing the creatures of the boundary sea in the distance. Roar! "Sir, spare my life." The power of the supreme giant level is simply catastrophic for these fleshly immortal kings, flawed immortal kings, ordinary immortal kings, and even the ultimate immortal king. Just one big hand slaps down, and more than 10 immortal king-level creatures are affected. For a while, there were constant wailing and roaring sounds, which was extremely tragic. Fonlai also behaved very coldly. Among them, the strong ones had their bodies destroyed and their true souls usurped. The weak ones were crushed directly, and their true souls were all annihilated, as if they had never appeared in the world. In this way, we should be silent for thousands of years. After doing all this, Fonlai put the remnants of the true souls of the kings into the vase, and murmured to himself, "Did you really kill the Red King in the course of time?" Beside him, the second-class people in the world still looked like they were born in a daze. They stared at the Red King furnace outside the imperial city for a long time, and then looked at Fonlai one by one. After a long time, they said in shock, "If he touches me, I will kill him. It's a reasonable cause and effect relationship." Fonlai nodded, and briefly explained to the kings the whole process of the battle between the Red King and himself in the long river of time, and then took out the headless time beast ancestor body of the Red King and threw it on the ground. The Red King is definitely one of the few most powerful people on the path of time in recent dozens of eras. His flesh and blood are intertwined with the runes of time, and every inch of his flesh and blood has infinite magical uses. The giant of the Great Way of Time, who fought with the immortal King Wu ending for many epochs, also died. It's really a trick of fate. The immortal monk king clasped his hands together and recited a Buddhist chant in his heart, sighing. The other immortal kings also expressed sighs. They were all very familiar with the name Red King. He was one of the most active and cruel giants who invaded the primitive ancient world. He was as famous as Pu Demon King and Wishon King. But now he is not. Died without a sound. The causes in the past are now the result. Those who kill will always be killed. There is nothing to say. Fonlai shook his head slightly. In front of all the immortal kings on his side, he directly transformed the Red King Dao furnace that was as red as blood in front of the original imperial city. This weapon is a veritable demon weapon of the Dao of time, capable of refining the strong into furnace slaves. Very scary. Unfortunately, Fonlai doesn't like this kind of heretical method. Compared to seizing the fruit of human nature from others, he prefers the collision of real swords and guns, and the enlightenment of the great road between life and death. Woo! The Tide Song immortal fire was scorching, and the Red King Dao furnace quickly disintegrated in it, and a painful roar could be heard from it. The shadow of immortal King Lu Gu faintly appeared, and then with the disintegration of the Red King Dao furnace, it turned into nothingness. Lu Gu, that man really died at the hands of a foreign creature. Immortal King Xuanwu recognized the appearance of immortal King Lu Gu at a glance, but he only took one more look. Immortal King Lu Gu was one of the immortal kings who had the most malicious intentions towards 9 heavens and 10 earths during his lifetime, and the 9 heavens kings lacked respect for him. Good impression, compared with the threats from foreign lands. Tide Song. I am more concerned about how we should deal with the powerful creatures from the World Sea in the future. There are many of them, and they are very strong. Even if most of them are not such heaven-defying individuals, there are too many of them. Always a threat. Taoist Immortal Gold watched the Red King Dao furnace rapidly disintegrate and be destroyed. After hesitating for a moment, he still spoke out. The soldiers will block it. The water will cover it. And the soil will cover it. There is no other way. Hearing this, Fonlai gently pressed his forehead and said helplessly, "There are not many Immortal King-level combat forces in the 9 heavens and 10 earths at this stage. Even if you include Kuenping, who has just become the king, and the small tower that has just been reunited with the 9 levels not long ago, the combat power at this level is only about 10. This number is facing the world. The Sea Warrior is really not enough. But fortunately, our kings are all very high level, at least with the combat power of senior Supreme Immortal Kings. It is not a problem for one Supreme Immortal King to suppress several ordinary Immortal Kings. When the seeds of the Immortal King that we have deeply protected grow up in the future, everything will be hopeful." Finally, Fonlai said, "Regardless of sure how in the future, whether it is Gugu, Yin Ning, the Emperor, Sure Yi and others, they are all young people who can definitely become Immortal Kings. Although the number of these people combined is still small, they can still be able to become Immortal Kings for them. Share considerable pressure." Chapter 286, The Method of Becoming an Immortal in 9 Generations. Facts have proven that the chaos caused by the riots in the Boundary Sea cannot be overcome in a short time. The terrifying tide of world destruction in the depths of the ocean will last for a long time. And it will probably take thousands, tens of thousands, or even longer years. During this period, those crazy and persistent powerful beings in the Boundary Sea will not stop invading the realms on this shore. This will be a huge test for all ancient realms. as the strongest immortal king in the 9 heavens and 10 earths at this stage. Feng also understands that with the current situation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, if he is not careful, the world behind him will fall into an irreversible situation. Just like what Shihao experienced in the original timeline. Like that, all spirits were destroyed and the entire ancient world collapsed. Therefore, he simply took the initiative and rushed into the void outside the world alone. He killed all the 3 major treasures in his hands and hunted down the immortal creatures that came from the depths of the sea. For the strong men in Jiahai, this is undoubtedly a massacre-like disaster. With the terrifying power of the supreme giant Feng, those strong men ranging from fleshly immortal kings to ultimate immortal kings are simply unable to stop them. Few people can survive a blow from the guillotine. This clearing battle lasted for more than 1,300 years. Feng was too ruthless, and the scope of the clearing was extremely wide. Dozens of creatures with kingly fighting power died under the immortal slaying guillotine, including 3. The half-step giants are all powerful enough to cause great disasters in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When Feng returned to the original imperial city, the tsunami-like evil aura outside the original imperial city made Xiaota and the No. 2 people in the world frown. Immortal King Taizong had killed too many powerful immortal kings. So many that the obsessions and evil spirits of these creatures gathered together and surrounded them beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This obsession is all the result of the immortal king's murderous intention. Most of it surrounds Feng, and some of it surrounds the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There are so many of them that even if they are separated by a big world, they can feel the terrifying force. Murderous intent. Fellow Taoist, do you need me to use Buddhist Dharma to overcome the grudges of these kings? This is what my lineage is good at, the immortal monk king said. The king's cultivation level of this ancient monk's lineage is no longer half a step away from the giants. Yuan said seriously at this time. It doesn't matter. It's just some evil spirits. If you are incompetent during your lifetime, you will not be able to achieve anything after your death. Feng shook his head. At his level, most external forces were just floating clouds. With just a thought, the rolling evil light surrounding him would emit a shrill scream, and a big blue gold hand would press on it. With a sudden squeeze, the formless and formless evil light immediately dissipated and was never seen again. Immediately afterwards, Feng formed a seal again, and the immortal destroying platform rushed out from between his eyebrows. On the hazy and peaceful high platform, the immortal destroying guillotine shook gently, and was suppressed with a crash outside the original imperial city. This is the most straightforward will. Those who want to force their way into the 9 heavens and 10 earths must first pass through the immortal killing platform. This is a fierce weapon that can pose a threat to the immortal king giant. It is the famous immortal refining pot in the foreign land. The Red King Furnace and the like are incomparable to the immortal killing platform. My Dao platform will be suppressed here, combined with the power of Tian Yuan to activate the immortal killing platform. If the giant dares to come, he will chop off his arms. As he said, he carved a few Taizong runes in the void with his fingers, commanding they were combined into a formation that could control the immortal killing platform and sit directly to the formation that controlled Tian Yuan. Thank you. Seeing this, all the kings saluted seriously. Tian Yuan plus the immortal killing platform will undoubtedly immediately increase the combat power of ordinary immortal kings by a huge leap. And its significance is really not small. It doesn't matter. I have been at Jiotian these years. If there is any difficulty, I will take action directly. Feng nodded. According to his expectation, he, the supreme giant, would not need to personally take action for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Everything was already on track. Feng had to consider freeing up a lot of time to study his own path to becoming an emperor. After all, he has only penetrated 3 or 5 of the 3,600 imperial runes left behind by his future body. And most of the others have not even started. This aspect really takes a lot of time. Soon, the news that Taizong Immortal King would be suppressed in the infinite heaven for a long time spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The vast sea of clouds that supported the immortal palace there became the holy land and restricted area of this only heaven and earth. Many powerful people watched from a distance every day. The immortal palace is just for learning the half-style Taizong Immortal King's secret skills. This plainness and silence lasted for more than 500 years. 500 years later, the heavy and majestic door of Taizong Immortal Palace opened again to welcome a certain visitor. Huang. Shihao. This year, Shihao's lifespan in this world was more than 2,000 years old. Even in the age of ending Dharma, his lifespan was still quite sufficient. His waterfall-like black hair was tied on the top of his head, and every strand of hair shone with gorgeous colors. The light is enough to dazzle all human beings. He was wearing a black true dragon robe, and he already had a bit of the momentum and majesty of the Lord of Heaven. He also had the mark of Tianqin on his body. Between his stern eyes, everything was moving with him. Junior Shihao is here to pay homage to Senior Tai Tsung. But in front of a supreme figure in the immortal world like Feng Lai, Shihao seemed quite humble. He saluted the distant Tai Tsung immortal palace every 10 steps, and bowed every 100 steps. After a long time, he crossed the sea of clouds, and came to in front of the immortal palace. "Come in!" Immortal King Tai Tsung in the immortal palace naturally noticed Shihao's presence. Such a sound came from the depths of the immortal palace gate, which made Shihao overjoyed and strode directly into the magnificent immortal palace. "It seems that you have been to a place that connects the past and the present. And you have also gained great benefits from that ancient place." It wasn't until Shihao had completely reached the depths of the immortal palace that Feng Lai's voice sounded again. Shihao clearly felt that an obscure gaze was staring at him. The irresistible absolute power made him feel deep in his heart. A feeling of powerlessness also made him look forward to more powerful power. Yes, this junior traveled across the land connecting the past and the present. During the Emperor's Fall era, he practiced cultivation for hundreds of thousands of years, and came back by luck. Shihao always had an inexplicable sense of trust in the Tai Tsung immortal king, who knew so much about him, and was so mysterious. He did not hide what he saw in the land of ancient and modern times, and told Feng Lai roughly what he had experienced. Everything of. "Have you gone through 8 lifetimes of practice and suffering during the Emperor's Fall era? It is indeed difficult for you." After a long time, Feng Lai's voice came from the top of the hall. He knew a lot about Shihao's experience in the human era, but under his influence, the other party still boarded the road of becoming an immortal in the 9th life, which made him still a little confused. "Accident. I have gained from practicing cultivation, and have involuntarily embarked on this path in the age of Dharma ending. Please appreciate it by immortal King Tai Tsung." Shihao spoke up. This method of becoming an immortal for 9 generations is one of his biggest gains from traveling through the Emperor's land. After hundreds of thousands of years of practice, his state of mind has already reached the supreme perfection in the human realm. If it weren't for instinct, he would feel that there is still something missing. With the last bit of experience, he had already become an immortal. "Your path is very beautiful. I have nothing to appreciate." Feng Lai shook his head. Chapter 287 Qin Cha Sheng. I'll make a lot of money. The method of becoming an immortal in 9 generations, as the name suggests, is the method of living 9 lives in a human body. On this road, the strong will age again and again at the end of their lifespan, and must rely on their own strength to achieve nirvana and be reborn again and again. They will continue to struggle in aging and rebirth, and in the end their physical bodies, souls, avenues, and Taoist hearts will all become incomparable. Perfection and immortality are just natural. This is undoubtedly a very powerful method of becoming an immortal. After 9 generations of immortality, each life represents a completely different path. He takes off the old body and emerges from nirvana in the new body, becoming more glorious and powerful. The creatures who have walked down this road must be powerful in their 9th life, that ordinary human beings cannot imagine. Moreover, this is also a practice method that is very suitable for the era of Dharma ending. All living beings in this world are suffering from immortality. The method of becoming an immortal in 9 generations almost perfectly solves the problem of immortality. You only need to go to nirvana in life and death again and again, and you can move towards the path of immortality. Make steady progress. On the contrary, practitioners in the immortal realm have almost no conditions to follow the 9-life cultivation path. The longevity there is too abundant. Living for tens of millions of years in the Supreme One is just a joke. It is really hard to imagine how much money is wasted to live for 9 lives. 10,000 years of time. This junior has traveled for hundreds of thousands of years in the Emperor's Fall era. During that era, he fought against the strongest men at the pinnacle of human nature, killed extinct ferocious beasts, killed the supreme genius, and even fought against a creature who called himself the Butcher. We met, and Master Kuinpin later said that was what a certain powerful man looked like when he was young. Shihao told Feng Lai about the past he had experienced, because he transformed into the existence of Dharma. His true body belongs to the past, present and future. His shadow can be found in every era, and it will not cause any surprises to that era. He is indeed the most powerful man. When you become queen, you may have a chance to see him again. Feng Lai was not shocked by Shihao's abnormality. He was able to obtain the imperial rune sent by his future body. It is reasonable for Sure Hao's self-transformation technique to be so defiant. So, he looked at Sure Hao and asked again, "Have you ever seen me and the everlasting immortal king in the long river of time?" "I have never seen the immortal king Wuji. But I saw you, Senior Taisong, in his later years in the seventh life," Sure Hao said without hesitation. "That seems to be a video depicting your battle with the beast of time. The scene was reflected in a lake, and no one could see it except me. It's just the projection of a piece of history in the long river of time. It's nothing." Feng Lai shook his head, as if he wasn't interested in historical projection. "Compared to this, how old are you now? This junior is now in the 8th life at the age of 2,400. The path to immortality has long been no longer a secret to me. But I always feel that it is not yet complete, and that the final step of nirvana is still needed." Sure Hao spoke up and expressed his doubts and helplessness to Feng Lai. He was also very anxious in his heart, ever since he learned about the situation faced by 9 heavens and 10 earths. This young man has always had a sense of urgency, and wanted to climb to the immortal path as soon as possible to serve the kings. "Share worries. Then just follow your own path. Don't worry about anything. It won't be difficult for us old guys to stay in the imperial city for hundreds of thousands more years," Feng Lai whispered. According to his deduction of the method of becoming an immortal in 9 lifetimes after becoming a supreme giant, creatures who follow this path generally become immortals in their 7th or 8th lifetime. And the future master Yi will almost become an immortal at this stage. But Sure Hao was still not perfect, and Feng Lai didn't see the slightest injury or flaw in him. It was just that his cultivation path was not perfect, and it still needed time to settle. "Master, the master of the restricted area, also said so. With what you two have said, I feel relieved." Sure Hao took a breath and nodded seriously. Including the years he has lived in the age of God's fall, he has practiced Xing for hundreds of thousands of years, and his state of mind has long been as deep and introverted as the abyss. And there is a sense of vicissitudes and plainness brought by time in his eyes, even if he is rushing forward. "It's just a passing cloud. Senior Taisong, please allow me. I want to personally go to the original imperial city again. Go to the outside world to fight with the immortals in foreign lands, and train myself to become an immortal." After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly spoke like this, pleading to Feng Lai. As he spoke, a palm-sized splendid 5 elements mountain appeared in his hand. This was a treasure intertwined with the mighty power of the 5 elements. As soon as it appeared, the 5-colored divine light flowing on it made Feng Lai couldn't help but take a second look. It's an immortal king weapon. It's not of high quality, but it's of decent quality. Of course, such a 5 elements mountain is only worthy of Feng Lai taking a second look. The position he stands at is too high. Even the Red King's Tao furnace is not in his eyes. This weapon at the immortal king level is naturally not worth mentioning in his eyes. Nothing more than that. Yes, this is the treasure of my maternal ancestor's lineage. It was repaired by Senior Pan King of the immortal domain. Now it has the power of the immortal king's weapon. Sure Hao cherished the 5 elements mountain in his hands. This weapon was not only a mountain of immortal kings, but also a great seal. It could not only suppress the destiny of heaven, but also seal off powerful enemies. Even the true immortals had to kneel down when they came. "Qin Changsheng? I have an impression of this person." Feng Lai nodded. "Immortal Heavenly Lord Qin Changsheng. This person's name is still impressive to Feng Lai. He is a powerful supreme being who is not inferior to his eldest disciple Chang Gongyan. As you remember, my grandfather became a true immortal in the immortal realm 300 years ago, and now he has returned to suppress the fate of my heaven." When it comes to his maternal grandfather, the intimacy on Sure Hao's face is undisguised. In this timeline, Qin Changsheng takes good care of him and has a deep bond with him. He's always been a smart guy. Feng Lai thought of Qin Changsheng. He had a Taoist bone left by Wang Changsheng's body, the Dark Immortal King. There was a high probability that he became an immortal because of that bone. This surprised Feng Lai. But it was not too surprising, because Qin Changsheng was one of the beneficiaries of the 9-headed monster he killed back then. The bone had Immortal King level runes on it, which was enough to push Qin Changsheng to the next level, true immortal level. Of course, there is a high probability that Qin Changsheng will be pushed to the level of true immortal. The potential of the Immortal King bone will be exhausted. With Qin Changsheng's original qualifications, he will probably not make any breakthroughs in this life. As for the reason why Qin Changsheng chose to continue to have a good relationship with Sure Hao, without even thinking about it, Qin Changsheng must have taken a fancy to Sure Hao's future potential. with the current relationship between Qin Changsheng and Shi Hao. With just a little effort, he could gain Shi Hao, a hugely talented backer, without having to think about it at all. With 5 Elements Mountain as our guardian, can Senior Taizong agree to this junior going to the original imperial city to fight? Seeing that Feng Lai was in a daze, Shi Hao couldn't help but bow deeply and asked. He felt that in his 8th life, he was already capable of fighting against true immortals and immortals. And now, he urgently needed an opportunity to prove his greatness and fighting power by going to the borderlands and finding an immortal with decent cultivation to kill him. Go ahead and let the second best person in the world choose a strong enough opponent for you. But remember, don't be obsessed with fighting. The borderlands are very chaotic at this stage, and even the true immortal may be crushed to death by sudden dangers. Feng Lai, he nodded. He sighed in his heart. Shi Hao was finally going to become an immortal. This young man's arrival on the immortal path meant that it was finally time for him and his era to step onto the stage of history. Chapter 288 Extreme Road. As one of the few beings in the world who is qualified to step into Taizong Immortal Palace, Shi Hao stayed in this majestic ancient palace for more than 1,000 years. Until 1,000 years later, this man wearing the true Dragon Emperor robe, the Lord of Heaven, just walked out of the sea of clouds, and the human emperor returned to heaven in a flash of light. This matter spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths in a very short period of time, and the world was in an uproar. Many people were certain that this young Lord of Heaven must have obtained great benefits in the Immortal Palace, and it was even possible that he would do so in a short period of time. Become an immortal. This is indeed the case. Feng Lai did not let Shi Hao waste his time in the Immortal Palace. Over the past 1,000 years, he personally took action to deduce the 9-generation immortality method for Shi Hao, constantly carving and polishing this powerful path to immortality, so that it was perfected at an incredible speed, enough to last an era. And in the dark, many powerful people in the fairyland who had thoughts about Huang and his heaven had to be cautious, because Shi Hao could sit in Taizong Immortal Palace for thousands of years, which means that Huang and the supreme person in the fairy palace are not the same. The relationship between giants is anything but ordinary. You must know that Shi Hao at this stage is a very attractive existence in the hearts of many powerful people in the immortal realm. The Tianqin seal controlled by this terrifying prodigy, who has successfully created magic in the human realm, is the focus of many kings in the immortal realm. The strange object has established such a taboo in heaven that it attracts people's attention, including Pan Wang, Ao Sheng, Hun Yuan, and other immortal kings. Many powerful men in the immortal realm have deduced Shi Hao's fate. Although the conclusion is not clear, the immortal kings still believe that Shi Hao is born heaven. Lord. At the level of the immortal king, the word fate is no longer a vague thing. The stronger one is at this stage, the more one believes in destiny. Therefore, many immortal kings are thinking about this issue. Some want to form a friendly relationship with this talented genius as early as possible, while others want to take action in advance to kill this young genius, and even want to seize his fate and fortune. Originally, those kings only had a slight hesitation toward Shi Hao. After all, Huang's biggest backer, the ancestral sacrificial spirit from the immortal ancient era, had disappeared for many years. Kuiping and the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, one was too young and the other was in poor condition, is not enough to become a stumbling block for the supreme immortal kings. But now, the attitude of Taizong Immortal King has become a variable that is difficult for the immortal kings to control. The strength of that king can be regarded as the strongest in the immortal realm and 9 heavens and 10 earths today. Even the Red King in the foreign land was beheaded by him. Those top and ordinary immortal kings simply did not dare to touch this bad luck. It was under Feng Lai's protection that the powerful men in the immortal realm fell into hesitation, and Shi Hao and his heaven ushered in a long period of peace. 100 years after Shi Hao came out of the immortal palace, Shi Hao's old rival, the 10-crowned King Qinzi, finally broke the rules in the age of ending law and made great progress at the supreme level. He united with the heart of heaven in one step and came to the supreme level, field of. After all, at Shi Hao's height, the Tianqin seal has long been dispensable. He has many immortal weapons in his hands, and he can easily separate the Tianqin seal from his body just by suppressing his own body. In this era, the fusion of the Tianqin mark is not as strict and harsh as in the Zetian era. As long as the previous owner of the Tianqin voluntarily abandons it, the successors can forcibly fuse it, and there will be no suppression of heavenly law in later generations. That is to say, starting from this era, many geniuses from the 9 heavens and 10 earths ushered in the era of merging with the Tianqin seal. When Shi Hao reached 5,000 years old in this world, The cultivation of the 10-crown king emperor also reached its peak at the supreme stage. He took the initiative to suppress his body with immortal weapons. And after releasing the connection with the Tianqin seal, his cultivation the combat power can still stand proudly in the Edo realm and suppress an era. Immediately after, Shuri, the sun with double pupils, immediately unleashed his potential. His pair of unparalleled double pupils suppressed all the ways, and imprinted his own path in the mark of Tianqin. As the disciple of Taitsong Immortal King and the most valued foreign young man of the Immortal Realm's Golden Crow clan, Shiyi's performance was much more eye-catching than in his previous life. When he was only 700 or 800 years old, he reached the supreme level and merged with Tianqin. He was already 5,000 years old when he was born. But he didn't look old at all. After he merged with the Tianqin seal, the name of Supreme Chong Pupil once again resounded throughout the world. In addition to many strong men from Taitsong's own lineage, the Golden Crow clan in the Immortal Domain was even more delighted. They unanimously believed that this Chong Pupil Supreme Master had inherited the imperial law of their clan. Tongzi has the qualifications of an immortal king. Shuri took these external voices very lightly. He practiced in the vast land of 9 heavens and 10 earths. Thousands of years later, he also borrowed an immortal weapon from Shur how to suppress his body and obtain the mark of Tianqin. Got out of it. There is no doubt that he has also reached the ultimate level without the Tianqin mark. Therefore, when Shur Hao was more than 6,000 years old, the banished immortal of the same era as Shur Hao also took action, integrated the Tianqin seal, and also reached the level of the Supreme Tao. Banished immortal is one of the powerful people most affected by Feng Lai. Because of the existence of immortal King Taitsong, Banned Immortal directly embarked on the path of sword cultivation. Yuanshan sword art, Caozi sword art, and Immortal Tribulation sword art have already taken the preliminary stage in his hands. Gui, the sword's core was sharp. Even Shur Hao had to praise its terrifying edge. Also 1,000 years later, the Immortal's cultivation reached its peak with the help and baptism of the Tianqin seal. He also chose to use the immortal weapon to suppress his body and broke away from the Tianqin seal. Then, when Shur Hao was more than 7,000 years old, the young son of the Skyhorn Ant, the little Skyhorn Ant, broke through the barrier, deduced the avenue of power to the extreme, and directly chose to fuse with the Tianqin seal. In this way, the lofty and hard-to-find Tianqin seal of the 9 heavens and 10 earths has directly turned into a bus for these talented creatures to enter the realm of the extreme realm. And it will change hands almost every 1,000 years. Many years later, many of the top geniuses in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, such as the little alicorn ant, the white Qilin, the pair of young sons and daughters of the true dragon, and Ning Chuan, who had been snatched away by the crystal skull for many years, all achieved this with the help of the Tianqin seal. In the realm of the extreme realm, everyone has begun to study the method of immortality, hoping to ascend to the immortal realm in this era of law ending. But when Shur Hao was about to further relax the restrictions on the Tianqin seal and allow the strong men around him and the geniuses at a slightly lower level to also integrate the Tianqin seal, it brought many surprises. When Shur Hao was more than 11,000 years old, a descendant of the 7 kings named Shi Zhong forcibly merged with the Tianqin seal, but failed miserably. His whole body exploded. If it weren't for the intervention of the true immortal Huiqi, even Yuan would be dead. God cannot be saved. When Shur Hao was more than 12,000 years old, one of his earlier opponents, Jin Zhan, a descendant of Jin Taijun, also chose to forcibly fuse the Tianqin seal, but also failed miserably. Fortunately, Shur Hao remembered his old feelings and used the 5 elements mountain to suppress Jin Zhan. Only by showing his body and spirit could he save his life. In this era, the Tianqin seal is different from the Tianqin in the Zhetian era. It is more magnificent and more powerful. While it has created many strong people, it has also destroyed the future of many strong people. Chapter 289 The Ninth Immortal. Compared with the first 7 lives he experienced in the Emperor's Fall era, Shur Hao's 8th life seemed particularly short. When he realized that his 8th life was entering his old age, he was only over 16,000 years old. In this era of the end of the law, 16,000 years has been a long time. The creatures around Shur Hao have changed one after another. Familiar friends such as Yunxi, Huolinger, Qiao Yusheng, etc., have already gone to the fairyland due to aging. Even Shur Hao's 2 sons are old and can only go to the fairyland. That is to say, the most ambitious and powerful human beings such as Tianzi and Shuri are still in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They are studying the method of immortality intensively and tasting all kinds of things in the world in the cycle of time. They have never thought of leaving. Some of these old friends embarked on the path to immortality in the ninth life, while others chose other paths. But no matter what, they were all important companions of Shirhao. By the time Shirhao's eighth life turned 17,000 years old, both his physical body and soul were extremely old. The once crystal clear black hair on his head had become pale and dry. Deep in the immortal platform, his soul had become. The light of the little man has also become extremely dim, like a candlelight that is about to be extinguished. Your condition is very bad. But do you need me to take you to the fairyland to extend your life? Behind Shirhao, Qin Cha-sheng stayed by his side. His face was still a bit immature for a 17 or 18-year-old, but his voice was full of the vicissitudes of time. At this time, he was looking at Shirhao with worry. How? Said in a deep voice. No need. Aging and weakness are also part of life that must be experienced. If you want to achieve perfection in practice, you must taste this bitterness. But Shirhao rejected Qin Changsheng's proposal. He raised his eyelids with some effort, smiled at the young-looking Qin Changsheng beside him, and said softly, Grandpa, it's time for me to become an immortal. You? As soon as he finished speaking, Shirhao seemed to have expelled the last breath from his chest. In Qin Changsheng's stunned and even frightened eyes, all the energy in his body disappeared. All this happened too suddenly but naturally. Like an old man in the mountains whose life had come to an end and had completely ceased to exist. But this was just the beginning, because when Shirhao's original life came to an end, Qin Changsheng could clearly feel that in the depths of his body and soul, there was an unparalleled splendid vitality blooming, surging with unparalleled energy. Vitality, just like the flower buds of a fairy flower breaking through the restraints, blooming without scruples between heaven and earth. Just like a butterfly chrysalis breaking free from the constraints of its cocoon and turning into the most beautiful and gorgeous imperial butterfly. The vitality makes Qin Changsheng emerge from the bottom of his heart, a bit inexplicably moved. Boom! The next moment, a gorgeous and dazzling light lit up from the depths of Shirhao's eyebrows. It was not like the light that could bloom from the body of a living being. It was too bright and dazzling, and it not only illuminated the vast palaces in heaven, even the stars in the sky were dimmed because of this beam of light. For a time, countless creatures were attracted to the sight of the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. In many uninhabited areas, many immortal creatures from the immortal realm opened their eyes and looked at the source of the light. The light of immortality shines through the past and present. It's Huang. He really defies heaven and can become an immortal in such an age of Dharma ending. How could this be so? How many opportunities did he get in that place that reaches the sky in our world? Not to mention ordinary human cultivators. Even the supreme and even true immortals from the immortal realm find it unbelievable. To them, becoming an immortal after the end of the law is nothing short of a fantasy. But the light of immortality is unquestionable and ironclad proof. This light shines on the universe. And in just a moment, the light reigns over a large area of 9 heavens and 10 earths, affecting this ancient world. At this moment, all creatures in the immortal realm, or the 9 heavens and 10 earths, including many true immortals entrenched in the open and secret, and even the high-ranking immortal kings in the original imperial city, could not help but look towards the deepest part of the heaven. There, sweet rain fell from the sky, divine springs surged from the earth, and countless golden lotuses bloomed in the sky. In each lotus sat a little man who looked like Shirhao. All kinds of visions were indescribable, rendering the entire heaven be mysterious and dazzling. At this point, everyone has accepted this reality, and Huang has indeed become an immortal. Coming to the immortal path in the age of ending Dharma breaks everyone's common sense, and is simply a great achievement that goes against the heavens. The 9 heavens and 10 earths have united into one, which can be called a new world. You are the first immortal in the creation of the world. After a long time, on the other side of the distant fairyland between the 2 realms, a sigh as grand as the sea sounded. There, a vague figure was slowly dissipating. That was the king of the fairyland. Even though he had become a king long ago, he had to sigh. You Shirhao's terrifying. Well, seeing this, a few sighs came from many no-man's lands in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and many tyrannical breaths seemed to express the last bit of obsession, and then disappeared silently, leaving this ancient city completely. Boundary. It seems that there are quite a few creatures who are thinking about heaven. Deep in the heaven, even Qin Changsheng sighed like this. As a true immortal in this world, he could see it more clearly than anyone else. Over the years, there were too many true immortals who had been staring at the heaven, waiting for Shirhao's death every moment. That day in the years. In other words, As long as I am strong enough. No matter how terrible opponents and threats are. They are just clouds. Beside him, Sure Hao showed a confident smile. In just a short moment, he completed an extremely important transformation in his life. He turned into a cocoon and turned into a butterfly. And profound. A huge transformation from before. He has returned to the appearance of a young man in his 20s. With deep eyes and a strong body. Every inch of flesh and blood is filled with surging immortal power. And his spirit is straight and full. With this kind of aura, even Qin Changsheng felt a sense of powerlessness from the bottom of his heart. Sure Hao's aura was too powerful. Even though Qin Changsheng had been immersed in the immortal way for many years with the immortal King Dao Bone, it was still difficult for him to match him. But when Sure Hao faced Qin Changsheng, he didn't feel arrogant at all. He turned to Qin Changsheng and looked at him, the elder of his mother's clan, with genuine respect in his eyes. In these years, thanks to my grandfather, you have been stationed in heaven for a long time. I was trapped in the human realm before. If you hadn't guarded heaven, I would have faced a lot of trouble when I grew old. When it comes to Qin Changsheng, almost everyone around Sure Hao will lament that this is a smart man who is very good at following others' influence. But Sure Hao has never felt this way. In other words, Qin Changsheng's goodwill towards Sure Hao is from beginning to end. Even this made Sure Hao accept his grandfather from the bottom of his heart. I am your elder. And you are also the young man I like. You should always give more. Qin Changsheng shook his head. Chapter 290. A million years in a hurry. Break off the shackles, and become an immortal in the world of mortals. You are the first to achieve enlightenment in the world of mortals, and ascend to immortality in the ninth life. You can live a long life in the future, and overlook the passage of time. In the second year after the Lord of Heaven broke the shackles of heaven and earth, and became a true immortal in the age of ending Dharma. This young true immortal who was less than 20,000 years old came to the original imperial city, and attracted the attention of all the immortal creatures of this generation in 9 heavens and 10 places. After all, Sure Hao's power far exceeded the expectations of the immortals, and even the kings. He had just become an immortal. But he already had a fighting power that was not weaker than that of Fairy Qinyu, Fairy Jinjin and others back then. Ranking among the immortals, Gian can be called a quasi-king. If you were born in the ancient immortal era, you would definitely become the youngest of the 10 evils. And your talents would be more powerful than those of Kunping, Thunder Emperor, Nine-Leaf Sword Grass and others back then. This is the emotion of the real dragon. In the last era, the group of 10 evils mainly refers to those half-step immortal kings who are young enough, including Lei Emperor, Kunping, Nine-Leaf Sword Grass, Cricket Ancestor, etc. They are basically all in the physical body. At the level of the immortal king, one can fight against the true king. At this stage, Sure Hao has just entered the immortal path, and has obviously not reached that level yet. However, everyone believes that with this young man's talent, he will definitely be able to achieve a breakthrough, and reach the level of immortal king in a short time. Seniors, please make it easier for me to practice. I want to break the confinement of heaven and earth in the shortest possible time and become an immortal king. Sure Hao also showed great respect for these kings who had great favors for him. He paid homage to each king seriously and spoke out. After practicing for so many years, Sure Hao has always been obsessed with the realm of immortality. Now that he has finally reached this level, he really has a lot to do. He wants to go on a killing spree in foreign lands. Over the years, he has witnessed too much tragic history at the end of the era, and he is unwilling to do so. He also wants to go to the end of darkness, and explore the roots of the weirdness and ominousness. He also wants to go back in time and find out the people who helped him in those years, including the woman who folded the paper boat at the end of the years, including the future body of his good brother Chao Yusheng. But Sure Hao unfortunately discovered that most of those secrets were not accessible to mere true immortals. It was like trying to climb a mountain, only to find that it was not the end at all. And there were even more towering mountains behind. Sure Hao didn't like this feeling very much. Yes, I make the decision. I can let you go to the borderlands to fight bloody battles with the creatures in foreign lands. I can let you go to the fairyland to fight with many quasi-kings, and those fairy kings with flaws in their Tao fruits. I can even send you to the fairyland to seek the truth you want to find. Suddenly, Feng Lai's voice sounded from the center of the kings. He sat on the high throne of the immortal king, and looked directly at Sure Hao. His eyes were calm, and leisurely as never before. But you have to understand that life and death are very cruel things. There is still a very cruel murder in your destiny. When it comes, even I can't save you. In his memory, there was another killing disaster on Sure Hao's road to becoming a king. Only by walking through it, and transforming out could he smoothly reach the level of the immortal king. This junior understands, and is willing to go through the tribulation. Unexpectedly, Shirhao's answer was so calm and decisive. Over the years, he had long understood the burden of cause and effect on his body, and was not afraid of the risks on the road to becoming stronger. Then go ahead. I look forward to the day when you stand side by side with me. Feng Lai nodded, imprinted a tight sign mark on Shirhao, then closed his eyes and said no more. In the third 10,000 years, after the 9 heavens and 10 earths were reunited, most of the Lord of Heaven, Huang, was sitting cross-legged in the ancient palace in the deepest part of heaven. He was adapting to his own strength, digesting his Tao fruit, and consolidating his status as a true immortal. During this period, the heavenly court of 9 heavens and 10 earths has achieved unprecedented development. At this time, Shirhao has no difficulty in traveling across 9 heavens and 10 earths. There are even 2 real immortals in heaven, who are definitely the best in the performance of 9 heavens and 10 earths. The first force. In these 10,000 years, the descendants of the unparalleled powerful men have gradually revealed their prowess. The son of the 10-crown king, the disciple of Shuri, and the direct disciple of the Sky-horn Ant were all born. Although they were not as rebellious as their fathers, heaven has still become a rare power in the world. In the fifth 10,000 years, after the unification of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the rule of heaven has been completely consolidated in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Shirhao's descendants have also multiplied for several generations. They carry the blood of their ancestors, whether in the 9 heavens or in the immortal realm. All have great prestige. It was also during this 10,000 years that the powerful men in the immortal realm also began to test Shirhao, under the instructions of certain kings. In just 10,000 years, for quasi-immortal kings came to the lower realm in person to fight with the heavenly court. The main thing is discussion. But Shirhao's combat power horrified them, because these quasi-kings discovered that Huang's combat power had exceeded the limits of the immortal kings, and his physical body had truly reached the standards of an immortal king. Except for the soul, he still lacked. In other aspects, he is no weaker than an ordinary king. This is the power of the 10 evil levels. 70,000 years after the 9 heavens and 10 earths were reunited, Yin Ning, the second disciple of the immortal King Taitsong, had finally reached her personal limit in the human realm. With the terrifying fighting power, all disasters were shattered, and he ascended to the immortal path and became a true immortal. 10 years later, the eldest son of the true dragon, the red dragon Gagu, also achieved a breakthrough in the enlightenment of the Zulong Avenue. He also overcame the great tribulation of the true immortal in the outer world and became a true immortal. This is undoubtedly news that makes both Feng Lai and Jinlong very happy. A true immortal who is more than 200,000 years old is a heaven-defying existence in any period of history. Many kings lamented that these 2 disciples were killed by Jinlong and Jinlong. It is not unreasonable for Feng Lai to regard him as the successor. In the 130,000th year when the 9 heavens and 10 earths were reunited, a super large-scale world-destroying tide once again appeared in the world sea. The second wave of impact on the world sea creatures came, and the immortal realm, the burial realm, the 9 heavens, and the foreign realm were all inevitably affected. As the world with the least immortal king-level combat power, the 9 heavens and 10 earths received the most severe impact. 3 giant-level world sea creatures descended, bringing with them many supreme, ordinary, flawed, and flesh-level kings to attack the original imperial city. That battle was quite fierce. All the veteran immortal kings, including the youngest Kunpeng, went into battle. But even so, they still couldn't make up for the lack of numbers. Giants like True Dragon had to fight, enter the battlefield of the ultimate immortal king, and suppress those crazy strong men from the world sea. As the strongest fighting force in Jiutian in the world, Feng Lai single-handedly faced off against the powerful giants from the 3 world seas. The Great Tao Treasure Vase, 3,000 Tao Mirrors, and Immortal Killing Platform were infinitely powerful, and could overwhelm the world sea. The powerful giants are breathless. This is also the first time that Shirhao, the Lord of Heaven, has participated in such a cruel immortal king-level battlefield. It is hard to imagine that his strength at the level of the 10 evils is enough to dominate any ancient world. But on this battlefield, he is just one of them. It was just a low-level combat power, and a full blow from the supreme immortal king was enough to make him cough up blood. But Shirhao's combat power was brilliant enough. In such a hard battle, he killed 2 fleshly immortal kings with the same 10 evil levels. Although the secret realm method only had 5 levels, he still showed his power in this battle. Many immortal kings were shocked. Since then, The Lord of Heaven has become a frequent visitor on the battlefield of low-level immortal kings outside the borderlands. While honing himself in fierce battles, he is also studying the cultivation method of the sixth secret realm of the human body, hoping to break through as soon as possible and reach the realm of the immortal king. But according to the direction of fate, the death disaster destined for Sher Hao at the level of true immortal finally ended up on the border battlefield outside the original imperial city, in the 150,000th year of the unification of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When Sher Hao was fighting two mortal immortal kings alone in the void outside the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a cross-border door suddenly opened in the darkness, carrying the surging power of the king, knocking Sher Hao's opponent hundreds of millions of miles away in an instant. At the same time, before anyone had time to react, a golden spear of the immortal king penetrated the void and hit Sher Hao directly between the eyebrows, nailing him to death in the vast void. Unlawn, you deserve to die. The next moment, an angry roar came from the distant primitive imperial city. A silver ancestral dragon, with a wingspan of tens of millions of miles appeared. The immortal killing guillotine merged with the power of Tian Yuan, and instantly hit the golden warrior standing in the darkness. The majestic man in the car cut half of his body into nothingness. But number 2 under heaven could clearly see that Anlan was not dead. Although his soul was almost annihilated under the guillotine, he still survived. He looked at the original imperial city with a sneer, and then disappeared directly, retreating into the deep darkness. Telltide song that this is revenge from our world. Chapter 291. Half a day after the immortal king of Anlan from a foreign land crucified Sher Hao, all the king-level combat forces from the 9 heavens and 10 earths came. Almost everyone among them had friendship with Sher Hao. But now the highly favored young man's death is a very unacceptable reality. Sorry, I couldn't protect him. As the top immortal king who guarded the primitive ancient world at that time, the second best person in the world was undoubtedly quite ashamed. He understood that Sher Hao was not only the descendant of many immortal kings present, but also the most popular among the current tide song. True dragon, an ancestor sacrifice spirit. The death of the young man whom the great immortal king was optimistic about was truly a huge loss. I don't blame you. The foreign land uses primitive ancient tools to open the gate. I'm afraid even I don't have the confidence to block that spear for Huang. Not far away from him, the real dragon stood next to the corpse of Sher Hao on the avenue, his eyes full of deep murderous intent. In his hand, the golden immortal war spear belonging to Anlan was disintegrating inch by inch. But it was still difficult to erase the heart of the real dragon. Of anger. Both the body and the spirit are dead. Foreign world is so cruel. The last hope of our stone tribe has also been destroyed. The Stone King pressed one hand on Sher Hao's body. The originally flawless body was now lifeless. The immortal king's methods were extremely domineering. But Sher Hao still hadn't grown up, which was disappointing. His fate was unexpectedly related to me. Feng Lai on the side was also a little helpless. Originally, Sher Hao was killed by Ao Sheng, Taisher and Yuan Song on the world line. At this stage, the 3 immortal kings obviously did not have the courage. But Sher Hao still accepted the death penalty, destroyed in Anlan's hands. This is related to Feng Lai, because a few years ago, Feng Lai had just beheaded the Red King in front of many immortal kings. But he did not expect revenge to come so quickly. What do you think of immortal King Tai Song? Does this child still have a chance to return? After hearing what Feng Lai said, King Sher asked with a look of hope on his face. Send him to the burial ground. I have seen it in the long river of time. He is indeed destined for this calamity. This is not only his calamity of killing, but also the calamity of his perfect path. Feng Lai spoke up. He didn't know whether Sher Hao really needed 10 reincarnation seals in his life to become an immortal king. But he didn't mind being a pusher to make everything progress in the direction that history should. As a result, the Lord of the Heavenly Court retreated for a long time. And the news that he wanted to break through the immortal king soon spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the same year, everyone knew that the ancestral Dragon King, the second best in the world, personally took action and brought more than 10 square meters of all things soil, reincarnation soil, etc. Take the Lord of Heaven to the burial domain for retreat. Many years later, in the 180,000th year after the 9 heavens and 10 earths were reunited, the sky collapsed and the earth was torn apart. The world was reversed, and the mighty light of heavenly calamity illuminated this world, attracting the attention of many powerful people. People were surprised to find that in this life, there were actually 2 supreme beings who were going through immeasurable immortal tribulations. And the identities of these 2 people made many powerful men in this world search through ancient books to find out about them. Those who overcome the tribulation are all geniuses, who were born before the union of heaven and earth. One of them was born with 3 eyes, and was so domineering. His name was Chu Shanha. The other one was even more powerful, and was a genius, who was the same generation as the Lord of Heaven, named Ningchuan. Ha ha ha. Congratulations to the 2 fellow Taoists for entering the immortal path again. Chu Shanha and Ning Chuan became immortals. Of course, the happiest person was Jin Taijun of the Chansheng Jin family. The true identities of her, Ning Chuan, and Chu Shanha's third eye were the 3 immortal kings Ling who struggled in the Xiling realm. Parts, known as the 3 giants in Xiling realm, have finally become immortals again. Now, after a lifetime of practice, their achievements in the human realm have far surpassed their former selves. The same is true for the third eye in Chu Shanha's body. It soon differentiated and turned into an ancient immortal. Together with Jin Taijun and Ning Chuan, Bingjian has become the most capable being among the immortals in the world. However, the Great Reckoning continues. In the 250,000th year after the 9 heavens and 10 earths were reunited, the most terrifying storm in the depths of the Boundary Sea surged again. And the 9 heavens and 10 earths, immortal realm, foreign realm, and burial realm once again faced major challenges. It can only be that, over the course of countless epochs, there have been too many strong men deposited in the Boundary Sea. This time, several old monsters from the Emperor's Fall era actually appeared on the dam. And 1 or 2 of them were even supreme giants. With their level of cultivation, even if they were just in the void, they caused a huge storm. One of the supreme giants of the dark system chose to attack the foreign land. Behind him, he led several giants, and there were more supreme, ordinary and flawed kings who wanted to enter the foreign land and change the world. In that battle, the foreign land fought extremely fiercely. Not only did giants such as Kundi, Pu Demon King, and Wishan all participate in the battle, but even their dark ancestors from the ancient world were used. The battle was so intense that the darkness in the void was surging, and even the foreign lands were destroyed by 20 to 30%. But in the end, the foreign land still won. Kundi became ruthless and directly sacrificed the blood of all human beings, fallen immortal creatures, immortals, and immortal kings in the foreign land. He forcibly opened their ancestral weapons and used the dark weapons in them. The supreme giant was smashed to death. The other supreme giant seemed to have a deep old grudge with the primitive ancient world and chose to rush to the primitive imperial city without hesitation. In that battle, the primitive ancient world did not fight so embarrassingly, because in the initial collision of the battle, Taizong Immortal King used the treasure vase, Tao Mirroring Guillotine, without moving his true body, and defeated him with just over 100 moves. The unparalleled and supreme giant was completely beheaded. Yes, without moving his true body, he killed a supreme giant with more than 100 moves. Since that war, even many ancient giants who returned from the immortal realm have taken the initiative to come to the original imperial city to visit the Taizong Immortal King. No one knows what level that terrifying king has reached now. There are old monsters from the Emperor's Fall era. It is speculated that the current Taizong Immortal King may even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Butcher Immortal King in the 330,000th year after the 9 heavens and 10 earths reunited. In the starry sky of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, 3 powerful and unparalleled sword intentions rose into the sky and merged into one in the incredible eyes of all living creatures, turning into vibrations. The supreme sword intent in the world shocked the past and present. The banished immortal who also practiced Yuanshan sword art, Immortal Tribulation sword art, and Saozi sword art finally mastered the 3 swords into one and successfully ascended to the level of immortality. And the transformation of an immortal into an immortal seems to have touched the hearts of some powerful men of the same generation, making the world of this era restless. In the same 10,000 years, Shuri, Tianzi, Little Skyhorned Ant, Bai Qilin, and other contemporaries of humanistic geniuses also completed the final stage of cultivation in the humanistic field, broke through the shackles, and successfully ascended to the level of true immortals in the age of ending Dharma. It is worth mentioning that the same 10,000-year-old disciple of Taizong Immortal King, Shi Yi's great-uncle, and the former Four-Crown King Chong Gong-Yin also made a major breakthrough in the immortal realm. He was around 500,000 years old. It was time to break through to the level of a true immortal. At this point, several core members of Taizong's lineage that Feng Lai cares about most have all arrived in the immortal realm. Since then, they have been watching for a long time, which can be regarded as settling Feng Lai's worries. Chapter 292. 370,000 years after the 9 heavens and 10 earths reunited. A surprising piece of news came from the burial domain, which attracted the attention of many immortal kings. This year, the giant Chu Yin from the depths of the Boundary Sea suddenly appeared and attacked the burial domain with lightning speed. The yellow gourd weapon burst out with world-destroying power and destroyed more than 10% of the burial soil in the burial domain. Many people understand that this is the revenge of the giant Chu Yin against the burial domain. Many years ago, this giant faced off against a certain powerful immortal king from the burial domain in the Boundary Sea and was seriously injured by him. Although he survived, but his true nature was also damaged, and it took a long time to recover. The most powerful immortal king of the burial domain is known as the Chicken Raider. Now he is in the Boundary Sea and is as famous as the Butcher Immortal King. He is a powerful being that even the giants dare not mess with. As soon as the news came out, the kings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths reacted immediately. They also had a lot of grudges with the giant Chu Yin, one of the greatest enemies. Therefore, Jiutian gathered manpower in the shortest possible time, and the true dragon and the Xuanwu Immortal King came out together to break through the boundary and enter the burial realm. They wanted to lock Chu Yin together with the burial kings and completely keep him in this world. Unfortunately, after many years of searching, Chu Yin was still not caught. This Gu Yin is so small-minded. If he can't defeat himself, he will go to someone else's home world to take revenge. It's really disgusting. This was Xuanwu Immortal King's reluctance. The actions of this giant Chu Yin were really not as magnanimous as a giant. He did not even collide head-on with the burial kings in the burial domain, as if he came just to vent the anger in his heart. He doesn't dare. The foundation of the burial domain is no less profound than that of a foreign land. Even if the chicken farmer is not here, the burial owner has been lost for hundreds of millions of years. It cannot be overthrown by a mere giant. The real dragon shook his head. As the oldest giant in Jiutian's era, he knew many secrets and the extraordinary nature of the burial domain. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Shihao's body to be buried in the deepest part of the burial domain in order to preserve his soul. Return. The 410,000th year after the 9 heavens and 10 earths were reunited, the light of Tao soared into the sky in this ancient land. Deep in the homeland that originally belonged to the 8 realms of the lower world, the 5-color fairy light bloomed from the void, and finally turned into the 5-color fairy bird descended on the original imperial city. It's you? Such a strange and powerful aura made many immortal kings in Jiutian open their eyes, and Xiaotao immediately recognized the origin of the 5-color bird. It was the 5-color bird from Shurtsuan back then. Shihao's when he was young. One of the playmates. It's me who has woken up now thanks to the grace of the ancestor sacrifice spirit and Taitsong Immortal King. The 5-color fairy bird transformed into a slender woman wearing gorgeous feathers. She looked about 27 or 80 years old, with a beautiful face, but her voice had a strong sense of the vicissitudes of time. When she mentioned the ancestor sacrifice spirit and Taitsong Immortal, the name of the king made all the powerful men suddenly realize. Back when Feng Lai was refining the furnace of the Immortal King's great pill, the ancestral sacrificial spirit had asked for an elixir, saying it was to resurrect an ancient immortal king. But until the ancestral sacrificial spirit stepped into the darkness, there was still no news. Only now did Feng Lai realize that the ancient immortal king that the ancestor-worshipping spirit was talking about was this 5-color fairy bird. Strictly speaking, I am not a creature on your side. I can't remember my exact origin, but I probably came from the Boundary Sea, or the other side of the Boundary Sea even further away. The woman transformed into a 5-color fairy bird has extraordinary cultivation. Her combat power and cultivation surpassed the second in the world, the immortal gold Taoist and the immortal monk king. She has reached the level of a half-step giant. She awakened as early as the ancient immortal era. He lives on the willow tree where the ancestor worships the spirit, and often discusses Taoism with her. A creature on the other side of the sea? I don't see any dark aura in you. Feng Lai squinted his eyes. The 4 words beyond the Boundary Sea could already be equated with darkness. But the other person didn't feel eroded by darkness at all, which surprised him. Perhaps the ancestor sacrificial spirit said that I may be the remnants of a certain king in the Boundary Sea. But if I really come from the other side of the Boundary Sea, then my origin may be traced back to before the Emperor's fall era. Feng Lai's question made the 5-colored fairy bird look like she was thinking hard. But she still gained nothing. She was just a remnant spirit. She was nourished by the ancestral sacrificial spirit for more than 2 epochs before she recovered to this state. Some memories have long since dissipated. Can't be found. Then let it be like this. Since the ancestral sacrificial spirit recognizes you, then you are considered a member of Jiutian. In this era, just be with us. From that year on, there was another immortal king who was half a giant in the original imperial city. His 5-color fairy feathers illuminated the heavens, and his reputation soon spread throughout the vast void. 440,000 years after the unification of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a war that shocked the world took place in the starry sky of this vast land. The two sides of the war are two women with similar faces and spirits. They are both very powerful. They are true immortals that are rare in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this time, they seem to be enemies of life and death, waving similar words under the starry sky. With the law, the murderous potential is unlimited. It was a fateful battle. The names of the two female fairies were Qingyi and Yuchan. In that battle, their contemporaries, including the Emperor, the banished immortal, Shuri, and others, all appeared. A group of true immortals sealed the starry sky in person, not only to protect the two old contemporaries, but also to witness this fateful duel. The end. Qingyi and Yuchan originally had a simple relationship between their primary and secondary bodies. Due to a problem with her method, something happened to her practice. The secondary body awakened a new personality and became the main enemy. Then, Qingyi and Yuchan discovered that they were actually the reincarnations of a quasi-immortal king named Qingyu from the ancient immortal era. They had the mark of Qingyu in their souls, and were born to be aligned with the Qingyu Avenue. As a result, these two female geniuses coincidentally embarked on the path of Qingyu ancient immortal. They fought all the way, and spent more than 400,000 years to reach the level of true immortals. Now they come to their hometown to fight, just to decide the only successful person to inherit everything from ancient immortal Qingyu. It's a pity that Huang is gone. If Huang is still here, with his character of favoring his third wife, Yuchan has no chance of success. It's hard to say now. After all, Yuchan is the main body, and she has inherited more Qingyu origins. I'm afraid it will be difficult for Qingyi. There are problems with the path they took. Copying the path of their previous lives is not the right path. Sooner or later they will be counterattacked. They will not become immortal kings within 1 or 2 million. If necessary, please ask a few old friends to save Qingyi. After all, she has a close relationship with Shi Hao. When my brother comes back in the future, it will be a bit unreasonable to see his third wife gone, including the little alicorn ant. Several powerful people at the true immortal level chatted casually while watching the battle between the two female immortals in the starry sky. Their figures, appearance, dressing style, the avenues they walked, and even the magic they performed, they all feel as if they are from the same school. The fairies are graceful, and the moon shadow is endless, which is quite pleasing to the eye. The battle and fighting between the two female fairies lasted for less than half a year. In the end, under the astonished eyes of the real fairies, their souls were all ignited with blue flames, and their souls and bodies completely returned. 1. At the same moment, the true immortals noticed that the eyes of the female fairy were also gradually changing. A misty fairy spirit that had passed through the vicissitudes of time came out of her body, so high that it made several true immortals frown. Who are you? The little Alibaba ant asked like this, because after becoming one, the auras of Yuchan and Qingyi had fundamentally changed, and it actually made them feel uncomfortable in a short period of time. My name is Qingyu. After a long time, the transcendent female fairy lightly opened her red lips and spoke like this. Chapter 293. A few days later, including young true immortals such as Shuri and little Skyhorn Ant, many immortal beings from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and several immortal kings all gathered in a desolate restricted area in the original 8 realms of the lower realm. And the immortal light was surging, illuminating a large area of heaven and earth. In the center of the restricted area, the broken skull of the owner of the restricted area was flowing with dreamlike fairy light. The man in white clothes stared not far away, with an unobstructed smile on his face. Today is a happy day for the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, because on this day, the 9th disciple with extraordinary talent, who he had placed high hopes on, returned from the Nirvana. She is Fairy Qingyu, who was once as famous as Dachi Heavenly Lord, Qingwei Heavenly Lord, and others, known as the strongest group of people among the 10 evils. That is the real quasi-immortal king. I am not a complete reincarnation. Long before I died in the World Sea, I left a method in Senkianzu. It was a method left by the immortal king of 6 paths of reincarnation. The moment my real body died, start, protect my true spirit from death, and participate in reincarnation. This is Fairy Qingyu's explanation of her own situation. As one of the immortal king's seeds in the primitive ancient world in the past, she received the same attention as Shuri at this stage. The kings will help her seriously in the hope that she can become a new generation of immortals. King. Then can you please ask the fairy to take action to release the parts of Yuchan and Qingyi? Shuri hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and asked seriously. It's all me. My past belongs to me. This is the way. Little friend. Don't be too entangled. Fairy Qingyu shook her head. In her consciousness, both Qingyi and Yuchan were her experiences on the road to reincarnation. Now that the main body is returned, those subpersonalities will naturally merge into the main body. Ahem. But your reincarnation body is burdened with some karma, and you are destined to be a Taoist couple with your junior brother. If you must marry, you may have to shoulder that marriage. At this time, the owner of the restricted area also sighed lightly and told Fairy Qingyu about the causal relationship between Qingyi and Shihao. He knew Shihao and his 10 disciples still had great hope of returning. If they found 3 people after returning, Madame has become the 9th senior sister. It will definitely be very embarrassing. The karma between his 9th disciple and his 10th disciple is not easy for him as a master to handle. Marriage with my junior brother? Fairy Qingyu's brows furrowed. It was only then that she had the time to carefully check the memories belonging to Qingyi and Yuchan in her body. However, after just a brief glance, her beautiful eyebrows deepened. 3 years later, Fairy Qingyu, the quasi-immortal king of 9 heavens and 10 earths, appeared next to 2 little girls carved in pink and jade. They looked at least 70 to 80% similar to Fairy Qingyu. They were born smart, agile, and very talented. Fairy Qingyu named them. One was Qingyi, and the other was Yuchan. In the 530,000th year after the 9 heavens and 10 earths were reunited, the realm sea once again faced an extremely huge disaster. Because of that great disaster, many powerful creatures had to climb up to the dam realm and start a war with the creatures in all realms. A new wave of horrific reckoning has begun. This time, 3 supreme giant-level beings came from above the embankment. Unlike before, there were many similarities in their auras. They were all terrifying strong men eroded by darkness. On the eve of the unification of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the terrifying dark supreme giant, who came from the dark ancestral land and called himself the Immortal Lord, was also among them. And just as expected, Immortal King Tai Tsong finally took action in person after hundreds of thousands of years. The Dao treasure vase, 3,000 Dao mirrors, and immortal killing platform came out to fight against the 3 supreme giants of darkness alone. That battle was extremely fierce and crazy. People could even see the figure of Tai Tsong, Immortal King, personally carrying the immortal guillotine and colliding with the supreme giant of darkness. On the battlefield at that level, the collapse of thousands of ways and the reversal of the world were just small scenes. The collision of avenues is terrifying. The 4 supreme powerhouses fought from the 9 heavens and 10 earths to the border of the immortal realm, and from the boundless void to the boundary sea. Even the giants did not dare to rush up to watch. If they were swept in, even the real giants would not be able to hold on. In less than a quarter of an hour. In the end, people only knew that Tai Tsong, Immortal King, came back alive, although the immortal killing guillotine in his hand was full of cuts and bloodstains. And there were many cracks on the 3,000 Dao mirrors. Everyone in the 9 heavens and 10 earths understood that battle, they won after all. And it was at the beginning of that 10,000 years that speculation about the true realm of Tai Tsong, Immortal King, began to spread in many great worlds, including foreign lands. Some people speculate that Immortal King Tai Tsong may have reached the level of emperor in these years. Although he has never shown any special phenomena, his combat power has exceeded the limit of the Immortal King as perceived by people, because the several supreme giants fighting against King Tai Tsong are all extremely powerful in the same realm, although they are not as good as the butcher Immortal King, the chicken farmer, etc. It is quite difficult to deal with such beings if the 3 of them attack at the same time. However, some people believe that Tai Tsong, Immortal King, is currently standing shoulder to shoulder with butchers, chicken farmers, and others. It is only because of the path he takes that he has greatly strengthened his combat power, which is why he has such a record. Such legends have been debated among the worlds for hundreds of thousands of years. During this period, Feng Lai has never responded directly to similar questions, because he has been in retreat, and the whole person seems to have disappeared, and there is no news from him. In this way, time quickly smoothed everything out, and the years in all worlds became peaceful and tranquil again, until tens of thousands of years later, in the 620,000th year, when the 9 heavens and 10 earths were reunited, in the deepest part of the burial domain, a certain burial earth fairy island floating in the vast sea of chaos exploded, and a familiar figure emerged from the long silence. After returning from his deep sleep, He once again caused tremors in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Wang finally ended his half-million-year-long nirvana. His true body resumed his heartbeat in the earth of all things. Walked through the world of mortals. And strode back. He was completely successful. 500,000 years of nirvana made his 10 reincarnation seals finally complete. These 10 supreme seals merged into one. And all the past appeared in his immortal platform, causing Shihao's soul to die. Rebirth. That year, the mark of Tianqin shook, and the original imperial city roared, welcoming the invincible true immortal, who inherited the blood of the 7 kings, and the proud son of heaven to return to his homeland. The young heaven of 9 heavens and 10 earths finally welcomed back its true master. In the same year, Shihao reached the realm of the immortal king in the depths of heaven. His physical body had already reached that stage, and the 10 reincarnation seals helped his soul produce a heaven-defying nirvana, causing a terrible transformation in the secret realm of his human body, ascending to the realm of the immortal king in one fell swoop. And just 3 or 5 years after Shihao became the immortal king, a mysterious and unpredictable, but extremely terrifying wave also came from the depths of Taicang Immortal Palace. As if a terrifying beast that had been suppressed in the depths of eternity broke free. The prison of the world tore off the shackles of the avenue, and ascended to a whole new realm. Your Majesty, this terrifying fluctuation only appeared for a few breaths, but it was still felt by the immortal kings of 9 heavens and 10 earths, especially immortal King Mu Lin, who had been accompanying him in the immortal palace. He understood everything at that moment. Immortal King Taicang also made a breakthrough. Chapter 294 Emperor Taicang. This is a completely different feeling. After practicing for nearly 1,000,000 years, Feng Lai's realization and understanding of the immortal king level is undoubtedly quite profound. Whether it is the ultimate immortal king with a perfect path, a giant who has taken his own path in a unique way, or an even more powerful Wu. Both Feng Lai and Feng Lai have profound experience in going to giant companies. As early as more than 300,000 years ago, when he killed the Dark Supreme Giant alone, he had almost reached the limit of the Supreme Giant. His combat power was unparalleled, and he could severely damage or even kill practitioners of the same level in a short period of time. By hundreds of thousands of years ago, when Feng Lai fought alone against the 3 Supreme Giants of Darkness, it was at the stage when he was at his strongest at the level of the Immortal King. Weapons, avenues, and spells were all deduced to perfection by him. At that time, Feng Lai's invincibility at the same level was no joke. Even those powerful kings who gave birth to the emperor's light in the depths of the Boundary Sea, Feng Lai was confident that he would not be defeated in a single battle. On this day, when his own avenue finally broke through the supreme threshold, Feng Lai felt that his true spirit was trembling, and the whole world seemed to be completely different. It was a completely different feeling from usual, when every inch of Feng Lai's flesh and blood, every piece of Taoist bone, and every ray of spirit was breaking through and promoted to a higher level. He could clearly feel that his eyes were facing him, becoming more vast and lofty. At this moment, the scenery on this side of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, foreign lands, immortal realms, burial realms, etc., etc., all have no secrets in Feng Lai's eyes. Even though he is now separated from the immortal realm by countless time and space, he can still see clearly the sprouting and blooming of every spiritual flower and grass in the depths of the fairyland. That is the power of the quasi-immortal emperor. Therefore, Feng Lai's eyes continued to look further into the distance of the dam. It was a pitch-black ocean, in which the tide of world destruction was brewing. Every wave was an ancient world being destroyed, and every surge of the tide was countless. Unclear cosmic death. That is a boundary sea that is regarded as a great terror and tribulation by countless creatures. But in the eyes of Feng Lai at this stage, it is just a small lake, and most of the creatures in the lake have no escape under the gaze of the quasi-immortal emperor. Shape. As long as Feng Lai is willing, he only needs to take a slight step. Although it takes time, he can still reach any extremely dangerous corner of the world sea, unless the creature who calls himself the world-destroying old man wakes up. Other creatures will join him, not even qualified to fight. As for the darkness on the other side of the boundary sea, it has become much clearer and clearer in Feng Lai's eyes. In fact, Feng Lai can even see 3 vague figures sleeping in the deep and quiet darkness. Feng Lai didn't even have to guess. Those 3 most powerful beings in the darkness were the 3 quasi-immortal emperors of the Dark series. His true name has long been buried in the depths of time, and even the creatures themselves only remember their own imperial title. Song. Yu. Hong. I always feel that Song Emperor wants to share life and death with me. At this time, Feng Lai woke up directly from the perspective of the Quasi-Emperor. He understood that he could not continue to look down at this stage. Otherwise the Quasi-Emperor's aura would flow. And the three brothers who were also at the Quasi-Emperor level would inevitably find him. Feng Lai didn't want to face those peak-level Quasi-Immortal Emperors alone. After all, Sure Hao would be able to embark on the path of Quasi-Immortal Emperor in the near future. When the two Quasi-Immortal Emperors set out at the same time, it would be better than going up alone. Of reality. Call. At this thought, Feng Lai stood up from his high seat as the Immortal King. He stepped on the ground with his feet that he had not seen for a long time. Step by step, he slowly but firmly walked to the gate of Taitsong Immortal Palace. A pair of big hands pressed on the Immortal Palace. On the green gold fairy gate made of gold. Boom! The Immortal Palace has long been channeled. The moment Feng Lai exerted his magic power, the entire giant gate made a loud rumbling noise. Immortal runes and light burst out at this moment, opening in front of Feng Lai. Your Majesty. Taitsong. Master. Master. Just in front of the gate of Taitsong Immortal Palace, there were many familiar figures standing in the void. Seeing Feng Lai pushing the door open, they all asked worriedly. These people are all powerful men who have a close relationship with Feng Lai. In addition to the kings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Feng Lai's disciples and grandchildren, there are also several giants from the immortal realm who have crossed over. The previous fluctuations were too violent and terrifying. Many powerful people have already guessed what Feng Lai did. I miss you all. Scanning the faces of every strong man present, the smile on Feng Lai's face became even bigger. He nodded gently to everyone, and there was a strong confidence in his voice, which calmed everyone's anxious hearts. Taitsong Immortal King's words are serious. Giant Chi Yu from the Immortal Realm returned the favor with many other giant-level Immortal Kings from the Immortal Realm. After all, the Immortal Realm has the deepest foundation. These giants have already guessed that Taitsong Immortal King may have just attacked the Emperor before. Realm. Now that they saw Taitsong and saw that his foundation was slightly unstable and his origin was slightly unstable, they were even more sure that he had definitely just passed through the Emperor Realm. And they couldn't help but be more respectful towards Feng Lai's attitude. Did you really hit the Imperial Realm? In contrast, the True Dragon and the 5-colored fairy bird on the Jiotian side do not have so many scruples. These two have a good relationship with Feng Lai. The True Dragon and Feng Lai have fought side by side many times, while the 5-colored fairy bird regards Feng Lai as their own. They all asked seriously about their savior. Shocked and survived. To these friends, Feng Lai nodded gently. He gently clenched his fists, and a wisp of absolute brilliance bloomed at his fingertips. It was the radiance of the Emperor's path, and it was a terrifying power that definitely exceeded the level of the Immortal King. Really? Seeing the ray of imperial light on Feng Lai's fingertips, Chi Yu and other kings of the Immortal Realm whispered in their hearts. Sure enough, Feng Lai's current state is almost the same as the butchers, counterfeit medicine sellers, and others recorded in ancient books. The performance after the failed breakthrough was exactly the same. To them, it no longer matters whether Immortal King Taitsong succeeds or not. These giants of the Immortal Realm only need to know that the young and powerful king in front of them successfully survived after attacking the Emperor Realm. Will suffice. In the Immortal Realm, all immortal kings who are powerful enough understand that as long as they can survive after impacting the Imperial Realm, even if they barely survive, like a counterfeit medicine seller, their combat power will exceed that of most immortal kings in the world. Just survive. Jinlong obviously also knew some of the information related to the Emperor. He didn't say much, but forcefully patted Feng Lai on the shoulder. In this way, he hoped that his old friend would cheer up and not be depressed by the temporary failure. It doesn't matter. At least I'm in good condition. I don't have to disintegrate myself like the counterfeit medicine sellers did back then. That would be really embarrassing. Feng Lai followed the True Dragon's meaning and said with a trace of regret on his face. There is that faint unwillingness that hints to everyone about his failure. This was his purpose. Feng Lai knew better than anyone else the principle of shooting the first bird. So he decided to plunge into the circle of Emperor Guang Immortal King to hide his true power. Chapter 295, I said I am Emperor Guang. I am Emperor Guang. Congratulations to Senior Taitsong. Not long after, Sure Hao, the Lord of Heaven, also arrived. Now he has become the Immortal King, ruling over the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and has ushered heaven into a new glorious era. In contrast, I should congratulate you more. You have returned from Nirvana after 500,000 years, and you have made a new breakthrough in your path of creation. Feng Lai smiled and nodded. and his eyes fell on Sure Hao. This creator who followed the ancestral path has obviously made a new breakthrough. He has achieved some achievements in the sixth secret realm of the human body. Although he has not reached its peak yet, still powerful enough. The sixth secret realm of the human body, above the immortal platform, is known as there is a god 3 feet above the head. A powerful god is formed on top of No. 10's head. Although he has just become the immortal king, his combat power has already been able to overwhelm the top immortals. King. It was just a fluke. Sure Hao shook his head. Even though he had become an immortal king, and his combat power was even more powerful than the second best in the world, he still couldn't see through the details of Taitsong Immortal King. He was like a true immortal facing the original imperial city alone. The inner feeling of powerlessness. Beside him, there was an ordinary-looking young man who was frozen in place. This was a young man who had just embarked on the path of spiritual practice. He just exchanged a few words with an imposing uncle on the roadside and was taken to the legendary place. Heavenly Court has now been brought to a group of immortal kings, completely beyond the limits of their imagination. This child is your youngest son? The five-colored fairy bird also noticed the existence of the young man, although she did not see the supreme bloodline power exclusive to the Stone Clan in him. She inquired after careful investigation. John Byron. My little friend seems to be a boy destined to be with me. He may become my disciple in the future. Sure Hao patted John Byron on the shoulder and said with a smile. When he woke up from the nirvana and was awakening from ignorance of spiritual consciousness, the first creature from the 9 heavens and 10 earths he met was John Byron. This young man was very spiritual and had a personality that suited Sure Hao's taste. So he simply brought him here. To heaven. That is indeed quite a fate. The five-color fairy nodded gently. No matter how she looked at it, this young man named John Byron was just a beginner who had just embarked on the path of spiritual practice. His talent did not appear to be so unnatural that he could be favored by the current immortal king and the Lord of Heaven, which is a probability of not even 1 in a trillion. Well, there may be a chance to meet again in the future. Suddenly, Feng Lai, who was standing not far away with his hands behind his back, took another look at John Byron. A smile appeared on his face, and he spoke as if talking to himself. Of course he knew who John Byron was. He was a powerful genius who would be active in the Zetian era in the future. Feng Lai had seen the portrait of the ancient genius John Byron in the ancient books of Wasong Star on the Starry Sky Ancient Road in his previous life. Huh? Hearing this, the five-colored immortal bird smiled thoughtfully, and the other immortal kings also showed thoughtful expressions on their faces. They all knew that Taitsong Immortal King's attainments on the avenue of time were beyond imagination, and it was very possible that looking at the long river of time, I have seen the shadow of John Byron. In the 640,000th year after the 9 heavens and 10 earths were reunited, the Lord of Heaven, Huang Jing, was extremely restless. After conspiring with several immortal kings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he entered a foreign land. After 20,000 years of practice, Sure Hao finally deduced the 6th secret realm of the human body to a whole new level. It is said that there is a god 3 feet above the head. He has deduced the power of this soul to the extreme, with the ability and the most powerful the giant battle. Such a terrifying creature entered the foreign land alone, causing terrible turmoil in the entire foreign land. Sure Hao's murderous intention and hatred for the foreign land had already penetrated deep into his bones, and his methods were extremely cold-blooded and cruel. The Fallen Blood Phoenix Clan, the Orcs of Time Clan, the U2 Imperial Clan, the ancestral lands of several large and famous ethnic groups were completely destroyed in that battle. Except for U2 himself and a few lucky strongmen who survived. These almost all other creatures in the tribe died. Even the high-ranking immortal kings have fallen. The immortal King Anlin was directly nailed to death by the Great Luo immortal sword at the border of the foreign land. Several top immortal kings withered, and even the giant Chu Han from the Boundary Sea was beheaded. The yellow gourd weapon was exploded by Sure Hao's immortal platform, and was also destroyed. Sure Hao had a deep murderous intention towards Chu Yin. When Chu Yin stormed the burial domain, Sure Hao was undergoing nirvana in the depths of the burial domain. He had this karma with the burial domain, so he naturally took over the cause and effect with Chu Han. However, let this person live. And just after this battle, the name of the Lord of the 9 heavens and 10 earths heaven was also spread among the realms. Sure Hao's true body was directly stationed in the original imperial city, often going out in person to fight with the terrifying powerful men from the realm sea. They fight to the death. Many living beings marveled that the explosive power of the primitive ancient world after its silence was so powerful. Not only did a Taitsong appear, But a heavenly master was also born. These were all invincible immortal kings who were enough to protect the prosperity of an ancient world for several epochs. In the 790,000th year after the 9 heavens and 10 earths were reunited, the Dark Reckoning broke out again. Many terrifying creatures from the Boundary Sea went crazy again. They crossed the damn boundary one by one and attacked many large areas on this side of the Boundary Sea. This time, it was almost the most cruel and fierce battle since the Great Liquidation. 7 immortal kings in the immortal realm were killed in the battle. The kings on the Jyotian side also felt very uncomfortable. Kunping, Taoist Immortal Jin and Immortal Monk the king almost died in the battle. And if Feng Lai hadn't taken action himself, the 3 immortal kings would have almost died again. After that terrible war, what the worlds ushered in was a brief period of peace and the return of some of the strongest. In the 820,000th year after the 9 heavens and 10 earths were reunited, Immortal King Taizong briefly left his homeland and stepped into the Boundary Sea alone, which aroused the trembling and fear of many powerful creatures in the Boundary Sea. No one knows where the most powerful immortal king went or what he did in the Realm Sea. They only know that when he came back, 2 figures with equally powerful and boundless auras appeared around him, shaking the immortal realm and burial realm. Because the creatures around Feng Lai are very familiar to people from both worlds. One of them is the most powerful person in the immortal realm's post-Emperor era, a descendant of the old heaven, and the terrifying creature Butcher Immortal King who surpasses the Supreme Giant. The other one is the second most powerful person in the history of the burial domain. He once overlooked many great realms, and even regarded the Immortal King level True Phoenix as a free-range chicken. The most powerful Immortal King raised chickens. These 3 powerful men with profound and boundless auras are all wrapped in the hazy glow of the Emperor's path. It is essentially a power that surpasses the Immortal King. Even if there is only a strand attached to the weapon, it is enough to instantly seriously injure a giant. Near death. Very good. In this way, our identity as the 3 great emperors of light Immortal King will be confirmed. Feng Lai was very satisfied with the appearance of the 3 of them. He didn't want to reveal his true nature as a quasi-emperor prematurely. He just wanted to be quiet before thoroughly understanding the 3,600 immortal emperor Dao when left to him by his future body. Be an emperor and wait for sure how to become emperor. As for the butcher and the chicken farmer, did they see the true nature of Feng Lai? Just kidding. Immortal King Taizong said he was Emperor Guang. Then he is Emperor Guang. Chapter 296, Time Flies. In the 880,000 years after the 9 heavens and 10 earths were unified, Sure Hao, the Lord of Heaven, personally came to Wuliangshan Taizong Immortal Palace and brought a familiar man here to seek enlightenment for him. Senior Taizong, with Yuxing's current condition, is it really impossible for him to achieve immortality? This is Sure Hao's anxiety and unwillingness. In the past few thousand years, he has taken Chao Yuxing to seek advice from more than one giant and king of the Supreme Giant level, just to explore the immortal way of his brother and best friend Chao Yuxing. Chao Yuxing has been practicing for nearly 1,000,000 years as a disciple of the Xuanwu Immortal King. Although he is not good at fighting, his talent is still one of the strongest among his generation. He is on par with Shuri, Tianzi and others, and is regarded by many people evaluated as the capital of the Immortal King. Over the years, Chao Yuxing's humanistic cultivation path has reached its peak. He has integrated the Tianqin seal and is very familiar with the cultivation methods of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the immortal realm and the burial realm. He has even had many immortal kings and burial kings personally teach him. Tao can be said to have accumulated his foundation to the extreme. It stands to reason that Chao Yuxing should have ascended to the immortal realm long ago. But after so many years, he is still lingering at the human level. In this life, the connection between the immortal realm and Jyotian has become closer, and living beings can easily go to the immortal realm to seek immortality. But Sure Hao is still unwilling to give in. For the immortal creatures, the limited lifespan is too sad, and he hopes that Chao Yuxing will be born. You can also achieve immortality. You are obsessed with your appearance. Feng Lai came out of seclusion and stared at Chao Yuxing's physical body and soul for a long time. After a while, he sighed softly. Xuanwu Immortal King has said before that his physique, his faith, and the path he takes is more suitable for attaining enlightenment in reincarnation. There is no immortal path for him in this life. Chao Yuxing, this is a very important strong man in the future era. Although his reincarnation immortality method may not be as fast and fierce as a dragon as the 9th-generation immortality method, it is valuable because it is unique and powerful, and can lay out the plan for eternity. Ancient history has a profound impact. Is there no way at all? Sure Hao sighed and said that he had heard the call of Chao Yushing's future body more than once in the course of time. His best friend did not live well in that era. He hoped that Chao Yushing in this life could change his life and achieve immortality in advance. He has his destiny. Just like you have your destiny. Feng Lai shook his head. With his methods at the quasi-immortal emperor level, it was not impossible to create several true immortals or even immortal kings. However, it was undoubtedly a trick. Chao Yushing had the qualifications of an immortal emperor, and Feng Lai did not want his joining to affect the situation. Each other's future. Alright. Starting from a certain era when King Shi Haoqing was king, Chao Yushing, a disciple of Xuanwu Immortal King, realized the Tao and personally changed his supreme name to Overcoming Tribulation. He often appeared in many burial sites in the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the burial domain. In the 910,000th year after the 9 heavens and 10 earths were reunited, the most famous and majestic immortal Ming Tianzhang in the 9 heavens and 10 earths era joined the Infinite Avenue with the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were in the border desert pass behind the original imperial city. Become a Taoist and become an immortal king. This old man who had a very close personal relationship with Feng Lai was one of the most virtuous and respected elders in Jiutian and 10 earths. Before Feng Lai came to this era, Ming Tianzhang had always guarded the border wilderness as the strongest supreme figure and maintained the power of Jiutian. A fragile piece. Very respected. His talent and combat prowess are of course beyond words. In the 9 heavens era, where the rules of heaven and earth were broken, he was able to walk on the road to becoming an immortal. Given the resources and opportunities, it would not be that difficult to become an immortal king. Now, he finally succeeded and once again transformed into a powerful being capable of guarding the border, protecting his homeland behind him. The group of immortal kings in 9 heavens and 10 earths is getting stronger and stronger. There are peerless giants like the Master of Heaven guarding the original imperial city, Taicang Immortal King sitting in the rear, plus giants or half-step giants like True Dragon and 5-colored Fairy Bird, plus a group of extraordinary talents or extremely ancient people, the ordinary and supreme immortal kings. The water in the original imperial city is getting deeper and deeper, and even the supreme giants in the Boundary Sea are unwilling to provoke them. After that, Feng Lai and Shi Hao stepped into the depths of the Boundary Sea more than once. Sometimes they went to find butchers, chicken farmers, and others to talk about the Dharma. And sometimes they were looking for old memories in the Boundary Sea. Feng Lai spent tens of thousands of years collecting 6 medicinal bodies of the ancient immortal king who sold counterfeit medicine. The other party's true body was indeed an Emperor Light Immortal King, but his condition was abnormally poor. He was very close to death in the past. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, his actual combat power would still be inferior to that of the butcher. But Shi Hao did not waste time on these things. He continued to deduce in the Boundary Sea, and also continued to search for unparalleled powerful men in the Boundary Sea, and fought with them until the sky collapsed, and countless broken universes were destroyed because of the aftermath of their battle. He still chooses to hone himself in battle after battle. This is the philosophy that Shi Hao has always implemented. He realizes the truth in battles, reaches nirvana between life and death, and surpasses everything at the fastest speed. 1,180,000 years after the 9 heavens and 10 earths were reunited, Shi Hao once again entered the Boundary Sea alone. This time, he stayed in the Boundary Sea for a full 50 or 60,000 years before finally returning. Next to him, there was a dark creature with an extremely deep and terrifying aura. It was a female figure shrouded in darkness. She had a slender figure, a dignified appearance, and a sense of transcendence and etherealness. Ancestor sacrifice spirit. When many immortal kings in the original imperial city saw the woman's appearance clearly, their faces showed shock and surprise. Especially the real dragon and the 5-color fairy bird. They all clearly recognized the otherworldly woman. It was the ancestor sacrificial spirit they were familiar with. How could someone as invincible as her fall into the darkness? The king sighed. The ancestral sacrificial spirit had been missing for more than 1,000,000 years. When they saw each other again, they had fallen deeply into the darkness and completely abandoned their past lives. Yes, but Lu Shen's situation is different. She actively merged into the darkness in order to further her nirvana. Shi Hao defended the dark ancestral sacrifice spirit. When he found the dark ancestral sacrifice spirit, according to the many clues left by the original ancestral sacrifice spirit, the dark fairy willow actually still had memories of him, and actively requested to join Shi Hao. Protect the bond of the past. I am not the ancestral sacrifice spirit. That name has become a thing of the past. Just call me Willow God. At this time, the Dark Willow God suddenly spoke, saying that the ancestral sacrifice spirit no longer conforms to her path, and she does not want to use that name anymore. Let her stay. I agreed when the ancestor sacrifice spirit went to join the darkness. Suddenly, the immortal killing platform in front of the original Imperial city shook, and Feng Lai's image appeared from above the immortal killing platform. He stood deep in the 1,800 green gold obscure runes, staring at the Dark Willow God from a distance, and said, "Darkness itself is the enemy. But some creatures in the darkness are not. For example, the current ancestor sacrifice spirits and the original nine-headed monster do not belong to the darkness. Thank you." Therefore, the Dark Willow God stayed in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. She joined the heavenly court, making this already extremely powerful Taoist order even more powerful. Chapter 297 Emperor Huang Tian. The road to becoming an emperor in the immortal way is so difficult and so far away. Looking at the changes throughout the ages, there are only single-digit practitioners who can truly bear the title of emperor. Senior Taitsong, I want to move up to the immortal king level and seek the realm of the emperor. Please give me your advice. And just over 1.2 million years after the 9 heavens and 10 earths were unified. That is, the 700,000 years since Shihao became the immortal queen. This talented master of heaven once again came to Taitsong Immortal Palace. He came to the front of Feng Lai's throne and asked like this. Although he had not stayed at the immortal king level for a long time, Shihao had already initially experienced the obsession of those ancient kings who were seeking the truth alone in the world sea. The instinct of the strong to pursue greater power made them miserable. For those creatures in the world sea who are easily at the immortal king level, immortality has long been within easy reach. What makes them crazy is just their obsession and unwillingness. If you want to become an emperor, then go your own way. You have become a king, and I no longer need to teach you these things. Feng Lai nodded. He took out a copy of Taitsong Sutra and handed it to Shihao. It was a sutra recorded before Feng Lai became the quasi-immortal emperor. It did not include the process of his own breakthrough, and it only talked about Taitsong Dao, some of the Dharma and Tao. If one thing is completed, 10,000 ways will be born. And if one can achieve 10,000 ways, it is possible to refine them into one. Shihao doesn't need any guidance from the emperor now. He just needs more people to accumulate. Thank you, senior. Shihao took the scripture from Feng Lai's hand. This was indeed what he needed at this stage. His path was almost perfect. Whether it was his method of transformation or the secret realm of the human body, it was infinitely close to the level of the emperor. 1.3 million years after the 9 heavens and 10 earths were reunited, Yin Ning and Gugu achieved another breakthrough. Their physical bodies reached the level of immortal kings, and their souls also began to enter nirvana under the feedback of their physical bodies, moving towards a more complete direction. This is the standard level of the 10 evils in 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Sky Horned Ant, Thunder Emperor, Kuimping and others were all at this level back then. True Dragon is undoubtedly the happiest when his descendants can reach this level. After all, Gugu is only 150,000 to 600,000 years old this year. Being able to become a immortal king at this age is already a very powerful achievement. Gugu is obviously proud of his status as the son of the 10 evils. He has already agreed with Bai Qilin, Little Alicorn Ant and others that when they all reach the level of immortal kings, they will establish another 10 evils in this life to pass on their immortality. Of glory. The years have passed. And when all this happened, Feng Lai was sitting in the vast river of time, staring at the major events that happened every minute and every second of this era, and putting them in his own memory. He could see clearly that King Pan of the immortal realm was seriously injured tens of thousands of years ago during an uprising of creatures from the sea. The ancient king who became enlightened through the ancient flat peach tree could no longer even maintain his human form, and had turned into a human being. An ancient tree that looks like a real dragon is rooted in the deepest part of Panwang City, and somewhere in the incomparably vast wilderness, a green lotus seed shrouded in chaotic brilliance is suffering a great calamity. That kind of calamity is unique. From the inside out, from the outside in, it helps this lotus seed carry out its supreme destiny of nirvana in the heavenly court of 9 heavens and 10 earths. A tea tree full of immortal brilliance is shedding light one after another. The tea leaves on the tea tree are very strange. Some are as red as blood, like a treasure furnace, and some are like a refining furnace. The immortal pot has a surging green light. The immortal light shines on the universe, and there are bronze halberd-like blades, on which flow the brilliance that defeats all laws. That tea tree is the ancient enlightenment tea tree, an immortal treasure from a foreign land. It was taken by Sure How a few years ago and planted deep into heaven. As for the further distance, in the Boundary Sea, there is an extremely vast dark storm brewing. The storm filled with all darkness and ominousness formed without warning. But it has terrifying power enough to kill the giant immortal king. It will soon wreaking havoc across the entire Boundary Sea. Well, seeing this, Feng-Lai let out such a sigh. He raised his head and looked upstream of the long river of time. Through the rushing water of the long river, he seemed to see a lonely figure walking on the damn boundary eons ago. That was a majestic man. Behind him, there was a series of shallow footprints imprinted on the embankment. And in front of him, there was boundless darkness. Suddenly, the lonely man looked back, and he seemed to feel the sight from the eternal future. His plain but sharp eyes seemed to see through the long river of time. The man sitting on the throne in a certain branch from the future. The man on. As a result, the lonely quasi-immortal emperor showed a smile and hugged Feng-Lai. Feng-Lai was stunned for a moment, and without hesitation, he also clasped his fists at the unknown quasi-immortal emperor from eternity ago. Then, the nameless quasi-immortal emperor seemed to have no attachment to him anymore. He turned around suddenly, stepped on the waves of the Boundary Sea, and walked towards the dark side. Goodbye, Feng-Lai murmured softly, and his eyes immediately left the eons ago and turned to the downstream of the river of time. Different from the only river upstream, the downstream of the river of time has countless branches, representing endless possibilities. But Feng-Lai was a quasi-immortal emperor after all. He just took a few glances and saw the person he was thinking of on a branch downstream of the river of time. It was a woman dressed in white, with a slender and graceful figure. She was holding a great vase in her hand, also standing in the long river of time, and an illusory time war spear in her hand was crumbling inch by inch. Her eyes were hidden behind a ghost face mask made of bronze, but she still noticed the gaze of another quasi-immortal emperor upstream of the river of time. At that moment, the eyes behind her mask instantly became sharp, and there was a mouthful in her hand. The Avenue treasure vase emerged, like a slender and perfect female body, but flowing with cold fairy light. It wasn't until Feng-Lai dissipated the Taisong Emperor's light that was covering her body, revealing her true face, that the eyes of the woman wearing the ghost face mask softened a lot. She held the vase in her hand and bowed to Feng-Lai from a distance, when suddenly something appeared in her hand. A blood-stained boat rushed up the river of time and soon came into Feng-Lai's hands. Goodbye. Feng-Lai nodded slightly, stretched out his hand to grab the paper boat stained with the emperor's blood, and made such a sound. Goodbye. Surprisingly, the woman from the lower reaches of the river actually responded. A faint smile seemed to appear on her flawless face behind the bronze mask, and she spoke to Feng-Lai. All history, everything Feng-Lai knew, didn't know, witnessed, and didn't witness appeared before his eyes. Feng-Lai held the paper boat stained with the emperor's blood in his hand and was stunned for a moment. The whole figure seems to be completely lost in the years. Boom! It was not until a long time later, in the era that Feng-Lai originally belonged to, that a vast and unparalleled imperial majesty rose into the sky, and he was pulled back from that loss of consciousness and found his own era. There, Huang has become an emperor. Chapter 298, the Second Emperor. In this timeline, Sure How still chooses to fight and become emperor in the great world. He has fought fiercely with the crazy kings of darkness in the world sea more than once. He has also gone into foreign lands alone many times to face off against the group of immortal kings holding dark ancestral weapons. Thousands of battles have tempered his body and soul. God in the road, heading towards the strongest. Tens of thousands of years before Sure How became emperor, he personally entered the burial realm and asked a chicken farmer to protect him. He opened the origin of the burial realm's ancient artifacts, briefly experienced the power of the emperor's crown, and almost withstood the can't live. Even when Sure How became emperor this time, he attracted a lot of attacks from the king of the Sea of Boundary and the immortal king who had grudges against him. Immortal kings from foreign lands such as Kundi, Pu Demon King and Wushang almost all came out. A bloody battle with 9 heavens and 10 earths puts the future of the entire region at stake. And as Sure How comprehended the secret realm of the human body under that high pressure and ascended to the emperor's level, that battle naturally became the final battle in a foreign land. On this day, scarlet and cold rain of blood floated across the endless heaven and earth in the foreign land. The sound of wind and thunder was like the sky crying. The sound of the cracking earth was like the roaring of the earth. And countless visions accumulated in the void. For those who died in this battle, many immortal kings mourned. In the distance, Countless humane creatures huddled in safe corners, watching the terrifying vision cloud their vision. After this battle is over, the grievances between the foreign land and the old primitive world will be settled. The dignified woman transformed by the dark willow god stands between the heaven and the earth. All the blood rain and visions are blocked by the dots of light shrouded outside her body, turning this place into a pure land, dark but peaceful. And at the end of her sight, the kings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths were walking on the vast land of the foreign land. They were extremely cold and decisive in their actions. Every time they took action, the quasi-immortal kings and immortals would explode, or billions of people would explode. The territory of the Ledi tribe was overturned and completely destroyed, especially the true dragon, the immortal monk king, the immortal gold Taoist, and other kings who had experienced that hard battle and tragic defeat were the most cold-blooded in their actions. Many immortals from the imperial and royal clans were crushed into bloody water before they even had time to beg for mercy. They all know that when the foreign kings entered the primitive ancient world, their attacks were much more cold-blooded than they were. The immortal kings only attacked those immortals and quasi-kings who had participated in the invasion of the big clans. The strong men from the foreign lands were, but he never let go of anyone. Even if he was just an ordinary person who didn't know how to practice, he would become the target of blood sacrifice. Not enough. The deep grievances between the two worlds will take longer to smooth over, whether it is the pain of a foreign land or our pain. Beside Shirhao and the Dark Willow God, a man shrouded in black robes casually threw several heads into the endless rain of blood, with a wry smile on his face. He is the ancestor of the spider, an undercover agent placed in a foreign land by the original ancient world. Now, at the time of chaos in the foreign land, he beheaded the dark demon dragon, the fallen ancient monk, and other betrayers. And he himself was also used by Kinthi with the dark ancestor weapon. He was seriously injured, with a bloody hole the size of a wash basin on his chest. The darkness shrouded him, cutting off all life. Although he could clearly feel that his life was passing by rapidly, the expression on Zuzu's face seemed extremely dull, with a sense of relief that had been tense for an era. Many things were reflected in his eyes that were pregnant with the power of time and space, including the scene when he personally killed the immortal king of 6 paths of reincarnation, the back view of him living alone in a foreign land for an era, and the fragility and pain buried deep in his heart. It's difficult. The ominous nature of darkness is here. Those human beings are the foundation for the darkness to grow again. Even if we kill all the practitioners in this world, we can't change the fate of this world being shrouded in darkness. The Dark Willow God sighed softly, and she looked into the depths of the sky filled with blood and rain. There, Bai Qilin, who had already entered the level of the Immortal King, was kneeling and crying in the hall of the Immortal King, because at the highest point of the hall, there was of the majestic unicorn horns, and a piece of unicorn skin are placed in the most conspicuous place. Those were the real horns and fur of Qilin, one of the 10 evils of the ancient immortality. The 10 evils were bloody, and their bodies were taken as trophies by the Immortal King and scattered in many places. I will personally go to the source of darkness and solve everything. In this regard, Shirhao was silent for a long time before speaking out. He had successfully broken through the shackles of the Immortal King and reached the level of the Emperor. But the more he did so, the more terrifying he could feel the darkness. It was a sense of oppression that made him feel a little powerless. Even looking at him from a distance, he felt helpless. So, we need your and my strength at this time. At this time, Shirhao suddenly felt that the time and space around him were slightly distorted. Then, a blue gold illusory door appeared in front of them, and Feng Lai's familiar figure came to the front of Shirhao like a leisurely stroll. Senior Taitsong. Even if he hadn't seen him for hundreds of thousands of years, Shirhao couldn't forget Feng Lai's appearance. But when he stared at Feng Lai, he was still a little confused for a moment. In Shirhao's perception, Immortal King Taitsong, like butchers, chicken farmers and others, are losers on the Imperial Road and are immortal kings at the level of Emperor Light. But this time they meet again. He feels it from Feng Lai. There was a strong sense of crisis. That sense of crisis was just like the feeling he had not long ago when he faced the foreign Emperor's staff with a seriously injured body. What? It seems like you have a lot of doubts. Feng Lai smiled and patted Shirhao's shoulder, with a stream of pure imperial energy in his hand. It entered Shirhao's body, causing his energy and spirit to recover a lot in an instant. What on earth are you? Shirhao carefully felt the majestic and warm power, and was a little shocked with his mouth agape. He did not expect that Taitsong Immortal King was hidden so deeply, beyond his imagination. I succeeded back then. But for some reasons, I chose to hide the truth. Feng Lai walked up to Zhu Zhu, and another stream of pure quasi-emperor level magic power entered his body, causing the deep and far-reaching dark power on Zhu Zhu's body to dissipate, and the wash-basin-sized wound on his chest gradually healed. Emperor. Dark Willow God also seemed to understand something. She stared at Feng Lai's hand, where she felt an extremely deep and terrifying power. Yes, he is the Emperor, but it is still not perfect. The road to the Emperor is still far away. The current state of Shi Hao and I can be regarded as a quasi-mortal Emperor. After the injuries of Shi Hao and Zhu Zhu were completely stabilized, Feng Lai put his hands on his back, looked through the boundless sky of the foreign land, crossed the boundary sea, and saw some figures in the darkness. I have always had the idea of pacifying the darkness, but the enemy is very powerful. I always want to seek stability and find people who share the same path with me to solve everything together. Shi Hao could see the expectation and joy in Feng Lai's eyes when he looked at him. So he strode forward, walked to Feng Lai, and looked into the distance with him. Understood. I will go with you to solve all crises and hidden dangers in the darkness. Chapter 299. The knife heads to the other side of the boundary sea. In Feng Lai's view, Shi Hao was still too young when he became emperor. Even if he included the hundreds of thousands of years in the era of Emperor's fall and the years of Nirvana in Nirvana, the time Shi Hao had experienced was only about 2 million years. Not to mention that for a quasi-immortal emperor, even for a true immortal, 2 million years seemed too short. Shi Hao needed more time to develop his quasi-emperor path fruit to its peak. Therefore, Feng Lai personally set out to lead Shi Hao upstream in the long river of time, and did not stop until he reached a certain note in the years. He transforms into freedom. He transforms into eternity. Your method is very special. Even I can't understand it. But I can lend you time and time so that you have enough time to practice and transform. Feng Lai said. For the quasi-immortal emperor, traveling through the long river of time is not that difficult. Certain special methods still require a quasi-immortal emperor like him, who is proficient in the avenue of time to complete. Like a place that connects the past and the present? Shi Hao asked. Similar but different. I have the ability to recreate a place that connects the past and the present in this world. But it will take more time and effort than you can imagine. Feng Lai smiled. Even now, he can't understand the origin of the ancient and modern places. At least the nameless quasi-immortal emperor before the emperor's fall did not have this ability. What you should do now is to become stronger. The darkness needs you and me to calm it down. We must accumulate it to the strongest state. I don't quite understand. Immortal King Taitsong. Immortal Emperor. When you talk about calming the darkness, do you mean those three creatures in the darkness? Shi Hao was obviously not used to changing his name to Feng Lai, and he stumbled a little. After a while, he said, he was also a quasi-immortal emperor, and he could naturally see Hong Yusong and the other three sleeping in the boundless darkness. However, Feng Lai reminded him that he did not explore too much, because the three dark quasi-immortal emperors were sleeping in a very deep state. Deep? Unless a quasi-immortal emperor comes to the other side, there is no way to wake them up. More than that, the end of the crisis lies in darkness, and those three guys cannot fully represent it. Feng Lai shook his head. He felt a little helpless. Shi Hao was not as restrained and hidden as he was. The light of becoming an emperor has attracted all eternity. Soon, the emperor's staff and emperor's crown from the foreign and burial areas will come. And then, there will be the three emperors. Wake up. Sooner or later one day will be attacked. I understand. But my heaven, my family, friends and old friends, etc., still need you to protect me. Taitsong Immortal Emperor. Shi Hao could naturally hear the seriousness in Feng Lai's words. He gave a solemn instruction, and then turned around. He transformed into a free movement of Dafa, and disappeared into this piece of ancient history. From that day on, the figure of Emperor Huang Tian disappeared without a trace in this era. In the deepest part of the heaven, the palace of Taitsong Ancient Emperor stood side by side with the palace of Huang Tian Emperor, suppressing the fate of heaven on his behalf. 30,000 years later, the liquidation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths against foreign lands was completely over. All the immortal kings and immortals of the foreign lands fell. The great clans that had participated in the invasion of the original ancient world and the 9 heavens and 10 earths were also destroyed and completely disappeared from the world. The true dragon immortal king personally welcomed the rotten wooden box back from the depths of the foreign land. He originally wanted to send you to the heaven to ask the ancient emperor Taitsong to keep it, but Feng Lai found it disgusting. So he kept it still in the original emperor city. The only pity is that the Dark Ancestor weapon from the foreign land still escaped. The god of the Emperor's staff was very powerful, and escaped from Shurhao's seal on it, and escaped into the World Sea. Almost at the same time, the Dark Ancestor artifact of the burial domain also disappeared. Even though the burial master of the burial domain was awakened by this, and went deep into the sea of the world in person, he could not find the answer. 30,000 years later, one day, the heaven and earth suddenly shook violently, and two supreme nine-color divine lights burst out from the depths of the boundary sea, like two world-destroying heavenly pillars, hitting the 9 heavens and 10 places, earth and fairyland. Many people could see that at the end of the sky there were two 9-color treasure chests shimmering with imperial light. They all opened, bursting out with incredible divine light, shattering more than a few infinite time and space buildings. With this extremely terrifying blow, the immortal realm and the 9 heavens and 10 earths, which were intact under the protection of the kings, collapsed directly. The power of the quasi-emperor level was infinite, and it was simply not something that a large region could withstand. Certainly, however, the expected scene of the annihilation of heaven and earth did not appear. Although the immortal realm and the 9 heavens and 10 earths collapsed, they were not completely destroyed. Instead, they turned into giant islands one after another, floating in the void. Right there were two incomparably powerful creatures sitting cross-legged on countless giant islands, forcibly stabilizing those islands. The counterfeit medicine seller, the butcher, the chicken farmer, and the 4 great emperors of the burial lord, the light immortal king, took action together and controlled Feng Lai's 3,000 down mirrors and the immortal killing platform respectively, stabilizing the two broken ancient worlds. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this time, a splendid Avenue treasure bottle appeared from above the two origin ancestors, accompanied by the Windy Emperor's palm. Emperor Tide Song shattered the SHLS of the two origin ancestors with one slap of his palm, causing the Emperor to the staff and imperial crown were all revealed. Immediately afterwards, the great Avenue treasure bottle crashed down, completely blocking the way forward for the two quasi-emperor weapons. Sure enough, you are also an emperor. If you don't understand destiny, the emperor will die. Seeing this, a horrifying roar came from the emperor's crown and emperor's staff, and two vague shadows of creatures appeared under the weapon, instantly aiming at Feng Lai's true form in the distance. Suppression! Feng Lai shouted coldly, taking decisive and swift action, directly grabbing the two quasi-imperial weapons and bringing them into the boundary sea. The fluctuations of the emperor's path are still too reluctant for the creatures behind. Even the Emperor Light Immortal King can only resist a blow with all his strength. The ancient Emperor Tai Tsong fought with the two quasi-emperor weapons in the boundary sea for thousands of years. When he returned, both the imperial staff and the imperial crown had been sealed. Thousands of years later, the emperor's staff and the emperor's crown were all wiped out by Feng Lai himself. He melted the two imperial weapons and turned them into the supreme principles. They were all blessed on the 3,000 down mirror and the immortal killing platform. After that, more than 200,000 years passed. One day, a drop of ancient and bright red emperor's blood appeared above the heaven without any warning, and then exploded directly above the supreme palace belonging to Emperor Huangtian, transformed into the appearance of Shurhao, and re-entered the palace. Very good. It seems that you have gained a lot. The accumulation of time has obviously been useful to you. Feng Lai appeared and commented after carefully observing Shurhao's current state. Now, Shurhao's practice of altering oneself has been perfected, and his practice in the secret realm of the human body has reached the stage of flawless integration of spirit and body. It is difficult to improve his combat power in a short period of time. It's almost there. I've evolved freely. My journey has almost reached its peak. Shurhao didn't say much. He just said this. Then let's set off and go to the end of the darkness. Wait until we kill everything and calm down the darkness and ominousness. Feng Lai raised his hand, and 3,000 down mirrors and the immortal killing platform flew from the endless time and space. And the Tao Aquarius also appeared in his hand. Let's go! Shurhao nodded and also waved gently. A pool of law with 10 colors of light flowing and a Daluo immortal sword appeared in his hand. He walked with Feng Lai towards the boundary sea. Chapter 303 Emperors. Crash! The boundary sea of this era has passed through the most chaotic and crazy era of the Great Reckoning era. There are only waves appearing on the sea from time to time, bursting like a bubble along with the ancient world. This level of power may be extremely dangerous to a true immortal, but when aimed at an immortal emperor, it is like a real wave. Although it is cruel and gorgeous, it is no longer dangerous at all. The boundary sea. This place is too vast. Even if you and I have become quasi-immortal emperors, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time to cross it. Shirhao stood on the embankment boundary, staring at the line of faint footprints on this world, feeling the helplessness and loneliness left by the ancient unknown quasi-immortal emperor for eternity, and sighed softly, his voice a little heavy. It will only last for tens of thousands of years. More or less. The enemy in the darkness has gradually awakened. We must fight against it. Otherwise it will be the little guys from Geokian and Immortal Realm who will suffer. Fenglai also sighed a little. He could see the other side of the boundary sea. There, one after another, towering and terrifying ancient temples roared into the sky from the deepest part of the darkness. In each ancient temple, there were a large number of creatures worshipping and worshipping, prostrate, as if worshipping their supreme being. In the center of those ancient palaces, 3 figures were standing up slowly. Their eyes transcended the barriers of time and space, seeming to see through everything on this side of the boundary sea. War. Shirhao also felt those 3 extremely indifferent eyes. He let out a cold rebuke, and the infinite law of light surged under his feet, and he stepped on the damn boundary. Fenglai also stepped forward, walking side by side with Shirhao. With their levels, they were no longer weaker than the nameless quasi-immortal emperor back then. They each left their footprints on the damn world, not only to guide future generations, but also to declare to other living beings this piece of ancient history. After sleeping for eternity, 2 more emperors appeared in this world. Strange. Strange. As soon as the 2 quasi-immortal emperors set foot on the boundary sea, they heard from the other side of the boundary sea a sound more majestic than the destruction of all realms, coming from the depths of darkness, accompanied by that murderous gaze, pointing directly at Fenglai and Shirhao. That cold and indifferent voice was not in any language that Fenglai and the others knew, but it was word for word, sonorous and powerful beyond imagination, and every syllable was suppressed above 10,000 ways, which was extremely terrifying. Boom! Accompanying that sound are the riots and roars of countless dark forces in the boundary sea, as if they have been summoned by the Supreme. More ancient temples rise from the depths of the boundary sea, with sacred and dark brilliance, shining on all the world. Sky. At this moment, in the boundary sea, countless immortal king-level creatures who had fallen into obsession and madness heard this voice. The next moment, most of the king-level creatures exploded on the spot, and their souls and bodies were transformed into Fey who simply cannot withstand the power fluctuations at the quasi-emperor level. Under the will of the dark quasi-immortal emperor, all the ancient palaces continued to vibrate, linking with each other in the void, and finally turned into a milky white light, peaceful and bright avenue, connecting to the end of darkness. At the end of the darkness, there are 3 terrifying creatures standing separately. The one who speaks is standing proudly in the center. He is riding on a magnificent fairy gold chariot, and 9 fierce ancient beasts that look like real dragons are pulling the chariot. Each one looked ferocious and terrifying, overlooking the 2 quasi-immortal emperors below. The fallen, dark quasi-immortal emperor? Such a magnificent scene did not make Shirhao feel at ease. He could see clearly better than anyone else that under the peaceful and bright appearance, there was an extremely cold and terrifying darkness, full of malice and aggression, coming towards them. The emperor is supreme. The years change, and the eras reincarnate. Even if the heavens are destroyed and all things wither, we are eternal. What are we talking about darkness? What are we talking about depravity? The person who answered Shirhao was another creature at the end of the darkness. He was sitting on the luxurious, ancient, dilapidated and majestic jade throne. His gray hair had no trace of life in it. At this time, he was indifferently scanning Fenglai and Shirhao. Said out loud, "Cut off the original heart, bury the self, and leave only an empty SHL, blocking the way of those who come after you. Of course, it is darkness and depravity." Fenglai put his hands behind his back and faced the quasi-immortal emperor who was sitting on the jade throne. Looking at him, Tomrang said coldly, "Presumptuous." At this time, the 3rd quasi-immortal emperor suddenly gave a cold shout. It was for the supreme being wearing a purple gold crown. Even his face and bones were purple gold, and the majestic purple light around him even suppressed the sky. The surging darkness was angrily scolding Fenglai, his tone full of cold murderous intent. "If you don't understand destiny and insist on your own way, I will punish you to kneel at the end of darkness for eternity. I will send you on your way again." Boom! 3 powerful quasi-immortal emperor pressures pressed down on Fenglai and Shirhao, each of which could easily crush the entire immortal realm into pieces. At this moment, It was like an imperial punishment, forcing them to kneel down. Snort. In this regard, Feng Lai didn't say much, just snorted coldly, and the Dao mirror refined from the 3,000 Dao immortal flowers appeared between his eyebrows. The Dao light was long, and in an instant it crushed the pressure of the 3 quasi-immortal emperors. And then even the Jane ancient palace on that ancient road exploded a lot. That's nonsense. The emperor doesn't protect all living things, but instead falls into darkness and harms countless living beings. It's you who deserve to suffer in reincarnation. Shi Hao took a step forward. The great Luo sword in his hand was filled with cold light, and the faces of the 3 dark quasi-immortal emperors were reflected on the sword. Their murderous intentions were long and terrifying to the extreme. He already knew the origins and part of the past of the 3 emperors from Feng Lai, and understood that they were definitely fallen emperors who could threaten the survival of all living beings such as Jiuqian, Immortal Realm, etc. And he was not polite to those emperors. Later comers, you are too arrogant. For eternity, I have seen your death at the end of the years, and you will eventually be completely destroyed. The gray-haired emperor, who was sitting on the jade throne, finally stood up at this time. His eyes were golden. It was not the noble and brilliant golden light he thought. Instead, it contained a sense of decadence and death. Staring at Feng Lai and Shi Hao. It's just one of the billions of possibilities in the long course of time. As an emperor, if you don't even understand this rule, you might as well find a dog hole. Crawl in and wait for death. Feng Lai took a step forward. Immortal light fell from the immortal killing platform above his head. The immortal killing guillotine was sharp and slender. He carried it on his shoulder. My name is Tai Song. Old guys, please give me your imperial title. At the end of reincarnation, I will personally collect your corpse for you. Feather Emperor. The man standing on the 9-beast chariot spoke coldly. A pair of sacred and perfect wings spread out from his back. In an instant, his sharp edges were revealed. He collided with the windy sword light from a distance and shattered a large area of void. Homie! The slender man wearing a purple gold imperial crown spoke like this. His whole body was shrouded in purple gold light, and he locked onto Shi Hao with murderous intent. Song Emperor. Finally, the gray-haired man sitting on the jade throne spoke out. A smile appeared on his lips. Murderous intent surged in his body, and his eyes stared at Feng Lai, never leaving again. Obviously, Emperor Song had strong opinions on the name Tai Song. Chapter 301 Emperor Song vs. Emperor Tai Song. At both ends of the Boundary Sea, on the Immortal Light Avenue, which is connected by thousands of majestic and vast ancient palaces, 5 quasi-immortal emperors are facing each other in the distance. And their majesty is shocking. Those are not 5 ordinary immortal beings, but the ultimate practitioners who truly stand at the pinnacle of the immortal way. A gentle breath can kill a large number of immortal kings. The vibration of the breath can collapse a large area and suppress the world. It is difficult to find opponents in the Great Era. However, whether it is Feng Lai and Shi Hao here, or the 3 dark quasi-immortal emperors Hong, Yu, and Song on the other side, none of them are in a hurry to take action. They all have the most powerful eyes in this realm and are staring at their opponents, trying to thoroughly understand the other party's details. This is undoubtedly a very difficult matter. How can it be easy for a strong person who can reach the level of quasi-immortal emperor? The 3 emperors Hong Yu Song have already set foot in this realm for countless epochs. Feng Lai is a strong person who truly has the foundation of the immortal emperor. Shi Hao does not need to do it. The 3 of them looked at each other for a long time, but didn't even make a move for a while. Roar! Boom! Suddenly, a low and fierce roar, and the roar of the chariot wheels exploded at the end of the darkness. 9 terrifying ancient beasts moved their 4 hooves, pulling the emperor's chariot towards the shore of the Boundary Sea. On the chariot, the unparalleled creature named Yu Emperor was overlooking Feng Lai and Shi Hao. The pair of gorgeous and sacred wings behind him spread the blazing fairy clouds, turning into rounds of suns behind them. Every round seems to have the terrifying power of drying up the world's sea. In his hand, an imperial spear soaked in rich evil light was resurrecting. It was an extremely powerful quasi-emperor weapon, and there were even blood stains on it that had not dried up. That is the blood of the quasi-immortal emperor. Kill! When the chariot was about to come to the 2 of them, Emperor Yu let out a roar that shook the world. The blood-stained war spear in his hand aimed at Shi Hao's eyebrows and stabbed it suddenly. Ding! But before Shi Hao could counterattack, the crisp sound of weapons clashing sounded in advance. Feng Lai actually took the initiative and swung down the immortal slaying guillotine, suddenly striking the path where the blood-stained war spear must pass. Your spear is very good. The immortal Zhang Gyo held the blood-stained war spear. Feng Lai's dazzling third eyes, and Yu Emperor's divine eyes looked at each other. Each saw the fighting spirit and murderous intention in the other's eyes. It's suitable for me to use. Ho! The descendants are seeking death. What responded to Feng Lai was Emperor Yu's extremely angry roar, and a heavier spear. This emperor who became a quasi-immortal emperor in an unknown era has the most murderous intention among the 3 dark quasi-immortal emperors. Yes, the war spear in his hand has drunk the immortal blood of the quasi-emperor, and is known as the emperor-killing war spear. Feng Lai also paid enough attention to this. The immortal-killing guillotine in his hand was vigorously swung, and it clashed with the emperor-slaying war spear again and again, causing the entire world sea to shake, break. At the same time, several other emperors no longer hesitated. Each used their own killing moves and rushed towards the other side. The opponent chosen by Emperor Hong was Shi Hao. He wore a purple gold imperial crown, and his whole body was shrouded in the mighty laws of the emperor. His figure was long and powerful, and he had no other weapons. He was just a pair of fleshy palms. But he had tearing the power of the Boundary Sea. It was also Shi Hao's first time to participate in a battle at the quasi-immortal emperor level. The law pool above his head was boiling, and there was a massive amount of light surging on the great Luo's sword embryo, perfectly displaying its ability and striking against Hong Emperor's palm. On the other side, Emperor Song joined the battlefield between Feng Lai and Emperor Yu without hesitation. When this terrifying creature with gray hair and golden eyes struck, he was as ferocious and violent as Emperor Yu. It was the purest moment in time. The power of destruction. Feng Lai had heard a bit about Song Emperor's past. I don't know how many years ago. This person was the protagonist of King Lin Eternal. He became a quasi-immortal emperor in glory. He even established a heavenly palace and overturned the world sea. But in the end, he still fell under the erosion of darkness, and even personally destroyed the heaven that respected himself as the master, turning it into a dark heaven, and all living creatures fell into darkness. Boom! Emperor Yu instantly accepted this teammate, who came forward on his own initiative. These 2 emperors had no idea of a fair duel. The emperor-killing war spear and the destruction emperor's fist struck together and were branded on Feng Lai's chest. Such a terrifying blow instantly penetrated Feng Lai's body, and blood surged. Feng Lai flew across countless time and space in the Boundary Sea, smashing countless ancient universes, before he finally stabilized his body. Senior Taitsong. Shi Hao was shocked by such a turn of events. He immediately cast a spell, walked out of the avatar representing the past and the future from the center of his eyebrows, and strode away in the direction of Feng Lai. However, Hong Di, who was fighting against him, also took action. The majestic purple golden celestial light also transformed into 2 projections of combat power that were not weaker than the real body, fighting with Shi Hao's past and future bodies. It can only be said that none of the powerful people who can reach the level of quasi-immortal emperor are mediocre. The 3 emperors Hong, Yu and Song, as well as Feng Lai and Shi Hao, have all studied methods such as clones and amplification of combat power, and each has their own skills, know how to respond and resolve. I'm fine. Focus on facing your opponent and kill him as much as possible. After a while, Feng Lai's voice made Shi Hao calm down. He looked around and saw that Feng Lai had stood up from a certain collapsed universe and shouted to Shi Hao. In his chest, the blood hole pierced by the emperor-killing battle spear and the destroying emperor's fist had actually healed, and the true blood there was flowing backwards without any signs of consumption. Taitsong Dao is not only all-encompassing, it is at least a very comprehensive Dao. However, it has always been more than just years. Feng Lai is also proficient in the Dao of annihilation and creation. Now, he has given himself incomparable profoundness by virtue of annihilation and creation, of staying power. What an annoying latecomer! Emperor Song was indifferent and burned all the Taitsong Emperor's blood stained on his hands. The meaning of destruction on his body was more ferocious than the most violent waves in the world sea. He aimed at Feng Lai again. There is Song in the Emperor's name, and he has naturally formed a cause and effect with me. He is bound to die under these 2 Emperor fists. This is your fate. My Emperor-killing battle spear also longs to drink the blood of the quasi-immortal Emperor. Emperor Yu was also roaring, and the pair of sacred and gorgeous wings behind him vibrated, injecting immeasurable imperial power into the Emperor-killing war spear, and he also rushed towards Feng Lai. Cut! In response to the fierce attack of the 2 quasi-immortal emperors, Feng Lai refused to retreat or avoid it. He swept the immortal guillotine and resisted the Emperor-killing war spear. Behind him were the shadows of 3,000 Dao mirrors and Dao aquariums. a majestic blue-gold color. The glow was like a waterfall, or like a long knife transformed from the galaxy, slashing hard at Song Emperor's chest. Puff! In an instant, the dark blood of the Emperor flew up with a destructive magic light. The Song Emperor roared, and a ferocious gash was cut out of his chest. The ancient Emperor's body was cut in half and flew upside down. Seeing this, Fonlai rushed forward. His guillotine against Emperor Yu's war spear, and the quasi-emperor stepped out with his big foot, directly trampling the nine-headed ancient beast, pulling the cart under Emperor Yu's seat into a pulp. Chapter 302 Tier. Shi Hao and Fonlai faced off against three quasi-immortal emperors. They fought from the depths of the Boundary Sea to the Dark Homeland. Along the way, the sky cracked and the earth split. Thousands of rivers rushed, and even several sinkholes were blasted out of the Boundary Sea. Even the water of the Boundary Sea cannot be filled up. Relying on the supreme Tao charm contained in the runes of the immortal emperor in his future body, Fonlai gained a terrifyingly deep origin and endurance. With this, he faced Song Emperor and Yu Emperor alone. Not only was he not too embarrassed by the combined attack, he could even suppress the opponent occasionally. Shi Hao faced the Hong Emperor alone. The runes on the Law Pool and the Great Luo Immortal Sword were boiling, and they collided with the surging purple gold Emperor's light again and again. Because of Fonlai's joining, the battle Shi Hao experienced was not that difficult. At least it was much easier than the hard battle in the original timeline. He was able to exert his quasi-immortal Emperor Law to his heart's content and prove his own way against the opponent Hongdi. After all, Wantian Emperor is the ultimate person who is born to practice Taoism. With the help of Fonlai, he has reached the limit of the current stage of the self-transformation technique and the human body's secret realm technique, and gradually achieved overwhelming victory in the battle with Hongdi. Sexual advantage. Boom! After a long battle between the two emperors, Shi Hao finally turned the advantage of the battle into combat results. He pointed out with one finger. The light of the quasi-immortal emperor illuminated the past, present and future, directly penetrating the forehead of Hong Emperor. In an instant, the purple gold imperial light trembled, and dense cracks appeared between Hong Emperor's purple gold eyebrows. The terrifying cracks spread rapidly, causing Hong Emperor's head to explode, and even the purple gold crown flew away. Can't bear the power. Rumble. The Emperor's blood, which was purple gold and stained with rich black light, roared in the void. Under the pull of Hong Emperor's will, it quickly flowed backwards and turned into the head of Hong Emperor's purple gold fairy light shining again. I was defeated. And even if Hong Emperor could return to perfection as quickly as possible, the crack between his eyebrows still failed to heal. The quasi-immortal emperor was said to be immortal, but the same level of power could still cause profound harm to them. Unfortunately, this kind of damage is far from fatal. At the level of the quasi-immortal emperor, even if the soul is severely injured, it can still consume the original source to recover, which even has little impact on its combat power. It's just the first step. Next, you will die. Shi Hao sighed coldly, with his hands behind his back, staring at Hongdi from a bird's eye view, his eyes filled with murderous intent and indifference. I don't believe it. I am a quasi-immortal emperor, and no matter how many tribulations there are, it will not hurt my body. What responded to Shi Hao was Hong Emperor's roar. In his body, the source of darkness as powerful and terrifying as the world sea burned, causing the emperor level wound between his eyebrows to heal completely in an instant. And the emperor's crown was placed squarely on his head. Rushed toward Shi Hao. Shi Hao was speechless, but the great Luo immortal sword in his hand became more powerful. He understood that unless the battle at the quasi-immortal emperor level had too overwhelming power, it would be a war of attrition, and it would be up to which side would be exhausted first. Presumptuous. At the same time, on the other side, Emperor Hong's great disadvantage was also seen by Emperor Yu and Emperor Song. They knew better than anyone else that if this delay continued, the invincible three emperors of darkness would most likely reduce their numbers, and then the disadvantages would accumulate. They will be defeated. Sacrifice to heaven. Sacrifice to earth. Sacrifice to heroic spirits. Emperor Song roared, and an altar that was as majestic as the ancient world evolved in front of him. There was an infinite sea of sacred blood shining with black light on it, and there were hundreds of millions of creatures worshipping and offering sacrifices together. It was a horrifying scene. That was not only the evolution of Song Emperor's avenue, but also a history that had happened before. It was the past that Song Emperor had experienced. After he became emperor, he sacrificed all the creatures of the entire era, and even his own heaven was sacrificed. The prosperity has ended, and it has become decayed. Kill the emperor. At the same time, Emperor Yu was also roaring. The imperial chariot under his feet, and the 9 ancient beasts at the supreme giant level were all trampled into ashes by the wind. However, it was still difficult to shake its invincible appearance. The emperor-killing battle, the brilliance of the law on the spear locks Feng Lai, and the murderous intention is unlimited. At the same time, they were also using the supreme quasi-emperor method to evolve one incarnation, Tao body, Dharma body, etc. in the void. Some were aimed at Feng Lai, while others were rushing towards the battle between Shi Hao and Hong Di to save the war situation. These are all techniques in the direction of transforming the 3 pure beings into one Qi. They can give rise to many additional Tao bodies that are no less than the real body. At the level of a quasi-mortal emperor, evolving such a technique is as simple as flowing clouds and flowing water. It can even change the war, the battle situation, reverse the chaos of yin and yang. Facing the supreme methods of the 2 quasi-mortal emperors, Feng Lai did not have the slightest panic in his eyes. He had a treasure vase on his head and an immortal guillotine in his hand. He was also using the invincible method, causing the time and space where he was to be shaken and in chaos. At the same time, 3,000 Taoist mirrors were spinning in front of him. 3,000 completely different radiances flickered, and 3,000 windy Taoist figures were reflected from the sea of the world. Each of them had a vase on his head, holding a guillotine in his hand. His majesty is endless. Kill! Soon, Feng Lai's true body collided with Emperor Yu and Emperor Song. And the projections, incarnations, Dharma bodies, and Tao bodies they evolved each also matched up. The power of the quasi-immortal emperor exploded, and the entire world sea became increasingly fierce. Broken. It can only be said that at the level of the quasi-immortal emperor, the difference between the methods is no longer so important. What are the invincible speeds that can disrupt the years? What are the Tao body methods such as turning 3 pure things into 3 in one breath? And what secret battle methods can explode 10 times and 100 times in an instant? Are all just tricks, and the quasi-emperor creatures can easily crack or even copy them with just a little effort. The quasi-immortal emperor fights for those things that return to his original nature, such as avenue, cultivation, origin, etc., so that he can influence the situation of the battle. Scold. After fighting for so long, Feng Lai has already understood the situation of his opponent. Among the 3 emperors, Song Emperor is slightly weaker, Hong Emperor is the second, and Yu Emperor is the strongest. The difference is so small that it is insignificant. But with Feng Lai's eyesight, he can still clearly divide it. Therefore, Feng Lai spent most of his time fighting with Emperor Yu, and instead attacked Emperor Song, hoping to tear a hole in Emperor Song's body and deepen his own advantage. But after all, it was 2 against 1, and the price was not small. Even though Feng Lai was very strong, much stronger than Emperor Yu, the strongest among the 3, he still fought very hard. His body was often pierced by Emperor Song's destruction Emperor Fist, and he was also beaten hard. Hundreds of bloody holes were dug out by the Emperor killing war spear. No! While the fierce battle between the 3 quasi-mortal emperors was in full swing, Hong Emperor's roar suddenly came from the other side of the battlefield. Looking intently, he saw Shi Hao stepping on Hong Emperor's chest with his big foot, and the great Luo immortal sword destroyed the world. He was cutting off the head of Emperor Hong and suppressing his true soul in the law pond. Very good. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Feng Lai's face. Hong Emperor's quasi-emperor origin had obviously been almost exhausted. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to be suppressed by Shi Hao at the same level. And Shi Hao's choice is undoubtedly quite correct. After all, it will take a lot of time to completely obliterate the quasi-emperor's true spirit. Suppression is the most efficient and fastest option. Since then, the hidden situation has changed from 2 versus 4 to 2 versus 3. Thinking of this, Feng Lai suddenly accelerated and aimed the immortal decapitating guillotine in his hand at Xiang Song Emperor, intending to kill this opponent as quickly as possible. Chapter 303 The 4th Emperor destroys the world. Old man. Kill! Deep in the void, in the realm sea not that far away from the dark ancestral land, Feng Lai's battle with Emperor Yu and Emperor Song is still going on. The power of 3 quasi-immortal emperors that are so powerful that it makes the realm sea tremble is like waves. A surge shook the entire sky. None of them were in good condition. The broad and simple imperial robes of Song Emperor had long been chopped into pieces by the sharp and unpredictable tithe Song Dao light. There were many knife marks on the shriveled and old Dao light, and there was a strip around his waist that was almost even with the help of dark power. The wound that was cut in half could not be recovered in a short time. Emperor Yu's luxurious imperial robes were also in many tatters. And the sacred and majestic wings behind them were also blasted out by the Tao Aquarius with more than a dozen blood holes. The emperor's blood gurgled, making the world see darker. And it seems that the one with the most severe injuries is Feng Lai, a 1-against-2 combatant. His robes that have been stained for millions of years have been torn to pieces by the Song Emperor's destruction emperor fist. And there are even more stains on his majestic and tall body. There were many bloody holes poked by the emperor killing spears. In fact, even the immortal slaying platform that was originally used to carry the immortal slaying guillotine was shattered. The Song Emperor's heaven and earth sacrifice method was too terrifying. When combined with the emperor killing war spear, even a quasi-emperor level weapon would not be able to do that. Completely annihilated by the power. But even so, Feng Lai still showed no sign of defeat in the battle. Around him, there were 2,700 terrifying runes swirling around him. These runes gave Feng Lai extremely deep and strong original power. Even though he was pierced by the emperor killing war spear too many times, he still showed no sign of death. You made a mistake. Which era are you a quasi-immortal emperor? Did you achieve success before the emperor fell? Are you still alive now? It wasn't until Hong Emperor was suppressed by Shi Hao with the law pool that Emperor Yu and Emperor Song suddenly realized the terrifying power of the Tai Song quasi-emperor. It was unusual for them to still be so strong after fighting with them for such a long time. Ah! Feng Lai sneered, just looking into the distance, where Shi Hao was inhaling suddenly, draining a large area of the world's essence from the Boundary Sea. Although there were too many dark, ominous, and corrupt forces in the Boundary Sea. At this moment, he can't control so much anymore. Senior Tai Song. It wasn't until he drained a small half of the world's essence from the world sea that Shi Hao's face regained a lot of color. The glow in the law pool above his head became even deeper. He came to Feng Lai's side with a great Luo immortal sword. And his eyes Guang stared at Emperor Yu and Emperor Song. The murderous intent in his eyes undisguised. Well, suddenly, a low sigh seemed to have spanned eternity and reached the ears of the 4 quasi-immortal emperors present. It was like a giant beast that had been sleeping for eternity and slowly opened its eyes. With overwhelming momentum. 9 heavens and 10 places. Shi Hao, Emperor Yu, and Emperor Song. The 3 unparalleled quasi-immortal emperors were invincible in the world. At this moment, they all invariably felt a suffocating sense of existential oppression. The sense of oppression was like that of a lone wolf in the mountains. Hearing the roar of the tiger, I was inexplicably shocked and frightened. They looked together in the direction where the sigh came from, and saw half a corpse floating quietly in the void somewhere deep in the world sea. In a broken universe where all life was extinct, he was as thin and haggard as skin and bones. With only 1 leg, 1 arm and dull eyes were hidden under the messy gray hair. As indifferent as a dead universe. Why bother? Why bother? At this time, the corpse's eyes were staring unblinkingly at Feng Lai and Shi Hao. Its face was full of sorrow, and its only remaining hand was raised. In an instant, several corpses were buried deep in the darkness. He jumped up and quickly joined to him. Senior, seeing this, Emperor Song and Emperor Yu both had expressions of surprise on their faces. They looked at each other, quickly left the battle with Feng Lai, came to the corpse a million miles away, and said Lo, there seems to be something wrong with Emperor Hong, which woke me up. Now it seems that there has indeed been a huge change in destiny. In the void in the distance, a bleeding arm and leg flew from the depths of the unknown restricted area and connected to the corpse, making its body complete and regaining its vitality. He nodded to Emperor Song and spoke slowly. As he said this, the terrifying creature that looked like an old man looked at Shi Hao and Feng Lai, focused on Feng Lai for a moment, and then said, in the original destiny reincarnation, there was no destiny for you. An emperor is no less important than me. Who are you? Which era do you come from? He has existed longer than every quasi-immortal emperor present, and has long been accustomed to living an eternal life. Even if his true body has been sleeping for eternity, he can still feel the destiny after endless years. Ox Ghost and Snake God. Who are you? Shi Hao frowned and stared coldly at the ancient creature that looked like a pale old man. He felt a dark force in the other person's body that was deeper and more unpredictable than Hong Di, and felt a thorny feeling. Me? My name is Old Man Nishi, the first quasi-immortal emperor in the history books of this world. When the heaven and earth first came into being, I became a Taoist. I am considered your forerunner and predecessor. The quasi-immortal emperor, who looked like an old man, stared at the pool of law above Shi Hao's head. which was the place where the true soul of Emperor Hong was suppressed. However, there was not much expression in the eyes of the old man Musher. He just looked at Feng Lai again and said indifferently, "The two quasi-emperors of this era are not simple. Except for you, an outsider who seems to not belong to this era. The other one seems to be a destined game-breaker and anomaly. It's strange. It's really strange. How will the quasi-emperor Mishi treat the two of us?" A smile appeared on Feng Lai's face. He put his hands behind his back and did not directly answer the Mishi old man's question. He just asked seemingly casually, "Well, that's certainly a problem." Hearing this, old man Mishi seemed to have a thoughtful expression on his old and withered face. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at Shi Hao and said, "Fellow Taoist holding the sword, if you are willing to walk with us, that is of course the best news. You are undoubtedly the original protagonist of this era. You have established heaven and become a quasi-immortal emperor. You are the same type of person as us. You should be let seek the truth together. As for this fellow Taoist who holds the knife, I'm sorry, but you probably don't belong to this era originally. You are a huge factor of instability. I hope that fellow Taoist can choose eternal silence." Old man Mishi's voice was very plain and polite, but what he said seemed to be pronouncing the fate of Feng Lai and Shi Hao. Every word made the entire world see tremble. This is a very powerful quasi-immortal emperor. Unlike the three emperors Hong, Yu, and Song, he reached this realm long before those three became quasi-immortal emperors, and even forcibly broke through the realm of the immortal emperor. Although he failed, he's still powerful beyond imagination. Then there's no need to talk. Let's fight. Whoever survives will have the final say. Shi Hao listened indifferently to what old man Mishi said, and the expression on his face gradually became cold. This quasi-immortal emperor seemed peaceful, but in fact, he was a more ferocious and domineering man than Hong Yusong and the others. Deciding the fate of two creatures of the same level is unacceptable to anyone. You blocked Song Heyu, and I'll kill this old guy. Is there any problem? Besides Shi Hao, Feng Lai's body was already charging up like a big bow, and the sharp edge of the immortal slaying guillotine was revealed, and he no longer had any reservations about the murderous intention of the old man who destroyed the world. Chapter 304: Guests from the Past and Guests from the Future. Ding! After Feng Lai finished speaking, Shi Hao didn't say anything. He just flicked the great Luo immortal sword in his hand, causing it to make a crisp collision sound. It sounded in unison with Feng Lai's immortal slaying guillotine. The sharp light was pointed at the three opponents in front of him. They all understood that old man Mishi was definitely a formidable opponent that was difficult to deal with. It was absolutely impossible for this pinnacle-level quasi-immortal emperor to be able to make Emperor Yu and Emperor Song call them senior simply because of its long existence. Why bother? We are all quasi-immortal emperors, and we are on the same path. Even if we travel through eternity, it is difficult to find one. It is really heartbreaking to have swords and weapons facing each other. The old man who destroyed the world spoke slowly, and there was actually a look of compassion on his old and numb face. But his aura was frighteningly deep, and the surging dark power seemed to be deeper and more terrifying than the world sea, and filled with murderous intent. He glanced at the Song Yu emperors behind him, and suddenly flicked his finger, and two frightening black bullets fell into the hands of the two emperors in an instant. Feng Lai and Shi Hao squinted their eyes, and they could see clearly. They were two supreme elixirs surrounded by the aura of immeasurable darkness. The aura was magnificent, and they were definitely at the level of quasi-mortal emperors. After all, the old man who destroyed the world had harvested too many eras, and the strange things in his hands where there are many treasures. Boom! Song Emperor and Yu Emperor did not hesitate, and directly swallowed the two dark pills into their stomachs. In just a short breath, many serious injuries on their bodies were healing. Whether it was Yu Emperor's pair of tattered sacred wings, or Song Emperor's, the knife wounds on his abdomen that almost cut him in half, have all healed perfectly. Kill! The two emperors did not hesitate. The altar of sacrifice and the emperor killing war spear rushed toward Shi Hao with a strong sense of destruction and murder. He transforms into freedom. He transforms into eternity. Shi Hao also roared. His great transformation of freedom was evolved to the extreme by him, and it seemed to stir up the long river of time. A solemn quasi-immortal emperor appeared from the upper reaches of the illusory river. He and Shi Hao formed seals and cast spells together. A figure was actually reflected next to Shi Hao, and it was actually manifested. At the same time, deep in the dark ancestral land in the distance, a colorless imperial fire and a dead corpse that was burning quietly suddenly trembled, as if being summoned, suddenly broke free from the shackles of darkness. and soared into the sky. Middle. The Emperor's fire, and the withered corpse were what was left behind after the unknown quasi-immortal Emperor failed to cross the boundary sea in the Emperor's fall era. Now Shirhao traveled across eternity and summoned the historical projection of the ancient quasi-emperor, and actually triggered the Emperor's fire and the withered corpse. Respond proactively. It's you? You've been dead for eternity. But your ghost is still there. Are you coming back? Staring at the Emperor's shadow next to Shirhao, Emperor Tsong's face showed a bit of coldness. Of course, he recognized the quasi-immortal Emperor of the Emperor's fall era. He was a very powerful creature. If one-on-one, Emperor Tsong could not defeat him in a fight. Confidence. He could clearly see that in the Imperial fire, there was a broken willow tree whose soul was undergoing nirvana. The Imperial fire was combining with the illusory willow tree, becoming one, and reaching the point where it stood side by side with him. Willow God. Shirhao exclaimed. Because the withered corpse, Emperor Fire, Lucian's soul, and the historical projection of the nameless quasi-immortal Emperor he summoned were merging in an incredible way, and finally turned into the familiar and ethereal shape of Lucian. The figure stood there. I am dead after all, and I don't have much left of the Emperor's mind. I can only live through my body and return to the throne temporarily to help you fight. Above Lucian's head, an illusory face emerged from the Emperor's fire. The nameless quasi-immortal Emperor's voice was somewhat unwilling and helpless. He once crossed the boundary sea and died before eternity. He felt regretful, and was willing to make peace with Shirhao. Chaos. Let's take action. After all, I'm not a quasi-emperor, and the time for this battle is limited. Lucian herself also spoke out. There was too much relief and emotion in her eyes when she looked at Shirhao. But she had to temporarily abandon these emotions, and stood side by side with Shirhao, keeping an eye on Emperor Yu. A ball of fire soul, a mutilated corpse, a projection of the past, and a willow tree that has almost stepped into the Imperial realm. You are resurrected. And you still want to fight me? Emperor Yu said coldly, even though the return method of the woman quasi-immortal Emperor was very special. In his view, it was still not a threat. Back then, it was his Emperor-killing war spear that penetrated the head of the woman quasi-immortal Emperor, causing him to bleed and completely fall. You won't know until you try it. Lucian spoke out, not knowing whether it was her will or the will of the nameless quasi-immortal Emperor. But he looked at Emperor Yu so firmly without giving in. Scold. After a breath, the four quasi-immortal emperors took action at the same time. The Great Luo Immortal Sword and the Sacrificial Altar, the Emperor's Fire, and the Emperor-killing war spear were instantly intertwined, causing the boundless darkness of the dark ancestral land to explode. The ancient palace overturned and was completely destroyed. Boom! At the same time, the battle between Feng Lai and Old Man Destruction had also begun. The immortal cutting guillotine collided with Old Man Destruction's fleshy palms. The aftermath alone caused a large area of the world sea to explode, and countless ancient broken universes were destroyed in an instant. Facts have proved that Old Man Nishi is more powerful than the three quasi-immortal emperors, Han Yusong. He is a creature that has truly attacked the immortal emperor. Even if he fails, his essence is beyond the imagination of ordinary quasi-immortal emperors. And Feng Lai didn't hold anything back. 2,700 imperial runes from his future body bloomed around him. Even if he hadn't penetrated all the 3,600 runes, it was enough to bring his cultivation level to a level. The level of difficulty is no worse than that of the old man who destroyed the world. The collision between the two peak quasi-immortal emperors only lasted for a moment, and both of them flew backwards. By the time they all stood still, Feng Lai's immortal slaying guillotine had already appeared in an inconspicuous gap, accompanied by an icy cold sound. The black blood shone with a faint cold light. The old man's hand of destruction was also torn apart by the heavenly sword. The body of the peak-level quasi-emperor collapsed, and the dark blood flowed around the old man's body like a galaxy, destroying all worlds. Roar! Immediately afterwards, the old man let out a low roar, and the big hand that collapsed instantly reorganized and turned into the sky-searing giant claws of an unknown ferocious beast, slapping Feng Lai fiercely. Feng Lai did not hesitate, and behind him appeared the image of a long river of time. The long river swallowed him, and the old man who destroyed the world in an instant. The two most peak quasi-immortal emperors threw themselves into the years, and the power of time could not weaken their origins at all. They traveled all the way up the long river of time, and the wind stirred up the mighty power of the times that had been destroyed by the old man who destroyed the world, and bombarded the old man again and again. Such ancient creatures. The gap between them is not big to begin with, And the long river of time is Feng Lai's home field. He has time and time again mobilized the mighty forces that belong to history and the times, causing the majestic dark body of the old man to be hit again and again. The power of the times continues, its dark origin is reduced, and its status continues to decline. Ouch. Until a certain point, when Feng Lai slashed the body and spirit of old man Mishi in half, the peak-level quasi-immortal emperor finally stopped hiding. He roared, and his withered body suddenly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bright light enveloped its body, causing it to gradually turn into the appearance of a ferocious beast. Ancient Emperor Tide's song. Found it. This is the time. At the same time, a shout of surprise suddenly reached the ears of the two peak quasi-immortal emperors. It was a powerful female voice, looking very surprised and happy. Chapter 305, A Corner of the Future. Ouch. The old man of destruction is not a human race, but an extremely rare and powerful ancient beast. It has a blood-colored body like a wolf, a pair of huge black horns on its head, and 9 thick and ferocious huge tails on its back. Each one has the appearance of a true dragon, solemn and majestic. This is the true body and treasure of the 10 evils and 9 netherworlds clan. And old man Mishi is the bloodline source of this clan, which is more powerful than all living beings can imagine. At the level of the old man who destroyed the world, he had already used his true body for countless billions of epochs. But Feng Lai was a strong man at the same level after all, and his methods were unpredictable. So he had to use his true body to fight to the death. But at this time, the old man who destroyed the world was obviously unable to calm down and fight Feng Lai, because the woman's cry just now was too terrifying. It sounded from the lower reaches of the river of time, but it was obviously for them. They were 3 deep yet vast fairy lights, with 3 humanoid creatures standing proudly in them. Their auras were incomparable, suffocating all beings in the universe. These 3 people all had dazzling sacred runes flowing on their bodies, helping them to push away the water of the long river of time, go upstream, and stride towards the old man who destroyed the world and Feng Lai. Ouch! The old man who destroyed the world roared, and the dark eyes on the head of the bloody wolf flickered fiercely. He actually stirred up the long river of time, reversed the years, and caused the time and space at that location to tremble. The 3 quasi-immortal emperors from the future were all affected and had to stay in a certain era. That was the era that Feng Lai and old man Mishi originally belonged to. Emperor Huang Tian, you are indeed a creature of the same era as the ancient Emperor Tide's song. Finding him means finding you. But when the 2 peak quasi-immortal emperors fought their way back to their original era, they heard the woman from the beginning exclaim again. In this era, she discovered Shi Hao, who was fighting against the second emperor Song Yu. Which period of ancient history do these 3 Taoist friends come from? Don't make mistakes. The price of disturbing the history books is not small. Even a quasi-immortal emperor cannot bear this cause and effect. The old man who destroyed the world and the 2 emperors of Song Yu gathered together. The 3 quasi-immortal emperors from the future mentioned the names of Emperor Huang Tian and ancient Emperor Tai Song. This may not be a good thing for them. If they are helpers, they will become a very big trouble. For a time, the old man who destroyed the world, the second emperor Song Yu, Feng Lai, Shi Hao, the nameless quasi-immortal emperor who briefly returned in the body of Lu Shun, and the 3 major quasi-immortal emperors from the future formed a strange 3-on-3-on-3 situation. In this situation, no one took action for a while. Chang! Suddenly, the sound of a halberd ringing from one side came from one of the 3 quasi-immortal emperors from the future. He was wearing an immortal gold battle armor, with a dazzling magic light flowing on his short silver hair. In his hand was a magic weapon, a war halberd that is at the immortal emperor level can easily cut through the past, present and future. The halberd in the hands of this young quasi-immortal emperor was pointing in the direction where Feng Lai and Shi Hao were. We are here to kill Huang and Tai Song. Another quasi-immortal emperor from the future spoke up. She was a woman with an extraordinary aura, dressed in golden armor, and looked at Shi Hao and Feng Lai with no trace of malice. Why? It's just 2 people. It's worthy of 3 fellow Taoists to come in person and kill them while staring at the huge cause and effect? Old man Mishi narrowed his eyes. Unless it was a huge hatred, he didn't believe that there was a quasi-immortal emperor. I am willing to risk my life to fight, because Emperor Huang Tian and ancient Emperor Tai Song are the biggest enemies. The last emperor from the future spoke up. He was a strong old man with red hair. He held a snow-white sacred ruler in his hand, as if he could measure everything and attack all enemies. But old man Mishi keenly noticed that the red-haired old man looked at Feng Lai and Shi Hao with obvious fear, and even fear in his eyes. especially when he looked at Feng Lai. There was an undisguised hatred. Time is limited. Please, 3 fellow Taoists. Try to ignore the willow tree and kill Huang and Tai Tsong. The 3 quasi-immortal emperors from the future were very anxious. Due to the limitations of cause and effect, they could not explain much. They could only rush towards Feng Lai and others and prove everything with their actions. In an instant, the light flowing on the halberd and the ruler illuminated the 3,000 realms, rushing towards Feng Lai and Shi Hao respectively. The woman even held out a small green flag, evolving into a strange tribulation light that corroded everything, covering 3 people including Lu Xun. Ancient history is turbulent. What will be the result? If everything goes into chaos, how can you 3 bear it? What will our future look like? Emperor, Yu roared. He really wanted to take action and kill the enemy with the 3 helpers. But he was more afraid of the consequences caused by the disturbance of ancient history. God knows how much backlash they would suffer after everything changes with these future visitors. If you don't take action, you will die. Hurry! You and I are of the same origin. The immortal clan is a common danger. And Huang and Tai Tsong are the enemies that must be eliminated. Otherwise the 2nd generation of heaven in the future. The red-haired old man holding a ruler in his hand yelled. But his words only stopped mid-sentence. He was revealing a piece of the future to the old man who destroyed the world and others, hoping to get help. It would be good even if we only cut off Tai Tsong. Even if he is certified forever. Cutting off this past body will greatly reduce his life. In the future, someone will handle everything and bury him in the burial place of the Emperor of Heaven. The female quasi-immortal emperor also spoke out. But just in the middle of her words, she seemed to have triggered some great taboos. A ball of thunder intertwined with cause and effect appeared silently, causing her to cough up blood and corroding a large area. A vast expanse of sky. This is the backlash of the cause and effect of time. Even if you are a quasi-immortal emperor, you will not be able to bear this power. Kill! Seeing this, Old Man Yeshur and Emperor Song Yu looked at each other. No longer interested, they both showed their strongest state. Emperor Song took the initiative to rush towards the unknown quasi-immortal emperor who had returned in the body of Lu Xun. Emperor Yu and Yeshur the old man took action together with 3 quasi-immortal emperors from the future to attack Feng Lai and Shi Hao. Ox demons and snake gods. The 5 quasi-immortal emperors attacked together. And even Feng Lai felt a little troublesome. These were not 5 ordinary creatures, but 5 real quasi-immortal emperors. Even if the other 4 except Old Man destroyed the world could not defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Even if his teammate is Shi Hao, it is a bit difficult to resist. He roared. And a figure exactly like him appeared on the Dao treasure vase. 3,000 Dao mirrors. An immortal slaying guillotine. It was the spirit of his quasi-emperor weapon. And it was also the distraction that he had nurtured in the weapon. It was both hidden and hidden. Combat power can also be used as hope for resurrection and return. But this was not the time to think too much. The 3 figures that were exactly the same as him stepped forward together, overlapping and uniting with his figure, which made his aura rise again. He transformed into Zizwa. He transformed into the Eternity. He transformed into the Emperor of Heaven. Shi Hao was also roaring. In his pool of laws, a figure also came out and merged with him. It was his past, present and future body, and they merged into one place. And his aura also improved. 2 against 5. This huge disparity in numbers actually seemed to be evened out by Feng Lai and Shi Hao's on-the-spot outburst. Except for the old man who destroyed the world. The other 4 quasi-immortal emperors were unable to fight Feng Lai and the 2 alone. The combined attacks wounded the 2 emperors one after another. When? At this time, in the infinitely distant downstream of the long river of time, the majestic sound of bells and tripods suddenly rang. Chapter 306 Master Yi and his friends. When? Dao mingled longly, and the heavy weapons rang together. A total of 9 quasi-immortal emperors looked up and saw 3 ethereal and transcendent figures on the lower reaches of the long river of time. They did not know when to appear, and they were striding against the long river of time. Let's move towards this era. The person in the middle is a man wearing a red robe of the heavenly emperor. He does not look very strong, but he looks like he has a terrifying power that can push billions of heavens. His Taoist body stands on a 9-color black and yellow mother, on the Qi cauldron. It is like the Emperor of Heaven patrolling the territory, with infinite majesty. Beside him, there were 2 creatures of the same level, a man and a woman, standing side by side with him. Among them, the man had his back to all living beings, sitting cross-legged under a heavy clock of chaotic years. The entire river of time became peaceful and peaceful because of his presence. Silence. Finally, there is a slender woman dressed in white. She has a slender figure and a graceful figure. She wears a mask with a ghost face on her face and holds a great vase in her hand. She has both divine light and magic light around her, overlooking all living beings. Finally come. Seeing the appearance of the three people clearly, a smile finally appeared on Feng Lia's stern and cold face. His body holding the immortal guillotine suddenly sank, and he moved forward together with the great Luo immortal sword in Shi Hao's hand. The explosion directly pushed the 5 quasi-immortal emperors, including the old man who destroyed the world, back tens of millions of miles. It's them, the second generation of the immortal clan. In contrast, the expressions of the future quasi-immortal emperors who were working with the old man to kill Feng Lia suddenly changed. But they had no intention of stopping at all, and their attacks became even more fierce. They used the measuring ruler, the war halberd, and that kind of sway of Tao light that corrodes everything must reap the results. Dare you? Seeing this, one of the three people downstream of the long river of time let out a cold scolding. The burly man with the big clock on his head had stood up at some point. The power of time was powerful around him, and he came to the current era in one step. Zhong Yuyu stood in front of Feng Lia and Shi Hao. No end. This person is naturally Wu Shi, who is the best at time avenue among the trio. Feng Lia and him looked at each other. The two of them seemed to have a natural understanding. There was no need to say anything. They shouted in unison, and a mouthful of chaos appeared in each hand. The glowing big bell, with its long ringing, overlooks the past and present. That is the fundamental method of the ancient immortal King Wu ending. Feng Lia and Wu Shi both know this method. Both of them are proficient in the great way of time and have deduced this method to a very high level. When 2 quasi-immortal emperor level bells rang in unison and were pushed out by Wu Shi and Feng Lia. In an instant, the corrosive light was completely eliminated. Several quasi-immortal emperors present changed their colors and retreated at the same time, unwilling to forcefully attack that extremely weird power of time. Clang. Immediately afterwards, the slender woman wearing a grimace mask also arrived in this era. Her slender jade hands moved forward, and she grasped the void. Immediately, a little light flashed in the long river of time, turning into a long sword and appearing in her hand. It's you? Shi Hao was pleasantly surprised. He had never seen the woman in front of him with his own eyes, but the grimace mask on her face was quite familiar to him. Back then, the Red King came from upstream of the river of time and wanted to kill him. It was this woman who came from downstream took action and seriously injured the Red King. Draw out the sword. The Empress in white nodded to Shi Hao, and then let out a soft drink. She held the long sword in front of her and pointed it at the quasi-immortal emperors in the distance. Shi Hao said nothing, but shook the great Luo immortal sword in his hand, combined with the imperial sword in the hand of the white-clothed empress, and slashed at several dark and strange quasi-immortal emperors in the distance. Puff! The great Luo immortal sword and the imperial sword were swung, and the next moment, a sword mark appeared on the chests of the red-haired old man holding the snow-white measuring ruler, and the Emperor Yu holding the Emperor Killing War spear. With one sword strike, their quasi-emperor, the source has produced massive consumption. Kill! At this time, the last man standing on the 9-color Mother Chi cauldron also arrived. He had no weapons in his hands. He just waved a pair of heavenly emperor fists. And at this moment, he traveled through eternity and struck the quasi-immortal with a halberd. Emperor's chest. After all, it was the invincible boxing technique that Emperor Yi Tian was famous for. The moment the Emperor's fist hit, a large mouthful of silver battle blood spurted out from the mouth of the quasi-immortal Emperor who used the halberd. The origin of the quasi-immortal Emperor was burning in his body, and he struggled to escape from that scene. Escaped during the war. We're in big trouble. The old man who destroyed the world, the second Emperor Songyu, and the 3 quasi-immortal emperors from the future soon stood side by side, each staring at his opponent. The red-haired old man holding a sky measuring ruler held a snow-white sky measuring ruler. His big hands were shaking slightly, even though he is a quasi-immortal emperor and is not the top living being in his time and place. His opponents will be extremely powerful in the future, especially Emperor Huang Tian and Tai Songdu in this era. Emperor was the most terrifying legend in his era. The old man who destroyed the world in this era also felt bitter in his heart. The original 4-on-3 situation expanded to 6-on-6, as the Han Emperor was sealed, and the battle situation expanded. Even if he was the pinnacle quasi-immortal emperor, it would be extremely difficult for him to influence the situation of the battle. Mob. Seeing this, Emperor Yi Tian, who was standing on the imperial tripod, showed a disdainful sneer on his lips, as if the person in front of him was not a quasi-mortal emperor, but a humble ant standing in the corner of the era. Your courage has stopped here. You don't even have the courage to catch and fight each other, so you can only resort to such unflattering means. Boom! After saying that, billions of rays of immortal light hung down from the 9-color Mother Chi cauldron above his head. The heavenly emperor fist waved again, and the Chi machine locked onto the female quasi-immortal emperor and the quasi-immortal emperor holding the halberd, and strode to kill them. Ha ha ha. 6 versus 6. This is a fair match. Feng Lai gave a long laugh, and decisively took action with Wu Shi. The mighty power of the glorious years locked onto the old man who destroyed the world. He was the strongest among his opponents. The 3 quasi-immortal emperors from the future could not compare with him, so they were naturally attacked by 2. The special care of the immortal emperor Zunzun, the empress in white, Shi Hao and Lu Shen took action together and locked the other 3 opponents. The emperor's sword, the Tao Aquarius, the principal pond, the great Luo immortal sword, and the emperor fire of the unnamed quasi-immortal emperor roared together, carrying the mighty power of destroying the sky. A group of enemies, in addition to Wu Shi, who is proficient in the power of time. Yi Fan and the empress have chosen opponents of the same generation. Disrupting the long river of time will cost a huge price, and attacking the strong men of the same generation can minimize this price. Puff! Ouch! Among the 6 powerful men present, the first creature that could not hold on was actually the most powerful old man of destruction. His Juyuzan real body could be regarded as one of the most powerful bodies in the entire ancient history. However, facing the combined attack of Feng Lai and Wu Shi, the 2 most powerful figures, it was still difficult to resist. Its true dragon-like giant tail was constantly being chopped off by the immortal decapitating guillotine, or being smashed into pieces by the Wu Shi bell. The time power at the quasi-immortal emperor level sealed its chopped-off body as quickly as possible, quickly consuming the Jiuyo Zhan. The terrifying power of the true form. The old man who destroyed the world was helpless. Feng Lai was already similar to him, and now with the addition of Wu Shi, the pressure on him was extremely high. Even if he wanted to escape into the most difficult-to-explore corner of the long river of time, 2 quasi-immortals who were proficient in time would not be able to escape. There was no way to escape successfully in front of the emperor. In the end, this terrifying ancient creature shed blood under the siege of the 2 quasi-immortal emperors. Its physical body was completely annihilated. Its soul turned to ashes, and only the last trace of its soul was left, which was taken care of by Feng Lai. Chapter 307. The Quasi-Emperor War is over. No! At the moment when the old man who destroyed the world died, and his soul turned to ashes, the roar of the source of the 9 nether pigs' bloodline resounded throughout the entire world sea. Even if Feng Lai and Wu Shi sealed the void together, the distant fairyland, there are still many creatures in Jiotian whose eardrums exploded and are almost deafened. Photography. But Feng Lai didn't care about this at all. Immortal light burst out from the mouth of the Tao Aquarius, attracting the life soul fragments of the old man who destroyed the world, and wanted to put them all into the bottle. The quasi-immortal emperor is not so easy to kill. Even if the physical body and soul of a strong man at this level are completely annihilated, he may not die. As long as the life soul is still there, and the true spirit has not dispersed, he will not die. Just like the current old man who destroys the world. His physical body and soul have been completely annihilated, and the origin of darkness has been completely wiped out. But it is still not completely destroyed. Even if Feng Lai is the peak quasi-immortal emperor, he must spend a lot of time to eradicate this trace of life soul. Destroy. After doing all this, Feng Lai and Wu Shi heard a cold female voice. And the white-clothed empress's imperial sword also made great achievements. Her opponent was the red-haired old man holding a snow-white measuring ruler. His own combat power was even comparable to that of Song Emperor. It would be better to face the empress in white and be completely crushed. This quasi-immortal emperor from the future was beheaded by the imperial sword. His soul and body were annihilated in the divine and demonic imperial light, and his true soul was backfired by the power of cause and effect, completely lost in the years. After doing all this, the empress in white didn't stop. She took one step forward and came to Yi Fan and the other 2 quasi-immortal emperors. The emperor's sword swept across and knocked the female quasi-immortal emperor away, the great villain of the immortal clan. The female quasi-immortal emperor roared and unleashed a ball of extremely pure and blazing blue light, with the power to corrode billions of creatures in the universe. It suddenly blasted towards the white-clothed empress. She has a huge hatred for the 3 people who also come from the future. If she comes to the future to besiege Huangtian Emperor or Taizong Ancient Emperor, even if she cannot annihilate the future bodies of those two people at the same time, it will also cause harm to the future body. Quite troublesome. But the gap in strength cannot be leveled by anger. The white-clothed empress swept the long sword in her hand. Although the female quasi-immortal emperor could handle it, she was obviously not so calm and reluctant, quietly watching the battle between several quasi-immortal emperors. They didn't really need their help. Feng Lai and Wu Shi didn't rush forward in a hurry. They just stood above the boundary sea and monitored the battlefield of each quasi-immortal emperor. Unfortunately, there is another old friend who is not here. He has practiced 9 lives of reincarnation and is in a very stable state of mind. But he is still short of the last half step. If the 4 of us go together, it will be more helpful to your situation. After a while, Wu Hajime suddenly spoke like this. The old friend he was talking about was naturally Chao Yusheng. There are only a few people in the past and present who have achieved success through reincarnation in 9 lives. The only one who can become an old friend without beginning is Chao Yusheng. It's already very good. 6 on 6. This is the fairest way to play. Feng Lai's fingers gently stroked the edge of the immortal slaying guillotine, and the bright red emperor's blood nourished every inconspicuous gap on the guillotine. But his eyes never left the battlefield below. How's it going over there? How many years has passed since the last time we met? For many years. The war in our era did not go well. The enemy was very strong, and the heaven was very dangerous. They had many quasi-immortal emperors, and there were even higher-level creatures who took action. Fortunately, your broken mirror was manifesting. Please help us. Otherwise it will be even more troublesome. Wu Shi sighed deeply and said a lot to Feng Lai, his old friend. According to his guess, the true form of the ancient Emperor Taizong was probably held back by some extremely powerful beings. If he took action rashly, the remaining members of the first generation of Heavenly Court would be destroyed. Strong ones may be targeted by the enemy. My mirror is broken too. Feng Lai was surprised. According to what Wu Shi said before, his treasure vase was broken many epochs ago and was dug out by Duande, Chao Yusheng, from an ancient battlefield. Unexpectedly, the 3,000 Dao mirrors also became broken mirror, being shot down by a higher level of power. I heard your 4th and 5th generation disciples and grandchildren mention that of the 3 Taizong weapons, only the immortal slaying platform is intact. Wu Shi glanced at the blood-stained guillotine in Feng Lai's hand and lightly said, "Boom!" After the words fell, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the distance. The battle on Shi Hao's side was also over. The great Luo immortal sword finally defeated the Emperor Killing War spear and nailed the Yu Emperor's head to the ancient palace of the dark ancestral land. There is a pool of scorch marks, which is exactly where Emperor Yu killed the unknown quasi-immortal emperor. Unexpectedly, I have never met Emperor Huangtian in my era. The first time we met was in the era of the fall of the previous life. What a trick of fate! Wu Shi nodded distantly to Shi Hao, looking very interested in the legendary Emperor Huangtian, and sighed with emotion. What was he like in your time? Feng Lai asked casually. Legend, the strongest, disappeared in this ancient history. More mysterious than you. Wu Shi's words were concise and to the point. He had been with Taizong for nearly 1,000,000 years, and Feng Lai had been kind to him as a guide. So he was very fond of Feng Lai. He was very familiar with Lai, but he was more curious about Emperor Huangtian. Then let's get to know each other. We will always meet in the future. Feng Lai greeted Shi Hao, and Shi Hao also showed great curiosity and gratitude for the reincarnation of the everlasting immortal king. The two greeted each other, and they were considered acquaintances. Rumble. After a while, the roar of the heavenly emperor's fist shook Shaohan, and the battle on Yifan's side also ended. The enemy's quasi-immortal emperor's halberd shattered inch by inch, and the 9-colored Mother Chi cauldron roared, turning everything into powder. Senior Taizong. Yifan naturally knew Feng Lai. He nodded to Feng Lai and greeted Shi Hao before standing with Wu Shi, waiting for the next step of the battle to end. The great evil of the immortal clan. Just wait. Supreme disaster is waiting for you in the future. There is a place for you in the burial pit of the Emperor of Heaven. After a long time, the battle on the side of the white-clothed Empress also ended. The female quasi-immortal Emperor knew that she was bound to die, so she directly spoke harshly to Feng Lai and a group of others. However, the word Celestial Emperor's grave obviously touched a taboo, and the god of cause and effect Thunder the Strike directly wiped out the true spirit of the female quasi-immortal Emperor. Everyone, it's time to end. Seeing this, Feng Lai nodded. He stood up slowly and called Shi Hao, Yi Fan and other 4 quasi-mortal emperors to take action together. The nameless quasi-mortal emperor Song, who was fighting Lu Xun, was finally dead. Lu God has not yet completely taken that step. They rely on each other, and it is difficult to take down Song Emperor. Under the siege of 6 quasi-mortal emperors, even if Emperor Song refused to give in, he could only be defeated at an extremely fast speed. He didn't even have a chance to escape, and fell directly with an angry roar, completely defeated. At this point, a total of 7 enemy quasi-mortal emperors, including the 4 dark quasi-mortal emperors Hong, Yu, Song, and Old Man Mishi, as well as the 3 powerful quasi-mortal emperors from the future, have all been wiped out. The remaining will has also been sealed, and even if their true spirits remain alive, there is no possibility of their return. Chapter 308: The End of Darkness. From the time Emperor Huang Tian and ancient Emperor Tai Song stepped side by side to the other side of the realm sea, to the end of the dreamy and epic melee between the 12 quasi-mortal emperors, tens of thousands of years passed. In the end, Huang, Taizong, and Lu Xun stood side by side. Return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. For the nearly endless long history of the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the immortal realm, tens of thousands of years are nothing. But for the living beings living in the 2 realms today, these tens of thousands of years are simply more torturous and longer than eternity. In a battle at the level of a quasi-immortal emperor, even if a true immortal is almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. To be fair, even the Emperor Light Immortal King like the Butcher and the Burial Master will never be able to withstand the moves of the 3 emperors of Hong Yu Song. Fortunately, at the end of the war, the supreme decisive battle that could be recorded in history finally ended with the victory of our emperors. Otherwise, this side of the boundary sea would inevitably usher in another era of emperor fall. Feng Lai, Shi Hao, Yi Fan, Wu Shi, Wu Ren, and Lu Xun, the 6 quasi-immortal emperors who belong to the present and come from the future, finally stopped outside the broken 9 heavens and 10 lands, and looked at this broken realm together. The hometown of all of them is naturally filled with emotions. We finally won that battle. The long-cherished wish of eternity is over. My broken soul fire, which has been struggling for eternity, must return to dust. Behind Lu Xun, an invisible and formless emperor's fire was burning blazingly. In it, a lonely man smiled at everyone. He was the nameless quasi-immortal emperor in the Emperor's Fall era. He had been entangled with the fallen quasi-immortal emperor for eternity, and finally obtained the final creature, Senior, in front of her. The expression on Lu Xun's face was a bit unwilling and entangled. The unknown quasi-immortal emperor was kind to her. If it weren't for the help of the Emperor's fire, she would never be able to survive until now. This is a matter of course. My child, you were born in a good era. You have comrades, descendants, and a future worth looking forward to. I have fallen forever. My old friends and the past have long been buried in the turmoil. My emperor, there is love on the road. There is really no need to endure the hardship. The nameless quasi-immortal emperor spoke out. The imperial fire that maintained his will was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. But he didn't seem to notice it. There was a kind of expectation and encouragement for the successor of the mantle in his eyes when he looked at Lu Xun. You have the qualifications to be a quasi-immortal emperor, and you have already learned my imperial ways. You will definitely move to a broader stage in the future. You just need to find a suitable time to pass on my imperial ways. I will. Lu Xun nodded slightly and watched as the imperial fire carrying the nameless quasi-immortal emperor gradually dimmed, and finally only a ray of light remained, falling into Shi Hao's hand. This is the original power of Shi Hao's self-transformation method. Don't worry. When I'm capable enough, I will bring that senior back from eternity ago. Shi Hao clenched his fists, letting the ray of light from his free-forming technique blend into his body, and promised Lu Xun, I will do my best. Lu Xun nodded. She has now reached the pinnacle of nirvana and is not far away from becoming a quasi-immortal emperor. Do you want to wait until Senior Shilu takes that step before exploring the end of the dark ancient land? On the other side, Yi Fan from the future trio suddenly spoke up. They are creatures from eternity after all. They know that there is a more terrifying source of darkness on the other side of the world sea. They also know that a more cruel thing happened after the Quasi-Emperor War. Feng Lai and Shi Hao will definitely not ignore this point. No. Let's wait until he and I take another step forward before exploring. Feng Lai shook his head. Behind him, the immortal cutting guillotine, 3,000 Dao mirrors, and Dao Aquarius were floating quietly. The middle part was damaged, although it was not serious. It also affected the explosion of the power of the quasi-emperor immortal armament. Taking a step forward? I understand. Hearing this, Yi Fan had a slightly surprised look on his face, and looked at the Empress in white and wuxia, but did not say much due to some illusions involving time and cause and effect. 18 years later, all the creatures in the 9 heavens, 10 earths and immortal realm heard the majestic and world-shaking roar of the long river of time. 3 deep and fuzzy figures followed the long river of time, heading towards an unverifiable distance. From that year on, there were no more rumors about a girl named Yi Xian in this period of ancient history. The immortal realm and the 9 heavens and 10 earths finally survived the great catastrophe again and restored the peace of the past. 28,000 years after the war with the falling quasi-immortal emperor, the immortal realm and the 9 heavens and 10 earths that were shattered by the imperial crown and the imperial staff were restored with Shi Hao's quasi-emperor level methods. But the area of the immortal realm was still the same. It has shrunk so much that many ancient universes that originally belonged to the immortal territory were completely annihilated and no longer exist. In the same 10,000 years, the most powerful immortal king who sold counterfeit medicine reunited his 6 bodies with the personal help of the ancient emperor Tai Tsong. His Tao body and soul returned to perfection, and the imperial light around him was completely stable, standing shoulder to shoulder with the butcher immortal king. With the help of the 2 emperor light immortal kings in Shi Hao, the origin of the immortal realm has been guaranteed to a large extent. It has not ushered in the era of the end of heaven and earth like the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The foundation of immortality still exists, which is desirable. This era is called the era of heavenly emperors by 9 heavens and 10 earths and the immortal realm. The 2 most powerful emperors are suppressed on this side of the boundary sea. Even creatures like burial realm, who do not belong to the immortal cultivation system, have a feeling that comes from their hearts. Sense of security. 37,000 years after the war with the fallen quasi-immortal emperor ended, a vast ocean of chaos exploded in the boundary sea, and the figures of the Huangtian emperor and the Taizong ancient emperor appeared again. The emperor's energy covered everything he passed for eternity. All spirits surrender. There have long been legends in the heavenly court that the 2 heavenly emperors have always been in seclusion in a treasured place of time. The outside world has been 300,000 years, and many eras may have passed in them. Everyone, including butchers and chicken farmers, felt that the auras of the 2 heavenly emperors were deeper and more powerful than they were hundreds of thousands of years ago. Unfortunately, they were unable to verify it, and could only watch as ancient Emperor Tai Tsong held a rotten wooden box in his hand, walking side by side with Emperor Huangtian, stepping into the boundary sea, and stepping into the dark end of the other side of the boundary sea. Immediately afterwards, an even more terrifying supreme fluctuation erupted at the end of the darkness. The power of darkness surged like a mighty sky wave. The immortal realm, 9 heavens and 10 earths, which had just been repaired for hundreds of thousands of years, along with the burial realm, foreign realm and other great realms. It collapsed under the aftermath of this terrifying power. If Lucian, who is almost a quasi-immortal emperor, had not taken action, a large number of living beings would have been annihilated. That war also lasted for a long time. Lucian guessed that the source of the darkness was likely to have a real immortal emperor-level creature, because according to the current strength of Tai Tsong and Huang, it was almost impossible to have a rival among the quasi-immortal emperors. It was not until many thousands of years later that Emperor Huangtian and ancient Emperor Tai Tsong appeared above the Dike world dragging their exhausted bodies. Top supreme giants such as Lucian and Butcher and Emperor Guang Immortal King wanted to help the 2 emperors return, but they were stopped by them. The black blood stained on his body was restrained, and the corners of his mouth were all bleeding, making him unable to move forward. You 2 must have solved the source of darkness, right? The burial master was inexplicably shocked. He felt that the black blood stained on the 2 emperors had a supreme aura. Even a glance was enough to make ordinary immortal kings collapse. Yes, from now on, the darkness in this world is rootless duckweed. Hearing this, Feng Lai waved the immortal killing guillotine that had been broken into 2 pieces at the burial master, raised the knife and cut a rotten wooden box into nothingness, and said with a smile, "We killed a real immortal emperor." Chapter 309, Shaping My Beloved Jitian Universe. The real immortal emperor? Feng Lai looked very relaxed when he said the word immortal emperor. But Lucian and others understood that the deep wounds on his and Shi Hao's bodies that were stained with rich dark power could not be faked. They had indeed encountered a terrible thing that was hard to find in all eternity. Adversary. Yes, a certain ancient immortal emperor was polluted by the supreme source of darkness, fell to this world, and became the source of darkness. All the ominousness, darkness, the ancient palace, etc. in history are all caused by him. Sure Hao briefly explained to several old friends everything he knew about darkness from the corpse immortal emperor. Now that the corpse immortal emperor has been solved, this world will gain stability for a long time. Beheading the immortal emperor. Does that mean that Emperor Huang Tian and ancient Emperor Tai Song are now immortal emperor-level creatures? The burial master on the side suddenly discovered a blind spot, and tried to look at Feng Lai and Sure Hao with his burial Dao heavenly eyes. But he only felt that what was opposite him were two vast abyss. Even though the conditions of the two were not very good, they were far beyond them. It's almost the imagination of Emperor Guang Immortal King. A shame. I owe it to Senior Tai Song. Sure Hao nodded. With the help of Feng Lai's evolution of the ancient land of time, which was similar to the ancient and modern land, he spent hundreds of epochs digesting the experience of fighting many quasi-immortal emperors. Not only did he break through to the level of the immortal emperor, but also he is not a weakling among the immortal emperors either. I am also caused by fate. Feng Lai nodded. He felt that he might have broken through to the immortal emperor a little later than Sure Hao. After all, the other party was a strong man born to cultivate Taoism, a powerful being destined to defy the heavens. In the future, we will go to a wider world. The darkness has a deeper root. There, a more terrifying opponent is waiting for us ahead. It can be seen that Sure Hao's face is a little heavy. If the 3E fans from the future let him see a broader world, then the immortal emperor of corpse opened the door to a broader world for him, where there are more powerful opponents and a future worth looking forward to. As Sure Hao made up his mind to enter a higher level world, Heavenly Court, a great force composed of countless creatures, began to slowly turn around, recruiting troops, expanding war preparations, stepping up resource mobilization, etc. were all in full swing. Whether it is the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the immortal realm, the burial realm, or the foreign realm, almost every realm now has a shadow of Heavenly Court, and powerful beings in every realm actively request to join Heavenly Court, including many immortal kings. The burial king also had strong men who came from the Boundary Sea and were willing to follow the Emperor of Heaven. 100,000 years after the end of the Immortal Emperor War, Lucian successfully broke through the shackles of the Immortal King, and the divine chain of laws reached the sky, reaching the level of the quasi-immortal Emperor. Since then, together with the transcendent ancient Emperor Tai Song, Heaven has had 3 real emperors. Even butchers, chicken farmers, and counterfeit medicine sellers have all willingly joined Heaven to pursue their own opportunities to advance further. These Emperor-light immortal kings are very powerful, but in essence, they are sad losers on the road to quasi-immortal emperors. Although they are much stronger than the supreme giants, their imperial path is almost cut off, and they have lost the qualification to pursue greater power. But they are still willing to join the Heavenly Court. The opportunity to travel with 2 immortal emperors and a quasi-immortal emperor will never be found. Powerful creatures of that level may have the ability to help them go further. 300,000 years after the Immortal Emperor War, the Immortal Realm was repaired again. This time, Sure Hao at the Immortal Emperor level took action again, making the Immortal Realm the same model as the 9 heavens and 10 earths back then, although the heavens and the earth coexisted. Fortunately, the rules are complete, and there is a way to live forever. At the same time, Feng Lai, who was also at the level of the Immortal Emperor, also began to gather the fragments of the past 9 heavens and 10 earths. He did not reshape the universe according to the appearance of the original ancient world, but directly transformed the ancient continents like floating islands, cut it off, and refine it into the shape of a star. He understood that the trend of the times was rushing towards him. The ancient era was about to come to an end with the fall of the corpse immortal emperor, and the pre-mythological era belonging to the Zhetian era was about to begin. In that era, all the strong men were born on one living planet after another in the galaxy of the universe. They connected the stars into pieces, created the ancient road in the starry sky, practiced on that glorious but short-lived road, and won the mark of the heart of heaven, thus reigning over an era. What Feng Lai did was to gather the many vitalities and spiritual veins scattered in the void, and make them converge on the planets scattered in the dead universe, laying the foundation for the future era. The seal of Tianqi is really a nostalgic thing. Soon, Feng Lai guided the fragmented will of heaven and earth in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and combined with the will of heaven and earth in a part of the immortal realm, evolved a brand new mark of Tianqi in this galaxy universe, making it imprinted in 10,000 ways. Cut down a cemetery belonging to the true immortals and buried immortals in the distant fairyland, turn all the immortal corpses, immortal soldiers, etc., into strange substances that are beneficial to immortality, and then seal them together with the pure land of the fairyland into a certain star of life. After finding the ancient Taichu mine that was famous throughout the world, Feng Lai directly erased the blood-stained ancient gate deep in the mining area that was a threat to the true immortals, and then connected a section of the ancient lineage of the immortal family from the immortal domain. After replenishing the source of the Taichu ancient mine, it was also sealed in a corner of the universe. When he was interested, Feng Lai also refined an ancient bronze palace of the immortal Tao level based on his memories from the ancient times, sealed a small number of incomplete immortal Tao runes in it, and also penetrated it into a certain secret land. Even though he is millions of years old, Feng Lai is still very interested in shaping his homeland, and spares no effort in doing so. Time flies by as countless beings in all realms practice intensively. The prosperity of heaven has become the general trend. There are countless human beings, and there are many true immortals. Even many immortal king-level beings are willing to name themselves in heaven. 500,000 years after the end of the Imperial War, the second and third generations of geniuses such as Yin Ning, Gugu, Shuri, and Tianzi all showed their talents, and almost all of them went a very long way to the level of the ultimate immortal king. The first Qimping even successfully reached the level of a giant, with unparalleled combat power. His parents and children also successfully rebuilt themselves and became true immortals. During this process, Shi Hao, the current immortal emperor, personally took action, using the powerful essence of the immortal emperor level to reverse the chaos of time and space and help the Thunder Emperor, one of the 10 evils of the ancient immortals, return from eternal annihilation, causing a commotion in this world. The essence of the immortal emperor is too high, and the long river of time is not something too profound for creatures of this level. In the ancient immortal era, even if Shi Hao is not completely familiar with this power, he will resurrect a mere mortal immortal king. Difficulty. Many elders in the immortal realm lamented that this young man, Thunder Emperor, was the best in the world in terms of luck and strength. Not only did he have strong qualifications, he also used his original method to become a heavenly emperor and indirectly became an emperor's master. This waiting for the opportunity is simply unthinkable. Chapter 310 The Elixir and the Third Disciple. I still think your method of cutting off all immortal cultivation is too cruel. Hundreds of thousands of years later, on the outskirts of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, in the vast void, 3 gorgeous and majestic figures, 2 men and 1 woman, stood there. Among them, Lucian, who looked like a solemn woman, was looking at the magnificent universe below inside. She could see clearly that under the will of the 2 immortal emperor-level creatures, most of the inheritance, runes, information, etc., related to immortals in the universe below were being stripped away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many of them were from many epochs ago. The existing ancient true immortals, and even the immortal king's inheritance, have crossed time and space, and come to Feng Lai's hands. This is not a good thing for the beings who will practice in this world in the future. It is not just the inheritance of immortality that will be cut off. After hundreds of millions of years, even the question of whether immortals exist may become a historical question. This is the most helpless choice, but it is also the most necessary choice. Shi Hao shook his head and said, at the end of darkness, even the real immortal emperor will be contaminated. The strength of the 3 of us may not be enough, and we need to cultivate a group of the most powerful people in the rear, the most powerful helper. At the level they are at, what they need is the help of quasi-immortal emperors and even immortal emperors. True immortals and even ordinary level immortal kings are already insignificant ants to them. A powerful arsenal is not as useful as a quasi-immortal emperor. There is no way to live forever. I don't know how many creatures will perish because they took the wrong path. Lucian stared at the primitive ancient world, and she felt pity for a moment. She seemed to see the humane creatures struggling in the closed universe, and sighed softly. There are always necessary sacrifices. Shi Hao shook his head, and a little blood light appeared in the center of his eyebrows. A drop of imperial true blood manifested, turning into a completely perfect humanoid creature. There were 5 supreme secret realms of the human body: Wheel C, Tao Palace, 4-Pole, Dragon Transformation, and Immortal Platform. Integrate into the original avenue of the universe below. That is the secret realm of the human body, one of the highest achievements in Shi Hao's cultivation path. Now it is taken from the human realm to lay the most solid foundation for cultivation for the creatures in this world. There are still some great connections left. Feng Lai nodded, and a total of 18 flowers and plants of different shapes appeared in the void behind him. including the ancient flat peach tree as powerful as a real dragon, and the green and powerful enlightenment tea tree with 108 strange fairy leaves. There are miraculous elixirs that look like unicorns and elixirs that look like white tigers, manifested one by one. These are... Lucian was stunned and saw clearly that the nature of these supreme ancient medicines were far beyond ordinary. And they looked very familiar. The magical medicines that looked like auspicious beasts, such as unicorns and white tigers, had a small amount of the immortal king's breath flowing on them. The enlightenment tea tree was the supreme plant in the foreign land. It was transformed from a fairy tree. And as for the flat peach tree, it was obviously King Pan's true form. The elixir of death is a rare thing that allows the Supreme One to live an extra life. It is also a hope left to the little ones. Fenglai patted the dragon-like body of the ancient flat peach tree with one hand. His good friend Pan Wang was seriously injured millions of years ago. With his relationship with Fenglai, he achieved nirvana in Taitsong Immortal Palace. Fenglai felt that this old man was seriously injured. Brother, if you are idle, you are idle. It is better to follow the original history and become an elixir in the Zetian era. That's a good idea. Shihao nodded and cut open the void in front of him with one hand. After a few breaths, 18 elixirs came from the distance. Among them were the emerald ancient tree of life and the strange ginseng fruit tree, as well as medicinal strains that look like true phoenix, Xuanwu, etc., all of which have the essence of the immortal king level. Among them, a lotus seed surrounded by chaotic brilliance is the most special. It actually has some immortal emperor chi that belongs to Shihao. It has obviously absorbed the origin of Huangtian emperor. Although it is very small, it gives this green lotus seed a sense of vitality. There has been a huge improvement, and the essence is extremely profound. While the two immortal emperors were chatting, the pattern of a total of 36 immortal elixirs in the future era was decided. Some of these elixirs were the supreme elixirs from the immortal realm, foreign lands, or the old 9 heavens and 10 lands, and some were from the past immortal kings, their bodies after nirvana, as well as the remains of existing immortal kings such as True Dragon and Xuanwu, are very powerful. For the gods, emperors and emperors of the future era, the elixir of death is undoubtedly a very important thing. It can enable those strong men whose lifespan does not last more than 10,000 years to live a second life, renew their imperial life for a whole life, and gain more further opportunities. You must know that even if the immortal realm, foreign realm and burial realm of the burial realm are combined, there will be very few creatures who have the ability to live out the second life on their own. Strength, understanding, character, and luck are all indispensable. The quality of the extreme creatures in the heavenly era will definitely drop a lot. Time passed by in a hurry, and inadvertently, more than 200,000 years passed without realizing it. When the glory of heaven was still continuing in all realms, a piece of heavy news came out, shaking the sky. The ancient emperor Taitsong, who had ruled for an era, was in deep thought. While walking in the immortal realm, he met an unparalleled genius with unparalleled talent, and made him his third personal disciple, Gu Tu. This is a young man born in an inconspicuous immortal family in the immortal realm. He has shown extremely high cultivation talent since birth. When he was more than 240 years old, he was in the main line of an immortal family. Achievements are supreme and very powerful. This origin and achievement are originally nothing in the immortal realm. After all, there are too many true immortal-level immortal families in the immortal realm. In the last era, 100,000 giants were a conservative number, and a supreme being between 200 and 300 years old was not that big. Strange, but Gutu is different after all. His combat power is extremely powerful. He has only been a supreme for more than 100 years, but he has defeated several veteran supremes who have been on the road to supreme for hundreds of thousands of years. He even caused some kings in heaven to quarrel. As concerned, from then on, Gutu's legendary life began. He made great progress all the way, stepping on the heads of the supreme beings at the same level, and even received personal guidance from the giant Chiyu in the immortal domain. He believed that Gutu was enough to compete with those in his boyhood, compared with the butcher immortal king. Then, the name Gutu even alarmed the Taitsong Immortal Palace. A treasure mirror containing 3,000 kinds of bright fairy lights came across time and space, and led Gutu to the Immortal Palace. When the world saw Gutu again, this young man who was only 1,000 years old had already established himself at the supreme level of the Jita, and his momentum and vision were much higher than before. Respect your master's orders? I will be stationed in the immortal realm forever to protect the peace of this world. This is Fenglai's expectation for his third disciple. And it is also Gutuo's own will to station in the immortal realm and guard this land. After a long time, when heaven rises again, I hope you will ascend the throne and truly become my right-hand man. Fonlai had great hopes for Gutuo, the future lord of the immortal realm. And suppressed emperor used emperor-killing war spear inside Gutuo's body. This was the supreme weapon. Even if the emperor-killing war spear was against ancient artifacts with exotic origins from the past can have the upper hand. Chapter 311 A Wisp of Obsession. Rumble. 9 heavens and 10 places away. Fairy lights are shining everywhere. Thousands of roars. A fire that is higher than the sky is burning. And there are hundreds of millions of regular divine chains in it that are clattering, blessing the things in the center of the fire. When the fire gradually faded, the immeasurable Tao entangled itself, and a 9-story fairy tower as towering as a mountain appeared. The long road cleansed the minds of every living being present. It looks like it is made of the most ordinary bronze, and its level is just an immortal weapon. But all living beings who have stepped into the immortal path understand that the materials used in this tower are more magical than any kind of immortal gold in the world. After all, it came from the hands of a real immortal emperor, which is beyond imagination. This tower will be suppressed in this world in the future. People always need hope to support them in going forward. There are immortals in the world, and this tower is the most powerful evidence. Shirhao sat cross-legged in front of the tower, gently stroking every trace of Tao on the tower. This was a supreme weapon he refined based on the true master of the immortal king in his bone tower. Although the level was not too high, it could definitely the body of an immortal weapon is comparable to the weapons of kings. Hard. Not far away from him, Fonlai smiled and nodded slightly. He understood that the chaotic ancient era was about to end. The pre-mythological era was about to come, and the history of the years belonging to the most powerful human beings was about to open the most magnificent curtain. He also has a newly refined fairy weapon in his hand. It is a treasure mirror flowing with 3,000 kinds of aura. The mirror surface is smooth and condensed, and the scenes of the past, present and future are reflected in it. Behind the 2 powerful immortal emperors, a group of palaces more vast than the Milky Way is breaking through the void, under the protection of many powerful heavenly immortal kings and burial kings. It is rushing towards the embankment world to cross the boundary sea and go to a more powerful place. A vast world. These are the people that Shirhao decided to go to a higher level world after many times of streamlining. They include hundreds of immortal kings, buried kings and even a few immortal kings, hundreds of thousands of powerful people at the true immortal level, and a huge number of the Supreme Being, as well as a large number of other human beings, are all in that vast ancient palace. If you want to go to a higher level to fight the source of darkness in the big world, you need to go not only to be strong, but also to have enough seeds and seedlings. That will be the confidence to fight on the front line without worry. When I return to my hometown, I don't know how many of these old friends I can bring back. Gazing at the lively and powerful people in the palaces of heaven. Among them are not only the butchers, counterfeit medicine sellers, Shuri, the emperor and other immortal kings, but also the geniuses of the era such as the tiny jade rabbit, the witch, and the great Shitua. These people are currently all true immortals are also part of the heaven. Just do the best you and I can, Fonlai whispered, and the immortal emperor's soul was flowing with brilliant light. A moment later, a figure exactly like him appeared beside him, taking the Huangta Tower and the imitation version of 3,000 Tao mirrors from Fonlai and Shirhao respectively, then took one step forward and disappeared into the depths of the universe. That was not the clone of the Yuanshin that Fonlai had separated out. Even if there was only one ray of the Imperial Tao Yuanshin, it would definitely be able to overthrow all the immortal kings in the world. It was obvious that in the Zhetian era, there was no need for such great power. This is just a ray of obsession. Apart from containing the will of the immortal emperor, its power is not much stronger than that of a mortal. The future direction of this world will be left to our seniors. Shirhao did not stop all this. He knew that Tai Tsang Immortal King had a great relationship with the future, so he just nodded to Fonlai and told him. After saying that, Shirhao no longer hesitated, and with one move with one hand, the great Luo immortal sword appeared from his hand. The glow flowing on this immortal sword that had been in use for countless billions of years shone immeasurably in an instant. Every corner of the ancient world, even the darkest corner of the world, is brightened. Break. Immediately afterwards, Shirhao let out a light scolding, gathered strength, and slashed down. In an instant, the ancient world behind seemed to be swallowed up by the long river of time and disappeared from everyone's eyes, as if it had never existed, and everything lost its shadow. This sword can break forever. After countless years, above God. This is what I know. The story about my master, Emperor Huang Tian, and the first generation of heaven. After telling everything, the man took a sip of the crystal clear red wine from the five-color goblet. A pair of eyes flashed with a blazing fairy light, and he looked at the cold and charming woman opposite, who was wearing a gorgeous red evening dress with half-exposed breasts. Whispered. The place where he stood was a magnificent city full of color and technology. There were high-rise buildings suspended in the sky. Fairy King-level space-time cannons glowing with cold steel, pointing directly at the sky. And the quantum network covered everything. Everything is so convenient and efficient. But Shuri deeply understood that everything in this giant technological city was created by the thought of the beautiful woman in front of him. She possesses the power of science and technology that is rare in all the worlds, and has deduced the quantum network to the level of the quasi-mortal emperor. Combined with virtual reality technology, it has long been possible to create everything out of nothing. There is no doubt that this is a quasi-mortal emperor-level creature who has achieved the highest level of achievement on the road of science and technology. Really? It turns out that Master Taitsong is not a human race, but a spiritual body bred from the Tao seeds of your immortal race system. He is a compatriot with me, Shuri said. For all the worlds in this era are great. The big secret among secrets made the beautiful quasi-immortal emperor of science and technology in evening dress lose his mind for a while, and murmured softly. Is the emperor also a creature of similar origin? What the woman said made Shuri slightly stunned. Although he was surrounded by the emperor's light, something went wrong after all when he took that step. He has been stuck at the level of the emperor's light immortal king for a long time. Over the years, he has been influenced by this technology. The female immortal emperor helped a lot. I am an intelligent life born in the ultimate virtual chip of the quantum technology evolver civilization. According to the practitioner's logic, there is no difference from your immortal path, since we are of the same race. If Master Taitsong and I have the opportunity to combine, we will definitely succeed. A good story. At this point, the eyes of the glamorous woman in a red evening dress flashed with dense data, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing an intoxicating smile. And she did not hide her admiration and affection for the ancient Emperor Taitsong. How do you know my master? The strong logical analysis ability of the female quasi-immortal emperor made Shuri speechless. He took another sip of the red wine in his hand, sighed softly, and asked the admirer of his master. Of course, I was saved by Master Taitsong. He saved my life from many strange quasi-immortal emperors, and taught me the immortal cultivation method. I integrated the immortal cultivation method into quantum technology, and I have achieved what I am today. The female quasi-immortal emperor gently swayed her dust-free red evening dress, casting a glow of technology that seemed both real and illusory, and smiled. Unfortunately, my master has been missing for many years. The glory of the immortal heavenly palace is no longer there, and I am also an enemy of the weird clan. If the emperor is willing, he can only protect me for tens of thousands of years, Shuri said with a bitter smile. No. The female quasi-immortal emperor transformed from the ultimate intelligent life did not respond on her face. She just stood in this technologically rich hall and whispered, I must follow Master Taitsong's footsteps. Chapter 312. Everything begins. After all eternity, everything in the past is buried in the deepest part of time. From today on, this world will usher in a new era. Emperor Huang Tian took action and cut off the eternity with a big Luo immortal sword. It did not have any impact on this brand new universe. Those humane practitioners, who were struggling in the end of the Dharma era, had no way of feeling the layout of the immortal emperor. Only Feng Lai stood alone. In the starry sky, he murmured. He touched the vast stardust in the starry sky, and looked at the quiet and twinkling stars in the distance. This was a familiar scenery to him, just like when he had just come to this world in his previous life and looked up at the stars. Even if all that remains in this world is just a wisp of obsession, Feng Lai can still feel that the connection with the long river of time is gradually blurring. A sword light separates the upper half of the long river from the lower half. Even if they are at the same level, it is extremely difficult for the immortal emperor to break through this layer of sword light barrier. What the emperor said is absolutely true. A universe that is completely isolated from the outside world can indeed be regarded as a new era. I just don't know how many reincarnations it will take for the latecomers, who are good enough to be born as expected by Emperor Huang Tian. I'm looking forward to it. Beside Feng Lai, the ancient bronze tower and 3,000 Taoist mirrors were shrouded in the illusory mist of chaos, like the core of the suppressing universe, shaking with brilliant fairy light. And all Taoists cheered at its supreme power. They are real immortal weapons. and the gods among them can already revive independently. They serve on the left and right beside the ancient emperor Tai Tsung. Even if they know that they are not the immortal emperor's real body, they are very respectful. Time will give us all the answers we want. Remember, at this stage, I am only a witness and not a participant in this glorious history. You are the same. The immortal world is elusive, so be careful not to interfere too much with their destiny. Feng Lai shook his head. He was now standing on an isolated island filled with chaotic energy. The immortal light of immortality was spreading, illuminating a large area of the starry sky. It is obvious that there is a lineage of immortals on the island that is beyond the rules of this world. There is a rare immortal substance in the age of the end of the Dharma. The spiritual light that is so rich that it cannot be dissolved turns into mist, making the isolated island mysterious and beautiful. This is one of the ancient places of immortality that Shirhao left in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It is called Burial Sky Island. It was once a very famous fairy mountain in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was magnificent and beyond imagination. Also, don't call me Emperor when we meet in the future. Just call me Emperor. Yes, Emperor. The 3,000 Tao mirrors and the deities of the desolate tower spoke respectfully at the same time. The Tao mirrors glowed and fell into Feng Lai's hands very obediently. The desolate tower also shone with a gorgeous light, and the deity among them bowed slightly and said, "Chang." Feng Lai smiled and nodded to his sensible mirror. He touched it gently on the precious mirror, and immediately brilliant sword lights flashed and intertwined in the mirror, and God was cut out on a cliff on Burial Island. 2 characters, silver hooks and iron strokes, celestial light rising into the sky. From now on, this island will be the first restricted area of life in this world. You suppress it here and restrain the immortal matter. If the master of Tianqin in his later years comes, he can also take it in. It can be regarded as what Huang and I left for the future strongest human being. Longevity hope. When the glow on the word God was completely silent, a smile appeared on Feng Lai's face. He tossed it casually, and massive immortal formation spread out on the 3,000 mirrors, covering and locking this majestic and surging island. All the immortal substances also make this island deeper and higher. After a long time, this isolated island independent of the heavens was discovered by quasi-celestial beings traveling in the starry sky. It was the earliest record of the oldest and most elusive restricted area of life in the mythical era. After setting the restricted area of life in heaven, Feng Lai and Huang Ta came to a certain ancient life star. There were also some practitioners and ordinary creatures left behind in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They had realized that they had practiced blood moving, cave heaven and other practices in the past. The Dharma is no longer loved by heaven and earth, and both the difficulty and efficiency of practice have been greatly reduced. Fortunately, over the years, the most basic part of the practice method that belongs to heaven and Emperor Huang Tian has been spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the practitioners are changing their paths with strong adaptability. After all, it is one of the supreme fruits of the Emperor Huang Tian. The foundation of the cultivation of the secret realm of the human body has been completely imprinted into the origin of this universe. Future practitioners are born with this path, and they can all follow the same path as Emperor Huang Tian. The path of not relying on external things, but of cultivating one's own seeds. As an immortal weapon refined by Shirhao himself, Huang Ta undoubtedly admires the secret realm method of the human body. As an immortal weapon, it knows a lot about ancient history and understands the advantages of this practice method. As a person, this path has had a great impact on history. It can be regarded as the ultimate answer to the cultivation method of immortal civilization from outside to inside, from external objects to one's own body. It is powerful beyond imagination. Before they are strong enough, living beings can only adapt themselves to the environment. Cultivation method is the foundation. If the world changes, the foundation of these living beings will also change with the world. Feng Lai stepped on the vast land of this ancient star. Although this obsession did not have any cultivation level in him, his eyes were like a torch, and he could still see clearly that there were many creatures on the ancient star who were changing their cultivation paths, and their blood and energy were surging. Shocking. If we look at the levels of practice, the Su Dao, Zhanhua, and Dunyi Sam realms respectively correspond to the 3 realms of Saint, Saint King, and Great Sage in the secret realm of the human body. The gods, true gods, etc. below can also barely compete with the immortal Sanjian Dao. Although the 2 powerful immortals are facing each other, they are completely different cultivation methods, and the corresponding principles are not strict. But it is generally true. Obviously, Not every creature has the ability to adapt to changes in the Foundation. Many creatures in the virtual realm had difficulty reaching the Holy Realm after switching to the Foundation. Some creatures at the God level cannot even reach the Fairy stage level. And even many weak formations realm monks can only reluctantly open a Tau Palace. This is undoubtedly a sad result. In this age of the end of the Dharma, a decline in realm means a decrease in longevity. Many monks have no choice but to watch themselves grow old or even die. From the perspective of the immortal emperor, this is a manifestation of the inability to adapt to the changes in the world. Immortal creatures obviously will not have similar problems. True immortals have their own paths, and the immortal king's path has long been perfected. Even if the heaven and earth are cut off, there will be no difference. At the end of the world, immortality is rare, and there are no immortals in the world. If he can ascend to the immortal path in such a great world, the world will probably adapt to him. The god of Wanta sighed that even though it was the spirit of the immortal weapon, it was still unable to accept the rules set by Emperor Huangtian. It looked far ahead and understood the difficulty of ascending to the immortal path under such circumstances. Witness it well. Feng Lai patted Huangta, and in order to let him stay in the mortal world, he only asked him to find a fairy mountain with a high enough level. From then on, he secluded himself from the world, watched the mortal world, and understood the great way of the Emperor of Heaven in his body. Chapter 313, The First Heavenly Lords. Facts have proved that a short life is destined to bring short-term glory. After seeing these early scenes belonging to the mythical era one by one, Feng Lai was not in a hurry to promote changes in history. Instead, he returned to the forbidden area he had arranged for himself, allowing this fairy island to wander in the universe and overlook the world of mortals. In this era, the Ziwei Emperor Star, the ancient stars of the ancient world, and the ancient stars such as Eternity and Gauchen are just nameless stars of life. The ancient road in the starry sky that will lead many powerful people to compete in the future has not yet been built. Everything is immature and thriving. Appearance. But in this era, the fierce competition in the field of humanity has already begun. It was only 70 or 80,000 years after Shihao cut off the eternal world. On many ancient stars, there are already many geniuses who instinctively set foot on the stars to find a way to further their cultivation. It is against this background that the first heavenly lord since the beginning of this world emerged from the sky after sweeping all the opponents in the world, powerfully integrating the Tianqin seal, and ascending to the imperial path. My name is the heavenly lord of crossing tribulation. I am the one who can cross the world, cross the tribulation, and cross the reincarnation of destiny. The roar of this supreme heavenly lord is like the roar of billions of heavenly thunders, and it is also like the roar of billions of saints in the 6 realms of reincarnation. The radiance of chaos boils and suppresses so many creatures in the entire universe that they tremble involuntarily. Kneel down on the ground. He is too powerful, and the strength of his path even exceeds the level of the supreme Tao. Even the Tianqin seal cannot bear his path and is wailing. Even Feng Lai was startled by this movement, and he was a little speechless, because the first extreme creature that created the world on this day was Shihao's close friend, the direct disciple of Xuanwu Immortal King, and the successor of the 6 paths of reincarnation Immortal King, Qiao Yushen. You really have the perseverance to cut off all the reincarnation seals in the past and rebuild the Tao in this world. He directly summoned the tribulation-transcending heavenly lord to the restricted area of heaven, and found that Qiao Yushen had retained the memories of his previous life. He saluted without hesitation the moment he saw Feng Lai clearly, and did not care about the majesty of his supreme being. Junior asked Huang for help. He erased the reincarnation seals of the past and transformed them into the Tao Foundation. He also integrated the life burial techniques of the 6 paths of reincarnation Immortal King, my master, and certain burial kings in the burial domain, and also transformed them into my Tao Foundation, pursuing my ideal of the most perfect path to reincarnation. Even in the face of Feng Lai, the emperor, Qiao Yushen could not help but be proud when talking about his own path. He felt that if he succeeded, he might be able to take a supreme step and rival the current Lucian and even Huang in Taisonggu. The emperor may not know. Then you have to work hard. It doesn't look good to be left last. Feng Lai shook his head, and with a flick of his finger, Qiao Yushen, the most powerful person in the world, was ejected from the forbidden area of the sky, causing the powerful and semi-immortal supreme to roll in the starry sky for a long time before he reluctantly stopped. It's a pity that I must continue to go through the cycle of life and death to achieve enlightenment. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to survive tens of millions of years in Uncle Taizong's restricted life zone. Qiao Yushen didn't seem to mind. He smiled and bowed to the forbidden area of the sky, and then muttered something in a low voice before disappearing into the starry sky. Chao Yusheng, the tribulation transcending heavenly lord, was a half-stepped immortal who was very low-key. Perhaps it was due to his first reincarnation. His 2 lifetimes in total only lived for 110,000 years. He eventually died of aging, and his true body was buried in the ancient restricted area. This deity, whose power was enough to shock the world, did not leave many stories over the years. People only recorded his Taoist name and the most powerful secret method he left to future generations. Feng Lai understands that the era of the 9 great gods of the mythical age has begun, and one of the 9 secrets, who will have supreme glory in the future, has emerged. This is exciting news. 70 or 80,000 years after the true body of the tribulation god was incarnated, the second extreme creature in the mythical era was born. He defeated all opponents, established a path deep in the starry sky, and once again shocked the world. Ling Bao Tianzuan, compared to Chao Yusheng, who is related to the immortal emperor. This Tianzuan is not so heaven-defying and amazing. In the first 20,000 years of his enlightenment, even the Huangta Tower and the 3,000 Dao mirrors did not give him much, paid attention to him, and thought that his qualifications were only average. Of course, this evaluation is only relative to Chao Yusheng. After all, Ling Bao Tianzuan is one of the founders of the 9 secrets. Compared with some of the more mediocre ancient emperors and emperors in later generations, he is still very powerful. The level Ling Bao Tianzuan has reached its worth their life's pursuit. He has also lived for more than 100,000 years, and has understood the secret method of the human body of Emperor Huang Tian to a very high level. His true body is so powerful that it is beyond the imagination of many living beings. He has even refined the immortal killing formation and the 9-turn immortal pill, and has infinite grace. During the hundreds of thousands of years that this heavenly lord reigned in the world, a supreme ancient star called Feixian emerged from the depths of the universe. The immortal bell was born, and the Kunlun people declared their rise to the universe in a high-profile manner. Kunlun Immortal Bell. This is also one of Shi Hao's backup tools left in this world. It is related to the path he left to become an immortal in this world. The mountain and river pregnant immortal bell. The origin of this immortal artifact can even be related to the Feng Lai Holy Spirit clan. Good relationships and deeply loved by heaven and earth. This is the first weapon related to immortals in this world. Even Ling Bao Tianzuan has visited Kunlun Mountain, the ancient star of Feixian, many times to carefully observe and understand this weapon. But such a talented humane warrior eventually withered. He did not understand the world he was in. He failed to become an immortal by force. He died, and his true body became the human treasure of Fukuzawa for several eras. It's a pity that Huang's requirements were not met. On the day when Ling Bao Tianzuan's true body collapsed, Burial Sky Island appeared in the star area where his true body was located. The long river of time surged, and with Feng Lai's sigh, an additional one appeared in the 3,000 mirrors. The ignorant true spirit with wisps of fairy light flowing around. As for the Kunlun fairy bell, Feng Lai has no interest in caring about it. He has also seen this fairy weapon, but it is still too mediocre. It may be part of a certain fairy fetus. Unfortunately, the world has changed so much that the real body is no longer there. Only the weapon is left. It is difficult to become a climate. After the death of Ling Bao Tianzuan, the infinite Tianzuan Hetiangxin was born. This powerful Tianzuan was like a bright star crossing the sky. He only reigned in the universe for less than 30,000 years, and then disappeared from the world and disappeared in the years. If this continues, tens of millions of years from now, it will be time for me to make my debut. On this day, Feng Lai, who was sitting cross-legged in the forbidden area of the sky, opened his eyes. He stared at the figure of the infinite heavenly lord disappearing into the deepest part of the ancient star. He couldn't help but sigh slightly and shook his head. Your Majesty, are you also interested in personally participating in the trend of the times? Feng Lai's words woke up the 3,000 down mirrors that suppressed every inch of the sky's restricted area, and asked with some surprise. Xuanwu Immortal King once said that I am destined to go through many tribulations to become an immortal king, a quasi-immortal emperor, and even an emperor, and finally, in a certain era, finally become the supreme being. Hearing this, Feng Lai finally showed a smile on his face and murmured to himself. This era is the era when I deserve my destiny and become the ultimate supreme master. Chapter 3 14 Time Flies. The history of the Zhetian era is the history of the continuous rise and fall of deities. Ancient emperors and emperors one after another. Generations of practitioners' geniuses rise and fall in the cruelest battles. creating the glory of this era. As far as history is concerned, the existence time of these deities, ancient emperors and great emperors, is too short. Only a few tens of thousands of years. They are like meteors shining in the sky. Even if they are gorgeous, they are just a small node in ancient history. It was under this background that Feng Lai chose to remain silent. He did not choose to actively interfere in any period of history. Nor did he choose to participate in the fate of any heavenly lord. He just sat cross-legged in the forbidden area of the sky, overlooking everything. He watched helplessly as those names that once shocked ancient history rose on an inconspicuous ancient star, such as the Moral Heavenly Lord, the Infinite Heavenly Lord, the Yuanzhi Heavenly Lord, the Chaos Body Wengbo, and a certain five-color phoenix that fell from the cracks in the fairyland. There is no doubt about the talent of these most powerful human beings. Some of them have figured out the immortality method of cutting off the realm of self-destruction to peel off the mark of Tianqin. Some Tianzuan has discovered clues of history, found the ancient mines of Taichu, and some creatures have established supreme the glorious heaven tries to teach people to become immortals. From the perspective of the immortal emperor, the wonderful lives of these human beings are like a group of ignorant children playing house. When Feng Lai took a nap, Wang Bo had already transformed from a heroic young man into a Big Dipper star. Over the years, Emperor Zun and Hades have gone from being good brothers to stabbing each other behind each other's backs. Time changes. Life and death are unpredictable. What Feng Lai did was to let his 3,000 Taoist mirrors overlook this world. When a supreme Taoist with reasonable talent was about to die, he protected the last trace of his true spirit, sealed it, and left it for future resurrection. As for those supreme human beings who choose to kill themselves and become restricted areas, Feng Lai will not say anything. Every living being has a choice, and the dignified immortal emperor will not end up being someone else's nani. The only thing worth mentioning is that the group of natural holy spirits has truly received the blessings of the emperor. The Stone Man Holy Spirit, the Holy Spirit of heaven and earth essence, the Holy Spirit of the incarnation of the treasure, the destiny they received is obviously much deeper. If there is, the gestation of the Deshang Holy Spirit is interrupted, and the 3,000 mirrors in the restricted area of the sky will drop fairy light to guide it to the restricted area for further practice. This is a real preference. But Feng Lai only takes care of the birth of these cousins. Feng Lai will not care about their grievances and hatreds, even if they are killed by the current emperor for various reasons. God's forbidden area will not say anything. What? In this way, time passed quickly around Feng Lai, and he witnessed the stories of emperors one after another, until one day in the ancient times, when a vague feeling of calling came from the distance. He stood up for a rare moment and let out a long breath. Your own era is finally coming. Deep in the starry sky, there are countless stars, cold and lonely. The stars of life are like oases dotted in the endless desert. Each one is precious and can give living beings the most precious hope. In this era, the ancient star is definitely one of the most famous life planets in the universe. Its area is even slightly larger than the Big Dipper star and the Ziwei Emperor star. The entire star is enveloped by a large formation. Hangaguan Hui Wang is even capable of resisting a truly powerful emperor. Its history is so splendid that it can even be traced back to the mythical age. Legend has it that it is the hometown of an ancient deity. Boom! But today, in the ancient star of the prehistoric era, from the depths of the majestic dragon veins, a deafening sound of Tao roar suddenly came, accompanied by wisps of the majesty of the imperial Tao, covering the small half of the ancient star. Hor! On this day, all the powerful people who set foot on the path of cultivation in the entire ancient planet can hear the sound of dragon roars exploding in a certain ancient pure land. The shadow of a majestic five-clawed imperial dragon surging with golden light is just like a real dragon appearing in the world. The majesty is thousands of miles away. That real dragon was different from the real dragon in the ordinary sense. Although the golden light shot into the sky, there were 8 simple and obscure runes on the dragon's body, which were evolved from Yin Yao and Yang Yao respectively. The blessings on the dragon were on the body, making it more majestic. Everyone understands that that Dharma image represents a powerful emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago. The emperor's name was Fuxi. Although he was a human race, he evolved the true dragon way to one of the best in this era. He also understood the moral deity. The Tai Chi diagram uses the combination of Yin and Yang to evolve into the 8 diagrams. The 2 paths are unified to achieve the highest level. Emperor Fuxi's surname was Feng, and his descendants called him the Fuxi Feng clan. He was rooted in the ancient star of the ancient world, and used the Fuxi dragon monument to suppress the fate of the entire family. It was extremely glorious. The 8 trigrams golden dragon phase. That's the vision of the bloodline. A powerful bloodline was born in the Zhuangfeng clan. And it actually triggered the Bagua true dragon phase. In Dongtu, Maoshan, Jiuxia Wanfu Palace. A long-bearded old man holding a heavenly talisman and jade basket sat cross-legged in the depths of the ancient palace of the magnificent Taoist palace. His eyes reflected the golden truth covered with Bagua Taoist patterns in the void. Long, his eyes couldn't help showing a bit of shock. And he murmured to himself, "It's unbelievable." Even the Fuxi Dragon Monument was moved. Did the Emperor's son of the Shi Huangfeng clan break the seal? With the power of Emperor Fuxi, how powerful will his own son become? In Shushan, there were also several sword cultivators with high levels of cultivation, who looked at each other. They could clearly feel that the moment the Bagua True Dragon's vision manifested, a surge of imperial power had completely enveloped the entire Zhuangfeng clan. That is the power of the Fuxi Dragon Monument. One of the most powerful Ji-Dao Emperor soldiers in the universe. Rumble. When almost all the creatures in the ancient star were shocked by the magnificent Bagua True Dragon treasure. The evolution of the vision was not over. Soon, next to the true dragon with the Bagua Dao pattern, there is another kind of holy light shining, intertwining with the shadow of a sacred and beautiful woman, which also illuminates the world. It is also an unimaginable emperor's appearance. It is a treasure with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake. Although it looks like a different species, it exudes a kind of sacred and inviolable nobility and majesty, and has a sense of overlooking all living beings. The glow of loving kindness. Huang Dharma Prime Minister Hua. How is that possible? This time, even the Shi Huang Wind clan heard incredible roars. Obviously, the strong men of the Wind clan were also shocked by the sudden manifestation of Emperor Hua's Dharma. At this moment, almost all the high-level experts of the Zhuangfeng clan were alarmed. The Fuxi Dragon Monument was activated, simultaneously covering up the Bagua True Dragon and the Emperor Hua's Dharma, making everything in the sky look normal. And there were no more abnormalities. This was a choice that had to be made. Because all the visions that happened in the past few quarters of an hour were just natural visions brought about by a certain child in the clan when he was born. That was a child who carried the blood of both Emperor Hua and Emperor Shi. Chapter 315 Appearance. 3 years later. Liar. You are destined to be the man that my Wind clan hopes for. At this time, Feng Lai, who was only 3 years old, had heard someone talking like this beside him for the first time. His voice was gentle, and he had unimaginable deep care and expectation. It's exactly the same as when I first traveled to this era. I understand. Father! So, his small body turned to the man in front of him, who looked to be in his 30s, with a faint green gold light shining in his eyes. And his voice was as deep and long as an ancient well without waves. And he responded softly, the youngest son of the Fuxi Emperor clan, the head of the Huanggu Feng family. This was the identity he acquired when he traveled from Blue Star in his previous life, starting from the time he was born and ending after he became the emperor. Originally, Feng Lai thought about creating a new real name when he was born in the chaotic ancient era. But he was unwilling to completely cut off the past, and finally chose to keep Feng Lai's name as a thought. Alas, your child is good at everything, but he is too precocious. He is only 3 years old. Even his father still had 7 points of innocence at this age. The Taoist priest of the Lingbao Taoist sect said that his mind is too early. Being stable can sometimes lead to inner demons. Seeing this, Feng Lai's father in this life had a somewhat helpless expression on his face. He was well known as Feng Gong, the head of the contemporary Huanggu Feng family, and he was also one of the few living saints in the Feng clan and even in the entire ancient star. Feng Lai's era is far from the golden age. The mark of Tianqin has only dissipated for more than 9,000 years. The world is still in the process of recovery. Even the old stars of life, like the ancient stars, have become enlightened in the past 5 or 6,000 years. There are no more than 20 saints. Don't worry. My situation is special, and I won't have inner demons. Feng Lai responded to his father's concern with a natural smile. He didn't think that the current immortal emperor would have inner demons in his body. But he didn't say anything more. Well, just pay attention. My father came here because you have read a lot of ancient books over the years, and you should have a sufficient judgment on the world of practice. It is time to decide on your path of practice. Feng Zhong is naturally quite looking forward to his parent child, who only received it when he was more than 3,000 years old. And the vision when he was born was enough to trigger the independent resurrection of the Dragon Monument. After all, Feng Lai has the blood of two human emperors at the same time. And his personality, it is not impossible for a very rich young man to become a quasi-emperor. Please ask father for advice on the issue of Hua Huang Dao and Shi Huang Dao. Feng Lai recalled his last life. When he was 3 or 4 years old, he had a long conversation with his biological father, and they talked about the issue of the two great ancestors in his bloodline. He couldn't help but feel some nostalgia and feelings in his heart. And he spoke out. Well, Emperor Hua and Emperor Shi are two of the countless human emperors in our ancient world. The two emperors are both named Feng. In ancient times, they were called Shi Huang Feng clan and Hua Huang Feng clan. Later, Noah said the stone was lost, and the Hua Huang Feng clan traveled far into the depths of the universe, leaving me, the Zihuang Feng clan, alone. Feng Zhong explained to Feng Lai the past of the two human emperors. They had the same surname, so there was a legend that Fuxi and Nuo were brother and sister, or husband and wife. However, the two emperors did not meet each other. In fact, they were two people with the same surname and different eras. The strongest. The two Wen clans have dominated the ancient star for more than 100,000 years. During this period, there have been many marriages. The blood of Emperor Hua in your body should come from your grandmother 13 generations ago. It is resurrected and returned to your ancestors in you. According to what Master Longbei said, is that it has reached a level comparable to that of an emperor's grandson, and is richer than the Fuxi Tao blood in your body. If I practice the Hua Huang way, will the Zihuang Feng clan have the Hua Huang Sutra? In fact, it doesn't matter to Feng Lai which path he should practice. With Feng Lai's current ability, he can complete the evolution of these two paths to the immortal king level at the same time without spending too much effort at all. Of course there is. The elders in the clan and Master Longbei all suggest that you take the road of creation of Emperor Hua. After all, the Fuxi Feng clan will always have your backing. But if you can integrate the descendants of Queen Hua, it will be yours. Personal heritage, Feng Zhong said. Although the matrilineal clan is not as exaggerated as Yao Qi, it's hard for me to take over as a man. Feng Lai shook his head and said with a smile. He was living in this era. And the last enlightened person was the Western Emperor, one of the rare female emperors in ancient times who became enlightened in the innate Tao womb. The empress died more than 9,000 years ago, and the mark of Tianqi no longer has an owner. Anyway, they are all named Feng. You have ancestors from their side. If Nuo Dao stone is still there, you should be in charge of it. Feng Zhong smiled indifferently. According to old legends, the relationship between the Wen clan of Emperor Hua and Emperor Shi was extremely good hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even when Emperor Hua's lineage went to the depths of the universe, Fuxi's lineage was the dragon monument was used to protect them on their long journey. And it was no joke that the two of them were as close as one family. As he spoke, a stream of light suddenly came quickly from the distance. It was a man with the innate water holy light flowing all over his body. He looked exactly the same as Feng Zhong. He was his water clone of the Tao Palace. Although not as good as the original one, he was still the same. Really possessed the power of a saint. It is quite similar to the spirit body of the transformation realm in the chaotic ancient times. Feng Lai looked at his father's Tao Palace clone with great interest. Whether it was the chaos ancient method or the secret realm method of the human body, the clone was a method that could be practiced at a very basic level and could play a very important role at critical moments. The Huang Sutra from the Lunai Scroll to the Xian'ai Scroll has always been in the Tianzhou Sutra pavilion of the Feng clan. Of course, the Hua Huang Feng clan also has our Fuxi Emperor canon. Life is intertwined. So remember to know if there are rumors. A cry from the clan. Feng Zhong did not set any restrictions in Feng Lai's body. His water clone set a golden stone tablet that looked like it was made of a real dragon. This was an imitation of the Fuxi dragon tablet, and was suppressed in Feng Lai's body. I know. Feng Lai nodded. Practice well. This world is very exciting. But of course, it is also very dangerous. A supreme orthodoxy as powerful as the Yuhua dynasty will destroy the entire clan overnight. And someone as powerful as the Western Emperor may encounter misfortune in his later years. But just imagine how deep the water in this universe is. Feng Zhong handed 5 inheritance stones that looked like Taoist stones into the hands of his own children. He chatted with Feng Lai about the practice world for the first time, with a very solemn expression on his face. The fall of the Yuhua dynasty occurred hundreds of thousands of years ago. That incident probably involved a certain murderous female emperor. Although she may have passed away, Feng Zhong still kept the matter secret and did not say much about it. Say what? The Western Emperor of Yao Qi? that Emperor's death was accompanied by an accident. Feng Lai pretended to be puzzled and said slightly in surprise, I don't know. Only Master Longbei has seen it. The words related to the Deshang holy body are taboos involving many terrible powers and are not accessible to us. Feng Zhong nodded. Chapter 316 times like this. A person's life is like the birth and death of every plant and tree in the world. Every year passed consumes the essence of the source of true life. At the same time, it will also carve a mark on the wheel of life. Traces, like tree rings. These traces left on the wheel of life are like the guillotine of time that cuts on people. When people grow old, the wheel of life is full of slash marks of time, until the wheel of life can no longer support it and collapses. Human life is over. And eating the clouds to collect dew, and cutting off desires, and repelling rains are the ways for the living being to absorb the innate power into the body and restore vitality to the wheel of life. 5 years later, deep in the vast Pure Land where the Wind Clan is located, there is a huge martial arts stage with a length and width of thousands of feet. More than 100 children are sitting scatteredly on the cold ground carved from huge rocks. Facing the rising sun, collect the first glow of the sun every day, gathering the clouds in the morning to greet the sun star, and drinking the dew in the evening when gathering the lunar star. This is a must-have morning lesson for a family of cultivators. Imperial clans like the Fushi Feng clan will never fall behind on the basic skills of cultivation. At the front of him, a child in simple clothes had already finished his morning lessons and was sitting cross-legged on the most conspicuous high platform of the martial arts arena. With a clear voice, he was explaining the basics of spiritual practice to the hundreds of teenagers below. He looked 8 or 9 years old, but his breath was longer and longer than those of the 12 or 13-year-old children present. As he spoke, the position of the source of life wheel 3 inches below his navel was glowing, and there was a sound of big waves hitting the sky. Very majestic. This child was none other than Feng Lai. His voice was not loud, but there was a calming power in his voice. Many children breathed in the morning light along with Feng Lai's words, and their auras continued to grow stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Brother Lai, can you tell us what practice is? Suddenly, a pretty girl of 7 or 8 years old raised her hand, smiled at Feng Lai in the distance, and said crisply, seeking freedom in the body and worry-free mind, cutting off the visible and invisible chains that bind living beings. This is cultivation. Feng Lai nodded to the girl, and with a slight thought in his mind, a magnificent dark blue ocean appeared behind him. The ocean was deep and heavy with bitter turbidity, and there was a vast amount of dim and decaying death surging on it. The wheel of life is trapped within it. But all the powerful people present who have come into contact with the practice can clearly see that at the bottom of the sea of suffering filled with death, there is a surging spring of life. It is the vitality transformed from the sea of suffering, nourishing the wheel of life. It makes the energy in it even more surging. The power and vitality filled in the life spring were so bright that it even broke free from the shackles of the sea of suffering and built a magical bridge over the dark blue ocean, leading directly to the other side of the sea of suffering. Oh my God! Young Master Lai has indeed reached the peak of the wheel and sea realm, and used the power of life to build a divine bridge, leading directly to the other side of the realm. The life energy contained in the divine bridge is also deeper than our life spring. I am afraid that, as the clan elder said, Mr. Lai has a very profound attainment in the wheel sea realm, and the blood energy in the other shore realm is more fierce than many Dao Palace monks. At this moment, many young girls and boys present, ranging from 5 to 6 to 12 or 13 years old, showed shocked expressions. You must know that even if Feng Lai has extraordinary blood, it is unusual for him to enter the realm of the other side at the age of 8. Practitioners can imagine that they are too powerful. Thank you, Brother Lai, for your advice. But my ancestor said that cultivation is the process of constantly becoming stronger and seeking immortality. The girl nodded respectfully, with a bit of blazing rays of light flashing in her divine eyes. There were gorgeous runes surging in her blood, and they were faintly formed in her wheel sea, Tao Palace, and other secret realms. One after another, little people are whispering and chanting. That's right. But what is the purpose of a practitioner becoming stronger? What should we do after immortality? We always have to have some longer-term pursuits. It was only at this time that Feng Lai looked at the girl and shook his head. Different from the chaotic ancient times, the practice system of the Zetian era does not connect the heaven and the earth. Therefore, scenes like those heaven-given supreme runes and heaven-given supreme bones in the chaotic ancient times have rarely appeared. Instead, there is a kind of imprint deep in the blood place, relying on the power of blood inheritance. People of this era call this strength constitution. Just like in front of me. Feng Lai, a sister of the same race, possesses the power of physique. The great power sleeping deep in the bloodline explodes, triggering the gathering of immeasurable human aura, converging into Wang Baoxiang, dominating the 10 directions. This kind of physique is called the human king physique. My little sister has learned a lesson. This little girl with the body of a human king is named Feng Shang. She is also a direct descendant of a certain living saint in the clan. Not only does she have a meager blood of Emperor Fuxi, but she also has physical strength. Her understanding and talent are naturally far beyond people of the same age can be said to be naturally talented and unusual. She could see clearly that this brother from the Feng Lai tribe was far from as simple as he seemed. His sea of bitterness, life spring and divine bridge were very special. And there were a large number of obscure runes flowing throughout the entire Luanhai secret realm. The runes on those it is like a god with a human body and a snake tail, containing the radiance of creation. Since Mr. Lai is free, could you please tell these children about the practice of the secret realm of the Sea of Suffering? At this moment, at the end of the 1,000-foot martial arts arena, an old woman with white hair suddenly stood up slowly. She was surrounded by the illusory and bright magic chain of laws. She came to Feng Lai's side in one step and whispered, "Road, elder of the clan." The appearance of this old woman immediately made all the children present look serious, except for Feng Lai and Feng Shang, who had the body of a king. They all bowed slightly and saluted. When the children of the imperial clan are born, the first thing they know is the superiority of elders and younger ones. The one who can practice together with Feng Lai, the clan leader's son, is naturally the high-ranking disciple of the Feng clan. They know the one who protects these children every day. The old woman is actually an extremely old king who has been in the Taoist realm for more than 3,000 years. Children of wealthy families often ignore the practice of the wheel. See, Tao Palace and Four Poles, treating it as a simple process of accumulating magic power. This is a huge misunderstanding. It should be noted that there were practitioners in the Eastern Land 5,000 years ago who could use the Four Poles, establishing the Tao in the most secret realm, cultivating a single secret realm to become a saint. The secrets in every secret realm of the human body are beyond imagination. The old and skinny old woman glanced at the children present. After all, they were the children of the imperial clan. Most of these children had already entered the practice. Most of the 8 or 9-year-old children had accumulated to the life spring realm, and a few children had even stepped into it. On the other side, I started practicing in the Taoist Palace. Young Master Lai has already been comprehending the evolution of the Reunal Sea at the level of the Reunal Sea. If you are willing, you can listen to what Mr. Lai has to say. At this age, even if you only comprehend 1/10 or 2 of it, it will be very important for your future practice. Very helpful too. After saying this, the old woman stopped. She obviously saw how extraordinary Feng Lai was. After all, the pattern of Emperor Hua that he imprinted on the secret realm of Luanhai was not a secret. Anyone who was interested could see it at a glance. That's fine. Feng Lai did not refuse the request of the Daozhan clan elder. He glanced at these young men and uttered words that shone with the light of creation, explaining his understanding of the secret realm of Luanhai. Chapter 317 My son Feng Lai. There is, in the ancient times, humanity flourished and thousands of schools of thought contended. This period of time does not have the superior cultivation environment as in the ancient times. But there are still glorious emperors, royal families, unparalleled sects, etc., that dominate the universe. In fact, the ancient restricted area was also established during this period. And a certain unparalleled empress, she has already harvested the ancient bronze palace. But unfortunately, no one knows where she has reached in her cultivation. It can only be said that the strong never complain about the environment. The ancient road in the starry sky in this era is still glorious, especially since the fall of the Western Emperor has been close to 10,000 years. All living beings in the universe are looking forward to the next owner of the Tianqin mark, as a legendary life planet alongside ancient stars such as the buried Emperor Star, the Phaetian Ancient Star, and the Ziwei Emperor Star. The ancient star has naturally become one of the focuses of this world. If it weren't for the Fuxi Dragon Monument, with so many imperial soldiers flying across the sky, I am afraid it will also become a battleground for all the saints. Even so, many high cultivators, geniuses, and great demons still cross Hanga Pass every year to visit the many traditions of the ancient star. As the young head of the Shihuang Feng clan, Feng Lai was born into this era, and was said to have a bloodline as strong as that of Emperor Hua's grandson. According to the strength of his bloodline, He should have completed the practice of the 3 secret realms from chakra to the 4 pole in the shortest time. Because practitioners generally believe that the first 3 realms are the process of accumulating mana. And there is no need for excessive enlightenment at all. Easily fulfilled. But Feng didn't think so. He began to study the secret method of the human body with a very serious attitude. And wanted to study its roots. Therefore, for the first 10 years of his life, he had been burying himself in the core old papers of the Wind Clan. Constantly flipping through the history books of the ancient stars from ancient times to the present. Not only understanding the ancient history, but also studying the secret cultivation methods of the human body. Change. In the end, the secret method of the human body left by Sure How is just a rough framework of the human part. From the age of mythology to the ancient times. And then from the ancient times to the ancient times. There are no longer known how many living beings have practiced this path to the end. For this set of the practice method is perfected and supplemented by execution. Up to now, with the efforts of countless deities, emperors, the secret realm cultivation method of the human body has become a method that spans the entire human level cultivation path and is suitable for almost all races, whether it is human race, animal or plant monster race, or foreign races, innate holy spirits, and even many abstract beings of will, rules, etc., can all find a path to practice in the secret realm of the human body that suits them. It's a pity that it's still limited to humanity. It wasn't until the age of 14 that Feng put down the last ancient book. With a long sigh, he turned around and left the Feng clan's pure land of Tibetan scriptures, and came to the outside world after a long absence. He immediately stopped hesitating and obtained a lot of divine sources, elixirs, ancient medicines, etc., from his clan, and put them all into the sea of bitterness. The fountain of life surged, and in an instant, he ground and absorbed all the spiritual objects, incorporated into the physical body. Boom! At this moment, practitioners within hundreds of miles around Feng could see clearly that under the boundless sky, a towering sacred shadow with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake suddenly appeared, with immeasurable light of creation above it, flow and illuminate the sky. Under the shadow of the bloodline, Feng, who was dressed in a luxurious blue robe, was meditating. His sea of suffering was surging. His divine bridge was roaring. And dense patterns of Emperor was Tao were spreading on it, making his aura constantly change. Powerful. One of the palaces of Tao. The element of fire. The divine treasure of the heart. Suddenly, Feng's eyes opened. As blazing as a blazing sun. He and the shadow of Emperor Hua above him let out such a light scolding. The next moment, a heavy sound of Taoism sounded from his chest. Like an earth dragon turning over. Filled with endless life force. The elders of the Feng clan, who have practiced transvision, can see that Feng's heart actually seems to have turned into a sun at this moment, showing a vibrant crimson color. It is the innate fire breath. Pregnant. Nourish every inch of his blood and bones. The second element of the Tao Palace, the element of gold, is the hidden treasure of the lungs. After the heart divine treasure brought to the fire element stabilized, Feng spoke again without hesitation. As a divine source exploded in front of him, the vast divine power gathered in the body and merged under his extremely exquisite guidance. In the lungs, the Shenzong of the lungs is the divine bridge connecting the spiritual energy, covering the abdominal organs. It is located at the highest position, belongs to the metal element, and its role is also extremely important. The third element of the Tao Palace is the element of wood, the divine treasure of the liver. The fourth element of the Tao Palace is earth element, and the spirit of the spleen is hidden. As Feng and the phantom of Emperor Hua above his head kept making noises, the 5 sacred treasures in his body were quickly opened up without any delay. The 3 sacred treasures of liver, spleen, and kidney were also turned into temples in his body. And the Taoyuan was long, the avenue of pregnancy and nourishment. It is indeed the secret realm method of the human body. The 5 secret realms are juxtaposed, and each of them can lead directly to the avenue. When the divine treasure of the kidneys, which represented the water element in the Tao Palace, was completely perfected, Feng slowly opened his eyes. His 5 internal organs echoed with the 5 elements. And the 5 elements and 5 phases continued to reincarnate and were integrated. In his mind, he has evolved more than 1,008 ways to achieve the supreme Tao by relying only on the Tao Palace Shenzong. The 5 internal organs can transform into gods. The 5 elements can be unified. And even the 5 elements can transform into chaos and transform into a chaotic body. These are all it is an achievement that can be achieved. The four ends of the world. Open! However, he did not waste too much time. Instead, he did not hesitate to crush a piece of divine source again, causing a large amount of heaven and earth essence to gather around it and merge into his body, causing Feng Lai's aura to surge again. Unthinkable. At this moment, many elders of the Feng clan were stunned in place. They could clearly see that Feng Lai and the two arms of Emperor Wa's shadow above him were all glowing, and his aura was getting stronger and stronger. Actually reached the four-pole level. You must know that no matter what era you are in, the path of cultivation has never been achieved in one go. Every time you break through a realm, it takes time, training and hard work to stabilize it. But their young clan leaders seem to have completely ignored this basic method. After staying in the Dao Palace realm for less than half an hour, the 5 great sacred treasures had been completely perfected and had broken into the four-pole level. Master Lai has been immersed in the family's ancient books since he was a child. We thought he was too focused on theory, but we didn't expect that he would be taught a lesson by such a 14-year-old child. The elder of the Yufeng clan stared at Feng Lai's 5 great gods. The perfect and flawless state was beyond imagination. Even though he was already in the Tao-killing realm, he thought it would be difficult to reach this level of cultivation at the Tao Palace level. With this momentum, I'm afraid young Master Lai will not stop until the 4 great perfections are achieved. This time in the clan competition, I'm afraid no one can be his opponent. Another clan elder caressed his beard, obviously interested in Feng Lai. I am very satisfied that I have been able to practice the Hua Huang Sutra to this point, and said with a smile, "What's the big competition in the clan? He is my biological son and the true descendant of the Emperor's blood. His journey should be in the starry sky, not in the current little Feng family. Even the ancient stars are too far for him. Too young. Not far away." Feng Lai's biological father, Saint Feng Zhong, said softly with determination on his face. Faintly, he felt an idea sprouting in his mind. My son Feng Lai has the qualities of a great emperor. Chapter 318 The So-Called Genius. Feng Lai, the young leader of the Shihuang Feng clan, has been practicing hard in the clan for more than 10 years. On the day he was born, his cultivation exploded, and he was promoted from the Wheelsea realm to the 4 great perfections, which shocked the younger generation of the ancient star. This descendant of Nua Taoism from the Shihuang Feng clan is actually no stranger to many large-scale Taoist traditions, because many people have guessed the identity of this genius named Feng Lai. The vision even attracted Fushi Longbei himself to cover up the vision of the child. After 14 years, this exceptionally talented young man finally stopped hiding his talent and revealed his sharp claws and fangs to the entire spiritual world. For a time, the geniuses who were Feng Lai's contemporaries felt pressure and excitement at the same time to face Feng Lai, a powerful opponent. This is an ancient star, a land of eternal light, and a place of glory for hundreds of schools. Even if according to historical progress, the backlash of 99 Dragon Mountain is coming, it still has not affected the power of this place. In today's era, the glory of Qi refiners has reached its peak. This lineage is said to have unparalleled cultivation methods that were born out of the secret realm of the human body. It has produced multiple quasi-emperor level creatures, even if they have not yet received the mark of body and heart. The emperor came out, but was regarded by many people as the uncrowned emperor. The various Taoisms that were born out of the inheritance of the ancient Tianzuan are also extraordinary. Whether they are the Tusida heavenly palace that inherits the scriptures of the deity Xianzhen, the Lingbao Taoist school that inherits the Lingbao scriptures and the scriptures of saving people, and the Jiushu Yushu that inherits the scriptures of the Yuanshi Tianzuan palace, as well as Maoshan Taoist sect, Xihong Jingjai, Taisu court, etc., which were born out of many Taoist sects. All have grand splendor. In addition, Shushan, Demon God Valley, Kunlun Legacy Branch, etc., are also extraordinary, relying on the powerful inheritance of the quasi-emperor level. A few months later, when the news of Feng Lai's travels came out, there were countless young geniuses from the ancient world who were gearing up. And there were even some unparalleled geniuses with royal bodies who personally set out to block Feng Lai's path. I want to try the skills of this descendant of Emperor Hua. 3 months after the young leader of the Wind clan made his debut, a Biluo Wangti from Yushi Palace met the descendant of Emperor Hua outside Jiaiguan Pass. The two exchanged no more than 3 sentences before a fierce battle broke out, which ended in the defeat of Biluo Wangti ended. Of course, the above are all words given by people in the cultivation world to give Yushi Palace face. That celestial palace has a long history, and is known as the orthodoxy of the Yuanshi Tianzuan in the mythical era. although it does not have an emperor's treasure. Its cultivation techniques are not simple. If it is complete, it must be comparable to the Ndidi Tian. But the Biluo king body, who practiced the incomplete Tianzuan method and was also at the 4 extreme levels of perfection, was defeated after just one move with Feng Lai. Even the 9 secrets that he was proud of were not included. It worked, but it was slapped down by Feng Lai and dissipated completely. The combat power is beyond imagination. The battle before Jiaguan directly caused the Wen clan's Feng Lai reputation to shock the entire eastern land. I don't know how many senior practitioners were shocked and turned their attention to the Wen clan, who had been silent for many years. Many people lamented that the two bloodlines of Shihuang and Wahuang really had a deep connection. Even though the Wahuang bloodline had left Hanga Pass and disappeared in the starry sky for many years, the Shihuang Feng clan still had its excellent emperor blood flow. At the same time, the extraordinary results of the two geniuses also touched the attention of many young geniuses. Boom! Dongtu, Sihangzhai, in the prestigious Sihang Hall, filled with auspicious colors and steaming fairy clouds. A slender woman wearing a moon-white Taoist robe stands in the center of the hall. She sits cross-legged under the statue of Sihang Pudu, with a shining golden body. Dignity, compassion arises from itself. Is the descendant of Emperor Hua from the Shihuang Feng clan really that powerful? Even the Biluo body of Yushu Palace was defeated? At this time, this female correction person, who was almost immortal, was sitting opposite another beautiful woman with white hair. What they were talking about was the battle between Feng Lai and the Biluo king body. Yes, the Biluo body has been completely defeated. Although there is only one saint in their generation, the method they practice is the true inheritance of Yuanshi Tianzuan. They can only survive half a move under the successor of Noah. It can be imagined that it's terrible. The white-haired middle-aged Taoist nun nodded gently. When she talked about the Wen clan's imperial bloodline, there was a solemnity in her voice that could not be dissipated. People of the Wen clan, who have the blood of Emperor Hua and practice the Emperor Hua's sutra, are the orthodox Feng clan. Even if you have the inheritance of the heavenly lord from the mythical era, it is really difficult to imitate the Western emperor and become a generation of empress. I know. But the path of cultivation is like this. Even if you face a strong enemy, you can't retreat. The young woman from Sihang Baozhai nodded. On the shore of the East China Sea, on the back of a giant turtle that was more towering than the mountains, there were 2 men wearing raincoats and bamboo hats sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, each drinking cold tea from their cups and looking into the distance. A descendant of Noah whose imperial bloodline is so rich that she can become a quasi-emperor. Am I going to compete with such a genius just after I debut? Among the two, the man who looked much younger suddenly sighed, with an undisguised bitter smile on his face. He held a jet-black wooden ruler in his hand, with an eternal glow in his eyes, and murmured, "What? Are you scared?" Opposite him, the older-looking man had a teasing smile on his face, lightly tapped the teacup in front of him, and said, "There is no doubt that this is also a strong man who has established himself in the holy realm. He practices the way of a qi refiner, which is said to be a brand new system born out of the secret method of the human body. The practice of refining qi through the meal is to transcend the world of mortals and overlook the worldly road. How could I be afraid? I am determined to become a Taoist master of the qi refiner lineage. The real goal is to achieve enlightenment, completely resolve the grievances between the qi refiner lineage and the fictions in Kunlun lineage." The younger one, the young qi refiner, said firmly, "This life is undoubtedly a rare one. Major forces such as Qi Lianshi, Sihangzhai, Lingbao Taoist sect, Shushan, Demon God Valley, etc., all have young geniuses born. They are all forces with at least quasi-emperor level inheritance. Naturally, there is no weak." Feng Lai's move immediately attracted everyone's attention to the Feng clan. He undoubtedly set a benchmark for these young geniuses. He did not have the combat power to crush the king's body, and he was not even qualified to participate in the competition of this great era. Nothing. But just after that action, Feng Lai's news completely disappeared from the sight of many sects. He traveled among the most dangerous and mysterious mountains in the entire ancient star, exploring the history of the past. Although he is only 14 years old, Feng Lai does not really regard himself as a 14-year-old or 15-year-old child. He has no time to deal with the playfulness of these teenagers. If others don't find him, he has no reason to take action. Half a year later, Feng Lai finally set off and escaped into the 99 Dragon Mountain, the most bizarre and magnificent mountain range in the ancient star. Chapter 319 Longshan 99. The Giant Spirit is Born. opening up the outline to enlighten the image, splitting the two rituals to form a fluid form. The creation of the universe is made possible by the magical function of the pottery gun. The yin and yang drums are cast, and they are melted and fused in the furnace. In the vast green mountains, dragon energy is steaming. The earth is shining. The soft and quiet vitality of heaven and earth combines with the mist transformed by water vapor, shrouding the mountains beyond sight, like a veil draped on the bodies of mountain ghosts and gods. Mysterious and elegant, Feng Lai stepped on the thick and solid land of this mountain range. While he was comprehending the majestic dragon veins, he recited a long Taoist song, echoing the roar of deer and tigers in the mountains. The huge mountain range where he is located is one of the important large-scale dragon veins in the ancient land of the ancient star. It is called the Taihang Mountains, also known as the Five Elements Mountains and the Nuwa Mountains. It is deeply rooted in the hinterland of ancient China. It is an important mountain range for future Chinese civilization, compared with the Taihang Mountains that Feng Lai knew when he was still a mortal. This Taihang dragon vein is countless times vaster and vaster. Its dragon energy is still sufficient, and Feng Lai only traveled for more than 3,000 miles, and found several places where it was pregnant and raised. Origin stone veins, and even dragon caves of dragon marrow. Young Master Lai, I'm afraid you will be disappointed because the Taihang dragon vein and his team took away almost everything before they left. Occasionally, casual cultivators can get the chance, but it's just the Hua Huang Sutra that is missing. As for you, no benefit. Behind Feng Lai, there was an old woman holding a walking stick with a Bagua dragon head, following step by step like a shadow. Seeing that Feng Lai was still looking for something, she softly reminded him, "This is the protector beside Feng Lai. He is a true Dao-killing king and one of the core forces of the Feng clan. He has lived for more than 3,000 years. He is the same generation as Feng Lai's father, and can be regarded as the outsider of Feng Lai's fifth server. Old Aunt, the Taihang Mountains and the Yellow River are the vast areas dominated by the ancient Hua Emperor lineage, and are also the main inheritance areas of that line. Feng Lai, the descendant of the Hua Emperor, came to the Taihang dragon line. Everyone thought he was seeking the fate of the Hua Emperor. Come, our family does not lack the inheritance of Emperor Hua. Naturally, I am not here for the scriptures. I just want to observe the trend of dragon veins and promote the way to evolve dragons." In response to the Guardian's reminder, Feng Lai just smiled indifferently and shook his head. In fact, as early as in his last life, he had already walked through his own Tianhua Avenue. There was no need to prove anything by studying the Emperor Washington Road. The reason why he came here was because Taihang Dragon Vein was the ancient way to become an immortal, one of the forbidden 99 Dragon Mountains. As the most taboo place on the ancient planet today, Feng Lai can still arouse some interest in 99 Dragon Mountain. Indeed, when you reach the stage of transforming into a dragon, it is not enough to just accumulate mana. It requires not only the power of the dragon veins, but also the understanding of the principles between heaven and earth. Mr. Lai has taken this step very well. The old woman who protected Feng Lai nodded her head. She was a powerful king who had been cutting the path for many years. She understood that Feng Lai's practice in the previous secret realms was almost flawless, and every step he took was quite smooth and solid. Feng Lai nodded and didn't say much. He just walked in the vast Taihang Mountains and followed the trend of this big dragon vein to find the location of the dragon's claws, dragon's head, dragon's heart, etc., hoping to evaluate the current situation of 99 Dragon Mountain through the state of this dragon's vein. Overall situation. More than half a month later, Feng Lai and his guardian stopped deep in a dragon cave that was 7,000 miles deep. According to the distribution of Taihang dragon veins, this should be the Jinshin part, which is one of the 6 internal organs of the dragon. The position of the Jinshin in the Taihang dragon vein is a vast space with crystal clear green light. This green light is of course not the dragon's bile, but an almost continuous piece of blue falling jade, among which there is a small amount of the 9 heavens blue falling divine jade king, which exudes a soft fragrance. Immortal light. Sure enough, there is something wrong with the Taihang dragon vein. But Feng Lai stood in this space without a smile on his face, because he could clearly see that in the center of Taihang Jinshin, there was a strange stone more than 3 feet high. There was a human figure on that strange stone, looking from a distance, like a man with dragon horns on his head. Sir, be careful. Such strange stones deep in the dragon's veins may contain the Holy Spirit. Seeing this strange stone, the old woman, who was the protector, immediately stepped forward to block Feng Lai. The Bagua sword light flashed on the walking stick with the head of the Bagua dragon in her hand, completely protecting Feng Lai. It doesn't matter. Shi Ling has been dead for many years. In response, Feng Lai shook his head slightly. He had a special status. He could claim to be the ancestor of the Holy Spirit in this world. It could be seen at a glance that there were fine cracks on the wheel C and the center of the eyebrows of the human-shaped strange stone, dispersed, showing the appearance of absolute death. After saying that, he lifted it up, came to the front of the strange human-shaped stone, and gently touched the obvious cracks, just like touching a helpless child. The expression on his face was full of compassion and helplessness. The Holy Spirit in the stone. Did some ancient people come here in advance and annihilate the spirit of the Holy Spirit? At this time, the old woman who protected the way was shocked to realize that the cracks in the strange stone were at the location of the Wheel of Life and the immortal platform. Of those two places, the Wheel of Life is where the Wheel of Life is, the origin of all spiritual practice. And the immortal platform is where the soul lives. Everything is destroyed at the same time, and there is really no way to recover. At the same time, the old woman felt a little ashamed. She was a majestic Tao-slaying king, and her observation skills were not even as sharp as those of a 14-year-old or 15-year-old child. No one took action. It was because the power of the dragon veins was gathering and drying up, and it could no longer supply the Holy Spirit. Feng Lai shook his head gently and said, "This stone spirit withered and died before even the conception of the divine fetus was completed. Originally, if the gestation process of the Holy Spirit that was expected to be completed was interrupted, his own 3,000 Tao mirrors would take action. However, this Holy Spirit has not even completely conceived the divine fetus and cannot trigger the induction of the Tao mirror. What Mr. Lai means is that the Taihang dragon vein is drying up?" Hearing this, the old protector's pupils shrank slightly, as if she thought of some terrible future, and asked in a deep voice, "Yes, the power of all the dragons gathered in 99 Dragon Mountain to repair a forbidden thing. The price is that everything in this ancient star is drying up," Feng Lai whispered. According to the history at this stage, the cauldron in the immortal land had been smashed to pieces by a certain empress in the ancient bronze palace for some time. This directly caused Longshan to move again and began to absorb the power of many surrounding Longshans. Repair the ill-fated tripod. Master Lai, do you actually know so many taboo things? Feng Lai's words made the old woman stunned for a while. She couldn't believe it, because there were some secrets that even a king like her could not access. The Wind clan is the imperial clan after all. Old aunt, you should go to the ancient scripture pavilion to take a look when you have free time. There are too many secrets in the ancient books suppressed by Lord Lombe, which are definitely beyond your imagination. Feng Long Island Expressway Road. As he spoke, he landed gently on the ground and walked in the Jinshan space. This is where the Holy Spirit is conceived. Many of the 9 heavens Biluo divine jade kings have begun to assume the form of living beings, such as lawn birds, dragons, and horses. They are all over 1 foot tall. Although the gestation process has been interrupted, a few of them have retained their vitality. Feng Lai put away the 2 or 3 jade little holy spirits that were still alive. If such a little thing was conceived, it would be no problem to become a saint. It would be very eye-catching to look after the home and nursing home in the future. Chapter 320 The Difficulty of the Holy Spirit. Facts have proved that most of these magnificent giant mountains on the ancient earth were not simple. After all, 99 Dragon Mountain is a large vein that can support an immortal weapon, and it is one of the top dragon veins in the universe. Feng Lai and his old guardian walked in the Taihang dragon vein for a long time, and found that the situation of the entire Taihang dragon vein was not optimistic. Under the prosperity on the surface, a considerable part of the power of the earth vein inside was converging towards the deepest part of the Kunlun dragon vein, causing the external veins are withering. It is unimaginable that if this continues, the ancient star will one day be drained of all the earth's essence, and then turn into a dry land of apocalypse? This was the emotion of the old Taoist protector. She looked at this vast land that was countless tens of millions of miles away, and saw the vitality of heaven and earth lingering in this world. They supported the countless spiritual plants and grasses and mysterious beasts in the vast Taihang Mountains. It was very strange. It's hard to imagine that one day it will wither and completely perish. The ancient star still has hope of survival, and this world also has a glorious foundation. Feng Lai shook his head. The people of 99 Dragon Mountain can drain this ancient star of everything. With its supreme foundation, it naturally has the ability to feed back this ancient star. All it takes is time. They continued to move forward and traveled through the Tian Shan Dragon Veins, the Greater Shingon Mountains Dragon Veins, the Himalayas and other major veins that were previously famous on the Earth. Some of these mountain ranges were also branches of the 99 Dragon Mountains, depending on the distance from the Kunlun Mountains. These dragon veins are also experiencing problems, but more or less, they have not affected the practice of the Taoism of those practitioners. Feng Lai was a little concerned. He evolved the secret of heaven at the intersection of the Tian Shan Mountains, the Himalayas, and the Kunlun Mountains. He dug deep in this place where the 5 dragons gathered, and actually dug a dragon's cave. The fairy light transpired and illuminated the sky. This is a dragon cave that is more powerful than Taihang Jinshan. There are actually many large blocks of divine sources embedded on the mountain wall. Outside the dragon cave, there are saint formations flashing, which are burning with brilliance and can burn the whole thing. As that can. The old protector took action and asked Feng Lai to bring out the replica of the Fushi dragon steel, which was comparable to the great sage's weapon, and directly destroyed the saint's formation, causing the dragon's veins to open and flow unimpeded. When he came to the deepest part of the dragon vein, Feng Lai saw a large vermilion coffin pressed on a strange stone. The coffin had long been cracked, and a mighty old man with red hair and red beard was sitting cross-legged in the coffin, with his eyes closed tightly. Lost life? Sure enough. It's still too late. Feng Lai just glanced at the saint's body in the vermilion coffin, and then his eyes fell on the strange stone under the coffin. The stone was very special, almost transparent, and the shadow of a human figure could be vaguely seen in it. Another stone fetus of the Holy Spirit. The old protector was horrified. She did not hesitate to protect Feng Lai with a powerful magic power that was almost that of a semi-saint. She moved forward and carefully observed the old saint in the coffin and the divine fetus in the strange stone below. There are a lot of small words. After reading it carefully, I sighed softly. So it turns out that the dying old saint accidentally discovered this dragon cave, saw the divine fetus, and wanted the Yuanshan to take over the divine fetus. As a result, he suffered a backlash. The saint died suddenly, and the conception of the divine fetus was forcibly interrupted. God is destroyed here. Well, after reading all this, a sigh seemed to ring in the old protector's ears. Then, the red-haired old saint's Taoist body suddenly collapsed. The saint's flesh, blood, and Taoist bones were all dissolved, turning into a pool of blood, corroding the whole body. Dragon's lair. Greed harms people. The old protector sighed. The old saint's death was undoubtedly quite dishonorable. The saint's body was supposed to transform into heaven and earth, but now it is tantamount to being humiliated after death. You couldn't see the situation clearly and took action forcefully. You deserve to die like this. Feng Lai shook his head and stared at the strange stone not far away for a long time before sighing softly. The replica of the dragon steel above his head vibrated, activating the dragon's veins and stepping over the pile of saints. Shui came to the front of the strange stone and said, "There is a stone man with 9 orifices in the stone, even after at least tens of thousands of years have passed. The resentment of the divine fetus in this strange stone has not dissipated. It turned into black light and entangled between its 9 orifices, like a thin child, whining and crying. Shout. In fact, with the intervention of Feng Lai's treasure mirror and the forbidden zone of heaven, there have been far fewer cases where the Deshang Holy Spirit, especially the Stone Man Holy Spirit, had to be forcibly interrupted and had to be born. And there was no resentment between heaven and earth belonging to the Holy Spirit. So many, but the contradiction between the Holy Spirit and normal practitioners still made him helpless. This old saint is a good example. Of course, he has no grievances against the Holy Spirit, but the more knowledgeable and powerful he is, the more he understands how rare and precious the Holy Spirit is, and that all creatures in the world are treasures. The flesh and blood of stone men, the divine fetus of the Holy Spirit, the divine weapons of heaven and earth. The potential of these things is beyond the limits that most practitioners can imagine, especially if you can seize the body and give birth to it on your behalf. It is equivalent to seizing a period of creation that is at least a quasi-emperor level. Very few people can bear it. After all, it is difficult to live forever, and this person is about to die. Giving it a try is the choice of most people. The old protector sighed and put herself in his shoes. If she was lucky enough to encounter such a strange stone divine fetus when her longevity was about to come to an end, she would most likely choose to fight to the death. If she succeeded, it would be a true life. The quasi-emperor's destiny is too bright. As for whether such a bold move would cause the death of a born Holy Spirit, This is not something a dying person should consider. It's unpleasant. Feng Lai narrowed his eyes slightly, and the Bagua formations on the Fuxalong monument behind him flickered, intertwining into a formation with Kungan and Jin 2 hexagrams as the core, covering the dead strange stone. Immediately afterwards, he bit his finger, causing a drop of Yin Hong Dao blood that shone with strange brilliance to drip on the eyebrows of the 9-aperture stone body. Then the formation patterns were activated, and the Kungan formation sank into the ground with the strange stones. Young Master Lai. What are you? The old protector was inexplicably shocked. She and Feng Lai came to the deepest part of the dragon vein twice, and she also noticed how extraordinary Feng Lai was. How could an ordinary 14 or 15-year-old CG monk find two places where the Holy Spirit was conceived so easily? This cannot be explained by the basic laws of the spiritual world. Part of the memory flowing in my imperial bloodline. Shi Wang's 8 diagrams may be related to the Holy Spirit. Feng Lai casually made a nonsense and walked straight out of the dragon's lair, regardless of whether the old protector believed it or not. He was a human in his previous life, and a Holy Spirit in this life. Now this obsession exists as a human being. His life has gone through countless millions of years, and he has personally experienced the era of equality and harmonious coexistence of all races in the chaotic ancient times. Therefore, Feng Lai didn't have many racial emotions in his heart. In his opinion, both the descendants of the human race and the Holy Spirit race can be regarded as his descendants and children. In most cases, he will not care about the grudges between the two sides. But if he encounters things that are against him, he will not mind either. Take action. Sir, where are we going next? The old protector glanced at the pool of saint's blood on the ground and asked softly without saying much. Kunlun, Feng Lai said. Chapter 321 Emperor Yuan and Green Cauldron. Finding the most fundamental place of becoming an immortal in 99 Dragon Mountain is not a difficult task. You only need to thoroughly follow the suffocatingly complicated direction of the dragon veins and look for the place where all the dragons meet. And you can find it. At least for Feng Lai. There really were no secrets in 99 Dragon Mountain. He had seen many immortal veins, and even immortal king veins. The changes at this level in 99 Dragon Mountain were still a bit superficial in his opinion. Therefore, even if there is no so-called fairy treasure map or folk map of opportunities to become an immortal, Feng Lai still only traveled through the Kunlun dragon veins for more than a month before he felt a certain supreme fairyland, which was where the dragons of 99 Dragon Mountain soared. Earth, the place where everything originates. Young master, you can't go any further. Going any further is a taboo. According to old legend, it is related to the ancient heavenly court, the Yuhua divine dynasty, and a certain empress from hundreds of thousands of years ago. As a high-ranking member of the imperial clan, the old protector still knows something about 99 Dragon Mountain, although she doesn't know what lies deep in the immortal land in front of her. It is definitely a terrible danger related to the ancient emperors and emperors. Place. I see. Feng Lai spoke, and the blue-gold runes appeared in the depths of a pair of dark eyes. It seemed that there was a long river of time with no beginning and no end in the runes. The old protector didn't even have time to hear and see the runes, and clearly, the sound of the rushing river of time was frozen in place. That is Feng Lai's extremely subtle application of the long river of time. The root of time can directly seal the target's time, causing everything in it to pause, including consciousness, the flow of mana, etc. Everything will stop. It's really inconvenient for my lack of cultivation. After doing all this, Feng Lai muttered softly, the only high-level method he can use now is the river of time. To activate this thing, it mainly requires the understanding of the avenue of time, and the amount of magic power required is quite a lot. It's too important. Before his true combat power is enough. He values this method very much. When the long river of time moves, at least tens of thousands of years will be cut off from anything in the sky-covering universe of this era, except for a very small number of creatures and weapons. No living creature can survive being sucked into the long river of time. Possible. Suppressing the guardian in the imitation of the dragon monument. Feng Lai directly passed through the barriers outside the 99 Dragon Mountain, crossed the void, and came to the ancient land of immortality. At this stage of becoming an immortal, the Supreme Origin Emperor's formation left behind by the ancient heaven is now intact. The Yuhua divine dynasty has already laid out various powerful killing formations, confusion formations, illusion formations, etc., just to interfere. Those creatures who covet the deepest secrets of the immortal land. As the largest line of orthodoxy in the ancient heaven in the mythical era, 99 Dragon Mountain has long been regarded as the back garden of the Yuhua divine dynasty. Anyone who wants to get some benefits from this Dragon Mountain is tantamount to being in the Yuhua divine dynasty. Cut off the skin and eat it. Even now, the invincible Yuhua divine dynasty has been destroyed overnight. But the danger of the immortal land is still very high. At least ordinary quasi-emperors do not have this qualification. The lonely and proud descendant of the Qing emperor who died in the immortal land, that's a typical example. Of course, these formations are no different from heir to Feng Lai. With his hands behind his back, he walks through the many formations in the immortal land with great ease. Each foot can hit the empty space of the formation, making it cannot be triggered at all. In just one day and night, he passed through most of the obstacles in the immortal land. And along the way he saw the incarnations of many great saint-level powerful people. These were basically young ancients, who had not gathered the opportunity map to become an immortal. After the road was cut off, they forced their way into the ancient world. The earth was decapitated. Stop! But when Feng Lai saw the immortal treasure pond in the distance surrounded by thousands of dragons, and the tattered green copper tripod in the pond, a light scolding sound suddenly came from the void. The time and space where Feng Lai was imprisoned in an instant. Feng Lai squinted his eyes, and saw a faint glow from the dragon path in the distance. And a man shrouded in the chaotic mist appeared, blocking Feng Lai's only path. Stop! The biggest secret in the universe lies ahead. You don't have a token, so you can't move forward. The man shrouded in the mist of chaos looked at Feng Lai for a long time. He didn't seem to understand why a mere four-pole monk could reach this point. He had concerns in his heart, and did not take action. He just said in a distant voice, "Token? There really isn't one." Feng Lai was slightly surprised. But soon he understood that the token the man mentioned was most likely the immortal treasure map that Yi Fan would obtain in the future. That treasure map was a sky map that recorded the direction of the Earth's veins in the 99 Dragon Mountains. It was obtained by the Dozhan Holy Emperor, and once belonged to the Yuhua divine dynasty. It should now be in the hands of the Empress, and be left to the future Yi Fan. Well, this is the rule. Anyone who comes without a token will never be able to pass, even if he knows how to go. The man shrouded in the chaotic mist spoke indifferently. He looked down at Feng Lai and felt that this little monk, who was only in the Four Extremes realm, had a power that he was afraid of. He simply sat down cross-legged on the path that Feng Lai must pass, and went out. Vocal channel. Sound rules. After Feng Lai stared at this man for a long time, a smile appeared on his face. He sat down cross-legged and nodded. Crash! Beside him, there was the illusory and vague sound of the rushing river, and the faint glory of the years flowed, always ready to pounce on all dangers coming from all directions. Such an existence that appeared from the Imperial Formation without any warning can basically be ruled out as a living person. According to Feng Lai's memory, this person is probably the god of this Imperial Formation, serving as the last force to protect the immortal land. Exist. Such a magic formation was built based on the turbulent veins of dragons in this immortal land. It has gone through several eras without decay. It can definitely be regarded as the masterpiece of all the origin Dao formations in the world. And its creator is also the ancestor of all Source Masters, Source Earth Masters and Source Heaven Masters in the world. A powerful man known as the Source Emperor in the mythical era. I wonder what the purpose of your visit this time is. Judging from your situation, could it be that Emperor Hua or Emperor She returned in the form of a descendant? The more calm Feng Lai became, the more unsure the gods of the Source Emperor formation became. He didn't believe that the young man opposite was really a young monk in the Four Extremes realm. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously called Feng Lai fellow Taoist. Asked softly, "Obviously not. I came here just to see what's going on here after the Empress arrives." Seeing this, the smile on Feng Lai's face became more mysterious and gentle. He looked at the god, and looked at the time beside him. The rushing sound of the long river became a little louder, and he whispered, "After all, it is the Source Emperor Master Formation. The power of this Emperor Formation is undoubtedly quite powerful. But according to Feng Lai's speculation, it is only at the level of the ordinary Supreme Tao. Otherwise, when the Empress smashed the Source Cauldron of all things with a slap, this god would not be able to do anything. Do neither. Obviously it's not worth being optimistic." Seeing that Feng Lai seemed to know the past very well, the god of the Origin Emperor's array was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "The disaster caused by a little bit of cause and effect will take hundreds of thousands of years or more. It takes 1,000,000 years to make up for it." Chapter 322 Emergence Cause and Effect. I often feel that the group of people related to Gu Tianting are crazy. Their minds are full of completely unrealistic long-cherished wishes, such as cultivating teachers and becoming immortals. Even if they offend the entire universe for their so-called ideals, they will not hesitate at all. Deep in the immortal land, in the mountains where the Origin Dao Emperor formation is densest, and only 1,000 feet away from the immortal pond, the dragon energy is steaming, and the immortal light shines. One after another light spots flicker in the void. Carrying enough energy, the power of instantly annihilating a powerful saint is suffocating. Feng Lai, who was 14 or 15 years old, was sitting cross-legged among the Origin Emperor's formations. He was actually as calm as if the mountains were collapsing, and his expression remained unchanged. There was a faint aura of time surrounding him, and he was the same as the one shrouded in the distance. The man in the chaotic mist faced him from a distance and listened carefully to his chatter. When the feathered emperor's physical body sat down, the cauldron had not been completely repaired, although the remaining fragments were basically found. It is an immortal weapon after all. It requires a lot of time and the infusion of the essence of heaven and earth to gradually become flawless. Seemingly knowing some secrets, the gods of the imperial formation specifically emphasized the word corporeal body when talking about the body of the feathered emperor. Seeing that there was no unnecessary expression on Feng Lai's face, he pointed at the thing thousands of feet behind him. Cheng Xianqi continued, "After that, the Yuhua divine dynasty will continue to place the cauldron here with me, and use the power of Longshan to repair the immortal cauldron. But later, a genius with a very unique idea appeared in the Yuhua divine dynasty. He was an expert in studying the underworld in the Yuhua divine dynasty. He proposed to use the essence and blood of all the physiques in the world to sacrifice the cauldron, hoping to repair the immortal cauldron as soon as possible and give birth to a supreme god. Fetal. It was the most glorious period of the Yuhua divine dynasty. Not long after the emperor was enthroned, all the various foundations in the divine dynasty were at their strongest. Even the Jidao weapons were superior to other Jidao weapons. After a long period of discussion later, their current leader agreed. The gods of the Origin Emperor formation in the midst of chaos said this, and the scenes of that era seemed to be reflected in the depths of their eyes. The feathered gods whose power spread throughout the universe moved in full force, collecting all the geniuses with physiques. At that time, it must be a great event. It must be a bloody storm. Feng Lai nodded slightly. The Yuhua divine dynasty has never been a good bird. The degree of madness is much higher than that of the divine organization that has been hidden behind the scenes all year round. It must offend people everywhere. Of course, all the physiques in the world, from the weak celestial demon body, twin king body, chili body, to the high-level peak divine body, Brahma war body, primitive demon body, and even the holy body, heavenly blood hegemony weight. Even if you can't find pure blood, you can still get a lot of blood essence, and pour it all on the cauldron. The gods of the imperial formation lamented that those were rare lively years in the immortal land. Almost every year, owners of various physiques would be brought in, and then they would be sacrificed with living blood, so that the completeness of the cauldron would continue to increase. But then, a bit of teasing and ridicule appeared on his face, and he whispered, "But before the Yuhua divine dynasty harvests, the retribution will come." The empress became a Taoist, destroyed the Yuhua divine dynasty, and forced her way into the immortal land. Even you couldn't hold on to the cauldron. After hearing this, Feng Lai followed the words of the emperor's gods and said with a smile, "She came with a token. She has the original map in her hand. I have no reason to stop her." The god of the imperial formation shook his head after hearing this, feeling confident. "How is the cauldron doing now?" Feng Lai ignored him and just asked, "It is my responsibility to work hard to repair the remaining half of the tripod," the god of the imperial formation said as he waved his hand, and a fairy pool immediately reflected in the void behind him. In it, there was an immeasurable surge of dragon light, turning into the purest essence in the world. Not even a third of the mouth wrapped around the bottom of the pool was on the big tripod with 3 legs and 2 ears. Pathetic tripod. Feng Lai just glanced at the big cauldron in the mirror image, and then seemed to have lost all interest in the cauldron. He only said these 4 words, turned around, and walked towards the outside of the immortal land. Even the incomplete immortal weapon is still supreme. Even if it is taken out like this, it will not be weaker than the Nua Dao stone back then. The god of the imperial formation obviously could not understand Feng Lai's behavior, and looked at the young man's back. He was a little angry for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "I'm not interested. Let this broken tripod continue to wait for its fate." Feng Lai continued to take a few steps forward, and suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He turned to the gods in the Source Emperor formation. 3 small beasts made of 9 sky blue falling divine jade appeared in his hands. And he said, "If you want to make a friend, how about lending me some Dragon Dao essence? These little guys are not very well developed and need something original." The 3 sacred jade little saints are a palm-sized swallow, a swan and eye more than half a foot tall, and an ing long about a foot long. They all present an intoxicating green color, and each one is lifelike. A pair of scales and wings are very real. Easy to say. The gods of the Source Emperor formation laughed, and the void in front of them immediately trembled slightly. Several dragon lights flickered in the Source Emperor formation patterns, and instantly rushed into the eyebrows of the 3 little holy spirits, making their soul fluctuations instantly stronger. Quite a few. Thanks. Feng nodded. And within 2 or 3 years, these 3 little holy spirits would be able to wake up, limited by the material of the 9 heavens Biluo divine Jade King. Such a little holy spirit, who could almost reach the peak level of Dao's slang after birth, would only be able to survive. I can cultivate to the saint level, but fortunately Feng likes it very much. Roar! Just when Feng was satisfied and incorporated the 3 little holy spirits into the Wheel Sea, a confused and majestic tiger roar suddenly came from not far away, and the void there was distorted, and a white tiger the size of a palm appeared. It was like a young mythical beast that had not yet reached adulthood. The only difference was that it had a few green leaves that shone with sunlight, and there were a few green roots at its feet. It stood 100 feet away from Feng cautiously looking around here. He looked timid. White tiger magic medicine. Why is it here? The appearance of the little white tiger made the expressions of the gods of the Origin Emperor formation a little complicated. Although the land of immortality was unique in the universe, it did not have much elixir of immortality. The only elixir of immortality was this little white tiger. Come over. After seeing the cub-like elixir clearly, a smile appeared on Feng face. His pupils flashed green gold light at this moment, and he waved to the little white tiger. Ouch! The moment he looked into Feng eyes, the white tiger divine medicine immediately let out a joyful roar, flew through the void again, and landed on top of Feng head. Long years gone. Little one. Feng took the white tiger magic medicine off his head. Back then, he and Hao each evolved 18 strains of elixir. He created the white tiger magic medicine. The white tiger immortal king in the ancient fairyland fell into darkness, and was killed by Feng Later, Feng reunited the broken fragments of his true spirit. And what evolved was this elixir. This kind of behavior gave the gods of the Origin Emperor formation some confidence in guessing Feng identity. He could see that the white tiger divine medicine had an impression on Feng Otherwise, due to the characteristics of the elixir, he would generally not get too close to outsiders. Chapter 323 on the elixir. Fellow Taoist is indeed a certain ancient emperor in ancient times? The emperor that white tiger eternal medicine followed. I know a man named Baihu Taoist. Among the human race. It seems, seeing the white tiger divine medicine and Feng being very close, the god of the Source Emperor formation showed a somewhat thoughtful expression, and his expression gradually relaxed. A 14 or 15-year-old boy could be leisurely in this emperor formation. Of course Ting Xinbu is unreasonable, but if it is the return of the emperor, it would be too reasonable. That's right. You don't have to guess too much. You will never be able to guess my identity for all eternity. Keep your imperial formation honestly, and don't let anyone break that broken cauldron. Feng shook his head. He didn't mind someone guessing part of his identity. After all, there were so many immortality methods in this era. There were also methods that could make an ancient emperor return as a young man. The emperor's nirvana was a very good one. Good example. Okay. This era probably belongs to you, fellow Taoist. I'm waiting for the day when fellow Taoist merges with Tianqin in the land of immortality. The emperor's god obviously didn't care much about Feng concealment of his identity. He smiled and just said this. In this age of the end of the law, the imperial creatures are very obsessed with immortality. There have been over 100 extreme practitioners in ancient times. Everyone has a deep understanding of immortality. He has seen too many unbelievable avenues of immortality. This little guy has troubled fellow Taoists to take care of him. There are 36 ancient elixirs. The number left now will definitely not reach this number. If he is exposed next to me, he is asking for trouble. It is not right for this little guy to stay in the immortal land. Bad thing. Feng nodded, pressed his fingers on the little white tiger's forehead, sorted out its consciousness a few times to make it clearer, and then casually tossed the little guy into the depths of the Source Emperor's array. After all, it is the supreme elixir of longevity. The gods of the Source Emperor formation nodded in response. Although he is not a living creature, he has existed for too long. What he lacks most is the wisdom accumulated over the years. And he knows many past events buried in the past. Take these elixirs for example. The number of elixirs in the world at the end of mythology was definitely more than the number in the current era. There were 36 elixirs in ancient times. Even if you count them one by one with your fingers. There is definitely not 30 now. At least 7 or 8 elixir plants have been destroyed. Some of those magical medicines were regarded as victims of nirvana by ancient emperors. Some were destroyed in the immortality experiments of the ultimate practitioners. But most were destroyed in the struggle of practitioners. After all, these magical medicines are too soft and are really if you take action. Tao Slayer can completely destroy them. Therefore, ancient Taoists would never confine the elixir to their own traditions. This is an unwritten rule. Once an emperor is greedy, after he is enthroned, the elixir will bring great harm to his tradition. Scourge. Just like the ancient Qilin emperor in the original work. One of his children never obtained the Qilin elixir. And the children never claimed to be the owners of the Qilin elixir. Ouch. It can be seen that the white tiger is a little reluctant to let go of the elixir. It has been confused for too many years, and finally met a truly familiar creature. It is really reluctant to let Feng Lai leave. You have your own destiny. If one day, you can break the shackles of the medicine, just go and find me. Feng Lai smiled, and patted the little white tiger's head. He didn't want all the elixirs in this world to set foot in practice. The world needs balance. The elixir also has its own destiny. Whether it's here in Chunxian land. I've heard Yuhua say a long time ago that there are 2 brainless idiots from our Yuandao lineage. They even dare to swallow the source of the elixir and fish for it. It would be bad if you meet them. The gods of the Source Emperor formation were obviously a little surprised by Feng Lai's actions. He raised his hand, and the Emperor's pattern flashed. And the white tiger elixir was brought to his side. He held it in his arms, and said with a smile, "The lineage of the origin Tao, the cause and effect of the underworld's ruins have nothing to do with me." Feng Lai knew who the gods of the Origin Emperor formation were talking about. But he did not look back. He put his hands behind his back and walked towards the distance. One step at a time. And go! Ouch! The little white tiger struggled, shuttled through the void, and left the area in an instant. When he came back after a few breaths, there was a little white tiger about the same size beside him, with a bright fairy light and dazzling fluorescence. Huh? Is this the magical medicine fruit picked by the descendants of the Ascension in the past? The Emperor of the Imperial Formation was stunned, and was also a little surprised that Feng Lai had such a close relationship with the white tiger divine medicine. Thank you. This fruit is indeed useful for me at this stage. Feng Lai was not polite, and took the white tiger fruit. Of course he didn't need this thing. But the Fushi Feng clan needed this level of foundation. An elixir. The fruit can at least extend the lives of those in the clan, and continue the glory of the Fushi Imperial clan. See you again. The white tiger magic medicine flashed, shuttled through the void, and appeared on the head of the Emperor's god. Together with the god, he waved to Feng Lai, and his small body sent out stumbling fluctuations of spiritual thoughts, bidding farewell to Feng Lai. Goodbye, Feng Lai said. At the same time, deep in the universe, in the depths of an ancient starry sky not too far away from Facian ancient star, there is a majestic island suspended deep in the starry sky, different from the suffocating silence and dead silence in the forbidden areas such as Xianling and Shinshu in the outside world. Although the forbidden area of the heaven is also one of the 7 forbidden areas in the universe, it is not that depressing. There are lush mountains one after another. It is filled with the glow of immortality and immortality. The spiritual grass is delicious, and exotic flowers are blooming. Among these mountains full of vitality, there are many simple cabins and pavilions. Among them, you can see a few scattered creatures standing, sitting, or silent, or make small talk. After Feng Lai's transformation, the area of the god's forbidden zone was almost as large as the fire state among the 3,000 Tao states. Immortal veins were rooted in it, constantly producing the aura of immortality. And there were immortal soldiers to suppress it, so that these immortal powers would not escape. This created such a pure land of eternal life. And near the center of this vast pure land of eternal life, there are 2 ordinary-looking figures sitting cross-legged on a small boat on a 1,000-mile lake, each serving tea to the gods, looking leisurely and contented. Master Mirror's mood is somewhat disturbed. Can you tell me about it? One of them had blonde hair and golden eyes, and looked to be in his 30s. He had a 28-knot golden whip across his knee. He was looking at the man opposite, and spoke softly. Opposite him was a man who looked exactly like Feng Lai. He was wearing a plain white Taoist robe. There were 3,000 avenues of light flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, there was also a smile on his face. Replied, "Of course, there will be some disturbances. The Master of God's forbidden zone has ushered in his era, and his obsession will disappear. I am very happy for him. Owner of the restricted area." As soon as these words came out, the man with blonde hair and golden eyes immediately showed a look of surprise. You must know that no one has ever dared to claim to be the owner of the restricted area of the heaven. A real immortal weapon is suppressed here. Many veteran supremes had guessed that the immortal weapon, is probably more powerful than the source cauldron of all things in the outside world. Yes, the creator of God is also my creator. The man who is 70% similar to Feng Lai is naturally the god of 3,000 Tao mirrors. At this time, he is looking at the endless starry sky in the distance, with something on his face. Smile. The creator, where is the owner of the restricted area now? The man with blonde hair and golden eyes took a deep breath. Even though he once ruled the world and was known as the Supreme Demon King, he also knew that if what the Tao Mirror God said was true, the owner of the restricted area would surely it will be extremely terrifying. Still killing time in the world of mortals. The god of 3,000 Tao Mirrors said with a smile. When he has enough fun, he will naturally come up. Chapter 324 The Forbidden Zone of Immortality. Spending time in the world of mortals. He is worthy of being the Master of God. He is indeed a transcendent immortal figure. The man with blonde hair and golden eyes couldn't help but reveal a bit of wonder and envy in his eyes, as he listened to what the 3,000 Mirror God said. He didn't know the origins of the owner of the restricted area, but he had been rooted in this immortal path for nearly 1,000,000 years. The knowledge of 3,000 Tao mirrors is quite profound. The history of that precious mirror may be traced back to the mysterious years before the mythical age. It has the ability to suppress a real immortal vein with immortality matter, and can preserve the immortality matter, even if it is the Kunlun immortal bell and the origin cauldron of all things in history. They may not all have such ability. How powerful is the owner of this mirror? That must be completely beyond his imagination. This group of supreme beings in the forbidden area of the sky may not even have the qualifications to resist, and will be suppressed as quickly as possible. Emperor Peng, don't be nervous. My emperor was deeply moved by the cruelty and difficulty of immortality in the Dharma-ending age. So he established this restricted area. Firstly, it can serve as a pure land of immortality for the ultimate Taoists in the world. Secondly, it can become a transcendent fairyland for the Holy Spirit people in the world. Thirdly, it's his own place, and he has no ill will towards anyone. A smile appeared on the face of the god of 3,000 Tao mirrors. He stood up from the boat on the lake. The entire immortal dragon vein seemed to be vibrating because of his words. One strange stone after another shone brightly, and some were buried deep underground. Some are placed on top of high cliffs to absorb the light of heaven and earth. These are all strange stones that are pregnant with innate holy spirits. Most of them are fairy fetuses of heaven and earth bred in the stones. However, there are also a few other kinds of holy spirits. There are villains carved from the destiny rock. And there are also dragon forms formed by the essence of dragon veins. All creatures are extraordinary. Burial Sky Island is about the same size as the big states in the 3,000 Dao era. This sounds like only a very small part of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In fact, it is an extremely vast land that is expanded with an immortal dragon vein as its core. Huge island. From ancient times to the present, more than 30 Dashang holy spirits have been born on Burial Sky Island. During this period, some holy spirits chose to leave, while others stayed forever, staying in the immortal way forever and cultivating with concentration. The forbidden area of God will not prevent any holy spirit from leaving, and is willing to accept every strong person who stays. To this day, there are still 14 holy spirits here. All of them are already powerful people, and they are all quasi-9 to alternative levels of enlightenment. Combat power. In history, many emperors came to Burial Sky Island by chance or other reasons. Some of them came here after leaving other restricted areas, and some found this island when they were looking for burial places in their later years and simply stayed. But even so, there are far fewer supreme beings in the forbidden zone of heaven than in other restricted areas of life. There are only 7 supreme beings in total. As one of the ancient demon emperors, the golden-winged Dapeng Emperor is one of the youngest among them. It's not that I'm nervous. I'm just sighing because I have the chance to meet a true immortal. The golden-winged Dapeng Emperor gently stroked his golden whip and shook his head slightly. Among the 6 extreme supreme beings in the forbidden city of God, he is undoubtedly a very typical one. He became enlightened in the middle and late period of ancient times. In his later years, he cut himself off and fell into the realm. When he was looking for a place to stay, he found Burial Sky Island and borrowed the material of immortality to live till now. Some emperors pay attention to the inheritance of bloodline, while some ethnic groups pay less attention to it. The Golden Winged Dapeng Emperor is one of them. After giving the ethnic group unparalleled prosperity for 30,000 years, he announced his death and eliminated according to the scriptures. Even the weapons of the extreme realm have not been left in the world of mortals. This is an extremely powerful demon king, but he is also a strong man who fought hard on his own. He did not rely on anyone during his cultivation. Even when he entered the restricted area of the heaven, he only brought a son and a protector. And he is still sealed. Middle. Indeed. The word immortal is indeed too heavy a word for you. The god of Daojing nodded. From ancient times to the present, he can be sure that there is only one emperor who has become an immortal. And the experience of emperor is too magical. The ancient heaven in the mythical era is full of fog for many emperors and emperors. As for the five-colored little phoenix that fell from the immortal realm, and the Ming Zun, who was both a teacher and a friend of the emperor and had a very important background, they have not yet fully become immortals at this stage, and are still struggling at the human level. A shame. I have lived for more than 900,000 years relying on the immortal material in the restricted area. Although I practice diligently every day, I still fail to touch the threshold of the immortal realm. After all, I am a mediocre person who has killed himself. I am afraid that Master Mirror is very disappointed with us. More than 900,000 years. Such a long time is undoubtedly very long for an emperor. The Golden Winged Dapeng Emperor is not the supreme being in the outside world who has to rely on deep sleep to extend his life. He has practiced cultivation for more than 900,000 years. I thought that my understanding of the Supreme had reached an absolute height, but I was suffering from the damaged Sendai and could not see the hope of promotion. Reincarnate yourself, or find a way to repair Sendai. The method of immortality by killing yourself is too cruel, and there is nothing I can do. Two ancient and powerful creatures were sitting cross-legged on a small boat, chatting incessantly, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. This is the normal situation in the forbidden area of God. Several supreme beings and holy spirits will chat for a while every once in a while. After all, the only rule in this forbidden area is that you cannot come or go. The price of immortality is to stay on this fairy island. No one will be left empty-handed for a long time. Huh? Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on the plain face of the 3,000 mirror gods. Deep in his eyes, an ancient blue gold mirror appeared, seemingly shining beyond the heavens. What's wrong? Could it be that there are some changes on the owner of the restricted area? The Golden Winged Dapeng Emperor naturally noticed the strangeness of the mirror god. He didn't say much at first. He just carefully observed the few immortal runes that flowed out when the mirror god cast spells. After the god calmed down, he said, "No. Some extreme beings have found this place. Please ask the extreme people in the restricted area to come forward and talk." The Dao mirror god hesitated for a moment, shook his head and whispered, "A foreign Taoist? Isn't it possible to become a new Taoist friend?" Hearing this, the Golden Winged Dapeng Emperor raised his long golden eyebrows and said with a look of surprise on his face, "It's not the same. It's the religious incarnation of the divine bird at the end of the myth." That little guy was very cunning and didn't mention joining the burial island. "It doesn't seem like he came here to defect," the Dao mirror god murmured. Obviously, he didn't like the magical bird in his mouth and didn't want to let it in. Let me go and have a chat with him. Regardless of whether he comes with good intentions or bad intentions, he is still an extreme creature and deserves to be met. Seeing this, the Golden Winged Dapeng Emperor grasped the handle of the 28-knot divine whip and stood up like a divine spear. The majesty of the vast imperial way was displayed, causing the great lake where they were to shake slightly. What's that man's name? What era does he come from? The immortal Taoist from the mythical age. The Taoist mirror god seemed to think about it for a moment, without stopping, and nodded in agreement. So it's him. After hearing the name clearly, the Golden Winged Dapeng Emperor's pupils shrank obviously, but he soon calmed down and nodded. Chapter 325, The Immortal Troublemaker. Deep in the universe, the void between the stars is always so cold, lonely, and lifeless, like an endless desert. Even if we travel for a long time, it is extremely difficult to find an oasis of life. But on this day, a tiny figure appeared in the coldest and most empty starry sky out of nowhere. He was like a soul that had escaped all restraints. and no intention of death could affect it in the slightest. It was a gaunt old man wearing an ancient gray-white Taoist robe. His beard and hair were all white, and his face lacked blood color. His face was full of indifference and calm at this time, but he was slightly bowing to the void in front of him, as if he was paying respects to a certain strong man. I am an immortal Taoist, who wants to see my fellow Taoist, who is in the restricted area of God. He had maintained this action for a long time, but there was still no response from the front. Not even a ripple in the void. However, the immortal Taoist still looked very calm, and his spiritual thoughts once again shook the starry sky thousands of miles away. Rumble. Suddenly, the immortal Taoist clearly felt that the rules in front of him had undergone subtle but violent distortions. At some point, a fairy mirror flashing with 3,000 different kinds of precious light appeared from the void. The fairy light was diffuse, making the dark the universe lights up. Wow! Immediately afterwards, in the depths of the precious mirror, the figure of a young man with blonde hair, golden eyes, and a golden battle robe appeared. The man held a 28-knot golden divine whip in his hand, approaching from far away. In just 3 or 5 steps, he crossed the ancient mirror and came to reality. The immortal Taoist from the immortal mountain? In order to synchronize with other forbidden areas in the outside world, the golden-winged Dapeng Emperor specially found many immortal sources and sealed himself in them. His extremely sharp eyes were sharper than the Jidao heavenly sword, and he swept across the Taoist robe not far away. The old man whispered without any emotion in his tone. It's me. God is really not simple. Fellow Taoist golden-winged Dapeng has disappeared for so many years. All my old friends thought you were dead. The Taoist immortal watched as the shadow of the treasure mirror flowing with 3,000 colors of fairy light disappeared. And then his eyes turned to the golden-winged Dapeng Emperor, with a cold smile on his face and a slight cup of his hand. This compliment was sincere. In the long life of the immortal Taoist, he found that he knew very little about the restricted area of God. Apart from knowing that the restricted area liked to house Desheng Holy Spirit and had a real immortal weapon, there was nothing else. I don't know. No more polite words. Let's talk about things. Under the immortal source, the golden-winged Dapeng Emperor squinted his eyes. He could feel that the immortal Taoist's physical body and soul were very different from those of a normal imperial powerhouse like himself. The power of belief in creatures that hit his nostrils was too great. It was so rich that even across the fairy source, Emperor Dapeng felt a little choked. Don't worry. My Taoist friend and I are both members of the Taoist family. We are one family from time to time, so we should get closer to each other. The immortal Taoist obviously didn't mind the attitude of the golden-winged Dapeng Emperor. He stared at the Peng Emperor's brows for a moment, and seemed to confirm something before speaking calmly. Slave of the immortal Emperor. I, a mortal bird, dare not get close to your 5-colored phoenix. The immortal Taoist responded to the cold words of the Dapeng Emperor. As an ancient emperor who attained Taoism in the middle to late antiquity, he certainly knew that the immortal emperor used the immortal bell as bait to launch a divine war. The man who was said to have a deep relationship with the emperor is not a good bird. He not only often plots against people, but also likes backstabbing. He has a deep and wide reputation for deceiving his allies. The most typical teammate who is tricked by the immortal emperor is the Kunlun tribe. They are a powerful race that sits on the Phaetian star and possesses real immortal weapons. However, due to their cooperation with the immortal emperor, they gradually declined. During the God War, even the 4 ancient warriors, the immortal bell, one of the great immortal weapons, was lost, which directly led to the weakening of the Kunlun tribe. Don't worry too much. Fellow Taoist Peng Wang should listen to Pindo's conditions. It will only be good for fellow Taoist. Emperor Peng could clearly feel that Taoist Immortal had experienced extremely violent mood swings for a moment, and he might even have taken action. But he still endured it, and spoke to Emperor Golden-Winged Dapeng. Obviously, the Taoist Immortal is afraid of the god behind him, and the immortal weapon behind him. It is not a weapon that can be obtained casually, unless the Taoist Immortal is in charge of the immortal bell or the desolate tower. No one in the world can resist the Taoist. Mirror, tell me, what do you want to do? Thinking of this, Emperor Peng still said this. Follow what fellow Taoists think, and do as fellow Taoists do. The immortal Taoist raised his head, with a solemn smile on his face. Whether it's killing the ancient road in the starry sky to absorb life energy, hunting down the next emperor in the future, destroying the ancestral star of the heaven hegemony, or directly launching a war against Kunlun, the underworld or other forbidden areas of life. As long as we can, this universe is in chaos. And even the immortal mountains are willing to join in. Somehow, This old Taoist who has lived since ancient times is actually glowing with a strong demonic light, which has the power to confuse people's hearts, making even the golden-winged Dapeng Emperor feel a little uncomfortable. This is probably the will of the immortal emperor. Immediately, Emperor Peng had this idea. He had talked with the gods of the Taoist mirror and several other supreme beings about the immortal Taoist. Such a creature with an unusual origin was probably the target set up by the immortal emperor in the mortal world. To execute, the emperor will can also absorb a large part of the firepower. I see. It seems that your master wants to keep this universe in chaos. Emperor Peng understands that this universe has been in chaos for many years. Not to mention those ancient emperors and emperors. Just speaking of the Dashang holy body, several have died in the past 100,000 years. The immortal mountain has always been on the front line of trouble. I didn't expect that I wanted to continue doing it. The emperor has planned for eternity and sent me to help every Taoist friend in need. Instead of dying gradually in the years, it is better to give it a try. It is worse than dying of old age in the years one day. The immortal Taoist said this way. This condition is undoubtedly very attractive to other supreme beings in restricted areas of life. After all, the powerful helpers from the immortal mountain will be added out of thin air, and they will be more confident no matter what they do. My little friend, please come back. God has always been at peace with the world and does not need such help. At this moment, illusory brilliance bloomed in the starry sky again, and a treasure mirror appeared next to the golden-winged Dapeng Emperor. Beside him, there were 6 illusory figures, all looking at the immortal Taoist, and said loudly. Upon seeing this, a smile appeared on the face of the golden-winged Dapeng Emperor. Xian Yuan flew to one side and stood side by side with several companions in the restricted area. He did not say much, but his attitude was clearly expressed. Ha ha ha! Since Xian Jing has spoken, of course it is good, and I will naturally not say anything more. The clear attitudes of the supreme beings made the immortal Taoist laugh directly in the starry sky, but the smiles were extremely cold and forbidding, and the malice in them was not concealed at all. But God has been indifferent to the world for too long. Please join the world. Troubled times are coming, and no orthodoxy can be aloof from others. TSK! The next moment, the void tore apart and the world exploded. In the hands of the immortal Taoist, 2 brilliant rays of light bloomed, with a majestic power that transcended the world. They directly enveloped the 3,000 Taoist mirrors and the 7 supreme beings present. Boom! In the next moment, the 2 dazzling lights exploded, turning into a heavenly sword with 5 colors of fairy light flowing and a small bell with brilliant brilliance, carrying infinite murderous intent, pouring towards the many supreme beings in the restricted area of the sky. Chapter 326 War begins. When? The small bell in the hands of the immortal Taoist is naturally the real immortal weapon that the Kunlun clan of the Flying Immortal Star relies on for its glory. It looks only about a foot tall, but when it shakes, it causes large swaths of void to explode, and all the power of the Tao is destroyed, gathering in it. What the immortal weapon possesses is naturally the kind of great power that is far beyond the imagination of human beings and can overturn billions of galaxies. At this time, it is in the hands of the ultimate, and its power has been exerted to the limit, which is terrifying. With the Kunlun immortal bell on his head, and the 5-color heavenly sword made by the perfect fusion of 5 kinds of dazzling immortal gold, the Taoist immortal feels that he has become extremely powerful. He himself is equivalent to a flawless emperor. Plus the 2 extraordinary things in his hand, the combat power that this weapon can exert is simply outrageous. Ha ha! Invite God to join the world. The old Taoist shouted loudly, and a large number of immortal rules immediately burst out from the bright little bell above his head, directly covering, suppressing, and stalemating the 3,000 Tao mirrors. Bah! This old Taoist is also overlooking the powerful man in the restricted area of the sky. His old body is steaming with a huge amount of blood, carrying an unimaginable power of sentient beings, and turns into a 5-color fairy phoenix with wings spread out from behind. The 5-color heavenly sword in his hand swept across, and the vast emperor's magic power burst out. A 5-color sword light flew out of it, which was extremely bright and slashed towards many emperors in the restricted area. Kill! At the same time, the void further away was also shattering, and 3 majestic figures appeared at the end of the sky. Each of them was bursting with power at the imperial level, holding the ultimate heavenly weapons in their hands, and rushing towards the battlefield here. The hearts of the immortal Taoists are full of confidence. In this era when the desolate tower is hidden and the source of all things is broken, the 3,000 Tao mirror and the Kunlun Immortal Bell are the two most powerful immortal artifacts in the world. As long as the two immortal artifacts restrain each other, he, the flawless emperor in charge of the five-color heavenly sword, plus the three supreme beings in the restricted area, can definitely make great achievements in a short time. The situation was changing rapidly, but the emperor's present understood the situation in an instant. The Taoist immortal was obviously well prepared, and he must be bleeding and injured in the forbidden area of the heaven to join in the troubled times of this era. I'm looked down upon, but in the face of such a sudden chaos, the supreme emperors of God behaved extremely calmly. Only the golden-winged Daping emperor had a sharp and fighting spirit in his golden eyes. He waved the golden whip of Tao Tribulation in his hand and took the initiative to charge towards the enemy. Go! There is no fight with God, but we are not afraid either. Not far away from Emperor Daping, a strong man sitting cross-legged on a fairy chariot was also speaking. This majestic young man, with black hair and shawl, was named Spirit Emperor. He was also the strongest person of the Holy Spirit lineage. He was a group of innate with the essence and energy. You could overcome obstacles and achieve the ultimate goal. Too many calculations. Chicken. Several other supreme beings also spoke out. They understood better than anyone else that in this era, it is almost impossible to find a second land of immortality that is as quiet and peaceful as the island of heaven. Now that the immortal Taoist wants to disturb the restricted area of the heaven, they will certainly not agree. There's going to be chaos. Far away in the infinite starry sky, the Big Dipper and several restricted areas of life emitted such sighs. In the sea of reincarnation, at the ruins of the old heaven that had dried up and decayed for countless thousands of years, an empty blue gold battle armor was suspended above the dilapidated ruins, seeming to be gazing into the sky. Why? Fellow Taoist regrets it? Not far away, there are several weapons that are at the same level as the extreme Tao and are slowly rising and falling. One of them, a Tao vase made of fairy tears green gold, emits such fluctuations of spiritual thoughts and asks. Of course, those Ji Tao helpers of the immortal Taoist could not have fallen from the sky. Previously, this old shit stick lobbied all the forbidden areas of life in Beidou except the ancient forbidden areas. With his help, he invited such three Ji Tao creatures. The foundation of the forbidden area of God is probably much deeper than ours. But after all, it is too dangerous to have fairy weapons. The green gold armor was made of feathered green gold, with the intoxicating treasure of reincarnation flowing on it. And it sounded like this his spiritual thoughts fluctuated, and he sighed softly. The sea of reincarnation is going to die. Sooner or later it won't be able to hold on any longer. We will all have to find a home by then. It's better not to offend others. A large square seal made of black gold with a dragon pattern shook. Its owner is also the Supreme Tao. At this time, he was looking at the stars with the help of the Emperor's soldiers when he heard the words and spoke like this. Why didn't fellow Taoists take action? Several Supreme Tao Supremes chatted with each other. And in the end, everyone's spiritual thoughts were looking at the turquoise Tao vase above the ruins that was flowing with divine brilliance. And asked? When asked by several supreme beings in the same restricted area, the owner of the Tao Aquarius made of immortal tears green and gold was obviously stunned for a moment, and then slowly spoke out after a moment. I cannot trust the immortal emperor. Roar! Damn Phoenix! Fixensing. The majestic and vast Kunlun Fairy Mountain, that is countless billions of miles away, is also shaking because of the huge Jida fluctuations, and the majesty of the immortal Tao in the universe. Even the several Jida magic formations rooted in the Fairy Mountain are shaking. In the deepest part of Kunlun Fairy Mountain, extremely angry roars are constantly coming from the deepest mountains. A sky lantern as red as blood is suspended in the void, and the swaying imperial fire on it turns into a slender dragon. The shadow is gazing at the sky. This sky lantern is called the Candle Dragon Lantern. It is one of the few perfect Ji Tao weapons belonging to the Kunlun family at that time. It belongs to an ancient enlightened emperor of the Kunlun family. As the Supreme Tao Supreme of the Kunlun clan, ancient Emperor Zhulong certainly recognized the dazzling fairy bell in the sky that was entangled with the 3,000 Tao mirrors. It was the fairy weapon that the Kunlun clan relied on for its glory. Ancestor, under the Candle Dragon Lantern, there are many ancient beasts crawling and roaring among the mountains, led by the ancient beasts of the Zhulong clan. There are also Tao Thai, Inglong, Cheongchi, Bifan, etc., all of whom are worshipping the Supreme Being. Extreme Will, Ancestor Summoning Weapon. Seeing this, the emperors on the Candle Dragon Lantern immediately let out a roar that shook the world. In a mountain where the treasure light was steaming, a thick ball of Ji-Dao Emperor's blood flew out and outlined a huge bloodline array in the void. Roaring with the will of the ancient Candle Dragon Emperor, he summoned the immortal bell, ancestor summoning weapon. At this moment, the eyes of those ancient beasts all turned blood red. They sacrificed their essence and blood one by one to integrate them into the bloodline magic circle, and worked together to try to summon back the ancient immortal soldiers of their clan. This summoning behavior lasted for several hours, until the power in the blood of the Zhulong Emperor was completely exhausted, and the fairy bell in the depths of the universe still did not respond at all. It seemed that the entire Kunlun family had been abandoned by the fairy bell. No matter how much sacrifice is made, it cannot be brought back. The Kunlun survivors really can't do it anymore. They don't even have the guts to rush up and get their own weapons. Outside the restricted area of the sky, the god with the five-color heavenly sword in the hand of the immortal Taoist clearly felt the power of the summons. It did not say anything more, just sneered twice, then calmed down and stopped paying attention. Chapter 327 Chaos. The battle between two immortal soldiers and more than 10 powerful creatures at the extreme level. This terrifying fluctuation is enough to shake the universe. Even many weak creatures will instinctively fear and tremble even if they don't know what is happening. Naturally, Feng Lai, who was far away in the ancient star, didn't know what was going on. I was dragged into it after all. He sat cross-legged in the depths of the fertile pure land of the Wind Clan, feeling the two different immortal auras with some helplessness. The expression on his face was a little helpless. In these troubled times, even if the Forbidden City of God remembered his instructions and took the initiative to escape from the world, you will also be targeted by interested people. Of course, he knows that the old troublemaker of the immortal Taoist is just a target placed outside by the immortal Emperor. Its essence is that the immortal Emperor created a body of faith for himself when he was still the god of all races, and he ordered him to do so when he felt it was unnecessary. Channeling became such a loyal agent. From the Emperor's point of view, he certainly hopes that this universe will continue to be chaotic. The immortal Emperor at this stage is at an important juncture from mortal to immortal. For the Emperor who bathed in the Emperor's blood and reached nirvana, the more muddy the water, the worse it will be for him. The more advantageous it is. Hold head high. Suddenly, a dragon's roar like thunder sounded from the void, and a mountain-like stone tablet was like a real dragon, carrying majestic polar fluctuations, flying from the deepest ancestral land of the Wind Clan, and disappeared in an instant. End of view. Crash. At the same time, on the extremely distant skyline, the sound of the sky map unfolding reached Feng Lai's ears. A modeled-down map, like a sky curtain, rose almost at the same time as the Fuxi Dragon Monument. There was a vast ocean of yin and yang on the map. The two chi are flowing and intertwining, and they are also flying into the sky. The yin-yang Dao diagram of the moral heavenly lord is also on the primordial planet during this time period. Feng Lai was a little surprised. At this time point, it was still a long time before the moral heavenly emperor's emperor corpse channeled. The yin and yang Dao diagram should be controlled by a certain heavenly body. Your Majesty, not far away from him, 3 small beasts made of the Jade King of the 9 Heavens God cast a canopy together, protecting Feng Lai in the center. They respectively showed the treasures of Fian, Swanee and Yinglong, and their cultivation levels were no less than for many Dashang kings. They were looking at the 2 ultimate weapons in the sky at this time, full of tension and uneasiness. It doesn't matter. They just went to watch the fun. Feng Lai raised his hand and held his 3 little guardians in his hands. These jade little holy spirits were awakened by him after finding some materials in the Feng clan's treasure house. Although he had some old memories of his soul before he was born, he still had some memories of the soul before he was born. Feng Lai has an inexplicable loyalty and admiration. I can detect that there is a supreme being in the Holy Spirit taking action. That power is more powerful than the emperor we served before. The palm-sized Fian made a sound. This little Holy Spirit has instinct-like and extremely sensitive intuition. Even if his cultivation is far from that level, he can still predict the situation through fear. Just like when they first woke up. Even though the boy in front of them was only 14 or 15 years old and his cultivation was very weak, it still made them instinctively fearful and willing to serve him as their master. The world is a big place, but you can't just remember the 1/3 of an acre in your hometown in Taihang Mountain. Feng Lai used his skills a little, and the depths of his eyes reflected the scene of the battle between the supreme beings in the infinitely distant universe. As soon as this war started unilaterally by the immortal Taoist, it swept away countless ancient stars. If it weren't for the Shansang Island, there are no living ancient stars in that starry sky, so a large number of living beings may be killed in an instant. After all, the immortal Taoist was once one of the Taoist bodies of the immortal emperor, even if he changed to a mediocre Yuanshan. His combat power was terrifyingly powerful. He also had the five-color heavenly sword in his hand. He could fight four supreme beings alone. He was extremely brave. But what shocked the Taoist immortal was that the golden-winged Daping emperor and others were also unimaginably powerful. The four supreme gods just managed to attack him, who was in charge of the five-colored heavenly sword without fully sublimating himself. And they steadily gained the upper hand without any visible signs. Decline. The same is true for the battle between the other three supreme beings of heaven and the supreme beings from outside. These powerful warriors from heaven seem to have never killed themselves before. Their fighting power was so strong that they completely overwhelmed the powerful warriors from other restricted areas. This is a very strong gap in strength. The emperors of God have been cultivating in the restricted area for at least 800,000 or 900,000 years. If it were not for the shortage of the immortal platform, they would be able to put the word Tian in front of their titles. As for the fierce battle between the two immortal weapons, it can only be said that the 3,000 Tao mirrors are indeed in trouble. The immortal mirror and the immortal bell are just entangled with each other based on the principles of Tao in the void. And there is no sign of a winner at all. You must know that there are differences between immortal weapons. Just like the 3,000 Tao mirror and the desolate tower. They are both immortal weapons that the immortal emperor copied from higher level weapons and refined them himself. The immortal weapons are only in name. If we really want to fight, ordinary immortal king weapons may not be as powerful as this tower and one mirror. In contrast, the Kunlun immortal bell and the two immortal weapons are not on the same starting line at all. On the second day of the war between the two supreme beings, Feng Lai's father, Feng Dong, suddenly came to Feng Lai. In one day, the current saint changed from being calm to being worried. Even on his temples, there are quite a few more gray hairs. Father, I was restless yesterday. Did something big happen? Feng Lai naturally saw this change, and also knew the reason why Feng Zhong was like this. But in the eyes of his father, he was just a young monk who had just broken through to the realm of dragon transformation less than half a month ago. And it was impossible to know too much. There is a war between two restricted areas of life in the depths of the universe. Yesterday I went to see it with the ancestor of Longbai. One of them is a famous initiator of the turmoil. This universe may be ushering in a new chaotic world. Feng Long raised his head, took a deep look at Feng Lai, sighed softly, and said, "Liar. Have you ever thought about what will happen if one day chaos comes, and you lose the protection of your father and elders? Your family, and the imperial soldiers?" When this question came out, Feng Lai was stunned for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully, and then answered, "Perhaps I will be confused for a while, and then continue to live with the remaining people of the Wind clan." He suddenly realized that at this historical stage, the status of the Fushi Dragon Monument was the same as that of the Void Mirror, Tai Wang's sword and other extreme weapons in the future. It was fine in peaceful years. But if chaos comes, such extreme weapons, he must be on the front line of protecting all sentient beings. In Yifan's era, the name Fushi Dragon Monument was no longer spread in the universe. It is possible that his own dragon steel was shattered in some turmoil. Then work hard to become stronger. Whether you take the path of Shizu or Wazoo, you are the future of the Feng clan. Feng Zhong heard this, patted Feng Lai heavily on the shoulder, and said this, "I understand, Father." Feng Lai nodded, and for a moment he had the illusion of being left alone. But thinking about it, the reputation of the immortal Taoist in this era is too bad. As long as this old guy moves, something bad will almost certainly happen in the universe. Chapter 328 Guardians of the Era. The immortal Taoists are at war with God, and all human beings have a profound and instinctive fear of the restricted area of life. People understand that no matter in any era, as long as those superior life restricted areas take action, no matter which side wins or loses, a cruel dark turmoil will usher in after the war. The Supremes will take action, bloodbath the ancient life stars in the entire universe, and slaughter everyone, most of all living things. This is the means of immortality for the Supremes. The consumption of war at that level is too great, and the consumed life energy must be replenished through external means. At this time, all the spirits of the universe are their immortality medicine garden. Such is the bloodline memory passed down from generation to generation among all creatures in the universe. The profound memory of darkness, turmoil, and the destruction of all souls is rooted in the hearts of all ancient traditions. Even if the years change, they dare not forget it. In particular, one of the parties in the Forbidden Zone War, the terrifying strongman holding the five-color heavenly sword, had a history of launching dark turmoil more than once. According to ancient historical records, that person was probably the founder of a certain life-forbidden zone in ancient times, and has also led more than one chaos on the road to immortality behind the scenes. Therefore, shortly after the battle between the immortal Taoist and the forbidden city of heaven, many large-scale Taoisms throughout the ancient star were shaken. Jiushi Palace, Sihangzhai, and the Qi refiner lineage all used their foundations, and more than one big statue, the weapons of the saintly warrior or quasi-emperor soared into the sky to look into the stars. Even the gatekeepers of Hanga Pass were rotated overnight. Two extremely withered old men sat silently outside Hanga Pass. One was the old quasi-emperor of the Fuxifeng clan several eras ago, and the other was he as the founder of the Qi refiner lineage in this generation. Together they worshipped the Yin and Yang Dao diagram and watched the changes in the battle situation in the starry sky. Everything is being prepared as it was before the dark turmoil came. Clan leader. The Mingling Changsheng Temple moved its religion yesterday. The great sage Juidian took action and moved the entire Mingling Mountains. Clan leader. Master Qinshan from Sihong Jingjai in Nanhai is here to discuss with the clan leader how to deal with this big change. Clan leader. The old palace master of Tusita Palace is here. Clan leader. As one of the only large-scale sects in the ancient world of this era that possesses extreme weapons, the Feng clan is naturally the focus of attention in such troubled times. Just like now, the Feng clan sage's mansion is full of people almost every quarter of the day. The monk came with the latest information. As the parent and son of the leader of the Feng clan, Feng Lai was bound to become a strong man at the top of the Feng clan in the future. At this time, he was also called to the saint's mansion, and together with his clan sister, who was born with the body of a human king, they listened to Feng Zhong's continuous processing. These matters. Feng Lai naturally didn't care about this. These changes in the human level were just a slight adjustment to the times. He closed his eyes slightly, and gently stroked the swan in eye Holy Spirit made of 9 heavens blue fall divine jade in his hand. There is no extra expression on his face. Brother. The clan elders all say that Hanga Pass is extremely dangerous. The ancient star is the most stable and complete star of life in the universe. Why are there so many great leaders who would rather stay away from the ancient star? Compared to Feng Lai's indifference, another little girl named Feng Shang seemed a lot more nervous. This was a child who also had high hopes. Not only did she have the body of a human king, but the imperial blood in her body was much richer than that of ordinary people. You should have the qualifications of a great sage. She was obviously a little confused at this time. It was the first time in her life that she came into contact with news about the universe and the starry sky. This was a bit early for a child of 14 or 15 years old. Moreover, the behavior of those large-scale cults that chose to leave the ancient star also made her very uneasy. The natural danger of Hanga Pass is real, but it also depends on who it is for. For the Supremes, if there is no considerable combat power to resist it, Hanga Pass is just a pass that can be cracked with time, and it is not very stable. Feng Shang's question did not make Feng Lai's hand pause. He just spoke like this. Hanga Pass is naturally extraordinary. It is protected by a large formation that combines the Emperor's formation patterns and the secrets of composition. It can defeat the extreme, but it is by no means invincible. In the future turmoil of Yifan's era, there are 4 only by adding enlightened beings to God's soldiers can we protect the earth. Sure enough. Is it because the ancient stars are weak? Feng Shang's face was a little unwilling. Since she was a child, she had a considerable degree of admiration and respect for the ancient gods, emperors and emperors. But she did not expect that one day, the day when those strong men who once respected became a catastrophe in the world. Boom! While the 2 brothers and sisters were chatting, there was suddenly a vast blood energy fluctuation in the sky, and a heavy and majestic light shot into the sky, making the Wind Clan's magic circle light up. This kind of blood energy is so dazzling, showing a gorgeous golden color like the sun. The light is very strong, and it carries an unimaginable magnificence. Clan leader, holy body ancestral star. Clan leader Yang Hong is here to visit. Less than half an hour later, a stream of light descended from the distance. It was one of the strong saints of the Wind Clan, and it came specifically to deliver a message. Welcome. Seeing this, Feng Zhong also stood up directly. Outside the saint's mansion, there was a black-haired old man who looked to be 60 or 70 years old standing in the void. The blood energy in his body was as blazing as the sun. Even if the Taoist killer was directly, even if you look at it, your eyes will bleed. An ancient holy body at the level of a holy king. No. It should be a descendant of the holy body. Within 5 generations. It seems that the ancestral star of the holy body is still there at this time. With Feng Lai's eyesight, he would naturally not misidentify the essence of the old man's blood. The other party's arrival was enough to surprise him. This was the first time he witnessed the glory of the holy body lineage. The 9 great saints are the guardians of the times, who have truly protected this universe for many years. He listened carefully to the conversation between Feng Zhong and the descendant of the holy body. And he understood clearly in his heart that the descendant of the holy body visited the Feng clan this time to join forces to jointly face the turmoil, hoping to help the Shihuang Feng clan when necessary. Each came to the master to take action. The current stage is more than 9,000 years after the death of the Western Emperor of Yaoqi. Feng Lai deduced a little. And even if the Desheng holy body, who was the same generation as the Western Emperor, had taken the elixir, he would have fallen for more than 10,000 years. After all, the Desheng holy body, if you are not an emperor, one life of more than 10,000 years is already the limit. As for whether there are any living great saints in the universe, Feng Lai can't say. After all, those kind of heaven-defying physiques are not enlightened ones. So it's okay to call themselves self-proclaimed. The holy body line, Fuxi lineage, Yaoqi Shihuang lineage on the other side of Beidou, plus a few ethnic groups with imperial military background, are probably all the power of this era. Unfortunately, the Western Emperor did not stay in Yaoqi the princes and daughters, who will become enlightened beings. After a little calculation, Feng Lai almost understood the great forces that could withstand the dark turmoil in this era. No wonder the future era of the Void Emperor will be so difficult. With this historical background, even if many great clans are deep in he also hid the background of an emperor's son, and could not have much impact on the turmoil. The foundation of the times cannot withstand the consumption. They say that the era of the great emperor of the void was difficult. And it was difficult enough for him for tens of thousands of years. After a long time, Feng Lai opened his eyes and sighed softly. Chapter 329 Incredible Results. The Wilderness of the Universe. The mythical battlefield. Cold, dry, and extremely silent. This empty battlefield far away from many living ancient stars is located in the most remote area of the entire universe. It has been a place where creatures at the extreme level have fought since ancient times. On this day, it became a battlefield for more than 10 supreme beings. A place where the strong fight. Boom! In the center of the battlefield, there is a golden winged doping that is tens of thousands of miles across the sky. Each feather is like the purest Tao tribulation gold, shining with a rich imperial light. It is equally majestic as the opposite one. 5 colored phoenixes clash. Beside them, there are more imperial lights flashing, including the Spirit Emperor sword with its dazzling edge, the dragon-patterned black gold warhammer bursting with surging fighting spirit, and the Guqin shrouded in the glow of chaos. The golden-winged Doping Emperor, the spiritual emperor, the Brahma ancient war emperor, and another demon lord from the ancient times all arrived hand in hand to defeat the immortal Taoist. Damn it! With the combined attack of the 4 supreme beings, even though the immortal Taoist's physical body, soul, and vitality were comparable to those of a true emperor, and he still had a 5-color heavenly sword in his hand that far surpassed the ordinary imperial weapons. He still looked quite embarrassed. There is an obvious cut mark on the crown of the gods of all races above his head, which is the wound left by the Spirit Emperor's sword. Even if the immortal Taoist is the body of faith of the gods of all races, it is still difficult to ignore the Emperor's sword. It can be said that this battle completely exceeded his expectations. According to the plan, he only needs to kill 1 or 2 supreme beings as quickly as possible, and then leave the supreme beings in the restricted areas of Beidou to fight for the immortal weapons. And then he can set off a riot in the universe. A huge melee that affected at least 2 or 3 living restricted areas. If there are undead Taoists behind the scenes, there is a high probability that this war will affect all the restricted areas. Ancient stars of life, the extreme orthodoxy, and aristocratic families in the entire universe. It can be called the second ancient war of gods. By then, the emperor behind the immortal Taoist will be able to remain firmly behind the scenes and become the biggest beneficiary. But such a perfect plan suddenly got stuck in the hands of these unreasonably powerful supreme beings. Shangsang Island. There is indeed a big problem in this restricted area. The immortal Taoist understands that these supreme beings are definitely not just sleeping in the restricted area. As senior troublemakers who have been around since the beginning of ancient times, the immortal Taoist who is present all know the emperors and emperors. They absolutely should not be like this. The power of, even though the battle has been going on for half a month, None of the four supreme beings has been fully sublimated. Of course there's a problem. But you don't have a chance to find out. In response to the unwillingness of the immortal Taoist, the Spirit Emperor only had a sneer on his face. God is not simple. As a true Holy Spirit tribesman, he even saw the back of the owner of the restricted area when he first committed suicide. He understood that God's details are absolutely beyond imagination. You know, just by looking at the back of the owner of the restricted area from a distance. The Spirit Emperor felt a strong and suffocating sense of fear. It was a kind of superiority that was beyond the Spirit Emperor's knowledge and far beyond the pinnacle of humanity. Old guy, you already know too much. Several other supreme beings were also sneering. The restricted area of the heaven was an absolute secret even to the supreme beings. They maintained an absolute murderous intention against ambitious people like the immortal Taoist. Open! The next moment, with the four supreme beings shouting in unison. Four supreme rays of light soared into the sky. The supreme beings in the restricted area of the heaven all activated their ultimate sublimation. And the four types of weapons swept across and directly hit the immortal Taoist. Roar! With such power, no matter how confident the immortal Taoist is, he would not dare to be careless. He could only hold the immortal heavenly sword horizontally in front of him, with the crown of the gods of all races above his head shining brightly, to challenge the power of the four supreme beings. In an instant, the universe collapsed. All the realms were wiped out. The extremely terrifying fluctuations of the imperial realm swept across the boundless interest. Tens of thousands of galaxies exploded, turned into powder, and then were completely wiped out. You must know that the supreme beings in the restricted area of the heaven are all beings who have been cultivating for nearly 1,000,000 years. Each of them is no worse than the immortal Taoist at his peak state. If the four of them attack together, even the immortal sword cannot resist it. Crack! In the end, the supreme crown on top of the immortal Taoist's head, which represented the majesty of the god of all races, exploded. The immortal Taoist flew out, coughing blood, and the supreme five-color heavenly sword in his hand was blown away, slashing countless stars in the distance. Became two halves. Win! But this terrifying old Taoist still refused to admit defeat. He directly formed the seal with both hands and summoned the Kunlun immortal bell, causing the immortal weapon that even the Emperor regarded as his heritage to escape from the battlefield with a distant treasure mirror and deflect the blow for himself. Of power. Open! Before the golden-winged Dapeng Emperor and others could strike the next blow, the immortal Taoist held the immortal bell in his hand and blasted it into the void, causing an extremely long void avenue to appear, leading to an unknown distance. God's forbidden area. One day, he glanced coldly at the fuzzy restricted area in the distance that was hidden in the depths of time and space. The immortal Taoist gritted his teeth. As the god of all races, the spirit of faith, the pride in his bones made him very reluctant to admit defeat. But his opponent was too powerful. Can just retreat. Crash! But before the Taoist immortal could utter his last cruel words, 3,000 densely packed avenue chains burst out from the void passage opened by the immortal weapon behind him, like tentacles spreading from the endless abyss, wrapping around the immortal bell. One day. What do you want? A plain and distant voice sounded in the void passage. A young man who looked to be in his 20s or 30s stood under the treasure mirror intertwined with 3,000 colors, blocking the path that the immortal Taoist must pass. The god in the 3,000 Dao mirror looked down at the immortal Taoist indifferently. Of course he knew the origin of this Taoist. After all, throughout the ages, the only creature that fell from the fairyland to this world was the five-color little phoenix. Even the immortal Taoist would inevitably feel horrified at the gaze of a real immortal weapon god. He suddenly spurted out a large mouthful of five-color true blood and sprinkled it on the immortal bell, hoping to revive it completely and fight against the immortal mirror in front of him. When the five-color true blood blended into the fairy bell, causing the ancestral weapon of the Kunlun tribe to immediately vibrate violently. However, the 3,000 avenue chains spreading out from the Tao mirror were too tough, and the fairy bell only made a slight sound. Unable to do anything. Release the slightest bit of mana. Little guy, don't tell me that you don't have Kunlun blood in your hand. What if you have Kunlun blood? It's just an immortal bell for newly formed immortal soldiers. I can seal 8 of them with one hand. The god in the 3,000 Taoist mirrors always seemed to have that kind of plain smile on his face. When he waved his hand, the Kunlun immortal bell was completely out of the hands of the immortal Taoist and was reflected in the precious mirror. Immediately afterwards, he pointed out again, and the immortal Taoist body, which was composed of the infinite power of faith, began to disintegrate inch by inch. as if it had been corroded by millions of years in an instant, and was rapidly corrupting and obliterating. No! At this moment, for the first time in his life, the immortal Taoist truly felt the approach of death. Even if he struggled, he could not escape from the extremely terrifying power of the immortal Tao. Soon, the figure of the immortal Taoist completely disappeared into the void. The broken crown of the god of all races still wanted to resist, but was pointed into nothingness by the god. Mirror down, master. And the five-color immortal phoenix soared. The spirit emperor shouted while sitting cross-legged on the chariot in the distance. I know. For disturbing my Qingxiu, I will ban you for 1,000,000 years. Just a small punishment. The gods of the 3,000 Tao mirrors whispered. And a heavenly sword spreading its wings, like an immortal phoenix, struggled to be caught from the horizon. 3,000 completely different Tao chains completely wrapped and sealed it. Chapter 330. There is no more immortal Taoist. It's over. A true immortal weapon was launched, using a power that was almost completely beyond human nature. This power could be easily captured by those who were interested in it, even though it was far away from the infinite starry sky. Especially those strong men who were always paying attention to the mythical battlefield were all nervous. The release of the immortal weapon, the changes in the battle situation, and the sudden fall of the immortal Taoist. This battle in the restricted area affected 2 major immortal weapons, and a total of 11 extreme creatures. It was already a chaos on the road to becoming an immortal. The recent one in the chaos. The only thing that was bigger was the ancient god war. So strong. Not far from the ancient road in the starry sky, a purple ray of light shot straight towards the huge live star in the universe. A low sigh was heard, and a halberd that was more brilliant than the galaxy flew back to the depths of the star with rich dark purple blood. In an ancient cave. This is the ancestral star of the Santian Hegemon lineage. There is the ultimate magic circle that the Deshang Hegemon asked the ancient emperor to set up. There are also multiple Deshang Hegemons who have established themselves in the depths of the ancient star all year round. Known as the 7 life restricted areas. The 8th restricted area shocked the times. Of course it is strong. After all, it is a restricted area of life that is suppressed by immortal weapons. Think about the Kunlun immortal clan in the past. The creatures of God may have obtained a different kind of immortality with the help of immortal weapons. After a long time, another voice rang out from the vicissitudes of the ancient cave of the Overlord ancestral star. The golden 6-way treasure wheel roared and flew from farther away. The one carried on it obviously had a better grasp of the changes in the battle situation. He spoke like this: road. If this is the case, does such a forbidden area that is suspected of immortality still need to launch dark turmoil to extend its life? The owner of the purple gold halberd made such a sound, and a dark purple gaze came out of the halberd, seeming to penetrate infinite time and space, carefully examining the victors on the battlefield. Let the holy bodies worry about whether to start a riot or not, as long as no one comes looking for us without opening their eyes. Everything has nothing to do with the heavenly hegemony. Another low whisper came from the depths of Ba Ti ancient cave. The voice was not loud, but it contained a blood energy that was deeper and more powerful than the owner of the halberd and the master of the Baluan. Just wait until the ultimate master of the hegemonic lineage is born, and all the ambitions so far will be realized. That fairy mirror. Thixinzing. Kunlun Mountains. Watching the undead Taoist's divine body and soul rapidly disintegrate under the finger of the Taoist mirror god. The light in a pair of candle dragon eyes suddenly flashed, carrying the power of massive years in time, overwhelming the ancient beasts of the Kunlun tribe. Out of breath. Zhulong. This kind of creature is actually very reluctant to say that it is a true dragon. Such an ancient beast is born to understand the path of time, and it is a heterogeneous species that is born to fit the path of time. Ancestor, spare your life. It wasn't until the roars of many ancient beasts such as Qiongqi, Bifang, and Yaoshu in the mountains reached his ears that the ancient supreme Zhulong gathered his energy and gathered all the mighty power of the years to his side. From now on, our immortal bell is no longer under the control of the immortal emperor. After a long time, the ground of Kunlun Fairy Mountain suddenly exploded, and a huge fairy source rose into the sky. The ancient supreme Zhulong snaked in the fairy source, sending out such fluctuations of spiritual thoughts. But that fairy mirror is obviously more troublesome than the immortal emperor. Immediately, the momentum of this supreme ancient beast dropped slightly. Its existence was actually longer than recorded in ancient history. It was an ancient supreme being that existed in the mythical era. It even controlled the immortal bell in a certain period of time. Know the power of immortal weapons. Since that fairy mirror can seal the Kunlun fairy bell, it means that the mirror has more terrifying power in the realm of immortality. Old ancestor god, if you want to welcome back the immortal bell, I'm afraid. In the distance, a Baifeng firebird spread its wings and flew cautiously to the side of the ancient Supreme Zhulong. This was the strongest member of the contemporary Kunlun clan. Surrounded by the chaotic and surging Baifeng Shenyan, the body of Zhulong ancient Supreme Lord did not move in the immortal source. Only a pair of deep and abnormally deep eyes glanced at Baifeng. This divine bird is in the 7th level of the Quasi-Emperor. Unfortunately, it is more than 8,000 years old and has lost a step forward. Hope. I will go to God myself. But not now. After saying this, the ancient Supreme Zhulong closed his eyes. The Supreme War is over. The next step is probably a round of dark turmoil. It must personally guard Feixinzing and protect this extremely fragile Kunlun legacy. Horror! Crash! At the same time, in front of the ancient star Hanggu Pass, 2 bright imperial lights soared into the sky. The Fuxi Dragon Monument turned into a golden dragon surrounded by Bagua symbols. The Yin-Yang Dao map was like a sky covering the world, closing the Hanggu Pass. Completely shrouded, the world is in chaos. Below the imperial soldiers, 2 old men with extremely exhausted blood were sighing. They were both quasi-emperors of the ancient star. One was the 4th-generation grandson of the ancient emperor of the Wind clan, and the other was the ancestor of the Qi refiner lineage. One of them took the initiative to stand up at this time. They could clearly see that many similar situations were happening in the endless starry sky. In the Guangming ancient star territory, a divine refining pot made of feathered green gold was rising like the sun in the hands of 2 quasi-emperors with 8 arms. The Beidou ancient star, the immortal Tier's green golden pagoda in Yaoqi, and the imperial soldiers of Tianxian lineage appeared, and several quasi-emperors appeared together to suppress them in the sky above the 5 regions. Above the Ziwei Emperor star, an ancient stone imperial tower also appeared in the sky, and a quasi-emperor also appeared to block it. On the holy body ancestral star, there is even a crimson figure sitting cross-legged in the fairy source, facing the edge of the universe. These powerful beings all understand that the war in the restricted area will inevitably cause massive consumption of the supreme beings. Life is precious, and the road to immortality is long. In order to extend their lives, the supreme beings will almost certainly launch dark turmoil. This is a disaster that the strong men in the starry sky must deal with. Disaster? This universe has suffered from darkness and turmoil for too long. The strong vigilance of these quasi-emperors and imperial soldiers, Sanjian Daojing, who was on the edge of the universe, could naturally see clearly. He understood that those people were guarding against himself and the supreme beings under him. And he was speechless for a moment. Eternal life is difficult. The strong can only swing the butcher's knife at the weak. People eat people. It's such a sad era. The Golden Winged Dapeng Emperor, Thanga War Emperor, Spirit Emperor and others took action with several other forbidden gods and killed the 3 forbidden city supremes who came with the immortal Taoist. Hearing this, they stared at the starry sky with some sighs. The expressions on them are a little sad. When I was young, I also imagined that if I became the emperor, I would definitely eliminate all restricted areas of life in the world so that all beings in the universe would no longer suffer from darkness and turmoil. It seems that he also felt the gazes of the powerful people on the ancient planet of life. The expression on the face of the ancient Brahma War Emperor was a bit complicated. He was the emperor of the Brahma War body lineage and also the human emperor. But now, he was defeated by so many people's extremes. He aimed his weapon and murmured, "This is the tragedy of the times. Eternal life is difficult. We may be able to kill through the life-forbidden zone of an era. But after we die, there will be emperors and emperors who are afraid of death and build new forbidden zones on the ruins, which cannot solve the problem." The Spirit Emperor sat cross-legged on his imperial chariot. Hearing this, he patted the War Emperor on the shoulder and shook his head. "Does Master Mirror have any ideas?" Several emperors were silent. Only the Golden Winged Dapeng Emperor looked at the 3,000 Dao mirror and asked, "Destroy the world and reshape it. Gather destiny again. And perform the path of immortality." The god of 3,000 Dao mirrors thought about it seriously and said this. Chapter 331 No More Pretending. The supreme war at the edge of the universe ended. The undead Taoists, who had lived from the end of the ancient times until today, perished. The 5-color heavenly sword was sealed, and the Kunlun immortal bell disappeared. This really made many creatures in Beta's life-restricted area speechless. What is gratifying is that after all this was dealt with, all the forbidden areas of heaven disappeared, and together with one of the 7 forbidden areas of life, burial of heaven, they were completely hidden in the deepest part of the outer wilderness of the universe. Such a result made it impossible for many quasi-emperors outside the life star who were preparing for a bloody battle with imperial weapons to react. until the shadow of the vast Song Island was completely hidden in the mist of chaos, and the killing energy of the Imperial Way in the universe was dissipated. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good. After a long time, an old monk in the Amitabha Ancient Star territory uttered such a long-lasting Buddhist chant, which was like a demonic pestle hitting a big bell. It carried a strong sense of joy and relaxation, and was sung in the vast starry sky. In this era, Emperor Amitabha has passed away for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Buddhism, as a faith widely spread under the stars, has taken root in the depths of many ancient star fields. It's just that this year, Mount Sumeru has not yet appeared in the western desert of Beidou. Another calamity. Several quasi-emperors above Beidou also sighed like this. After each bowing, they turn around and return to their own traditions. These quasi-emperors know better than anyone that if the seven supreme beings really launch a dark turmoil, it is absolutely impossible to stop them with just a few imperial weapons. There is a high probability that they, the quasi-emperors, will be forced to burn their bodies to resurrect the emperor. Soldiers, using their lives to delay the slaughter of the supremes. Now this time, it can be regarded as experiencing a death disaster. Another era. On the starry sky ancient road, the Deshang holy body blocking the ancient road alone also sighed leisurely. The red blood all over his body dissipated in an instant, turning into an ordinary, skinny old man who almost fell to the ground. Master! In the distance, the golden glow shimmered in the sky, and a heroic young man rushed over. He had a cultivation level in the Taoist realm. He stepped forward to stabilize the long-aging Deshang holy body and called out, "It doesn't matter. The supreme beings of God are still principled. Without a hard battle, I still have more than 100 years to live." The light in the Deshang holy body's eyes dimmed a bit. He helped the young holy body in front of him stand up, and said with a forced smile, "The power, faith and inheritance of the Deshang holy body cannot be broken. The sixth person died more than 10,000 years ago. But I, the fifth person, have survived until now by relying on the immortal source and the method of immortality. If you become Deshang one day, you should be the seventh person. I understand that I will become the seventh holy body in this world, and the glory and faith of the holy body will not be erased." The young holy man nodded solemnly. Sure enough, the weak are not even qualified to experience the times in person. Feng Lai, an ancient star from the Wind clan, sat in the saint's mansion deep inside his family in a somewhat depressed manner. He raised his head and stared at the stars, feeling a sense of emptiness and helplessness. Watching this battle from a distance, he suddenly felt that his strength was indispensable. Just like just now! If the turmoil really breaks out, if I am just a young monk who has just traveled through time, I am afraid that I am not even qualified to struggle. In an instant, my life energy will be drained by the power of the supreme level, and I will not even have the reason to die. No, brother. After all, we are too young. We have been practicing for less than 20 years. It is not the time to contact the stars and higher levels. Beside him, Feng Shang was afraid that there might be something wrong with Feng Lai's Taoist heart. So she patted his back a few times, and then shot a few weak wisps of the pure heart rune into the void, making the air here instantly cool down. Road. The situation is different. Feng Lai didn't say much. He just nodded Feng Shang's head, slowly stood up from his seat, put the small jade swan eye on the table on his shoulders, and strode towards the outside of the saint's mansion. On the second day, the sound of calamity and punishment intertwined with thunder and lightning came from the pure land deep in the Wind clan, while Wang Baoxiang sat cross-legged in the void, constantly twisting and stretching his slender and powerful Taoist body, facing the calamity head-on, while lighting up the pieces of keel on the back, forcing the barrier to be broken. This powerful sky thunder lasted for a whole day and night over the Feng clan. When Feng Lai came out of seclusion, he had broken through all the barriers in the realm of dragon transformation. The dragon reached the sky, and stepped into the first level of the immortal stage. Sky. Such news, not to mention the strong practitioners of the same generation. Even Feng Lai's elders could not sit still. Several saints from the family came and checked Feng Lai's condition one by one, and then felt slightly relieved. At the age of 15, he entered the first level of immortal stage, even in the ancient times, when the great Tao of heaven and earth was extremely active. This speed of cultivation was unconventionally fast. Many geniuses with the blood of the imperial Tao did not have such speed. Liar. I know that you have a strong desire to repay your family, but cultivation is not an easy path. You have only broken through the 4 poles for less than a year and entered the immortal stage. It is easy to overdraw your talent prematurely. Feng Zhong advised Feng Lai. He pointed out to Feng Lai a certain practitioner who had the fastest cultivation in history. He had reached the peak of the great sage at the age of less than 100 years. He was so fast and invincible that he was always stuck at the level of the ultimate great sage. In his opinion, a genius of royal blood like Feng Lai should aim at the quasi-emperor. Even in this era when the last emperor has fallen and the seal of Tianqin is about to be released, he should aim at the quasi-emperor. It is not too much to say that he is the only person in the world. Don't worry, father. I understand. Regarding the persuasion of his relatives, Feng Lai could only express his clear understanding. This was a small price for him to gain orthodoxy and relatives. Without these people who cared about him, Feng Lai might have been singing all the way and trying to crush her Hao Wu in the last era. The record of a 10-year-old quasi-emperor. In the end, in order to make it clear that his talent and foundation had not been damaged, Feng Lai specially found a half-step almighty in the clan who had a fairly good talent and was on the 9th small step of the first level of Sendai. And then he surpassed it all his life. Bob Ban severely injured the opponent. Is this how the 8 bans are calculated? At the end of the battle, even Feng Zhong, who was a saint in this world, was stunned on the spot. The tribesman whom Feng Lai defeated was also a master of the 5 forbiddens when he was young. But he was defeated by Feng Lai's 100 moves on the first small step of Shiani. He was so beaten that he coughed up blood. This record was simply outrageous. I gained enlightenment a few days ago and understood a lot of the mysteries of the Emperor Wa Sutra. It's normal for me to practice faster and have a slightly stronger combat power. Feng Lai explained. He knew in his heart that he would not do anything outrageous like a 50-year-old supreme emperor in this era. He only wanted to be an ordinary emperor and cultivate all the way up. Becoming a saint at 50 years old. Becoming a quasi-emperor at 300 years old. And becoming an emperor at more than 600 years old. Well, this speed should still be understood by the world. He thought this way. Chapter 332 Holy Body Lineage. 300 years later. The Starry Sky. The 81st level of the human race's ancient road. The ancient Starry Sky Road is an ancient road that has existed in the starry sky since the age of mythology. It was a heavenly road forged by the ancient emperors to train their descendants and forge a new generation of emperors. It is a vast and majestic road that leads to the true world. The ultimate road? The 81st pass on the ancient road of the human race is the very back pass on the ancient road of the starry sky belonging to the human race. This is a majestic city suspended in the cold universe. Like a small oasis in the endless desert, shrouded in an intoxicating silver glow. In the light, it is sacred and peaceful. On this day, this ancient pass lost its usual tranquility. Many human cultivators from all over the universe gathered here. Most of those who could reach this point have reached the level of the Saint King. The combat power is unparalleled, enough to dominate any star field. At this time, these powerful contenders were gathering in the giant city at the 81st level, all raising their heads and staring at the elusive and glorious figure outside the city. The 2 truly powerful figures in the ancient human race of this era have finally faced each other at the same level. There was a beautiful woman dressed in turquoise clothes, sitting sideways on the back of the sacred deer, sighing, her eyes as calm as a deep pool staring closely at the outside of the divine pass, where there were 2 extremely magnificent. The breaths are intertwining, colliding, and causing all things to manifest. One of them was a young man dressed in simple robes, with short black hair, capable and sharp. A burly figure, eyes as cold as lightning, and his whole body was enveloped in an ocean like golden blood, exuding an unparalleled sense of power. Behind it, there are 6 majestic ancient universes rotating behind it. They are 6 sting-high pearls that are heavier than the stars. At this time, they are perfectly evolving the rhythm of the 6 paths of reincarnation, which is so majestic that it overwhelms the sky. The holy bodies of this generation are indeed extremely powerful. They have only practiced for more than 500 years, and have already reached the peak of the great sage. This achievement is simply unbelievable. Even looking at the many great holy bodies of their predecessors, their cultivation speed is probably very fast. Lean forward. A holy arhat wearing a golden cassock and a majestic face made such a sigh. At the highest level of the great sage, even in this era, the ancient road of the human race is the top protector of the ancient road of the starry sky. He can physically cross the universe and sit on a planet of life, domain, and can even completely revive the imperial soldiers, bursting out with unimaginable power. The holy body of the Supreme Saint is a rare top existence in the entire universe of this era. The golden blood of the holy body of this level has evolved to the extreme, enough to crush almost all the great saints in the world. It's a pity that there is no pure-blooded tyrant in this generation of sentient tyrants. Otherwise, it will be a battle between dragons and tigers among the same age groups. Some people sighed sadly. In comparison, the young Master Taitsong is also not simple. There are rumors that he comes from the ancient star of the prehistoric times. He has only been practicing for more than 300 years. He also carries the blood of the human race's Emperor Fushi and Emperor Noah. And his talent is even greater. Sharp. A young Taoist priest holding a whisk spoke like this, focusing on the blurry figure opposite the young holy body. That was a young man whose whole body was shrouded in a green-gold mist. The strongmen present could not clearly see his appearance. With his posture, he could only see his eyes that were as plain as the abyss, as deep and boundless. His blood was not as violent and vast as the golden blood of the holy body. And there was no Taoist weapon around him. But standing there, his momentum was not inferior to that of the young holy body. Brother, he has completely escaped from the royal blood of Emperor Wa's ancestor. At the front of level 81, a beautiful woman in a plain white dress sighed like this. The aura of humanity gathered around her, faintly turning into a picture scroll, in which countless ancestors knelt on the ground. Pay homage to the peerless king. Many people raised eyebrows. Among the generation of ancient stars, many young and powerful people chose to embark on the ancient road of the stars. However, after 300 years, only about 5 people have actually reached the 81st level. Among them, Taitsong Gongzi Feng Lai and Renwang Ti Fingshang respectively represent the blood of the 2 great emperors of the human race, Emperor Wa and Emperor Shi. And their reputations are the most spread far and wide. The Nirvana Heavenly Power, the Xiaoyao Sutra, and the Huahuang Sutra. Everyone in the world says that Brother Feng has practiced these 3 kinds of imperial scriptures. But in my opinion, there is no sign of creation, no sign of annihilation, and no sign of Xiaoyao in you now. Xiang, it seems, has completely transcended. On the horizon, the holy body confronting Feng Lai from a distance also let out a roaring laughter. Both the holy body and the Feng clan are the guardians of this universe, and have always been on good terms. He is more than 200 years older than Feng Lai. He calls himself Feng Lai's big brother, and has learned a lot about Mr. Taitsong in detail over the years. At the age of 50, he became a saint under the starry sky of the ancient star. In the same year, he crossed the 5-color altar and came to the ancient star of the Big Dipper. A pair of Nuwa Emperor's fists went from the Tianxian Holy Land in the eastern wasteland to the Luantian family in the North Plains without any defeat. And even more so in the Big Dipper. The far north has harvested the inheritance of annihilation that no one has acquired for millions of years. After that, Feng Lai ascended to the Saint King level when he was 100 years old, with the Hua Huang phase in his left hand and the Nirvana phase in his right hand. He started from the first level of the human race's ancient road and pushed all the way from the level to the 40th level in just over 20 years. 9 passes, also without a single defeat. Then, he harvested the inheritance of the ancient Xiaoyao Tianzuan from outside the 50th level of the human race, learned unparalleled speed, greatly increased his combat power, and was known as the legend of being undefeated. Today, Feng Lai is over 300 years old, and he is only over 500 years old. They are both standing at the pinnacle of the great sage level, and are definitely the strongest men at the forefront of the ancient road to the stars. Following your own path is the right way. Feng Lai put his hands behind his back, a little speechless. He had to admit that the 7th great holy body in ancient times was really good to him. The other party did treat him as a brother. But after all, what was inside his 300-year-old body was an old emperor who has lived for tens of millions of years is really not used to it. Of course, I understand this. The same is true for each generation of Deshang holy body. Only by constantly surpassing and moving forward can each generation be stronger than the last. Holy body laughed. He was named Mu Wudao. He was not a descendant of the previous Deshang holy body, but a real innate holy body. He practiced the more classic 6 paths reincarnation fist in the holy body lineage. But obviously, he did not copy it completely. The path of the predecessors. Come on! Let's fight! You are a good opponent. The path to becoming an emperor is difficult. And the path to becoming an emperor in the holy body is even more difficult. Only if you are strong enough can you put more pressure on me. Ding Hai! Mu Wudao's roar shook the sky. Behind him, 6 Ding Hai pearls rumbled, and turned like 6 ancient universes. The mighty fist shrouded around him, suffocating the strong men in the 81st level of the human race below. Are you sure these 6 things are called Dinghaezu? Feng Lai was speechless. The 6 beads of the holy body were used to perform the magic of the universe. Each one was larger than a circle of Mars. They were great saint-level holy body treasures that were fused with a lot of dragon-patterned black gold. Not to mention Dinghai. Dingsinghedu. Enough. Rise. But even with such a majestic face, Feng Lai's hands were still behind his back. He let out a light scold, and there was also a round of cosmic rising behind him, and the vast tide Song Daoyun surged towards the holy body. Chapter 333 Reincarnation. Roar! The roar of the holy body shook the sky, and the regular light was like a cosmic storm, suddenly sweeping across a large area of void. The golden blood was as bright as the sun, shining so hard that many strong men in level 81 could not open their eyes for a while. Although the constitution and the supreme treasure technique of the past chaotic ancient times also blessed the human body, they are completely different things. As a holy body, every secret realm of Mu Wudao's body is showing a kind of transcendence and perfection from the inside out. The Wheel Sea, Tao Palace, 4 poles, dragon and fairy platform all show a brilliant golden color, and they are in harmony with each other. The mortal body is completely different. Boom! Feng Lai was thinking like this in his mind. The illusory universe behind him, filled with the aura of destruction and creation, had collided head-on with Mu Wudao's 6 Dinghaezu beads. Taisong Avenue collided with the 6 paths of Samsara fist and tint, and the aftermath shook the distance. The stars are shaking. 2 completely different powerful forces collided and instantly reached a stalemate in the void. To the extent of Feng Lai, it is not difficult to evolve a power that is evenly matched with the holy body of the same level, as long as he is willing. Even if he is a quasi-emperor, Feng Mao everyone can be evenly matched with him. Mu Wudao was obviously a little surprised by Feng Lai's power. He had practiced all the way and participated in countless battles. He even defeated the 3rd grandson of the ancient emperor, who was 2 levels higher than himself. That was the eternal ancient star Daoyungu. The emperor's great-great-grandson was still defeated by the golden blood. Rise! But it is the holy body after all. And Mu Wudao's method is not just the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and tint. He shouted again, and 5 giant doors, like stars, opened instantly behind him. The 5 gods represented gold, wood, and water respectively. The 5 elements of avenues of fire and earth converged into a large formation and headed towards Feng Lai's shroud. This is the power of Dao Palace, one of the secret realms of the human body. At the same time, Mu Wudao's strong arms and legs were also glowing. In the 5-element formation transformed into the Tao Palace. For more sky pillars rose from the ground, evolving into the ways of earth, fire, feng shui. The storm is fierce. It's interesting. Your holy body lineage is really a genius at cultivating a single secret realm. When Feng Lai saw this, not only was there no look of surprise on his face, but a smile appeared on his face. Of course, he could see that Mu Wudao's achievements in the secret realm of the human body were also very impressive. Both the Tao Palace and the 4 extremes had been tempered to the point of being invulnerable to all attacks. Situation. The method of digging deep into the secret realm of the human body seems to be a traditional art of the holy body lineage. Just like Mu Wudao studied the Taoist Palace and the 4 poles. In the future, Yi Fam will have very unique insights into the secret realm of the Wheel and Sea. Especially the Sea of Suffering. Very powerful. We'll talk about it later. Kid! Mu Wudao roared. His whole body was simply more brilliant than the sun. And there was no flaw in the golden blood, overwhelming the sky, and using all his strength to activate the 4-image and 5-element formation formed by the 6-path reincarnation universe and the secret realm of the human body. Yen! Feng Lai shook his head, and a chaotic light like haze exploded behind him. In the midst of the powerful mana, a majestic fairy mountain blooming with 5 colors of light appeared, and he quickly stared at it. This is exactly the appearance of the 5 Elements Mountain in the hands of Changsheng of the ancient Qin dynasty. It is also the 5 Elements Avenue. There is a sense of harmony in the 5 colors of that mountain that is in line with the 10,000 ways. It strikes the sky and directly shatters Mu Wu. The Taoist 4-image and 5-element formation blasted towards its holy body. Staring at the almost substantial 5 Elements Mountain Dharma, Mu Wudao was a little horrified for a moment. He didn't know which ancient emperor's weapon Feng Lai had evolved. But the majesty was so strong that even if he was a holy body, it would be unavoidable. Feeling suffocated? Roar! But the unyielding and dignity deep in his blood made Mu Wudao not relax. His body and soul were roaring. The 6 ancient universes transformed from the 6 Dinghai pearls roared. And the fists burst out. Until the 5 elements evolved from the wind. Mountain. Boom. In the eyes of the 81st level of the human race below, each of the 6 ancient universes, and the 5 elements immortal mountain are comparable to stars. When they collide, it is like the sky exploding. Even though most of the people present are saints and even saint kings, there are many people. The eardrums exploded directly, and there was no way to resist the burst of Taoist sounds. At the edge of the giant city, 3 human protectors, who are also at the level of the great sage, are working together to activate the ancient formation. If it were not for the formation pattern at the quasi-emperor level on the human sky gate, it would have collapsed in the aftermath. The fluctuations of the battle between the two sides did not subside until a long time later. When the light outside the ancient city at the 81st pass dissipated, people barely stabilized their minds and began to search carefully outside the pass, wondering who stood at the end. It's really a terrible battle. If the great sage level can unleash such combat power, and let them settle for thousands of years, I'm afraid they can defeat the quasi-emperor with the body of the great sage. A human protector scanned the starry sky, looking for the wind. Lai and Mu Wudao sighed. Thousands of years? I'm afraid that within 800 years, the light of the great holy body will protect the ancient human race. Another human race protector sighed. They searched for a long time in the starry sky before they saw the extremely distant sky. Feng Lai and Mu Wudao were walking side by side, striding towards them from the distant stars. Brother! Feng Shang's shouts of surprise made Feng Lai and Mu Wudao smile on their faces. They were more or less injured, but their energy were still sufficient. Many people above the saint level were fighting fiercely, and they were separated in a short time. The cost of winning or losing a battle is not that great. The 2 great saints came to the 81st level of the human race again, which made the imperial contenders in this heavenly level a little silent. It is hard to imagine that these 2 practitioners have only been practicing for 300 to 500 years, and they are the same age as most of the geniuses present. I didn't expect such a huge gap to open up. If the emperor and the Deshang holy body suppressed a great world together, it would be a good talk. The female cultivator at the level of the holy king sighed softly. Although her body and soul were not scarred at all, her heart to fight for the emperor was mostly broken. The holy body has almost no possibility of becoming enlightened. Therefore, although many people cannot fight with the holy body at the same level, and do not consider Mu Wudao as an opponent, there is now a figure who is only 300 years old, and can directly suppress the holy body at the same level. Lai. This is simply an unbreakable chasm. I don't know if there is a battle between the 2 of them. Donor Taitsang and Donor Mu. Which one will be better? The expression on the face of the Buddhist practitioner in cassock was also a bit complicated, but he hesitated for a moment, took a step forward, performed Buddhist salutes to Feng Lai and Mu Wudao, and asked like this. Ha ha ha. In a fight at the same level, Taitsang defeated me by half a move. You can spread the word about this battle. Hearing this, Mu Wudao showed a smile on his face, patted Feng Lai vigorously on the shoulder, and said, After 1,000 years, my holy body will be completed, and my golden blood will turn into red clouds, and I will fight again. You can do anything you want. The smile on Feng Lai's face did not change, and he just agreed happily. He looked at Feng Wudao with some emotion. He evolved the secret, and knew that this holy body was the reincarnation of a strong man in the ancient times. That person's name was Feng Wudao, and he was born half an era earlier than Feng Lai. He was a strong man, who had the ability to become an immortal in the 9 heavens, and 10 places in the ancient times. Unfortunately, the world was dark and chaotic, and that person didn't even have time to consolidate the Dao fruit. So he was darkness swallowed. When Feng Lai and Shi Hao destroyed the 4 quasi-emperors of darkness together, the dark soul that evolved from Mimi Wuda's body had long been obliterated, and the fragments of his true spirit that were fragmented in the dark cage along with many others were destroyed by the darkness. The Devourer's true spirit fragments were gathered together and scattered across the current Chitin universe. Reincarnation is so interesting. Even though his true body had already become an immortal emperor, Feng Lai didn't just sigh like this. Chapter 334 Beidou. The struggle for hegemony on the ancient road in the starry sky did not end with the battle between the 2 peak warriors at the 81st level of the human race. Every day, there are still many geniuses who continue to compete and practice on the ancient road after a long journey. The talented people under the starry sky have long been accustomed to fighting until the last moment. Not to mention that Feng Lai is still just a peak saint. Even if a few enlightened people suddenly appear now, It will not shake their determination to fight for the ultimate way. 30 years after the end of the war between Feng Lai and Mu Wudo of the Holy Body lineage, Master Taizong was intercepted by a foreign quasi-emperor at the 49th level of the ancient human race road. He gained enlightenment during the war, which led to immeasurable catastrophe. While killing the junior quasi-emperor, he was also promoted to the quasi-emperor level. That world-destroying ancient battle took place outside the 49th pass of the human race. It was a place where the ancient roads of many large ethnic groups intersected. The monster race, human race, light race, and even other rare alien creatures all saw Taizong. The sight of killing that would be emperor. As soon as the news of this war came out, the universe was in an uproar. The quasi-emperor is a completely different stage from the saint. Saint, king, and great sage. After all, the word emperor is attached to it, which represents an almost extraordinary life form. It not only requires extraordinary talent, but also requires a lot of time. Accumulation. It is undoubtedly difficult to verify how many great saints there are in the entire universe. But if you ask how many quasi-emperors there are, you can definitely figure it out. And Feng Lai, a practitioner who became a quasi-emperor immediately at the age of 340 or 50, is undoubtedly the fastest quasi-emperor in recorded history. My Zihuangfeng clan may be able to create a story of two emperors. When the news that Feng Lai had become a quasi-emperor reached the ancient planet, even the fourth grandson of the ancient emperor, who was guarding Hanga Pass, was alarmed. The skinny old man with less than 1,000 years of life came to the human race in person. At level 49. After carefully checking Feng Lai's condition, he sighed like this. What he meant by a double emperor was naturally not as simple as a quasi-emperor. But he hoped that Feng Lai could stand side by side with Emperor Fuxi, merge with Tianqin, and become the great emperor of the world. Ancestor, I still have a part of emperor was blood in my body, and I first practiced the path of Emperor Hua. Feng Lai reminded him silently. It doesn't matter. The blood of the two emperors Nuwa and Fuxi in your body cannot be faked. As far as the Huafeng clan is concerned, this is also a double emperor, and it is worth celebrating. This ridiculously old fourth-generation grandson of the ancient emperor is not a living being of today's era, but has been sealed as a member of the Wind clan until now. He never expected to meet such a happy event in this era. From the day Feng Lai became a quasi-emperor, the Fuxi Dragon Monument was thrust into his hands as a protective magical tool to suppress his own destiny. Only those who have truly experienced the road to becoming an emperor in this universe understand that the quasi-emperor is just the threshold to a broader stage. Every opponent he will face in the future is a real strongman, and every one of them has the ability to cross paths. The power of ancient and modern times. Boom! One day 200 years later, when everything in the universe was running normally according to its destiny, an obscure and vast wave of great waves suddenly swept away from every corner of the world, ignoring all sources of immortality. The seals of formations, imperial weapons, etc., are introduced into everyone's heart. From the weak little saint who has just stepped into the saint level to the enlightened person who is quiet in the deepest part of an ancient star, there is a very real sense of relaxation, as if a shackle that has been bound to the heart for a long time has been broken, and there is a wave of excitement all over the body. Shu Tai, the Western Emperor, has been incarnation for thousands of years. Today, the suppression of the Tianqin seal is finally completely released. At this moment, the amazing and rich powerful people in the universe couldn't help but have such thoughts in their hearts. The feeling just now was the manifestation that the Tianqin seal no longer suppressed Wan Dao. The release of the Tianqin seal also means that from this moment on, any living being is qualified to attack the Imperial Pass, integrate the Tianqin seal, and achieve a once-in-a-lifetime glory. Roar! Just when the powerful men in the universe were either looking forward to, anxiously, or simply comprehending the strange charm of releasing the Tianqin seal, a majestic roar suddenly came from the starry sky, and an ancient beast like a galaxy appeared. It rushed into the depths of the universe with immeasurable calamity light. At the same time, in the wilderness of the universe, a humanoid creature with blood-colored wings also appeared in the chaos. It was also spreading its supreme aura wantonly, causing a galaxy-like immeasurable catastrophe. Emperor Tribulation? Why now? No! I'm not willing to give in. Borrow another 800 years from heaven. The mighty calamity was so majestic that it was clearly felt by all living beings in the universe in an instant. Countless strong men clenched their fists. Some roared, and some roared directly to the sky. They all felt clearly that the two creatures rising into the sky were trying to overcome the great emperor's tribulation, and they were stuck at the moment when the Tianqin seal was opened. cutting off the hope of all competitors in this generation. Rumble. However, the overwhelming catastrophe drowned out everyone's roars. Countless galaxies were covered by the tribulation light, collapsed in an instant, and turned into dust in the universe. The quasi-emperors clearly saw that some of the fundamental laws of the universe were being rearranged. It was the two most powerful men who were going through the tribulation, and were engraving their own laws in the heart of heaven and dominating everything. Nine-headed lions. It's the kind of blood that lasts forever. Well, the person who will become a Taoist from the Red Wing God clan is not simple either. But at this moment, in the Beidou Ancient Star, in the Yaoqi Holy Land, Feng Lai and Mu Wudao were sitting cross-legged in the small courtyard arranged for the two quasi-emperors in the Yaoqi Holy Land, looking at the two quasi-emperors above the sky who are going through the tribulation, and those who compete will become emperors. As the current quasi-emperor, they can naturally see the truth in the heavenly tribulation. The two creatures have extraordinary origins. The ancient beast among them is a nine-headed green-maned lion. Its body is more majestic than the galaxy, and its 9 heads are majestic. Thousands of people are screaming when the big mouth opens and closes. The other tribulation transcender was a humanoid creature with red wings on its back. In his hand was a huge staff made of phoenix blood and red gold, which could crush the sky with every swing. Unfortunately, becoming an emperor is not that simple. If you cause an emperor's disaster, you could become a Taoist. I don't know how many more ancient emperors and emperors have been born since ancient times. Not far from them, an old woman in a graceful fairy dress was also slowly sipping tea. She looked at the two great generals and enlightened people in the great tribulation deep in the universe. There was no tension in her eyes, only a touch of calmness and indifference. In the fight between trapped beasts, the unwilling ones struggle. Feng Lai nodded. The reason why he was so calm was because he could see clearly from the beginning that the conditions of the 9-headed lions and the enlightened ones of the Red Wing God clan were not very good. The 9-headed lion is too old. Feng Lai looks at its wheel of life in the distance. It has lived for more than 9,000 years, and its vitality has long declined. Even the most enlightened people cannot find the elixir. They can only survive the calamity when the Tianqin seal is released, fighting for a glimmer of life. And the creature with the red wings was in a similar state. Not only was it in its twilight years, but even Juanzhou's path was slightly flawed. He wanted to use that extraordinary red gold staff of phoenix blood to make up for the flaws and gain a lifetime of imperial status. The creatures rushing through the calamity in this way are all helpless and desperate actions. Of course Feng Lai won't care. Chapter 335 Before Enlightenment. Everyone knows that the emperor is gorgeous, but they don't know that the emperor is difficult. The old woman sighed, then turned around, nodded to Feng Lai and Mu Wudao, and whispered, "But I have to praise Xiaomu and Feng Xiaoyu for their indifference. There are too many competitors in the imperial road. At this time, you two still have the heart to come to Yaoqi to pay tribute to my master. Thank you. Old Queen Mother, she praises me greatly. The Queen Mother of the West protects the universe for the whole world and deserves respect." Feng Lai stood up and smiled at the skinny but still noble old woman. The old lady is so polite. I have never seen you treat me like this when I came alone. In contrast, Mu Wudao seemed much more casual. He smiled and said to Queen Mother Lao Shi while cupping his hands, "You kid. It's time to grow up. Patriarch Yang is about to pass away, and the future of the Holy Body line depends on you. Do you understand?" Queen Mother Lao Shi was obviously used to the attitude of admiring Wudao, and she did not blame her. Just warn like this. Understood. I am already a quasi-emperor. You are really worrying too much. Mu Wudao smiled. He had only been a quasi-emperor for the second level for more than 10 years. His golden blood only contained some red glow, but his combat power had long been gone. Enhanced too much. If you are not a great person, how can I rest assured? The two of them obviously looked like elders and juniors, and Feng Lai was not surprised. In this era, due to the relationship between the Western Emperor and the Sixth Great Holy Body, the relationship between the Holy Body Ancestral Star and Beidou Yaoqi was naturally very close. According to Lao Shi, Queen Mother, the Patriarch Yang was the fifth great holy body that was previously suppressed on the Starry Sky Ancient Road. In the situation where the Emperor has just passed away for 10,000 years, even if the Western Emperor has not left any heirs to support Yaoqi, this Taoist lineage will not be short of quasi-emperors in the next 20,000 to 30,000 years. The old woman in front of him is one of the disciples accepted by the Western Emperor in his later years. In the 8th level of the quasi-emperor, young friend Feng is laughing. Please! Queen Mother Lao Shi told Mu Wudao a few more words, then turned around, made a gesture of invitation to Feng Lai, and then walked in front to personally guide the two of them. As one of the largest sects in Beidou, she has learned a lot about Master Taitsong Feng Lai and Mu Wudo over the years, and knows that these two people will most likely become the strongest in the next 20,000 years or more. Needless to say, Mu Wudo of the Holy Body is strictly speaking. Mu Wudao and the husband of the Western Emperor are considered brothers. Both are descendants of the 5th Desheng Holy Body. A relationship of this level is rarely encountered when encountering the Holy Body won't even look at anything. In comparison, Feng Lai's situation is even more evil than that of Mu Wudao. The future great saint, the quasi-emperor who was more than 300 years old, had already shocked a large area of the starry sky back then. Now Feng Lai is more than 500 years old. Its combat power must be even more unfathomable. The old quasi-emperor personally led the two of them to the bank of Yaoqi. Above the hazy Yaoqi, the immortal tier's green golden pagoda was only 100 feet high, but it seemed like the center of the entire universe, leading straight to the 33rd heaven. That is the Western Emperor Tower. It once followed the Western Emperor and frightened the Forbidden City Supreme for a great era. Now, even after the fall of the Western Emperor, this imperial tower still suppresses the Yaoqi and protects the peace of the ancient star. The younger generation admires Wudao and pays homage to the Western Emperor. Feng Lai. My condolences to the Western Emperor. Feng Lai and Mu Wudao stood by the Yaoqi. In their hands, they each manifested 3 sacred incense sticks that were made of precious jade. They were incense made of many kinds of spices and divine objects at the level of holy kings and even great saints. They were very important to the West Emperor Pagoda. Goodbye. Rumble. After the ceremony, Feng Lai and the others clearly felt the West Emperor Tower shaking slightly, and an ethereal woman nodded to them. Feng Lai smiled back. There was a faint blue-gold flame burning in his eyes, sweeping across the entire Yaoqi. But he did not find any unusual rocks in the Yaoqi. That's right. The Western Emperor has just been incarnate for 10,000 years. At this stage, Yaoqi should not have found the 9-aperture divine fetus. After a moment, Feng Lai closed his eyes and said to himself, I heard that Feng Xiaoyu faced off against the quasi-emperor of the Kunlun tribe from Feixian Star a few years ago, and he won the battle. He must have a deep understanding of the quasi-emperor level. Queen Mother Lao she also bowed deeply in the direction of the West Emperor Pagoda, and then led Feng Lai and the others to a courtyard deep in Yaoqi. There was a female cultivator of the saint level pouring tea, and the 3 of them began to chat casually. I have indeed faced off against the quasi-emperor Qiongqi from the Kunlun clan. He is quite young, and I don't dislike his personality. Unfortunately, his combat prowess is not that interesting. Feng Lai commented. The current Kunlun remnants can be said to be brilliant. Basically, a quasi-emperor can be born every 5 or 6,000 years, and most of them can become high-level quasi-emperors, which is very powerful. Just like the Qiongqi quasi-emperor mentioned by Feng Lai, who is less than 3,000 years old. He has already established himself in the 8th level of quasi-emperor, and is about to break into the 9th level of quasi-emperor. Although Feng Lai has never seen the emperor of Yifan's era. Lord, this ancient beast must be no worse than the emperor Lord. It's a pity that Qiongqi is still too young in front of Feng Lai. When he was practicing in the land of ancient and modern times, he once transformed into a true immortal of Qiongqi, and almost became an immortal king with Qiongqi's body. He has a very deep understanding of the spirit, form, and appearance of that ferocious beast, which is far beyond what this little humane beast can match. I'm curious, Brother Feng. You have only been a quasi-emperor for more than 200 years. Which heaven are you in now? At this time, Mu Wudo was also squinting at Feng Lai. After a moment, he sighed softly and asked, 20 years ago, I was lucky enough to break into the 7th level of the quasi-emperor. Feng Lai pointed his finger, and a brilliant Taitsong Dao light burst out at his fingertips, turning into a round of small stars and exploding, allowing Queen Mother Lao Shi and Mu Wudao to observe and taste this power. Well, according to the theory of being parallel to the holy body of the same level, I can fight against the quasi-emperor 9th level with a few more years. Queen Mother Lao Shi carefully observed the exploding blue gold star, and naturally realized the vast and boundless power, which was much stronger than when she was in her prime. Not only do we want to break the record for the fastest to become a quasi-emperor, but we also want to break the record for the fastest to achieve enlightenment. Mu Wudao lamented that he was more than 700 years old, and was a quasi-emperor of the 2nd level. He was considered very powerful even among the great saints of the past. But Feng Lai must still be far behind. In the future, Yi Fan's descendant of the Holy Body and Taoism will become a quasi-emperor at the age of more than 200 years old. And he will only become a Taoist at a few hundred years old. That record may be even more outrageous than the record he has set now. Records are meant for future generations to break. Of course Feng Lei didn't bother to compete with the future juniors for anything. He just took a sip of Yochi's holy tea and said casually. Opposite them, Queen Mother Lao, she raised her head and saw that deep in the universe, the two nine-headed lions and the red-winged gods, who were in the midst of the imperial tribulation, were already showing signs of fatigue. The nine-headed lion's blood energy is really not full, and the catastrophe is not even halfway through, and its breath has already shown a declining trend. Although it is holding on, the Emperor's catastrophe will obviously not be that simple. The red-winged god clan looked even more unbearable. He seemed to have suffered serious injuries. Under the thunder tribulation, any weakness would be infinitely magnified. Blood was already flowing from the corner of the man's mouth, and his body began to shake. What a pity for those two fellow Taoists. Queen Mother, she sighed. There is no turning back in the Emperor's tribulation. It is their choice to succeed and become benevolent. Feng Lei said this. Chapter 336, the perfect Holy Spirit of this era. The nine-headed lions and the red-winged gods forced the enlightened people to become emperors. But they all ended in failure. The two quasi-nine strong men who spanned the sky fell, and their bodies and souls were chopped into ashes by the thunder. Once the Emperor's tribulation chooses to be launched, the only way to survive is success. Except for very rare cases. No one who failed to survive the Emperor's tribulation in ancient times can survive. For many years after that, no quasi-emperors in this universe tried to become enlightened. Just as Queen Mother Lao Xiaobiaoqi said, emperors are brilliant, but this road is too difficult to walk. And not every quasi-emperor in the ninth heaven can do it. Strong people have the qualifications to become emperors. But none of this can stop the young people who are latecomers from climbing to the top. The battle on the ancient road of the starry sky is still going on. By the year when the Tianqin seal was completely released, there were already many young quasi-emperors active in the starry sky. On the ancient road of the starry sky, news of two great saint-level or even quasi-emperor level warriors fighting under the starry sky came out from time to time. There were even occasional collisions at the level of imperial soldiers. Shaking the starry sky, there are talented people from generation to generation, and each has led the way for thousands of years. Many guardians of the ancient road lamented that at this stage of the development of the imperial road, these guardians of the great sage level had almost no meaning of existence. Many powerful guardians of the human race, demon race and alien race simply gathered together, hoping to wait until the emperor in this life who appears. In today's era, the ancient races are silent, and the main contenders for the imperial road are the human race and the demon race. Although there are generally more human emperors than demon emperors, it is rare for either side to oppress the other. 150 years after the seal of Tianqi was released, deep in the starry sky, the ancient stars, the Wuliang Mountains, with towering snow peaks and majestic terrain, look like a dragon lying in the mountains. The dragon's wings and body cover the sun and the sky. Even if you look down from beyond Gaochen ancient star, you can see how extraordinary it is at a glance. After all, it is the legendary dragon vein where the ancient emperor sat incarnation. The emperor established the Tao through the grace of the mountain, and the mountain was nourished by the emperor's light. Except for a few great dragons in the universe, there is probably no mountain range as majestic as that one. Feng Lei stood on the top of a majestic snow mountain, with his hands behind his back, looking down at the immeasurable mountains at his feet, as the mother mountain of the ancient stars of life. This dragon vein is no weaker than the Qinling Mountains of Beidou. It's a pity that Gaochen Gushing has not had any decent talents in the past hundreds of thousands of years, and its imperial clan is mediocre. There is not even a quasi-emperor in this generation. Beside Feng Lei, Mu Wudao looked down at the fairy mountain with a face full of interest. After more than 100 years of practice, his cultivation level has stabilized at the quasi-emperor 5th level, and most of the golden blood has turned into red original blood. It is absolutely not impossible to attack high-level quasi-emperors across realms. How much power can we expect from the descendants of the bloodline? With the help of the emperor's soldiers, it will be good to have a decent quasi-emperor every tens of thousands of years. Feng Lei shook his head. The situation of Gaochen Ancient Star was very similar to that of Eternal Ancient Star. A star of life became brilliant because of an emperor, and its reputation spread throughout the universe. In his era, the inheritance of ancient Emperor Gaochen has not been completely cut off, and the imperial soldiers are still there, just like the 4 major dynasties of Yifan's era. Although they are not outstanding among the most powerful people in the universe, they can still protect an ancient star. Prosperity. When you come this time, you won't take me to enjoy the scenery. Right? There are many opponents on the ancient starry sky road. If anyone suddenly becomes the emperor, it will be great fun. Following Feng Lai's line of sight, Mu Wudo was also overlooking the immeasurable giant ridge below. Although he felt that this dragon vein was very extraordinary, and every scale of the dragon transformed by the dragon vein was gently trembling, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. They're not even interested. In comparison, the little guy that this supreme dragon mountain spent millions of years nurturing is obviously more extraordinary. Feng Lai shook his head, raised his finger, and motioned Mu Wudo to look in a certain direction of the mountain range. That was the heart of the Yinglong vein. Although it was protected under the dragon wings, he could still see the massive amount of dragon energy gathering there, so surging that even the Emperor Shun would turn his head. Little guy, are you saying that the Holy Spirit is conceived in Yinglong's heart? But why can't I see anything? Mu Wudo frowned. Although he knew almost nothing about the mountain topography and the source path, he was the current quasi-emperor after all, and he could see through the essence of many things with just one glance. If you, the quasi-emperor of the fifth heaven, can see this, how can the Holy Spirit of perfection be qualified to be called perfect? Open! The hand that Feng Lai stretched out spread out, seeming to grasp the sun, moon and stars. With just a slight movement, the infinite mountains below shook violently. The ground light spurted out. The dragon energy steamed. And not long after, a deep and boundless Tianqing dragon cave emerged manifested from afar. It was a huge sinkhole with a diameter of at least 100 miles. It appeared from the mountains without warning. Its potential was unfathomable. Standing outside the crater, it was impossible to see its depth clearly. Please stop! Just when Feng Lai was about to take Mu Wudo deep into the Tianqing, a clear and quiet voice suddenly came from the bottom of the Tianqing, and a figure shrouded in thousands of lights appeared from above the Tianqing. There were more than a dozen people. The powerful brilliance also rose into the sky, following closely beside the figure. The Luo Yin Jing spirit? He is indeed a born holy spirit. Before Feng Lai could speak, Mu Wudo exclaimed. Although he couldn't see clearly the true appearance of the figure, he recognized that the dozens of little creatures around him were all made of De Luo Yin Jing, of the Holy Spirit. The little creatures created by channeling this magical material are also lifelike. There are little white tigers, little people sitting cross-legged on chariots, and little creatures that look like spiritual elephants and sacred deers. The strongest ones have reached the level of the great sage. It's interesting. Feng Lai also seemed to be very interested in these little holy spirits. He casually caught a silver spirit that looked like an elephant from the opponent's crowd, and started playing with it carefully, regardless of its struggle. You who will become enlightened in the human race, I can fight with you. Please don't humiliate my family. Seeing this, the figure shrouded in the light of chaos materialized. She turned out to be a soft and beautiful woman, with almond-shaped eyes and silky eyebrows, and a tender look like water. At the same time, the aura on his body is no longer concealed. The Holy Spirit's Taoyun is vast, almost breaking through the limit of the quasi-emperor nine heavens. He only needs to take a slight step forward to align with the heart of heaven. So strong. With such power, Mu Wudo's face instantly became serious. His blood was surging like red clouds, and 6 ancient universes appeared behind him in an instant. Well, your true appearance is interesting. A ball of fairy fire gave birth to a perfect fire spirit? It's rare to see someone with such a peaceful temperament. Feng Lai continued to play with the sacred treasure made of silver in his hand without any care, while his eyes were looking at the beautiful and gentle woman not far away. And after a moment, he nodded lightly. Fire spirits. This group of holy spirits are not uncommon in the universe, but most of them are at the level of saints when they are born. Holy spirits that can be as perfect as the 9-aperture divine fetus are rare in the world. When I was young, I received the guidance of Senior Spirit Emperor, which eliminated the hostility in my heart and cultivated this heart. Perhaps because he was just born, this young perfect fire spirit knew all the answers and seemed very upright and simple. Really? That's indeed a good thing. Feng Lai nodded slightly. The spiritual emperor was in the restricted area of heaven. Of course he knew about this. The emperor was obviously very good at those unconsummated holy spirits and was willing to give personal guidance. My name is Taitsong, and this is the holy body Mu Wudo. What is your name? Chapter 337 Xingyan. Taitsong. The soft and demure young woman in her early 20s stood in person above the sinkhole. She was thinking about the name Taitsong. She was in a daze for a moment. After a while, She came back to her senses and said, "My name is Xingyan." Although she is an innate perfect fire spirit, her personality is like a water spirit, quiet and peaceful, without any anger or hostility. She can turn into a drop of water and blend into the world of mortals without leaving a trace. But she can also turn into a huge ocean and drown her. Everything. When Xingyan said his name, he showed the domineering and majestic power that swallowed everything, sweeping through the entire Gauchan ancient star in an instant, causing the entire dragon vein of the star to vibrate. Xingyan is a very good name. Feng nodded, with green gold light shining in his eyes. Looking directly at the true form of Xingyan, he discovered that the female Holy Spirit's true form, Emperor Yin, was actually a strange sky fire that was pitch black and flickered with starlight, like stars in the middle of the night. Deep and beautiful. Let's get back to the subject. The enlightened person of the human race. Do you want to compete with me for the throne in this life? Or are you greedy for my original emperor's flame to strengthen your foundation? Xingyan spoke up. She was actually not surprised by Feng Lai, who suddenly came to her door. After all, she had been born for more than 10 years. Although the aura of the Holy Spirit was obscure, it would inevitably be noticed by creatures at the same level, and the Supremes in the restricted area arrive. In fact, at her level, perhaps in the last 50 or 60 years, she can try to be in harmony with Tianqin and become enlightened. The achievements of the perfect Holy Spirit on the Juanjiu road have already been completely perfected, and she can quickly achieve enlightenment in another way even when Tianqin is suppressed. If Tianqin is suppressed, he can become an emperor immediately. Coveting your origins? I can't bear to part with you. Just think that I'm here to compete with you for the throne. Feng Lai stared at the deep imperial fire in Xingyan's body. His original intention was just to see the perfect Holy Spirit of this era. But this little girl obviously wanted to become enlightened and didn't want to talk to him anymore. Then come on! Xingyan scolded lightly, and his body was immediately covered with a layer of light starlight, which was plain yet intoxicating. She exploded with power beyond the ordinary 9th level. She first aimed at Mu Wudao, who was not far from Feng Lai, and grabbed him with a big star-shaped hand, completely ignoring the deep and sea-like red blood, throwing him far into the depths of the starry sky. Although this female Holy Spirit seems to have a very gentle and even weak temperament and does not have many interactions with strong people, she is a fire spirit who has been personally initiated by the Spirit Emperor after all, and has a deep understanding of the sinister nature of people's hearts. Yes, the physical body and soul are completely perfect, and the original Emperor's fire gives me a very different feeling. Flawless. Feng Lai glanced at Mu Wudao, and after confirming that Xingyan had not damaged his roots, then he faced the female Holy Spirit and praised. This is what a person with perfect Holy Spirit is like. Although this female Holy Spirit does not have the foundation of a treasure like the immortal Dao seeds when Feng Lai was born, she is still an absolute master among the Supremes. It is not a problem to compete with those who have become emperors and sons. He was still playing with the precious elephant Holy Spirit made of large silver. But there was no murderous intention in his eyes. The eyes he looked at Xingyan were full of gentle and even kind feelings, which even made the newly born girl the Holy Spirit is a little bit hairy. Rise! The next moment, Xingyan's momentum suddenly increased by 3 points, and a vast expanse of stars emerged behind her. The power of billions of starlights pulled Feng Lai completely. In his hand, an imperial treasure furnace made of eternal blue gold appeared. The furnace was more than half a foot tall, but ethereal and elegant. The sky fire with stars shining in the dark was surging in the furnace, blessing the starry sky behind the star. The Dharma actually covered up the sun star, causing the entire Gauchan ancient star to fall into darkness. Boom! In the distance, terrifying power erupted from the distance, and a supreme weapon shrouded in the radiance of illusory chaos rose into the sky. It was the imperial weapon of the ancient Emperor Gochen, coming to help Feng Lai suppress the Holy Spirit of perfection. Thanks, but no need. Feng Lai still didn't let go of the little silver spirit in the form of a precious elephant, and fixed it in the air. He bowed his hands to the imperial soldiers there, then turned to the incomparable and powerful Holy Spirit Xingyan, and said with a smile, "Girl, I am very optimistic about you. But according to destiny, the heart of this era belongs to me. So I need to make you sleep for a few years." "What did you say?" Just as Xingyan was about to retort, he felt an irresistible majesty rising slowly from Feng Lai's body. The power kept rising. Even a perfect Holy Spirit as strong as Xingyan was speechless. Vaguely, she seemed to see a treasure mirror above Feng Lai's head flashing with 3,000 illusory colors. There was an unparalleled power flowing on the mirror. And even just a glance would make people fall completely. Sleep for a while. Little girl. In the future, I will personally find a time period for you to become emperor. Town. Feng Lai spoke. And a small cauldron appeared in his hand. There was a lot of fairy source liquid in the cauldron. The eternal blue gold furnace, holding her, was directly sealed within the divine source. Queen. At the place where it was originally located, the dozens of Daluo's silver spirits and little holy spirits suddenly became chaotic. Many of the little ones roared, and silver light burst out from their bodies, and they were about to die together with Feng Lai immediately. Come in, you guys. Feng Lai smiled and flipped the small cauldron in his hand. The little man, white tiger, sacred deer, and other dozens of small silver spirits standing on the chariot were all submerged by the fairy source and lost the ability to resist. Human race, you bullied me too much. In Feng Lai's hands, the little holy spirit in the form of a precious elephant let out a long groan. And the magic power of the great sage burst out. And the ivory was like a heavenly sword, slashing towards Feng Lai. Almost forgot about you. The smile on Feng Lai's face did not diminish. It was just an attack method at the level of a great sage. To Feng Lai, it was no different from scratching an itch. The little Baoxiang holy spirit was picked up by its hind legs and thrown into the fairy source liquid. Soon, as Feng Lai cast a spell, the sanity of these holy spirits solidified together with the immortal source liquid, and was completely sealed. After doing all this, Feng Lai let out a long breath. After carefully observing that all the holy spirits in the immortal source liquid were fine, he put away the small cauldron. Immediately afterwards, he cast another spell to bury the dragon vein Tianqing that had been shaken out just now. Especially the dragon heart where Xingyan was originally located could give birth to such a perfect fire spirit. This shows that there is a very small possibility of giving birth there. Out the second one. Since then, we have lost another opponent on the Imperial Road, which is gratifying. It was only then that Mu Wudao, who had just been slapped deep into the starry sky by Xingyan, flew back, looking at the sinkhole that was about to be completely buried. He was so shocked that he could not speak. Brother Feng, what realm are you in? After a moment, Mu Wudao asked. The level of the perfect Holy Spirit is not simple. Even if it has not yet reached the level of Tao, it is definitely not something that ordinary Xuanzhou can deal with. Without the power of the great holy body, it is easy to fail. From just now to now, the time it took for Feng Lai to suppress the perfect fire spirit was only a few quarters of an hour. And there was basically no big fluctuation. This was simply too abnormal. Quasi-Emperor 9th level heaven. After your holy body is completed, these perfect holy spirits will not be too much of a threat. Feng Lai's brows flashed with green light, savoring the starlight that just burst out from Xingyan's body. After a moment, he spoke. Really? From this point of view, this perfect fire spirit should be your final opponent on the Imperial Road. Mu Wudao nodded slightly. He finally understood the reason why Feng Lai did not regard those outsiders as Xuanzhou as his opponents. It was because he was too powerful, comparable to the power of the great holy body. Push horizontally. Indeed, it's almost time. Seeing that the sinkhole in front of him was gradually being buried, Feng Lai placed many quasi-emperor level formations at the heart of the dragon vein to protect the place where the Holy Spirit was born. Before speaking out, Chapter 338, Causing Disaster and Becoming Enlightened. 50 years later, the ancient star. Outside Hangu Pass, hundreds of powerful men, with extremely profound cultivation stood under the starry sky. The majesty of at least the great sage level shrouded the entire Hangu Pass, making the area tremble. All the powerful men above the great sage level of the Fushifeng clan were present. Peerless masters from the Taoist lineage, aristocratic families, ancient countries, and divine dynasties who were friendly with the Feng clan also came to surround a certain unparalleled creature who rose like a star in the sky. In recent years, Feng Lai, the Taisong master of the Wind clan, has been making great progress. In less than 700 years, he has reached the level of a quasi-emperor, 9th level heavenly general, and the whole universe is paying attention to this young and powerful man. Every move. Today is the day when Feng Lai decides to lead the calamity to enlightenment. I'm sorry, Xifeng. The human emperor has become a Taoist, and the Deshang holy body in this world should personally protect the Tao. But I am old after all, and the Taoist is still far away from the Deshang. I can only let you face this catastrophe alone. The 5th generation Deshang holy body is older than 600 or 700 years ago. The red blood energy that was no longer blazing has declined, turning into a dying old man. He speaks like this to the majestic young men not far away. From ancient times to the present, the holy body lineage has never lost its righteousness. Some coexist with the current emperor and rule an era together. Some take over from the current emperor and threaten the restricted area of life. And some serve for all living beings in an era without emperors. Protect the Tao until the contemporary emperor is born. The story that the Western Emperor and the Deshang holy body jointly shocked the forbidden area of life is only part of the glory of the holy body. The first 6 generations of the Deshang holy body all have their tragic and magnificent pasts. It doesn't matter. Brother Feng is not an ordinary person who will achieve enlightenment. He is much stronger than the ordinary 9. How many people in ancient times can easily suppress the Holy Spirit of perfection before becoming enlightened? I am afraid that only the ancient demon emperor who fought against the supreme being before becoming enlightened can. Compared with him, Mu Wudao, who was standing next to Feng Lai, shook his head. His current cultivation level had stabilized at the peak of the quasi-emperor 5th heaven. Although he was also a little unwilling, he was not so nervous. Over the years, he followed Feng Lai to many places, and saw Feng Lai fight with all kinds of strong men. The perfect fire spirit of Gaochen Guxing was not even able to sustain 20 moves under Feng Lai. And even, someone suspected of being Underworld the ancient supreme being had a distant confrontation with Feng Lai decades ago. But in the end it was nothing. With such combat power, Mu Wudao believed that Feng Lai might be even more powerful than the ancient demon emperor, Tian human emperor and others before they became enlightened. Then, I will help little friend Feng to overcome the disaster in advance. If it is really successful, the Shihuang lineage will be a double emperor. Queen Mother Lao, she from the Yaoqi Holy Land also came. The green golden pagoda of immortal tears suppressed the 33rd level of high heaven, and stood side by side with the 5th Deshang holy body. Obviously to help Feng Lai. Yes, becoming an emperor is not easy. There may be life-restricted areas, but even with these old bones, we have to clear the way for our clan's second supreme glory. The 4th generation emperor grandson of the Fushi Feng clan also spoke in the same way. 2 or 3 quasi-emperors stood behind him. The quasi-emperor's mana surged, and completely revived the Fushi Dragon Monument to protect Feng Lai's way through the tribulation. Unfortunately, at this juncture, Nua's lineage and Daoshi have still not appeared. It seems that there is indeed a big problem with the Feng tribe members of that lineage. In the crowd, the ancient quasi-emperor of the Qi practitioner lineage sighed. The emperor was Taoist blood on Feng Lai's body was richer than the blood of Emperor Fushi. So far, the imperial weapon Nua Dao Stone has not been seen manifested. This can only mean that the imperial weapon is there was a problem with that bloodline. After everything is successful, I will personally search for the direct lineage of Emperor Hua. Feng Lai nodded. It's not like he hasn't looked for the Nua Wind clan in these years. But what he found was only a few sporadic branch bloodlines. There were no decent practitioners, and some even lost the Huahuang Sutra. After the words fell, he nodded to the relatives and friends behind him. And then his eyes suddenly became heavy and sharp. He took a step forward, stepped across the infinite starry sky, and arrived at the edge of the universe. Crack! Boom! At this moment, the surging quasi-emperor level mana in his body could no longer be hidden. The green gold light instantly flooded the entire sky. The avenue collapsed, and the aura of calamity that was deeper than the starry sky instantly enveloped the entire void. At the same time, one after another thunder and fire appeared in the depths of the avenue. The thunder destroyed the world, and the fire flooded the starry sky. Each one was thicker than the stars, shrouding the wind in the center. The great tribulation of enlightenment is a catastrophe that all living beings must go through when they become enlightened. Only by surviving through countless hardships and forging the most perfect and steadfast body, spirit, Tao and Tao heart in the world can they be qualified to engrave the Tao in the world. On the mark of Tianqin, suppress an era. The catastrophe that Feng Lai is about to face is more terrifying than the catastrophes faced by the 2 great generals of the 9-headed lions and the Red-Winged God clan 200 years ago combined. The chaos divine thunder tears apart the sky, which is like destroying the world. Emperor tribulation. Someone is going to try again. Such a calamity light made the land where Feng Lai was located instantly become the focus of everyone's attention. The calamity light flashed and touched everyone's heart. In fact, even in many restricted areas of life on the Big Dipper star, there are terrifying creatures who open their eyes and silently look at Feng Lai in the depths of the sea of tribulation. Well, it's much stronger than the imperial tribulation in the previous life. But Feng Lai completely ignored the gazes of all the strong men. and just put his hands behind his back, fighting with the infinite calamity light in a decent way, beating his body and spirit. There is no weapon outside his body, only the green gold tide song blood roaring. And the momentum is not weaker than the heavenly tribulation. The situation in this life was special. Feng Lai had no intention of refining a weapon. After becoming the emperor, he could just use the 3,000 Taoist mirrors. Rumble. As soon as he thought of this, a faint fairy wave suddenly appeared in the void in front of Feng Lai. And the fairy mirror flashing with 3,000 kinds of light suddenly appeared in Feng Lai's hand. Emperor, the god of the Tao mirror said. It itself was refined by Feng Lai. As long as he thought about it, this fairy mirror could appear in Feng Lai's hands at any time. It's just a human calamity. It's not time for you to appear yet. The sensible attitude of his own mirror made Feng Lai smile on his face. But he did not use it. He just tossed it casually, and the fairy mirror disappeared in his hand. He used his true body to fight against the calamity. This was not only to overcome the calamity, but also to understand the myriad ways of the universe. Through the calamity, he could easily understand some of the fundamental laws and historical changes of the universe. Open! When Feng Lai reached the 9th day of the tribulation, he let out a light drink, and all the chaos divine thunder, sky fire, etc., were torn apart and exploded into countless pieces. Before the denser and more terrifying calamity light shrouded Feng Lai again, light appeared in his hand and turned into a heavy rune that shimmered with dots of fairy clouds, floating outside Feng Lai's body. Tianxin. Immediately afterwards, Feng Lai let out a low shout, and the will of the entire universe trembled with his thoughts. At this moment, all living beings in this universe can feel that certain vacancies in the origin of all things have been filled. And then a familiar and heavy sense of oppression hits their hearts. People understood that a new emperor belonging to this era was born. Chapter 339 Xiaoyao. I miss you so much, Emperor. When Taisang Avenue was completely imprinted in Tianxin's mark, and the suppression of the avenue was completely stabilized. Deep in the universe, countless ancient stars emitted such loud voices. Even if many people were unwilling and many people screamed, they could not cover it up. Live the joy and cheers of all living beings. For the vast majority of practitioners in the universe, what they need is the existence of an emperor in the world. Only creatures at that level can intimidate the restricted area of life and protect the peace of an era. As for who will become the emperor, this question is not important to many people. My name is Tai Tsong. Now that he has become an emperor, Feng Lai will naturally not flinch. He stands under the starry sky where he is crossing the tribulation. The runes of the avenue in his hands flicker, turning into the word Tai Tsong, which manifests itself in all living beings in the entire universe. S. Heart. Emperor Tai Tsong. Human Emperor Tai Tsong. Emperor. At this moment, Feng Lai could clearly see the boundless power of faith rising from the massive stars of life in the entire universe. Like hundreds of rivers converging into a sea, rushing towards him. In those thoughts, Feng Lai could clearly see how many creatures were reciting their true names. Some were praying devoutly, and some were telling their wishes and worshipping the great emperor of the world. Whether it is monsters, humans, or aliens, the problems of all races are no longer important at this time. The emperor protects the universe and is worthy of worship by all living beings. Unfortunately, most emperors will not use this thing. Feng Lai stared at the incredible amount of belief power. At a glance, he saw at least billions of living beings shouting. He couldn't help but press his forehead and sighed. At the level of the ultimate Tao, it is impossible for anyone to be blind to the power of sentient beings' thoughts. However, most of the creatures in the Zetian era only believed in themselves and disdained these external objects. Therefore, throughout the ages, the only people who have made a name for themselves on this path are Emperor Zun, just the immortal emperor and Amitabha. Feng Lai understood that the path of belief in telekinesis was definitely feasible. In the past, he had had immortal kings who studied this way. One was named the Immortal Monk King, and the other was the Ancestor Sacrifice Spirit. But Feng Lai himself had no interest in the power of belief. He turned one hand into a palm knife and directly cut off the path of the power of belief to himself, turning it into a rootless thing and dissipating on its own. Taitsong. At the same time, in many forbidden areas of life in the entire universe, many creatures at the extreme level are also chewing on this name. Whether it is the Sea of Reincarnation, the ancient mines of Taichu, or the ruins of gods, etc., there are supreme eyes looking directly at the newborn emperor. I have the blood of two great emperors, Fuxi and Nua, and I can achieve enlightenment under such circumstances. It's amazing. Deep in the immortal tomb, A dry and hoarse voice spoke in a low voice. For the ultimate Taoist, bloodline only requires one look, and you can tell where it comes from. But the human race's emperor was not as strong as him when he first became a Taoist. No. Fuxi and that snow dragon, who had just become a Taoist, may not be as strong as him. In the divine ruins, there was also a pair of blood moon-like eyes with brilliance flowing in them. And they felt it a little bit. After Feng Lai's blood energy, he spoke like this. It's a pity that this is an ordinary era. The road to immortality has not been open for more than 200,000 years at least recently. So what if he is extraordinary in talent? He is destined to become the second Tang human emperor, or Shui Yuqing, and perish unwillingly. In the depths of Taichu ancient mine, there was also a supreme being who sighed like this, and then fell silent. Their voices did not shy away from Feng Lai at all, even though they knew that Feng Lai would definitely hear them. They talked unscrupulously, as if they were talking about creatures from another world. They were not afraid of the newly enlightened emperor rushing up to fight with them. Brush. Feng Lai obviously did hear the discussion of these restricted area supreme beings. He took a step forward, and the world under his feet suddenly reversed. No matter how far away time and space were, it turned into a single step. The next moment, he appeared in Beidou East Wasteland, where many were life's forbidden zone lies. He stood on the top of a majestic mountain in the northern territory. His eyes swept over the ancient forbidden land, the ancient mines of Taichu, the divine ruins, the sea of reincarnation, the immortal tombs, and the immortal mountain, and met the eyes of those in the restricted area. Although he did not say anything, the entire Beidou's momentum became tense. Such a great power. If Emperor Taizong doesn't consolidate his cultivation, will he start a war with a life-restricted area? It was not until a long time later that a deep voice came from the oldest and deepest mine in the ancient Taichu mine. Come on, he said with a smile. At least there is no thought of annihilating any party at the moment. Regarding the implicitly provocative words in the ancient mine, Feng Lai acted quite calmly. Facing the ancient mine, he actually sat down cross-legged. I just don't quite understand. It is said that everyone in the restricted area likes to plot against enlightened beings. I am obviously ready to fight with you. Why is no one taking action against me this time? He originally wanted to use the opportunity to overcome the tribulation to get to know the Forbidden Zone Supremes of this era and kill a few of them. But he did not expect that not one of them would take action against him in this era. As I said before, in an ordinary era, the road to immortality has not been opened in the past hundreds of thousands of years. So there is no reason or necessity to take action. Another creature in the Taichu ancient mine seemed to have been awakened by Feng Lai from his long years of sleep and dreams. He glared at him, and then continued to fall into a deep sleep. What's more, you are very strong. Probably even more powerful than the Tang human emperor, demon emperor, and Emperor Fuxi back then. It would take too much to defeat you. And there is a high probability that the gain will outweigh the loss. We still prefer to challenge the weaker Ji Taoists. In the immortal mausoleum, the dry and hoarse voice added, Really? If I had known earlier, I should have pretended to be weak. Feng Lai sat on the top of the mountain, scanning the restricted areas with his eyes. He was like an old friend of the creatures in the restricted areas. While chatting casually, he scanned the details of the restricted areas, especially those supreme beings who have the aura of all spiritual life energy on their bodies. Stop talking nonsense, latecomer. Unless you want to fight with us or kill yourself today, don't bother me and Shen me on. After a long time, in the depths of the Sea of Samsara, another sleeper was attacked by the strong breath of the wind. The words woke him up and growled. Feng Lai took a closer look and saw that in the boundless silver sea of Samsara, there was a Tao vase made of fairy tears, green and gold, floating up and down, carrying a magnificent and majestic Tao thought. Perhaps it was because he had just awakened from a long sleep. The will in the Tao Aquarius is obviously somewhat chaotic and unstable. Brush. After the words of the owner of the bottle fell, Feng Lai stood up directly from the majestic ridge under the unexpected gaze of the supreme being in the restricted area of everyone. His body turned into nothingness, and with one step, he was already standing on the edge of the sea of reincarnation. Boom! 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 Such a sudden change made all the supreme beings in the restricted area of the life of the Sea of Samsara nervous. In addition to the Tao Aquarius, 3 more extreme Tao weapons rose into the sky, forming a 4-cornered position with the Aquarius, keeping Feng Lai in the center. Crack! But the Supremes of the Sea of Reincarnation didn't even have time to take action. Feng Lai reached out with a big hand, fished out a huge piece of immortal source from the depths of the Sea of Reincarnation, and directly smashed the piece of immortal source into pieces. And then the supreme beings could not move in all restricted areas. With understanding eyes, he couldn't help but give the supreme and the immortal source a big bear hug. A big bear hug. Chapter 340 Xiao Tianzuan. Beidou Ancient Star. In the restricted area of the Sea of Samsara. When Feng Lai, the emperor of the human race, who had just united with the heart of heaven and became enlightened, hugged the restricted area supreme who dominated the Avenue treasure bottle. Although the two only hugged each other for a while, and then separated, all the strong men who paid attention to this position were stunned. In situ. Whether it is the few remaining supreme beings in the Sea of Samsara who are about to attack Feng Lai, the supreme beings from the ancient mines of Taichu, the divine ruins and the immortal tombs, or even the supreme beings in the endless and distant starry sky, who are always ready to rush forward to face the enemy with Feng Lai. The fifth generation Deshang holy body looked directly at that place, and couldn't say anything for a while. This, as a person involved, the direct victim who was hugged by a strange man as soon as he woke up from the fairy source. Yun Zhen Jizuan. No. Xiao Tianzuan was full of doubts and surprises at Feng Lai's sudden action. As a truly top human being, even if the state of his soul is not very clear, at this moment, the names and faces of all the people he knew flashed through the mind of the ancient Supreme Master, wanting to confirm Feng Lai's identity. Real identity. However, no matter in Yungan's memory or Xiao Tianzuan's memory, there is basically no one who can match the man in front of him. What on earth are you? Just as Xiao Tianzuan was about to ask, he saw the eyes of the man in front of him lit up with a rich blue-gold imperial light, and a rich primordial light instantly shone on Xiao Tianzuan's immortal platform. Inexplicably, Xiao Tianzuan felt that there was a large memory in his mind. That memory seemed to have never happened before, but it was that memory that appeared naturally in his life. In my memory, a young human named Feng Lai received his inheritance under a certain starry sky. Originally, that young man was just one of the thousands of powerful men who had received his inheritance from ancient times, and was not worthy of attention at all. However, when that young man was only a saint, he sublimated his speed and turned it into the avenue of time. This talent is still obtained the attention of Xiao Tianzuan. After that, Feng Lai became emperor through the three most powerful avenues of nirvana, creation and time, and even got in touch with Xiao Tianzuan in the Sea of Reincarnation. The two often studied and discussed time together, and even attacked the immortal mountain together. He is both a teacher and a friend. This relationship lasted for nearly 10,000 years, until one day, the young man with extraordinary talent had an accident when he was about to live his second life and completely disappeared from the world. Only then did Xiao Tianzuan wake up from that memory. It's you? Tianhua. Xiao Tianzuan pressed his head hard. The owner of that memory was obviously himself. And the human emperor in front of him was the young man who had a profound influence on him in that memory. As soon as he opened his mouth, he called out his name. It's me. Long time no see. Old friend. It was only then that a smile appeared on Feng Lai's face. In the last life, he and Xiao Tianzuan were definitely rare extreme friends. Now that the other party has found that past, it is of course a happy thing. Xiao Tianzuan's memory belongs to another timeline. Feng Lai has the immortal emperor's means to return to the Zhetian era that originally belonged to him. Cut off that period of history and turn it into a memory. This is not a difficult task. When you disappeared, there was a very large-scale fluctuation of the passage of time in the place where you were. I suspect that you triggered the river of time. But that thing was too deadly. And even I am not able to confirm it. Xiao Tianzuan raised his hand, and a wave of time avenue fluctuations instantly enveloped the area where they were. The next moment, the two of them were far away from the Sea of Reincarnation and appeared on a strange, desolate star. As one of the top talents in the universe's time path, Xiao Tianzuan can certainly realize that there is something wrong with the memory Feng Lai gave him. That period of history coincides with the era they are in now. This is something that cannot be explained by the power of time alone. There was indeed a problem back then. My achievements in the time domain made a major breakthrough in the later years of my first life, which directly triggered the long river of time. However, that river was far beyond the control of human beings, and it swallowed me up in an instant. Feng Lai smiled, thinking about his experience tens of millions of years ago, before he was born in the chaotic ancient times, with a look of emotion on his face, and whispered, "What happens next? What's in the long river of time? Are there really immortals in the world? Did you really see the past, present and future in that long river?" What Feng Lai said immediately made Xiao Tianzuan's pupil shrink. In fact, With his current ability, he can completely activate part of the power of the River of Time. But his instinct over the years has kept him from doing so because of the high probability it will lead to catastrophe. After that, my physical body and soul disappeared. Due to its position, the true spirit traveled upstream in the long River of Time, returned to the past, and entered the history book of the chaotic ancient times before the mythical era. Feng Lai completely blocked the ancient star under his feet, and briefly told Xiao Tianzuan about the past he had experienced. A humane supreme can travel through the long River of Time and return to the extremely distant ancient times. This sounds like heaven even to the supreme. A night story. Xiao Tianzuan is indeed a very special person to Feng Lai. The emperor is lonely. Most of the extreme practitioners spend their lives behind closed doors. It is very precious to have a strong person with the same path. Xiao Tianzuan is such a person to Feng Lai in the past. A figure who is both a teacher and a friend. What's more, Xiao Tianzuan's talent in time is also very powerful. This old man initially took the path of pure extreme speed. But then, he sublimated the essence of the avenue of time from it, which can be said to be extremely powerful that is hard to find in ancient times. One of the 9 secrets, Xingzimi, can be said to be the process of Xiao Tianzuan's cultivation. It first evolves to a speed unparalleled in the world, and then sublimates and turns into the way of time. The most valuable thing is that Xiao Tianzuan has achieved the level of drawing the power of the River of Time at a mere human level. This achievement is very rare in the ancient times, not to mention the current era. And in the ancient times, Queen Feng Lai has made statistics. There are many powerful people and races practicing the avenue of time in the entire fairyland, foreign lands and 9 heavens and 10 places. There are many supreme beings who practice the avenue of time, but those who can trigger the long River of Time at the human level, the entire era is only just the top few. He is an extremely talented immortal king, and this evaluation cannot be overstated at all when it comes to Xiao Tianzuan. It's really unbelievable. And then you live from that distant era to now? Xiao Tianzuan listened to Feng Lai's words in a daze, and after a long silence, he asked, "Yes, I started practicing in the chaotic ancient times, competing with the geniuses of that era, and facing many powerful enemies of that era, becoming an immortal, a king, and even an emperor. Everything seems like a dream." At this moment, Feng Lai felt that everything he had ever experienced was so real and unreal, and thousands of words could only turn into a sigh. It's already very good. At least it's more exciting than my lingering Forbidden Zone Supreme. I'm doing everything I can to study the method of immortality in the cold and loneliness, just to live a few more years. Such a life is really meaningless. Xiao Tianzuan was obviously a little emotional. Lively sighed. "Why do you need to talk about this in our relationship? I will help you solve your problems. And in the future, I will also help you reach a higher stage." Feng Lai waved his hand, and a treasure mirror flowing with 3,000 colors appeared in the void. There seemed to be an extremely deep passage in the mirror, leading to an endless and distant place. Chapter 341. The Emperor crosses the sky. So it seems that the newly born Emperor Taizong is not the emperor of this era. Perhaps he came from the nirvana of some ancient supreme or emperor. Tianhua? I've never heard of that name. Before ancient Emperor Nua, there was a strong man named Tianhua. Fellow Taoist Yunjin is very ancient. The time when he became enlightened should be in the middle of the ancient times, which is almost the era of the golden ancient emperor. I have been sleeping for most of the ancient time. I didn't even wake up during the ancient war of gods. I have never heard of the powerful person named Tianhua. Feng Lai and Xiao Tianzuan disappeared together behind the sea of reincarnation. Many supremes returned to the restricted area to sleep, but a few supremes chatted among themselves, and there were many guesses about Feng Lai's true identity. In their understanding, Xiao Tianzuan's current identity is Yunjin, and he is an ancient emperor from the ancient era. Feng Lai may also belong to that era. The only problem is that no one present has heard of the name Tianhua. Even before Emperor Nua was born, they had no feeling for the word Hua their entire lives. Perhaps they are those who will become enlightened at the same time as Yunjin. The coordinates we know are the emperors and emperors who have the seal of Hetiangson. It is not surprising that there are occasionally talented people who have not yet become enlightened. Deep in the immortal mausoleum, someone in ancient existence spoke up and raised such a possibility. Just as an ancient supreme in the ancient minds of Taichu said, the history of myths and ancient times is the history of many supremes and ancient emperors becoming enlightened one after another. Those strong ones created a new history, and at the same time, they became part of history and became the later generations. The author analyzes important nodes in history. For example, The ancient era began with the immortal emperor, the god of all races, and ended with the death of the holy emperor of fighting. The other emperors are the cornerstones of ancient history. Their ancient history is a line, which is the entire glorious ancient era. As for those who have achieved enlightenment once gloriously on the stage, because these people are not unique, they will naturally be thrown into the corner of history. It's like no one still remembers which enlightened people the Tian Emperor had fought with before he became enlightened. And no one remembers the names of the alternative enlightened people who died together with the Supreme Being in the dark turmoil. History is too cruel. Cruel. In just tens of thousands of years, a name that shocked ancient and modern times will be forgotten by the world. No matter what. It's just a reunion between Taoist Daoist Yunjin and old friends. They are very strong. So there is no need to take action. In the end, a certain ancient supreme in the Shin ruins ended the conversation. They didn't care who the Tianhua in Yunjin's mouth was. They only cared that the name of the current era was Tai Tsung. This emperor's name would become a new historical node. Enough. As for Wai Fenglai, an ancient man, was able to become Tai Tsung of the human race in this life. The supreme beings did not bother to investigate the reason at all. Whether it was nirvana or self-proclaimed, they were all means of immortality. This was too accustomed to the supreme beings. Half a day later, green gold brilliance illuminated the entire starry sky, and Emperor Tai Tsung reappeared. But beside him, the ancient supreme figure was no longer there. Rumble. A moment later, the fifth generation Deshang holy body, with the immortal tears green golden tower on its head, strode in the direction of the ancient star. He quickly came to Fenglai's side. After checking that there was no abnormality in Fenglai's body, he sighed softly. Warned. I thought that as soon as you became emperor, you would start a war with a certain restricted area. Now that you are here, I think too much. The emperor's life is precious. Even if you live long, you should cherish it. He deeply understands how powerful the supreme beings in this field are. And they are all pioneers on the extreme road. If he really breaks up with a certain life-restricted area, then Fenglai may never have peace again. And even his origin will be damaged. Understand? I have my own principles regarding the supreme and restricted areas of life. Fenglai nodded seriously. He looked at the withered Deshang holy body and continued after a moment. The supreme being of the forbidden zone called me Tianhua. You must have heard it. And you are not curious or worried about my past? As the Deshang holy body, the fifth generation Deshang holy body must have also heard Xiaoyao Tianzuan's name for Fenglai. This unfamiliar name made the Deshang holy body nervous. It is inevitable that you have secrets in your body. Since you were born, you have never made a serious move. Whether it is a creature at the same level or an opponent at a higher level, you can defeat them all easily. I am the Deshang holy body. So this thing can still be done, it's obvious. Surprisingly, the fifth generation Deshang holy body said something like this. In the middle of the sentence, the skinny old man simply sat cross-legged in the starry sky. The smile on his face never disappeared. Good eyesight. Fenglai heard this and sat down in the starry sky. This was indeed his problem. To deal with a little guy at the human level, even 10% of his concentration was too much. It belonged to you in the past, but now it belongs to us. You are the great emperor of the human race, an emperor who came from the Fushi Feng tribe in the ancient star. As long as you remember this, it is enough. After a moment, Deshang holy body spoke like this road. The Deshang holy body has never lost its righteousness throughout the ages. But he is not a fool. This old holy body has lived for so many years. And there are many things that he does not want to know too clearly. That's natural. The Tianqin seal is in my hand. All the spirits in the universe are existences that I want to protect. The Wind Clan will prosper because of me. And the entire universe will also enter a peaceful era. Fenglai said, the future of the holy body lineage also depends on Emperor Tai Tsung. My old bones can't live for many years. I need you to take more care of me. The fifth generation Deshang holy body nodded deeply and said this. Not only is it innocent, the holy body is kind to the human race. I will protect your lineage for a long time. Fenglai promised. 5 years after Fenglai merged with Tianqin and achieved the ultimate goal, on the starry sky ancient road, deep in the 28th level of the human race, a white-haired old man sat in a dim study. On the solitary lamp burning holy ancient beast ointment. The bright yellow flame danced gently. Reflecting this, the eldest saint's face was rosy. The pen in his hand is also a sacred instrument. And it is also filled with divine light. Brilliant and bright. The Western Emperor died in Beidou. 3,357 years later, the ancient star of the ancient world became enlightened and announced it to the world. The emperor's name is Tai Tsung. He protects all living beings and ensures that all souls in this world are safe from worries. The Emperor Tai Tsung, the prehistoric emperor, is the successor of the ancient Emperor Fuxi, and he also bears the blood of Emperor Wu. 2 bloodlines and 3 emperors are really a good story. In the 3rd year of Tai Tsung, the emperor visited the ancient Beidou star, entered the sacred ruins of the forbidden area of life, and took the ancient flat peach tree to keep it by his side. Since then, the restricted area has been silent, the Supreme has been dormant, and the ancient road to the starry sky has been closed. This old man didn't write much. He only briefly mentioned the origin, identity, years of enlightenment, and the corresponding elixir of immortality of this generation of human emperors. And then he treasured it away. In this era, all the above are things that all practitioners know. But this old man understands that in just a few 100,000 or 200,000 years, those who know the truth will all die, and these simple messages will turn into history. Only this then ancient book is left to record the truth. Chapter 342 God. For the Emperor, the Tianqin seal is a very fundamental thing. There are too many benefits for the ultimate Taoists to imprint their own Tao in the Tianqin seal. They can integrate with the universe, understand all the ways, dominate the world, and dominate all living beings. After integrating with the Tianqin seal, these supreme means can for the Emperor. It can be said to be at his fingertips. Being in harmony with Tianqin for tens of thousands of years can make a strong person even more terrifying on the basis of his strength, reaching a level that ordinary creatures cannot even imagine. This is the reason why the supreme beings in the restricted area can kill the quasi-emperor's 9th level beings even though they have already killed themselves and the realm has fallen. The nirvana of the essence of life brought about by the Tianqin mark cannot be easily crossed. Of course, these are all benefits to ordinary emperors. For Feng Lai, the Tianqin seal is a dispensable thing. The little insights brought by this mark are no longer helpful to his essence. What he really values is the strengthening of the blood source of his physical body by the Tianqin seal. Another benefit of the Tianqin seal is that it allows the bloodline of future generations to be indirectly refined by the Tianqin seal. It is simply a very high-level life origin transition, which can turn ordinary races into imperial races and create at least dozens of inheritances. A glorious ethnic group for thousands of years. After Feng Lai became emperor, the ancient Star Feng clan, which was originally the imperial clan, once again ushered in a sublimation of blood. In the 30th year of Tai Tsung, the ancestor refined the bloodline pattern with the blood of the emperor of the supreme Tao, and transformed it into the ancestral court. The clan members entered it, and many people awakened from the blood of the imperial Tao. In the 122nd year of the Tai Tsung calendar, our ancestors found the remnant veins of the Hua Emperor Feng clan, refining the Tao stone emperor arms, and built the ancestral palace in Beidou, passing on the Hua Emperor Sutra and the Tai Tsung Sutra. This is the summary of that large-scale bloodline sublimation event by the people of the Feng clan in later generations. Many members of the 2 sects and 3 emperors, the Fuxi Feng clan and the Nua Feng clan, already had a meager amount of emperor blood in their bodies. But now, under the stimulation of Tai Tsung blood, the bloodline of many Feng tribe members exploded. Feng Lai also did not allow the Nua Feng clan and the Fuxi Feng clan to merge. The 2 Feng clan were respectively watching over the ancient star of the Great Desolation and the ancient star of the Big Dipper. If necessary, they could also become powerful forces for each other. At this point, the Feng clan flourished in the universe. In just over 1,000 years after Feng Lai became emperor, there were 5 more quasi-emperors with the Feng surname. As the emperor ancestor of a clan, Feng Lai himself did not stay in the ancient star for a long time. After finishing the matter of the bloodline formation, he coated a layer of Tai Tsung magic circle in Hanga Pass and disappeared from the world. In sight. 400 years after Feng Lai became emperor, deep in the forbidden area of the sky, hundreds and thousands of years are not enough to leave the slightest trace on the vast burial island. The immortal dragon veins stretching for thousands of miles run through this giant island and wind between the mountains and rivers. Here, the sources of gods and even celestial beings that are rarely seen in the outside world are scattered among the mountains like stones. The rich essence of heaven and earth and the matter of immortality make every spiritual flower and divine grass here have a frighteningly high age. It is absolutely rare in the world. Right at the head of the immortal dragon, there is a small lake with a radius of no more than 10,000 feet. This is the most essential location of the immortal dragon veins. Billions of rays of sky light gather here. Even if the Emperor comes, the practice can be accelerated a lot. I have been playing games for thousands of years, but I am still more accustomed to staying on this sky burial island, by the side of the fairy lake shrouded in skylight. Feng wears an emperor's robe made of blue gold precious silk. He sits cross-legged on the green grass and watches the mist on the lake sometimes gather into chaos and sometimes disperse into 4 images and 5 elements, evolving there is infinite wonder. He sighed with a smile. All the fluctuations of the emperor's Tao in his body were restrained in his body, and there was no aura of a strong person in his whole body. If he were not in this pure land fairyland, he would be like an idle king in the mortal world, calm, leisurely and at ease. After all, it is the fairyland arranged by the emperor himself. There is no better place for immortality in this universe than God. Next to Feng Lai, a mirror with 3,000 colors of the avenue floated above the lake. In it, a young man who looked 70 to 80% similar to Feng Lai stood and spoke like this. Crash! Behind him, a more than 10 feet tall sacred tree took root on the bank of the fairy lake. It seemed to agree with the statement of the 3,000 Tao mirrors. It was shaking, and the rich green light of life was scattered, making the vegetation here much more lush. This is an extremely miraculous ancient tree. Its rhizomes are twisted and knotted. The roots are like horned dragons submerged underground. The old bark on the tree is like dragon scales, exuding ancient and sacred Taoist charm. Among the branches and leaves of the ancient tree, there are 7 bowl-sized sacred peaches swaying in the breeze. The flesh is full, and the sunlight is flowing on them, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. It is the ancient peach tree, one of the elixirs of immortality in this universe. Little guy, do you still remember who I am? Seeing this, Feng Lai turned around and looked at the ancient flat peach tree, patted its dragon scale-like trunk, and asked like this. Crash! The ancient flat peach tree was stunned for a moment. It seemed that it came to its senses after pondering for a moment, and once again flickered some light to express the joy in its heart. Although it has gone through a long period of time, the spiritual intelligence of the flat peach tree is not very high. It is only equivalent to a child of 3 or 5 years old. The long years have no meaning to it, and there will be no change in an era. It seems that Master Pan Wang has not awakened himself in the years. Sanqian Daojing also sighed softly after staring at the ancient flat peach tree for a long time. Anyone who has stepped into the immortal path can see the extremely terrifying essence of the elixir. The 3,000 Tao mirror can naturally see it. It understands that the essence is the will of the immortal ancient Pan King in the flat peach elixir. It is an incomparable person. The ancient king of immortality is a good friend of his master. How can it be so simple? The possibility of the elixir awakening its true self is too low. If I don't intervene, King Pan won't be able to wake up for another 1 or 2 epochs. Feng Lai shook his head. In Feng Lai's impression, the only person in the elixir who channeled spirits and embarked on the path of spiritual practice was Qing Emperor. However, Qing Emperor failed to regain his true self as the ancient immortal king of Qinglian until his demise. It is conceivable that the road is difficult. Then are you prepared to personally bring Lord Panwang back? Sanqian Daojing asked cautiously. There's no rush. At least not now. Feng Lai gently rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and then said this. He wanted to awaken both King Pan and Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing had bathed in Shi Hao's blood of the immortal emperor, and King Pan often listened to the immortal emperor's sermons. After awakening, both of them had the qualifications to become giants, and could at least become the future Yi. All the help from heaven. Crash! Hearing this, the crown of the ancient flat peach tree swayed gently, like a lost child. Although it didn't understand who Feng Lai and Dao Jing were talking about, King Pan, it still felt an instinctive sense of familiarity. You don't have to worry. As an ancient Panao tree, you can still welcome the return of another old friend of ours. After saying that, Feng Lai stood up, no longer paying attention to the peach trees, but looked at this magnificent island, and walked towards the distance. Chapter 343 Holy Spirit Ancestral Land. The burial island is guarded by immortal formations, and is hidden in the depths of the universe. It is almost a world independent of the universe. An immortal dragon vein stretching for tens of millions of miles is enough to support the self-sufficiency of this divine island. Even the experts in other forbidden areas of life only know that the forbidden area of God is a mysterious and taboo place. Back then, the immortal Taoist used the power of the fairy bell to glimpse a corner of this forbidden area of life. But he still knew very little about God. For example, God is the largest Holy Spirit ancestral land in the universe. a supreme Holy Spirit ancestral land that is countless times more glorious than Tianduan Mountains, Immortal Mountains, Qingling Mountains, etc. After so many eras, how many Holy Spirits exist on Burial Sky Island? Leaving the lake in the center of the Immortal Island, Feng Lai held the 3,000 Dao mirrors in his hands and walked in person among the mountains of the Immortal Dragon Vein. While sensing the majestic dragon energy in the mountains, he turned his face sideways and asked, since the earliest days of the mythical age, Feng Lai has occasionally taken action, using the power of the fairy mirror to save some holy spirits who were not conceived to be perfect and were born prematurely, and use his great magic power to help them reconceive and be born after perfection. After all, the true form of this life is the Holy Spirit. When he was young, he also received a lot of care from the Golden King of the Zodiac, a lineage of the Holy Spirit. Feng Lai never concealed his preference for the Holy Spirit. In the middle of the mythological age, he personally evolved several Holy Spirits. The scriptures that were most suitable for them made the destiny of the Holy Spirit extremely powerful in that era. Nowadays, those immortal scriptures have been lost. But the Holy Spirits in the Tide Song Forbidden Zone can still practice the immortal way, and can help those Holy Spirits who were born prematurely to be regestated and transformed into perfection. To this day, after going through mythology, ancient times and half of the ancient times, many great saints have passed through this fairy mountain. In total, Burial Sky Island has received a total of 58 Holy Spirit fetuses that were not fully conceived. 28 of them chose to leave after their true bodies became consummated. 11 chose to stay. And 19 divine fetuses have not yet been fully conceived. Breed to perfection. 3,000 mirrors are shining, and many places of the immortal dragon veins are reflected in them. There is a stone human womb with 9 orifices that breathes out the essence of the sun and the moon and gathers the power of the dragon veins. There is a stone man with a heaven-defying nature rooted deep in the mountains, silently carving himself. There are also the Holy Spirit, who has been fully conceived, is sitting cross-legged in the mountains, practicing quietly. Holy Spirit, this is a very broad concept. The 9-aperture stone man in the traditional sense is just one of them. Feng Lai has a perfect Holy Spirit transformed from chaotic Gang Feng. And there is also a human figure cast from Taichu Immortal Rock, although it is still there, in the gestation stage, but already more powerful than any Holy Spirit present. It's good. Just keep it like this. Burial Sky Island is their homeland, not a prison to restrain them. Feng Lai was not surprised that most of the perfect Holy Spirits chose to leave. Immortality was one thing, but the rolling mortal world had its own splendor, and most of the perfect Holy Spirits were not immune to this. As for whether they can come back after leaving Burial Island, it depends on the fate of those little guys. The forbidden area of God bless the Holy Spirit, but it is not a place where you can come just when you want. Don't worry, Emperor. I understand that the little ones who stay have a deep desire for Taoism and are willing to give up their temporary freedom for immortality and cultivation. The god of the 3,000 Dao mirrors said, well, how is the mighty spirit of that Taichu ancient mind doing now? Feng Lai nodded and looked in another direction, asking. What was reflected in his eyes was the stone man transformed from the Taichu Immortal Rock. Its treasure appearance was completely different from the ordinary 9-aperture stone man. There was an illusory fairy spirit permeating the body, and its aura alone was stronger than that of the 9-aperture stone man. The 9-aperture stone fetus is too powerful. This is the only Holy Spirit bred in the Taichu ancient mine, according to the foundation of that supreme mining area. Even if this mine spirit cannot gather the power of the entire Taichu ancient mine, it should at least be an emperor-level humane Holy Spirit when it is born. But coincidentally, just like the original timeline, the Taichu ancient mine was still discovered by the ancient supreme. It had a fierce battle with a certain ancient supreme, and was ultimately defeated. It was saved by 3,000 Dao mirrors. Put it in the forbidden area of God. Both the physical body and the soul are not perfect, but the mind is very clear. He said that he does not want to owe us any favors, and wants to repay the favor. Mentioning the mining spirit of the Taichu ancient mine, the immortal mirror god showed a smile on his face and said, but I think it will take time. At least 3 to 5 million years. Just let him go. If the luck of the ancient mine can really be gathered, it may also be able to contact the realm of immortals. Feng Lai smiled nonchalantly. He knew this person in Taichu, but he had never been in contact with him in the previous life. He only knew that he was an unlucky guy with deep luck. He was obviously as good as the immortal Tears Green Golden Emperor, but because of his bad luck almost died young. After saying that, He no longer looked in the direction of Taichu, but stared further into the distance. Between the mountains, there were several figures whose aura was completely different from that of the Deshang holy spirits, all of them shrouded in the aura of the powerful. The golden-winged Dapeng Emperor, the Spirit Emperor, the Brahma Ancient War Emperor, and Feng Lai's old acquaintance Xiao Tianzuan. There are 8 human supreme beings in total. Feng Lai knows some of them, but there are also many that he has never heard of at all. Characters. How are those humane supreme beings doing in my restricted area of life? All of them were once the most powerful, with great ambition and magnanimity in their hearts. Although they were once crazy about immortality, now that they have achieved immortality, they all have a sense of belonging to this restricted area. The god of 3,000 Dao mirrors said with emotion, "This is the truth. The humane supreme beings in the restricted area of the heaven can be said to be quite contented. Especially after Xiao Tianzuan came. They realized how difficult it is to live forever. What's more, these humane supreme beings are not old in the immortal ancient and chaotic ancient era, and the oldest among them is not more than 2 million years old. This age is comparable to those ancient supreme beings in Jioqian and immortal realm who have been settling down for half an era. Baidu is really young, just based on the ages of Meng Tianzheng and Wang Chansheng back then. These supreme beings were all just young boys. Then let them continue to practice. If they can go to my burial island, they are destined to me, and their names will be on the road to immortality." Feng Lai said, "The immortal realm may seem lofty, but to Feng Lai it is nothing, as long as he is willing. No matter what the right time and the right place, wherever the immortal mirror shines is the real path to becoming an immortal. Emperor, what are your future preparations? Will you sit on the throne and overlook the eternal cycle of reincarnation? Or will you continue to step into the world of mortals?" The Taoist mirror god nodded, and when the mirror turned, all the strange phenomena disappeared, leaving only a faint fairy light flowing on the mirror, and asked like this, "I have only been emperor for a few hundred years, so why should I be so nervous? At least I have to wait until my parents in this life have passed away, and the first life has come to an end." Feng Lai said, "What's more important is that behind him, there are many powerful emperors who are famous in the era and have not yet been born. Those are names that Feng Lai has heard of before. The Great Emperor of the Void, the Great Emperor of Hingyu, the Tai Wang, the Wuxia Emperor, the Qing Emperor." He wanted to fully understand the rise history of several human emperors in the future. In the era of prosperity of humanity, those emperors were the cornerstone of the era. Feng Lai wanted to know look at their heroic appearance. Chapter 344 Meeting the True Immortal. It is hard to imagine what kind of expressions the Forbidden City Supremes in the restricted area of life will show when they meet the true immortals who are struggling to seek immortality. After Feng Lai understood the current situation of the forbidden area of God's life, he summoned 3,000 Taoist mirrors to pass down the decree and gathered together the existing supreme beings in the forbidden area of God's life. With the speed of these supreme beings, in just a moment, the 8 powerful men with profound life breaths crossed thousands of miles of land and came to the center of the immortal dragon veins, to the bank of the immortal lake where the essence of the dragon veins gathered. This is an area that the Supremes have never been to, as the pure land where Feng Lai's true body lives. This place is always protected by immortal formations, which even the most powerful people of the Tianzi generation cannot see through. Sure enough, the main body of the dragon veins on Burial Sky Island has indeed reached the level of immortal veins. Even the supreme dragon in the Taichu ancient mine outside is not as active as this dragon vein. The golden-winged Dapeng Emperor took a deep breath of the immortality substance that was much richer than usual here, and sighed, seeing such a precious pure land. The supreme beings also had a deeper understanding of the restricted area where they were. Essentially, they are similar. The ancient mines of Taichu and the immortal dragon vein on Buried Heaven Island were both taken from the immortal realm. It's just that the immortal weapon suppressed them on Buried Heaven Island, so that this true meaning of immortality can be continued. As soon as Emperor Peng finished speaking, a voice with a hint of laughter came from the midst of the fairy clouds. The voice was not loud, but it made every supreme being feel nervous and secretly nervous. They walked in the direction of the sound, but after 100 steps, they saw an ancient tree more than 10 feet high beside the fairy lake gently shaking. The unique aura of the elixir was spreading, making the land more peace and tranquility. Peach ancient tree. Among the 8 supreme beings, the ancient Brahma war emperor with red hair, as blazing as divine flames, spoke out. He was the emperor of the Brahma war body lineage, the human emperor in the ancient times. and he was accompanied by the ancient flat peach tree after he became enlightened. Beside him, the other Supremes did not respond, because they saw a small stone table under the ancient flat peach tree. A young man who looked to be no more than 20 or 30 years old stood beside the table, facing they smile. Beside him, there was a tea set entirely made of 9 heavens divine jade and a strange mirror. The mirror was reflecting flames of 3,000 colors, making the tea in the pot boil. It's you? The Supremes have experienced too many strong winds and waves in their lives. When they saw Feng Lai, their emotions also fluctuated in their hearts. The spirit emperor among them even made a sound, as if he recognized Feng Lai's identity. They are all here. My name is Taizong, and this is why I, the master of Foncian Island, have met you all. Feng Lai nodded to the spirit emperor, glanced at the other 7 supreme beings present, and said with a smile. Saying this, he also slightly aroused a very small part of the essence of the immortal emperor. In an instant, a high and majestic aura spread out with him as the center, and the aura of the immortal emperor level instantly enveloped the 8 supreme beings. That power seems to come from the past, present and future, deep, grand and unattainable. At this moment, the brains of the 8 supreme beings all went blank, and there was only the figure standing under the peach tree in their eyes, and nothing else. Even though they are all extremely powerful men at the pinnacle of humanity, and have ruled this universe for tens of thousands of years, they still only have a sense of powerlessness in their hearts in front of this power. It's like a cultivator who has just opened up the sea of suffering faces the great emperor of the world. Even if the emperor can perfectly restrain his aura, the gap in the essence of life can still make the physical body of the cultivator in the sea of suffering explode directly. Of course, the physical bodies, souls, and Taoist hearts of these supreme Taoists cannot be so fragile. Feng Lai's body is just a ray of obsession, and will not cause overly exaggerated results. Even so, it still took the supreme beings present a long time to recover from this power. When they came back to their senses, they only saw that the supreme man had completely restrained the power that had dominated the eternity. He was like an ordinary mortal, personally carrying the jade pot and pouring it into the sacred jade. Pour into the teacup. Please take a seat. The water of the fairy lake washes the coarse tea from my hometown. I suddenly wanted to meet you, but I can only be so simple. Please forgive me. There. The water vapor is dense, and a scent of tea permeates under the peach trees. Thank you. Except for Xiaoyao Tianzuan, who had an old relationship with Feng Lai. The other 7 supreme beings all bowed to Feng Lai seriously, then carefully took the divine jade lamp from Feng Lai's hand and sat down under the ancient flat peach tree. At this moment, they no longer have the majesty that usually dominates the world and dominates the 3,000 realms. They are like a group of young seekers who have set out to practice. In addition to the fear from the soul, there is also a yearning and longing in their eyes when they look at Feng Lai. With this mood, they carefully took a sip of the divine water in the teacup. The boiling divine tea with a wisp of fairy spirit entered their throats. It immediately made the 8 supreme spirits clear and clear, and they were able to get through the great pressure just now. Afterwards, there were signs of breaking through the bottleneck. Since you are destined to Burial Sky Island, you are also destined to me. When we meet for the first time, if you have any doubts in your mind, you can ask. Feng Lai glanced at the several supreme beings, and he could clearly see that the supreme beings had spiritual lights flickering in their immortal platforms. Although it was not visible from the perspective of their realms, they had indeed improved greatly. Meeting a true immortal is already a rare opportunity in this life. I dare not ask for anything more. An ancient demon king stood up and bowed to Feng Lai. Sighing like this demon king's true form was a giant kun, and his true body could easily cover the starry sky. He was a very ancient emperor. There are immortals in the world. These 4 words are enough. As long as we can become immortals through practice, we don't have to struggle to find a way to become immortals. After Master Kun finished speaking, Master Xiaoyao also sighed like this, and several other supreme masters also nodded in agreement. This is the truth. At this point in the development of history, all the history related to the word immortal in the world has long been buried in the deepest part of the long river of time. Even if he travels through the restricted areas of life, no one dares to say that there are true immortals in the world. In other words, those supreme beings in the forbidden area of life, who are eager to gain immortality by walking on the road to immortality, have taken the wrong path from the beginning. The strong people who are too obsessed with the road to immortality often get nothing in the end. You cannot become an immortal in this world. Not because the rules of this world do not allow you to become an immortal, but because it is too difficult to become an immortal. Feng Lai nodded slightly, and uttered such a Taoist sound in his mouth, which actually made thousands of people feel it, and turned into a terrible calamity light that appeared above the sky. However, the Taoist mirror beside Feng Lai glowed, and all the calamity light was photographed into nothingness. That is to say, if we live forever in this restricted area, we and other extreme practitioners have a complete hope of becoming immortals? The golden-winged Dapeng Emperor murmured to himself, and there was a spark of vitality in his golden eyes. It was the power of hard work and improvement that belonged to young people. If you came here in your later years, and the Tao mirror suppressed your true body and peeled off the Tianqin mark for you, then you might be close to the level of a true immortal now. But after all, you have already cut yourself off. If your soul is missing, it is really difficult to become an immortal. Feng Lai shook his head, but a plain smile appeared on his face. But the good thing is, for me, it's not an unsolvable problem. Chapter 345 Preaching. In this era of Zhetian, the qualifications of a being who has the ability to become an emperor in a certain era must not be too bad. In immortal and foreign lands, where the rules of heaven and earth are more complete than those of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, strong people generally believe that a strong person who achieves supreme status within a long life can be said to have extraordinary talent. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has the talent of a true immortal. Such a supreme being would often spend a lot of time accumulating and precipitating, and spend millions or even millions of years to achieve true immortality and immortality. This is the normal speed of cultivation. These are not the strong men who practiced hard in the era of 9 heavens and 10 earths, when the rules of heaven and earth were lacking. The rules of their mother world are more complete than the current Zhetian universe. There is a way to become a true immortal, but it still takes millions of years to become a true immortal. One can imagine what a difficult place Shihao left for future generations to raise Gu. In contrast, even if every living being in this universe now follows the path of body-based cultivation, the time left for the strong to practice is still too short to be able to become emperors in this era of involution and suffocation. The supreme masters of the restricted area are basically the ultimate masters who have achieved it within 2,000 years. Feng Lai has never doubted the talent of these people. At least it will not be difficult to become a true immortal. To put it bluntly, if these supreme beings in front of Feng Lai go to the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the chaotic ancient times, they will have no problem becoming powerful true immortals at the level of the Deqi Heavenly Lord and the Qingwei Heavenly Lord. Feng Lai will not be stingy with these ancient emperors who are destined to him, and will definitely send them to the immortal realm in the future. As for the trauma caused by self-destruction, it was only damage to Sendai at the human level. Feng Lai had many ways to restore them to normal. According to reliable history, the old Jinwu Yi Fan's era could use the immortal fluid of Lingbao Tianzuan to repair his immortal platform to normal. Feng Lai had reason to believe that the essence of an immortal king could definitely restore them. As for the origin of the immortal king? Just kidding. Killing a few kings randomly in the lower realm C didn't even require him to take action himself. When you go to Immortal Domain in the future, I will help you solve the problem of damage to Immortal Terrace. Thinking of this, Feng Lai took a sip of the divine tea in his hand and promised. Thank you, Emperor. Hearing this, the several supreme beings all saluted seriously. They understood that their group of people had really got into their laps this time, and the owner of the forbidden area in front of them was probably not a simple true immortal. Dare I ask? Is there such a huge gap between the pinnacle of humanity and a true immortal? At what level can one reach the level of power as an emperor? The golden-winged Dapeng Emperor suddenly asked. Hearing this, several other supremes showed expressions of listening carefully. This was their first time meeting a person from the immortal Tao, and they were unwilling to let go of any news at this level. Of course, it's not that big. If you go far enough away when you are in the extreme realm, it is not an impossible goal to fight the true immortals alone. In fact, some powerful extreme practitioners can counterattack the true immortals in the face of adversity. In the chaotic ancient times, such examples do not exist. Feng Lai's palm brushed against the fairy mirror, and a mysterious radiance immediately shone in it, evolving into a scene of 2 powerful beings fighting in front of a huge city. The nature of the 2 powerful beings far exceeded the 8 supreme beings at this stage, and their aura was extremely tyrannical. That is, the 8 supreme beings were instantly attracted to the battle in the mirror. Every ancient emperor and great emperor emerged from the endless battles. For them, fighting was the best training and way to practice. The scene of the supreme humanity rebelling against the true immortal. That young man is very strong. There are not many people at the human level who can compare with him. Feng Lai said. What was unfolding in the mirror was the scene of Gutuo, Feng Lai's third disciple, fighting a true immortal at the supreme level. That was a young man who could become a quasi-immortal emperor. His talent and combat power were not inferior to those of Ming Tianzhong back then. The supreme human Dao counterattacked the true immortal. This kind of thing Feng Lai could do when he was at the peak of Ji Dao. Not only him, but also Ming Tianzhong, Sure Hao, and many giant-level immortal kings had counterattacked the true immortal when they were in the human Dao. Immortal achievements. The Supreme saluted, and then had no time to care about anything else. They all carefully watched the battle in the mirror, where the Supremes fought against the true immortals. This was the best opportunity for them to understand the true immortals. Gu Tuo is also a strong man who has integrated the Tianqin seal. He is not following the path of becoming an immortal in the 9th generation or the path of fighting an immortal, but a method of becoming an immortal that he has figured out by himself. His combat power at the supreme stage is outrageous. It wasn't until a few hours later that the fierce fighting ended with Gu Tuo's victory, that the several supreme beings came back to their senses with some lingering thoughts. And each supreme leader had a brilliant light in his eyes. There is a way to become an immortal, which is great news for them. With the opportunity to fight, at least they don't have to wait for the illusory road to become an immortal. The Emperor's kindness cannot be repaid. These Supremes once again bowed deeply to Feng Lai. The greeting gift Feng Lai gave them was so heavy that it could completely change their lives. Practice. Time is still far away. If you have the ability to practice and become immortals in this world, you will definitely gain great benefits. Feng Lai instructed. Junior, dare I ask? Is there any reason why the Emperor seems to be very partial to the Holy Spirit people who were nurtured by heaven and earth? Before several supreme beings left, the spiritual Emperor suddenly turned around and looked at Feng Lai. This Emperor born from the Holy Spirit had been in the Forbidden City of Heaven for many years. Not only did he know that there were many Holy Spirits in the Forbidden City of Heaven, but he had also seen the Immortal Mirror take action to help those who had not yet arrived. The people of the Holy Spirit will be perfected. I was the Holy Spirit when I was born. Although my essence is different, I am the Son of Heaven and Earth from the same origin. It is not too much to say shamelessly that I am the ancestor of the Holy Spirit in this world. It is of course reasonable to help you little guys. Feng Lai smiled. If there is a supreme being like the Stone Emperor of the Immortal Mountain in the outside world, if there is a cause and effect that comes to him, I wonder if you, the Emperor, will bless him? The Spirit Emperor nodded. But he proposed a special supreme being. The Stone Emperor of the Immortal Mountain can be said to be one of the most murderous supreme beings in the world in recent years. As of this era, he has launched at least 3 dark turmoils. The Spirit Emperor has heard about that Emperor. And although he is not happy, after all he asked even though he was of the same race. Every cause has its effect. Although I prefer the Holy Spirit, I still prefer those little guys with pure hearts. Feng Lai said. He had been to the Immortal Mountain when he first became Emperor. Although there were no immortal Taoists in the Immortal Mountain in this era, it was still prosperous. There were still 4 Supremes among them, 3 of whom had launched dark turmoil. Feng Lai did not take action directly against those supreme beings simply because the future Emperor of the Void needed to be trained. Dare I ask? Which clan does the Emperor's Holy Spirit belong to? The Spirit Emperor seemed very happy with Feng Lai's answer and continued to ask. The incarnation of the Tao. The seed of the immortal Tao. I am the Holy Spirit bred from the Tao seed. The environment of the world here has changed. In the future, you will know what the Tao seed is when you arrive in the immortal realm. Feng Lai waved his hand without hesitation and said. Chapter 346 Civilized Tao Sublevel. The Golden Winged Dapeng Emperor, the Spiritual Emperor, and the Brahma Ancient War Emperor. These supreme beings who are rooted in the forbidden area of life in the heavens. Feng Lai indeed regards them as his followers and is willing to work hard and spend money for the cultivation of these people. Effort. However, Feng Lai did not give them any guidance related to immortality such as immortal scriptures or magic. He only gave them 2 illustrations and images of the battle between immortal beings, allowing them to observe and use their own senses to understand and confirm the immortal way. These are all creatures with extraordinary talents. All they lack is sufficient practice time. As long as there is enough time to accumulate, even if they work behind closed doors, they can evolve the path to a very high level. What Feng Lai has to do is to guide them at key points. After all, if they take the wrong path like Qing Emperor, the time wasted will be irreversible, and it will even be difficult to recover, no matter how difficult it is to make progress. These little guys may not realize what a supreme opportunity it is to be able to worship you. After the 8 supreme beings left, 3,000 Tao mirrors sighed softly as they flew behind Feng Lai. To worship under the throne of a true immortal emperor was a great opportunity that countless real immortals, buried immortals, and even immortal kings and buried kings could only ask for in the 9 heavens, immortal realm, and burial realm in the past. On ordinary days, these little human beings with this guy is not even qualified to be glimpsed by ancient Emperor Tai's song. After all, we are in a different world. The potential of the creatures in this universe is very high. I don't mind mentoring some talented little guys. I hope that I can come out with a few more strong men at the level of evolved civilization. Hearing this, Feng Lai's eyes gradually became distant and profound. And he murmured, "You mean the Tao of evolution and civilization?" Immortal Mirror glowed, with a hint of doubt and curiosity in its voice. It had never heard of the words Feng Lai said. The concept of these 6 words was too unfamiliar. Yes, the so-called evolutionary civilization is the collective name for various cultivation systems in the world above. The Taoism of evolutionary civilization is the hope for the development of those evolutionary civilizations. Laying the foundation and proclaiming the ancestor requires the joint efforts of generations of pioneers. Feng Lai was sitting on the bank of the fairy lake. His eyes seemed to reflect the infinite ancient world. His voice was not loud, but every word seemed to have magic power, causing the fairy spirit in the distance to stir. These are the messages from my deity. Heaven has already had in-depth exchanges with the practitioners of heaven. Many concepts are quite unfamiliar to us. But after all, it is a broader realm. And there are many things worth learning. His obsession and his true body are not always connected. After all, it is just an obsession. And the news it can bear is limited. Partial messages are only occasionally transmitted. What do you mean by laying the foundation and proclaiming the ancestor? Xianjing asked, because he noticed that Feng Lai's tone was particularly strong when he mentioned these 4 words. Wow! Nature opens up new and unprecedented paths in the evolutionary system of practice and indulgence. Just like the branches and leaves of a big tree, whether it is made thicker and longer, or allowed to grow regardless of the branches, they are all manifestations of the expanded system. Such a person can be called the Taoist ancestor, which is the so-called founding ancestor. Hearing this, Feng Lai walked slowly to the front of the ancient flat peach tree, broke off one of its branches, and made it grow rapidly, turning it into a small tree, and whispered softly, "What do you mean? Do you want future generations to continue the path of cultivating one's body, or to create a new system of practice?" Xianjing was stunned, and after thinking about the current situation of practitioners in this universe, he said. Feng Lai was undoubtedly very satisfied with Xianjing's answer and nodded. That's right. The way of cultivating the body is only one of the righteous paths of the immortal practice system. Whether latecomers extend the path of the body or expand other brand new paths based on the ancient path of immortality, it can be regarded as an expansion of the immortal practice system. Lord Lucian's Spirit Sacrifice Avenue. Can it be regarded as an expansion of the immortal Tao practice system? The Tao Mirror God said after deep thought. It is an imitation of the immortal emperor's weapon. He learned a lot from Feng Lai's genuine 3,000 Tao mirrors. History. With her own system, she has reached the realm of the quasi-immortal emperor. Naturally, she can be regarded as the Taoist ancestor. But it is not entirely the Tao of worshipping spirits. She is taking another path. Feng Lai nodded. In this case, it is too difficult for this universe to produce a strong person at the level of the civilized Daozi you mentioned. Sanjian Daojing sighed after hearing this, saying that these supreme beings under his command can become immortals, or even become immortal kings. I still dare to look forward to it. But if I talk about creating a new system, I really have no confidence. There is naturally a big gap between emperors in ordinary times. But those little guys with enough talent are worth looking forward to. What Feng Lai was talking about was naturally those heavenly emperors from ancient times, who had enough talent to defy the heavens. Except for the future Zetian Trio and Chao Yusheng, the Tang human emperor, the demon emperor Shui Yuqing, and the Lingbao Tianzuan, who have forcibly entered the road to immortality, and the Xiaoyao Tianzuan, who can use his human body to guide the great power of time. Dare to live in this life, the Dozhan Holy Emperor, who has the power to forcibly transform into a war immortal, is qualified to participate in that supreme path. Find one and count it as one. Feng Lai smiled and said, he has made many arrangements in these aspects over the years. When Lingbao Tianzuan fell, his fairy mirror sealed the broken true spirit of the ancient Tianzuan. In the following years, he also took action several times, tying the human emperor, the demon emperor, the Dozhan saint emperor, and several other extremely powerful emperor true spirits were all sealed in the mirror. I still don't understand why you would rather choose those young people who failed on the road than choose Emperor Zun and the five-color phoenix. Judging from the results alone, their talents are obviously better. 3,000 down mirrors suddenly appeared. Vocal channel. This has been its doubts for a long time. Phone Lies seems to have always ignored the Emperor and the Immortal Emperor. The Emperor became an immortal in the world of mortals. And the Immortal Emperor has lived in this universe for several eras. These are all hard skills. Others, even the Emperor, may not be able to learn it. Because the strong ones I chose, Ling Mao, Shui Yuqing, Tien Human Emperor, and Do Zhan Sheng Emperor, etc., have not been obsessed with immortality. The wise way forward is death. But they still dare to move forward. This is me would like to see it. Phone Lai looked into the distance and murmured as if to himself. As for the Emperor and the little phoenix, they have planned for eternity. Just to sacrifice the entire universe to fulfill themselves. And they have caused turmoil in the past and present. Countless mortals have died in the troubled times he has caused throughout the ages. They are Taoist and ruthless. This kind of person is the worst. What is easy is betrayal. Our opponents are very powerful. And they are not only powerful in terms of combat power, but also have endless ways to attack the heart. We are humane and compassionate. Only in this way. When darkness, strangeness and ominousness come, I can rest assured that they will not suddenly defect in battle. I understand. Xian Jing nodded solemnly after hearing this. Chapter 347 Holy Body Inheritance. Boom! One day hundreds of years later. With the explosion of red blood energy that was as bright as the rays of light. A roar that resounded throughout the universe came from the depths of the starry sky. I don't know how many powerful practitioners in the universe were awakened and stared at the rays of light. Direction. Many people can see that in the middle of the vast ocean of blood and calamity light, there is a majestic figure bathing in immeasurable thunder calamity. Whether the power of the great calamity can destroy the galaxy, it cannot shake that man. Every cent. He was like a king standing above the 3,000 worlds. His body and spirit stood fearlessly in the calamity light, opening and closing, evolving some supreme boxing technique. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The 7th great holy body from ancient times is about to be born. At this moment, even across endless time and space, there are still countless strong men in the universe with divine light flashing fiercely in their eyes. And such low shouts coming from their mouths. 6 paths reincarnation fist. This kind of fist seal is so famous in this era. It is a method exclusive to the holy body lineage. Obviously this lineage has never had an emperor. But this method is not inferior to any in ancient times. The fists of all emperors. Boom! At the same time, on the holy body ancestral planet, a thin and withered old man was standing in front of the most majestic hall of this ancient star. And he was also evolving the 6 paths of Samsara fist. The 5th generation Deshang holy body is too old, and its vitality has long been depleted. However, at this time, it seems that it is completing the last obsession of life, and its movements are firmly evolving into the imperial fist. Behind it, there are also 6 magnificent ancient cosmic manifestations, roaring and flowing in the void. And they also have the power to suppress everything in the universe. Many living beings marveled that the lineage of the holy body was simply an iconic method. From the 1st generation of the great holy body to Mu Wudao, the 7th generation of the great holy body who was about to achieve success. Almost every generation has been studying it, this supreme boxing technique. At the same time, the practitioners also understand that the Deshang holy body is about to complete an alternation between the old and the new. The older generation of Deshang holy body is about to fall like the sunset, while the new generation of Deshang holy body has already burst out in the sky representing the dawn of hope. The 7th one. At the same time, a soft sigh also sounded among the ancient Beta Star, the ancient restricted area, and the cold and lonely mountains. On the highest peak of the mountain where all souls were silent, there was an illusory man who did not look like a stranger. He was like a ghost. He had no breath on his body. He just raised his head and stared at the sky in the endless distance. He was a very tall and broad man. Even though there was no blood flowing in his body, he still had the aura of a strong man who had traveled through the ages. Just standing there silent, the creatures thousands of miles away from the ancient restricted area, daring not to make the slightest sound. Rumble. It can be seen that the majestic man is very familiar with the holy body and the 6 paths of Samsara fist. After a moment of silence, he actually evolved the 6 paths of Samsara fist among the mountains in the ancient forbidden area, causing the entire mountain range to shake. Different from Mu Wudao's dignified, heavy and unparalleled boxing skills, and different from the endless punches of the 5th generation Dashang holy body. This man's 6 paths of samsara fist undoubtedly followed a different path. The 6 ancient universes were silent and silent. It's cold, but it seems to be pregnant with a lot of vitality. Fate, curse, inheritance, boxing skills are reincarnated. And people are also reincarnated. I hope our glory will never be erased. After a long time, the man slowly stopped. He looked at Mu Wudao in the sea of tribulation, and at the withered old man on the holy body ancestral star, and murmured something like a blessing to himself, with countless emotions. After that, the body of this great saint of unknown generations flashed and disappeared among the mountains. Ha ha! Another Dashang holy body with full vitality. Good. Very good. While Mu Wudao was fighting against the great calamity in the depths of the starry sky, a deep ancient cave in the Overlord star also erupted with a vast purple light, and an insolent laughter rang out, shaking the entire star. Boom! Under the worship of all the descendants of the ancient star, a fairy source more than 10 feet high rose into the sky from the ancient cave, and then exploded with a bang. The dark purple blood energy was like a sea tide, shattering many stars in the distance in an instant. It's true that I have been self-proclaimed for many years. Now that I am born, I finally have a chance to have a fair fight with the Dashang holy body. The person who spoke was a young man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His black hair was disheveled and dancing wildly. He was extremely domineering. Standing there, he had the absolute domineering air of being the only one in the world and ruling the roost. Above its head, a heavenly bell made entirely of divine marked purple gold was shaking, with billions of thick auras hanging down, chiming leisurely, and soaring to the sky with domineering power. There is no doubt that this is an extremely powerful Dashang hegemon body, and the blood energy does not look old at all. It is at its peak, with arrogance and arrogance. Okay, the heavenly tyrant body is invincible in the world. Only those who are at the same level and kill the great holy body can achieve the most brilliant glory. At the same time, above the ancestral cave, a red gold treasure wheel appeared in the void, and the Supreme will blessed it, roaring like this at the younger Dashang hegemon. Go! Prove the supreme glory of Hshue. Only one of you and the person who can overcome the calamity can come back alive. In another ancient cave, a purple euphorbia appeared, and the voice of another ancient Dashang overlord was even colder and crueler. And he roared, "You don't need to tell me. If you don't kill the holy body, I will destroy myself in the star space." The dark purple majestic domineering power soared into the sky, and the young Dashang hegemon also roared at the other Dashang hegemons. The purple gold hegemonic bell roared, carrying immeasurable Dao rhyme, and instantly locked onto Mu Wudao in the endless distance. I don't know since when. Defeating or even killing a holy body in the same realm has become the obsession of every pure-blood Santian hegemon. This is like a kind of proof, becoming the most powerful evidence of the power of the hegemon. The overlord in front of him had such an obsession in his heart. He was still very young when he proclaimed himself, and his current energy looks like he is only 2,000 or 3,000 years old. All for the sake of a fair fight with the holy body, who is also full of energy. That was the hegemonic body that was completed in the twilight years of the Western Emperor and the 6th generation holy physique. Perhaps he was afraid of the Western Emperor, or perhaps he was too proud. He proclaimed himself when he was very young. Sure enough, he couldn't wait to rush to the great achievements of Wudao. Come out. The ancestral star of the holy body. The 5th generation Dashang holy body has evolved into the 6 paths of samsara fist. He sat cross-legged on the ground languidly. At this time, he was also attracted by the overbearing purple blood in the universe, and said in a deep voice, "Around the body of this ancient Dashang holy body, there is a faint silver fire rising, which is the flame of transformation." Obviously, the 5th generation Dashang holy body has completely reached the edge of reincarnation. This group of overlords is really persistent. Feng Lai stood beside the 5th generation Dashang holy body, looking at the purple divine light soaring into the sky from the overlord ancestral star, and murmured, "This is a fateful battle involving the pride and dignity of the bloodline. After fighting for so many times, it has become our instinct," said the 5th generation Dashang holy body. Chapter 348 Saint and Overlord. Just as the 5th generation Dashang Shengdi said, even the oldest Dashang hegemons on the hegemon ancestral planet may not be able to explain why the grudges between the holy body lineage and the hegemon body lineage arise. Throughout the ages, the hatred between the two bloodlines has been circulating and accumulating from generation to generation. There have been too many blood deaths. For example, A certain ancestor of the holy body line killed a Deshang hegemon, who was expected to become enlightened. Deshang hegemon also he once extracted the true soul of the Deshang holy body and refined it into a treasure. This kind of fate is not just between the Deshang holy physique and the overlord physique. Over the years, the descendants of the Deshang saint physique and the overlord physique have also been repeating the same thing, taking revenge and fighting again and again. And it is simply a sea of blood. Grudges have long been deeply imprinted on the deepest part of the bloodline of every holy body and overlord body. That deep imprint can make the owners of these two bloodlines crazy beyond imagination. Just like now, the red blood energy on Mu Wudao's body surged in the starry sky, causing the aura of the Deshang hegemon to explode involuntarily. His black hair danced wildly, and the purple blood energy surged into the sky. Holy body, fight to the death. He was like a ferocious fairy-level evil beast, entrenched not far from Mu Wudao's great calamity, with burning eyes, roaring like this at the red blood master who became more and more powerful in the sea of world. This Deshang holy body is obviously very proud, unwilling to take advantage of others' danger, and insists on a fair fight with the Deshang holy body. Okay, once I'm through with it, fight to the death. What responded to him was Mu Wudao's roar with the same overwhelming fighting spirit. The red holy blood in his body had almost evolved to its extreme at this time. The glow was overwhelming, and there was only one last leap left to achieve complete success. There is no doubt that he was also affected by the instinctive anger and fighting spirit imprinted deep in his blood. When he saw the overlord body, he would inevitably have a battle with it. If this continues, the feud between the holy body and the overlord body will never end. Feng Lai stood next to the 5th generation Deshang holy body, and had no intention of rushing to help Mu Wudao. Although the deadly battle between the holy body and the overlord body was sad, it was still a way to hone a stronger person. Means, the brand of my ancestors. Even if I become a great person, I can't erase the hatred and fighting spirit that penetrate into my bones. What's more, the ancestral star of tired body is eyeing the tiger. And even if the holy body doesn't want to fight, it won't work. The 5th generation Deshang holy body whispered. His body and soul were burning uncontrollably, and the silver-white fire of transformation rose up like moonlight, leading this old man with extraordinary combat power towards death. Roar! The two of them were silent, staring at Mu Wudao, who was going through the tribulation for a long time. It wasn't until all the light of the tribulation dissipated, and the red blood energy finally reached nirvana, that it was enough to restrain Deshang's hegemonic body. Mu Wudao let out another roar. At this moment, Feng Lai could clearly feel a terrifying power bursting out of Mu Wudao's body. It was a powerful blood energy that was not weaker than that of the current emperor. Even without the blessing of the Tianqin seal, it was still enough to make all living beings in the world worship him. Behind him, the 6 Dinghai pearls made of dragon-patterned black gold seemed to have transformed into 6 ancient universes, in which the 6 paths of samsara fist intent evolved. Just the fist intent was enough to overturn the sky. The Deshang holy body has a true emperor-level body. This is the reason why the holy body in ancient historical records is qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with the current emperor. Please! Mu Wudao holy body Deshang. The 5th generation Deshang holy body finally fulfilled the last long-cherished wish in his heart. He stood up with difficulty and raised his hands to Feng Lai. Then his whole body was engulfed by the flames of Taoism, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a wisp of light. The tribulation ashes dissipated between heaven and earth. The thing he asked Feng Lai to do was naturally hope that Feng Lai, the current emperor, could take action and save Ruo Mu Wudao from defeat. Well, Feng Lai did not answer the old holy body's words. He just sighed lightly, collected the ashes of the old holy body, and put them in an earthen jar. Above the sky, the battle between the new generation of Deshang holy body and the young Deshang hegemon has begun. Dark purple blood and red blood cover large areas of ancient battlefields on the edge of the universe. Countless galaxies are shattered under the aftermath of the war. Forever. Wipe out? After placing the urn of the old holy body upright in the highest ancestral court of the holy body lineage, Feng Lai's body disappeared the next moment. And when he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the ancient battlefield. It's really a powerful body. It uses the power of blood to even out the physical gap caused by the Tianqin mark. It must be at least a bloodline of the quasi-immortal king level, with an unparalleled past and glory. He stood on an ancient star that was very far away from them, carefully comprehended the Dinghai Pearl and Ba Zhong that were colliding again and again, and whispered, "Brush." After the words fell, A treasure mirror flowing with 3,000 kinds of radiance of the avenue appeared next to Feng Lai. Looking through ancient history, I guess that the origin of the holy body bloodline may be related to a group of creatures known as guardians in the chaotic ancient times. After the bloodline cuts away the darkness, it becomes golden blood. The god of the treasure mirror has obviously studied his own vast memory and said, as for the overlord body, it may be a descendant of other ancient immortal king families or quasi-immortal king families. It may also be related to the immortal realm. The changes in the Tao are too difficult to trace back. It doesn't matter. Even if the ancestors of the holy body tyrant body are brothers, they can't stop their current war. The hatred started in this era, and they are only fighting for themselves. Feng Lai shook his head. He was not worried that Mu Wudao would lose. With his many years of subtle influence, even if Mu Wudao had just become a Deshang, his combat power would be greater than that of the young Deshang hegemon. With your power, there is no way to resolve this conflict rooted deep in the two bloodlines? Xian Jing asked. Of course there is. Feng Lai turned his head and glanced at the fairy mirror. Smiling, destroy the two inheritances, and then use fairy magic to wash away the mark of war deep in their blood. Hundreds of thousands of years later, the holy body and the overlords can meet each other without knowing each other. The Deshang holy body protects all spirits. It would be bad if its inheritance is destroyed, Xian Jing said after thinking for a moment. So, we don't have to worry about how the grudges between holy body and overlord body will go. It's up to them to decide. History will give us the answer. Feng Lai shook his head. After the words fell, they stopped talking and just silently watched the battle between the contemporary holy body and the overlord body, watching them fight with blood, each showing the most powerful power of his bloodline, and constantly colliding with each other. Whether it is the 6 paths of reincarnation fist or the hegemonic ancestral body, in the hands of the Deshang holy body and the overlord body, these are just magical powers that can be picked up at random. And they are just means of fighting. By the end of the war, the blood of the two most powerful men was almost exhausted. They directly consumed their original power and fought fiercely with each other. In the end, it was Mu Wudao, the young holy body, who was better, blasting the Deshang overlord in the starry sky. Purple blood rained into every corner of the starry sky, and even the overlord bell exploded. It was blasted into pieces by the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. In this life, the holy body has won. At this point, Feng Lai slowly stood up and whispered. Chapter 349 Tide Song Calendar. In the 733rd year of the Tide Song Calendar, the holy body Mu Wudao survived the supreme calamity in the starry sky and achieved nirvana. In the same year, the Deshang holy body Mu Wudao fought against a Deshang hegemon in full vigor in a mythical battlefield at the edge of the universe. He killed him in one battle, bathed in the hegemon's blood, and was extremely glorious. Since then, this era has ushered in the years of joint suppression by the great emperor of the human race and the Deshang holy body. The major events at the emperor and emperor levels have come to an end, and this period of ancient history has finally stabilized. On the many living stars, countless creatures cheered and roared. Whether they were humans, monsters, or other alien races, they all erected statues of the current emperor and the great saint, worshipping them together and praying for blessings. They all deeply understand that all emperors will protect all living beings in their own era. This is the principle of the strongest at this level. Even the most cruel emperor will protect them in their years as emperor. Universe. As for the great holy body, there is no need to say more. In ancient times, many great holy bodies were noble beings that protected all races. Their righteousness overshadowed the heavens and deserved the respect of all living beings. For a time, the sacred body ancestral star and the ancient star have become the true pure land of cultivation in the eyes of practitioners. After all, if there is a powerful person who suppresses luck, even the supreme person in the restricted area of life will be afraid. In the 1200th year of Tide Song calendar, Feng Lai's clan sister, human king body Feng Shang, traveled to the ancient star of the prehistoric era to comprehend the emperor's law and the human king's way, successfully attained the quasi-emperor status, succeeded Feng Lai's father Feng Zhong, and became the prehistoric king, the new leader of the Guxing Feng clan. In Feng Lai's impression, the talent of this girl from his clan was only at the peak level of a great sage. However, through the baptism of the emperor's blood, the human king body was indirectly blessed by the mark of the heart of heaven, which naturally led to nirvana and allowed her to become a quasi-emperor. In order to inherit the human king's body that corresponds to the path of the human king, Feng Shang not only inherited the inheritance of the Feng clan, but also found several young people in the starry sky who were also human kings. He put down the inheritance and asked them to establish Taoism in the starry sky, and summoned to be the palace of the human king supports the inheritance of the human king. Feng Lai is naturally happy to see such a result. Only when the inheritance is broad enough can practitioners have more opportunities to choose. In his impression, there were several people and orthodoxies related to the king of humans in Yifan's time. This is the result of prosperous practice. In the 3900th year of the Tai Song calendar, the Deshang holy body Mu Wudo once again rushed into the infinite starry sky and sat cross-legged on the cold and dead dry stars for hundreds of years. When he returned again, his aura had already undergone considerable changes. This change in the avenue attracted Feng Lai's personal attention. After careful inspection, he realized that Mu Wudao had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation and entered an alternative realm of enlightenment. Alternative enlightenment. The level reached by the legendary first-generation Deshang holy body? Mu Wudao lamented that his red blood energy had not been substantially improved. But the great path in his body had made a fundamental leap. This leap caused his origin and soul to transform and move towards a higher road. Walk. The great Tao has been completely perfected. Although the heavenly tribulation has not been overcome and the Tianqin seal has not been engraved in the great Tao, it is still powerful enough. A normal enlightened person will have approximately the combat power of the 9 great saints. Feng Lai rubbed his chin. He had never seen a different kind of enlightened person in the Zhetian era. He only knew that there would be Gai Jiuyo in the future, who was extremely powerful. Even in his old age, he could die with the supreme being who had fully sublimated him. So powerful? Mu Wudo was shocked. By this year, he was already 4,600 or 700 years old. He was at the peak of his bloodline, and his aura was much calmer than before. However, when he heard Feng Lai's description of the alternative enlightenment, he was still a little unbelievable. The Deshang holy body is said to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the current emperor. Although it is very difficult to truly fight against the current emperor due to the limitation of the essence of the soul, the gap between it and the quasi-emperor of the 9 heavens is extremely obvious. It is absolutely impossible to slap one to death. Exaggerate. The perfection of the Tao is a very important milestone. In history, most of the great holy bodies and hegemonic bodies are only quasi-emperors in the 9th heaven. The Tao is not perfect. They can only reach such heights by relying on their blood and body. Those who have achieved Taoism will be able to compete with you. A battle. According to ancient history, there are only 1 or 2 people in your lineage who have reached this point. Most of them do not have the talent to become enlightened. Today, you have become enlightened in a different way with the body of the Deshang holy body. In theory, you can compete with ordinary emperors. It's a matter of breaking your wrist. Feng Lai nodded. According to historical records, in addition to the legendary first-generation Deshang holy body, the ancient Deshang holy body who left the divine thoughts in Yifan's era should also have reached the level of alternative enlightenment. Unfortunately, there are too many mysteries in that holy body. Feng Lai, I don't know what rank he is. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he felt a bit of fighting spirit flickering in Mu Wudao's eyes. After thinking for a moment, Mu Wudao still said, compared to you, the current emperor, I have what's the winning rate? It was not that he had never fought with Feng Lai over the years, but the pressure the emperor put on him was too great, and he had never been able to sustain more than 20 moves in Feng Lai's hands. Still 0. Hearing this, Feng Lai shook his head, and a hint of the perfect emperor's aura leaked out, pressing against Mu Wudao, causing his newly enlightened holy body to shake, almost making his combat power unstable. At the same time, an ancient treasured mirror with 3,000 colors flowing on its surface appeared in his hands. Only a little power flowed from this mirror, which made Mu Wudao feel an obvious sense of suffocation. Is this the immortal weapon in the forbidden area of God's life? Mu Wudao's eyes were fixed on the 3,000 Dao mirror in Feng Lai's hand. Of course, he recognized this mirror. When the 2 forbidden areas fought, he was already over 200 years old. Very impressed. This mirror is destined to me, and is willing to be by my side forever, Feng Lai said with a smile. If that's the case, then the gap between you and me is really exaggerated. Seeing this, even as a Deshang holy body, Mu Wudao was a little disappointed. Feng Lai and he were not old enemies, but after half a lifetime of hard work, it was difficult to keep up with Feng Lai, which made him feel very uncomfortable. More than a year later, the Deshang holy body came out of seclusion again, and once again survived the catastrophe in the wilderness of the universe. In the sea of tribulation, he fought with extremely terrifying thunder and other crazy things, and fought until the physical body and soul were almost destroyed, and finally stabilized the alternative. The power of the enlightened level. Incredible. Is this the power of an immortal weapon? It creates such a powerful calamity that even I can't bear it. There is no overly exaggerated catastrophe in alternative enlightenment. Mu Wudao's catastrophe was naturally caused by Feng Lai using an immortal weapon. The power of the immortal weapon is not limited to this. Feng Lai put away the Taoist mirror, allowing Mu Wudao to perceive the fundamental principles of the universe, and said with a smile. He placed the Taoist mirror beside him, because the immortal weapon could only suppress the connection between his true body and the Tianqin mark. When this connection was completely severed, there would be a possibility for another great emperor to appear in this universe. After all, Feng Lai had never been greedy for the Tianqin seal from beginning to end. He chose to become an emperor and merge with the Tianqin seal, just so that the bloodline of the Feng clan could achieve nirvana. Who will be the next emperor after me? This is very exciting. Looking at the extremely majestic sky in the distance, Feng Lai murmured like he was talking to himself. Chapter 350 Vacant the throne. The great emperor of the human race and the Deshang holy body flew across the sky and suppressed the current world. They did not need to make any movements or thoughts at all. Just by standing there, they could silence the forbidden area of life and the forbidden area of darkness. The strong men in the entire universe are enjoying this worry-free peace and tranquility. In this era of constant turmoil, the strong men understand the value of this peace. All living beings are growing stronger and accumulating heritage in this era, making the foundation of the ethnic group more stable and powerful. But perhaps at the price of peace and tranquility. The path of cultivation in this universe is much more ordinary than in the era without emperors. The mark of Tianqin suppresses all ways. The ancient road in the starry sky is blocked, and most powerful people are restricted to a corner of the starry sky. Therefore, in the nearly 10,000 years since Mu Wudao achieved the great holy body, there was only one quasi-emperor 9th level creature in the world, and he was old and exhausted all his talents before he could break through to this level. The world is peaceful, but it is too peaceful. My battle bones are about to rust. This is the common complaint and sigh of Mu Wudao of Deshang holy body. Since the day when holy body was Deshang, and he experienced a life and death battle with Deshang tyrant body, he rarely gets a hearty battle, even if he can occasionally fight against Feng Lai, and often not having enough fun, because Feng Lai deliberately held back his hands. The emperor is lonely. It is difficult for a Deshang holy body like you to find an opponent. Your character still needs time to settle. Feng Lai remained unmoved by Mu Wudao's emotion. Over the years, he often walked between the ancient stars of the ancient world and the ancient star of the Big Dipper, witnessing the continuous reincarnation of the two ancient stars and the descendants of the two great wind clan. After all, in this era, even if you reach the level of a great sage, your lifespan is only 7 or 8,000 years, and the lifespan of an ordinary king is only 4 or 5,000 years. Observe that these predecessors are getting older generation after generation. But there are generations of successors. Rise. This is the process of Feng Lai realizing the cycle of life and death. Rumble. Such peaceful years lasted until the 12,300th year of the Tai Song calendar. On this unnoticed day, an inexplicable vast fluctuation suddenly spread among the 10,000 ways. In just an instant, for a time, it echoed in every corner of the universe. At this moment, among the major ancient stars of life, and in countless worlds, all practitioners felt a sense of relief and relaxation from the depths of their bodies and souls, as if the shackles that had been on their bodies since birth disappeared. All froze in place. This feeling is the suppression of Tianqin's mark. Disappeared? After a long time, such a low and startled roar came from the depths of many glorious ancient stars in the depths of the universe. I don't know how many ancient and powerful practitioners came out of seclusion, seriously comprehended the Tao, and confirmed this result. On their faces, there was not much joy and excitement, but a kind of disbelief and horror from the heart, because everyone understood that it was only 12,000 years ago in the Tai Song calendar. As far as the emperor is concerned, his lifespan is far from over. Emperor Tai Song. Is he dead? After a long time, a young strongman tentatively proposed such a conjecture, but he was immediately greeted by the roars of the veteran strongmen. Impossible. Even if the emperor is seated, the suppression of 10,000 ways will continue for 10,000 years. How can it be possible to disappear out of thin air? Thousands of years ago, I saw the great emperor paying homage to the Lord of Annihilation in Beiyuan on the Beidou ancient star. He was more than 13,000 years old. And he was still as strong as a real dragon. How could he be dead? For a time, high-level practitioners in the entire universe experienced a large-scale shock. This was not only a problem with the Tianqin seal, but more people were more concerned about the whereabouts of the current emperor. Crash! Just when many high-level practitioners wanted to go to Beidou or the ancient stars in person to ask the emperors there about the state of the emperor. An emperor map that was even more vast than the sky suddenly appeared in the depths of the universe. It was bigger than any galaxy in the world, is more gorgeous. Reflected in everyone's eyes. It's the decree. Taizong's decree. Meet the current emperor. Look! There is an astronomical manifestation in the decree. And that figure is the great emperor. And there is the Deshang Holy Body Master. On the emperor's map, there is a real-life landscape, with towering mountains and surging rivers. Although it is just a picture, it seems that the emperor of the world cut off a section of mountains and rivers with great magic power, and presented it to everyone. People continued to look carefully, and in the depths of the mountains and rivers between them, there was a simple and light stone pavilion. On it, there were two vague figures sipping tea opposite each other. Although their figures could not be seen clearly, the supreme majesty on their bodies attracted many people. Sideways glance. It was a familiar power that reigned over the universe. Many people just felt it a little, and realized the unattainable majesty and sense of security. They knelt down on the ground and shouted, "Preach the decree." Suddenly, one of the men in the scroll stood up. His whole body was shrouded in the chaotic air. But people recognized that it was the image of the current emperor they were familiar with. I think that all living beings are having a hard time cultivating. So I use the power of immortal weapons to suppress my body, cut through 10,000 ways, and sever the heart of heaven. From today onwards, all living beings can ascend to the throne of emperor again. The illusory figure spoke such a voice. Of course, he was not Feng Lai himself, including the figure and the landscape. They were just the words in the decree. However, his aura was still extremely majestic, just like the great emperor in this world, dominating the heavens. As the figure spoke word by word, the landscape scrolls on the imperial map were simultaneously transformed into ancient seal scripts. Finally, the figure shrouded in chaotic light disappeared, turning into imperial inscriptions and illuminating the sky. Boom! When the last bite of the emperor's decree fell, the entire universe and countless powerful people from the ancient life star were boiling. Countless strong people were excited under the emperor's radiance and worshipped the supreme emperor's decree. The great emperor of the world suppressed his body with immortal weapons, and was actually liberated from the mark of Tianqin. Many people have only heard of the name of the immortal weapon, but the emperor's words are worth their weight in gold. And no one doubts the authenticity of the news, because the suppression of Tianqin seal has really been released, and the throne of the first emperor has become vacant. All practitioners are qualified to compete for this godless throne. This kind of unparalleled destiny is simply great news for those living beings with great ambitions. The immortal weapon suppresses the mark of Tianqin. So that's it. It turns out that there is not only one way to peel off Tianqin, but also self-destruction. There are other ways? I once saw the desolate tower when I was young, but unfortunately I only had a quick glance. If I had caught up with it back then, it might have been a completely different scene. The mirror in the restricted area of the sky is in the hands of this great emperor, which means that the immortal belt is also in his hands. He has two immortal weapons alone. What a lucky young man. Huangta. Where is Huangta? At the same time, the life forbidden zone on Beidou Ancient Star was also bustling with activity. Many of the Forbidden Zone Supremes had never seen Feng Lai perform such an operation. Even though a few Supremes knew about this method, they suffered from the lack of immortal weapons and had to commit suicide. Road.